Good morning, hello and welcome to Friday at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. This, the 30th anniversary, the 30 years of celebration, and we're here in front of the magnificent Goodwood House, and indeed the central feature, celebrating 75 years of Porsche. We are celebrating just so much over the next 4 days, not least that David Green is standing alongside me. How are you?
Good morning. Yes, we've got a lovely 356 hovering just above our heads there. It's been a fantastic first day. Thursday was one of the busiest, well, the busiest Thursday I've ever seen at the Festival of Speed. And today we get into the real action. Shootout times on the hill. A little bit of mixed weather, but crossing the fingers for sun.
Yeah, it's a little cool. There is some drizzle in the air as well. We are expecting some rain, which could make things a little bit interesting. But first, as was tradition here at the Festival of Speed, yesterday morning, the Duke of Richmond opened the show. And here are some of those best moments. He gets me every time, just so cute. But anyway, Friday, here is what is in store for us. Batch 1 goes off first. As David mentioned, we have timed runs today as we look to the Sunday shootout. The weekend gets a little bit spicier. Tin Tops Drift Rally and WRC at 8:30 a.m, kicking things off. Lemans, NASCAR, sport races, Lotus, McLaren GP, Greats and MotoGP. The Red Arrows once again at 11:15 and Porsche 75 at 11:40. And into the afternoon of running, we again have a Porsche 75 celebration moment. 60 years, of course, of the 911 to the supercars. First glance on road bikes. Porsche 75 once again. Lotus, McLaren. I mean, just names so synonymous with the history of motorsport. Into batch 2, Le Mans NASCAR sport races once again. Takes you all the way to 3:10 p.m. Absolutely action-packed all day. And we look towards the evening. Time practice at 3:50. Keep an eye on those times ahead of Sunday. Goodwood 75 years of motorsport here. Driftcar Tin Tops Rally, that'll be a lot of fun, won't it, at 5:15. And then supercar run at batch 6A, 5:50 p.m. And we finish things off for the day. First glance on road bikes at 6:30 p.m. Oof, action-packed, isn't it, David, for this Friday? And it's when the festival really begins to get into full swing here, doesn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. Well, traditionally Friday, first time run up the hills. I think it's going to be a bit tentative out there. There's a little bit of moisture on. The oil will be coming through the track, but we're going to see some really fast runs up the hill. Yeah,
I think we will. And let's take a look back as well on yesterday and what we saw. Lamborghini launching a new car. Hyundai Ioniq also launching as well. And the Red Arrows themselves, stunning display yesterday. We're expecting more of that again today, you see here. And actually you can hear the commander talking through exactly what they're doing, all the routines, the choreographing. It's just astonishing how much work goes into these displays.
Well, Red Arrow is a constant feature here at the Festival of Speed. And, you know, hearing that commentary from the commander and then cutting into the radio in air, I thought was fascinating and, you know, always amazing to watch.
Yeah, so cool. We mentioned, of course, the launch of the Hyundai Ioniq yesterday. Another moment for a Hyundai out on the hill itself. One of the sort of thrills and spills we had yesterday.
Well, yes, the Hyundai Ioniq, Jody Kidd pulled the covers off the Ioniq 5N. And N's the crucial letter here. N is what M is to motorsport. And you see this car here, look. The straw bales really doing their work. Got very good, went through 1, 2, 3, 4 cars. This, fortunately, wasn't the 5N. This is one of the other N cars, very quick cars. I think it just reminds us how dangerous and tough this hill climb is. And that's a Malcolm, the famous off-camber right-hander. Got that a little bit wrong, didn't he?
Yeah, a little bit wrong. And our cameraman as well, coming straight through. He was very lucky to be on the top of the tower and no harm done whatsoever, but made for some pretty spectacular shots for all of us, didn't it?
Yeah, I think he had a strong cup of tea after that. But yeah, it was fantastic. But it just shows you, you really have to respect this hill. It's a quick run, but it's so narrow and it's so tight and so complex to drive.
And today it's going to be even trickier as well. Greasy, slippery conditions out there. There has been some rain overnight, a little bit of drizzle this morning, and we're expecting a bit more. You went up the hill yesterday in the McLaren. Talk me through it.
Well, I was very, very lucky. The 750S. You can see I'm sort of enjoying myself there, giggling
Look
away.
at your face. You're absolutely loving this.
Well, I don't know why McLaren decided to let me go at this car. It's the brand new, it's their very latest supercar. It's 30 kilograms lighter than the 720, 30 horsepower higher. That's why it's called the 750. Super, super quick, relentless acceleration up the hill there. Really, really good fun. And I brought it back in one piece, which I think is the main thing.
I think that is the main thing. Look at your face. You're just living a dream, aren't you?
It's hard not to enjoy that, I have to say.
Yeah, beaming smile there. Absolutely love it. And today, what have we got to look forward to? Besides, of course, time runs, we're going to see cars past, present, indeed future, taking to the hill and indeed being unveiled, being shown all around this far site.
Well, yeah, and I've got something special, I have to say again. Another one up the hill. Aston Martin Valkyrie, F1 car. It's where the marriage of Aston Martin and Red Bull. The design guru Adrian Newey has designed this car. It looks incredible. You can see through the car in places. No huge wing, but just amazing aerodynamics underneath. Basically F1 car for the road. V12, 6.5 litre. That's going to be... I'm hoping for sunshine for that, I have to say.
Yeah, we've got our fingers crossed. The coats may come off a little bit later and we will see some sunshine creeping through. There are the conditions here with us. Ed Foster, as ever, is poised, waiting at the top of the hill to speak to each and every driver he can. Ed, good morning. How's the weather up there?
Well, good morning from the top paddock. The weather actually is lovely. It's dry so far. And I'm standing at the entrance to the top paddock, and the cars come in here. If you follow me, we'll head down. They come in round here and then up to the top. And in the first class, we've obviously got all the rally cars. We've got the drift cars as well. Now, the drift cars will come in here. They get their back out here and then drift all the way around those straw bales. And you might not be able to see on the screens, but up here there is loads of tarmac down. Loads of rubber down on that tarmac because they do massive donuts. And if you want to see close-up action, this top paddock is such a good place to see it. As I said, we've got the drift cars, we've got the rally cars, and we've got the tin tops. It is a fantastic way to start Friday morning. We've got so much competition today as well with the shootout and all the competition cars. So I, for one, can't wait. And long may it remain like this with no rain.
Oh, absolutely, Ed. Thank you very much indeed. We just heard the roar of some engines. Cars are out there about to prepare themselves to get up that hill. And as we say, the time runs are beginning. Keep your eyes on the clock. We can now head to our very first action of the day with your commentators, Ben Edwards and Bruce Jones.
Thank you so much, Laura. Oh, we're looking forward to getting the action going here at Goodwood. And it is a little bit of a damp morning, I know, grey morning, but well, they've got so much to enjoy. And there are cars making their way down the hill already as we get ready for them to come up at speed in a little while. They've got to go down at a sensible pace, but I can notice some of the rally cars are all already sliding their way down there, which is fun to see. So with the first batch, we're going to see what they're called the Tin Top Titans. So we've got some great machines in there. We've got the drift cars as well coming up, and Becky's going to be with us chatting away about the drift cars. Becky, good to have you with us.
Good morning, guys. Absolutely delighted to be here, back for another Goodwood Festival of Speed. It's always a great time, and the drift cars are back. Noisy, smelly, smoky, it's all coming your way.
Yeah, we're looking forward to that.
Hold on, you left out flame spitting. That's always on a dark morning something that makes me smile very much. And how close they get to the bales all the time. They get closer and closer to the straw bales, but with the flame spitting out of the exhaust, you always think but we're all absolutely fine. But the sheer array of machinery in this first batch of cars, Ben, of course, we've got cars with roofs, we've got tin tops, we've got drift cars, we've got the rally cars, and also extreme rally cars celebrating 50 years of the World Rally Championship. So out we go, and it's just the fact there's been a little smattering of rain, but looking out of our commentary box on the entrance to Molecombe Corner, it looks dry to me. But then again, there may be that little greasiness on the surface, so a little bit of circumspection. Well, drivers put that in their mind, Becky, don't they? But that sort of evaporates in a nanosecond.
Absolutely, and you know what? It's always the first run of the day. You have to blow the nerves away a little bit, so they might be a little bit tentative, but by the afternoon, I'm sure everybody's going to be raring to go. But this first run this morning, I imagine some people are going to be feeling out the track, as we say.
We've got some superstar drivers, though, particularly, both in the touring cars and in rally cars. We've got some of the great rally drivers who will be heading up the hill as part of this, so that's going to be very, very interesting to see how they get on. Stig Blomqvist, for example, some of the, we've got Alistair McRae, who's driving up the hill, and then we've got some of the latest stars. Thierry Neuville is driving here today as well, and our very own Karun Chandhok is actually taking up the next Colin McRae car. We will have some on-board views, and Colin McRae's daughter is actually going to be in the car with him for the run up the hill.
If ever you meet Karun Chandhok, he is one of the luckiest individuals. He's born in a family imbued with motor racing, but the list of cars that he has been driving, and he had a long time as the there he is, in fact, on board, smiling and being Karun, talking with massive enthusiasm. But any car he drives, he knows the history of that car, forwards, backwards and sideways.
Becky, as an expert in drifting, presumably rallying has always been an important thing to you as well?
Hugely. I mean, rally is one of the best things, always seeing the cars come around those corners sideways. So there is a lot of crossover, actually. Quite a few of our drivers end up doing quite a bit of rally as well. And at the moment, the current WRC champion, Kalle Rovanperä, he's actually competing in drifting in Europe because he loves it that much. He enjoys rally simply because, you know, he's a champion there.
Yeah.
When it comes to drifting,
he's done an amazing job.
Absolutely.
But he's a great drifter as well?
He is a great drifter, but he finds the pressure of drifting far greater.
Does he?
He does, because, you know, in rally you have 50 corners and time to make up. You know, if you make a mistake on one corner, you've got time to make it up. But in drifting, you've got 90 seconds and you've got 3 corners, and if you get one of them wrong, it's done.
That's really interesting.
That really is, actually. I never really thought about that, but I guess when you're doing a massive stage on the Rally of the Thousand Lakes in Finland, blasting over the rises, it goes on for kilometre after kilometre. But OK, we'll see how he's faring today, I reckon.
Yeah, Calle's actually not joining us this year, but we're hoping that he will join us extremely soon.
Good. Oh, that would be fun to see him here. He's done a brilliant job in rallying. Part of a rallying family, of course, and that has worked well. So we've got many of these cars, and you can hear some of the drift cars heading down now. They've got a very particular sound to them, and a lot of smoke as well. They love lighting up their rear tyres, even on the way down, let alone on the way up, don't they?
It's just a bit of fun, guys. You know what? I'll be honest, I drive a drift car myself. Just got to light them up.
It's good to see. It's good to see. I bet you get through. They must get through a lot of tyres, don't they?
On a weekend, yeah, you could do up to 40 tyres, depending on how many days. If you have like a good practice day, I mean, it depends on the power of the car, and you know they're running semi-slicks. And if you've got 900, 1,000 horsepower, and you're doing, you know, a competition run where you have a lead run and then a chase run, you'll use a set of tyres in just those 2 runs. So,
wow.
Certainly, when the cars get up to Ed Foster at the top of the hill, some of them are. Well, it's just wire, isn't it, effectively? And some it always makes me laugh because I think the drift drivers are huge characters. And some that go, well, I was out of tyres by the time I got to Moulcombe. I still had the real hill to go. But we love it. The fans have always been engaged. The
Subaru there is Karun just driving past camera, actually, in that Subaru. What a classic shape. And then behind, the Ford Escort as well, the Mark II Ford Escort, which in rallying days was a huge thing. I remember watching those, you know, so wonderful to see them here.
Ari Vatanen with Dave Richards alongside as his co-driver. I cannot get my head around being a co-driver. You've got no control over the car, but you're probably the one that's being hung out over the side of a valley. But fabulous car. To me, that is a rally car.
Absolutely. I have the Rally of the Lakes go to Ireland, and it's just Mark II Escort, Mark II Escort, Mark I. Like, they're still very much alive and kicking, and lots of people, you know, still building them, brand new chassis.
And they're worth a lot of money, aren't they? They're not cheap to build or make, or even originals, but they are wonderful. And I watched one of the track rallies that they did up at Snetterton a couple of years back, and it's actually just watching the balance of a Mark II or a Mark I Escort, but particularly the Mark IIs. The balance of the car, when you're watching them, they just have a balance that is different to almost everything else out there.
They do, and I noticed yesterday we had an interview with Petter Solberg, former World Rally Champion, and he's got one that he goes playing, and it's just a matter of fact, my Ford Escort.
Yeah.
So, but then again, you look at the Subarus that he used to compete in, and if ever there was a car that established a mark that didn't have a motorsport history, and suddenly the following they had, and anywhere you are in the UK, particularly in sort of the rally lands, if you hear a bit of noise, you know full well it's a Subaru.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just iconic as well. You know, in 1995, Colin McRae, L55 bat. You know, like it's the classic rally car.
Now, racing cars tend to be on the small side. Just looking there at the 6.8 litre Mercedes B100 300 SEL that competed in the Spa 24 Hours. in the very late 60s, phenomenal. And then the car that makes anyone smile when it's standing still, Travis Pastrana's, well, there's a Subaru, but a Subaru with an enormous difference, isn't it? What a superstar showman. Enjoy the ride when that gets up the hill.
Yeah, no, it's wonderful to see that. We saw him do a couple of runs yesterday. There's an ex-Jackie Ickx Dakar machine as well. Jackie Ickx, the very famous Le Mans winner on so many occasions, but then he went off and kind of did a pretty quiet run at Dakar. He's just such a motorsport fan in different ways and a brilliant driver.
Yeah, and a complete purist. I think he just totally embraced the new challenge. But look at the ground clearance on some of these. These will be competing in the off-road arena up the hill. And in fact, I've never seen that one before.
No, that's a new
the
one.
Beauty of being at the Festival of Speed. You think you know your stuff, and then something rocks up.
Yeah, no, it is amazing to see all this remarkable machinery, isn't it? Just having a look at some of the Audis come through. Of course, the Audi background of motor racing, astonishing. That was the Audi Quattro Rally you just saw going through. And
fantastic history with those. One of my favourite ever drivers, Michelle Mouton.
Yes.
Quattro, iconic.
Me too. No,
iconic.
she did a fantastic job. Yeah,
She was absolutely inspirational.
She was, yeah.
Right, here's the Die Rotte Sau, or the one that raced was in red, so it was the red pig, but you might have thought it was a pig to drive, but this 300 SEL Mercedes, it just really makes me smile, and clearly liking to illuminate its way through the night. But going back to Michel Mouton, the thing I love most of all about anybody who drove those early Audi Quattros, that engine note. But every now and again in motorsport, in all divisions, you get a car that just moves it on, or a bike that moves it on to another stage. And what, in those days of Group B rallying, that the Audi Quattro did was just phenomenal.
Huge. I was very lucky to spend some time with Walter Roll at the start of this year. I went out, I was doing some ice drifting with him, and I was in the car with him, and he was telling the stories about the Quattros, and he was just, I was like, I'm actually sat next to Walter Roll.
Yeah.
You know, when you've seen all the footage, the classic, you know, the old retro rally films and things, and you're like, this guy, he was talking about Michelle, and he said she was wild.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? Whereas Walter was so, the calmest person you could imagine. But I still remember my editor at the time at Autosport was desperate when Walter had absolutely creamed a rally. Nobody was near him. He wanted to have the headline, Walter Roll Carpeting.
Very good.
He's the perfect gentleman, I will say. Just extremely polite, very, very calm, collected. But then you sit next to him when he's driving, and he's just there. You know, and he's heading towards his 80s now. I can't remember his exact age. And he was there, and he was just still whipping it behind the wheel.
Yeah, and he still does work for the teams and development work and stuff, doesn't he?
Absolutely does, yeah.
Incredible.
Yeah.
No, remarkable.
But also in rallying, you know, particularly back then, you could detect the different driving styles of the characters. The maximum attack Markku, and then the even more maximum attack Ari Vatanen. So it was great. It really gave you something to watch, and I really wish that rallying could go back to those long stages. I mean, it really was a test of man as well as machinery.
Yeah, no, it was a wonderful time watching rallying in those days. We're waiting for this session to get underway in just a few moments' time, and we'll see this first batch coming up. And then, as I say, we're going through the Tin Top Titans and the drift cars, and then we will be seeing many of these ultimate rally cars and the history of the World Rally Championship, those 50 years that we have seen these fantastic machines that have been developed from road cars into rally cars. Nowadays, of course, they are very, very developed, and we will be seeing some of the very latest machinery as well. Heading up the hill, doing some pretty rapid times, I would think, as it goes up the hill. Elliot Cole is driving this Mercedes, so we'll get the first run up the hill in this very powerful machine with its 6.8 litre engine, so that should sound pretty good when it's going up.
Yeah, and in fact, even looking at the sort of latest and most recent Mercedes, they do, the huge engine ones just have the most mellifluous of burbles, and we were treated to the SLR Club yesterday. About 20 of them going up in their SLR Mercedes from the last decade or so, the top-of-the-range cars without roofs. So the Aston Martin course vehicles going up, just checking the course is clear. It's got to Moulcombe Corner, still has to wend its way up to the very top. And when all is clear and the signal is given, that massive Mercedes will be the first of the Tin Top Titans, which is Class 1. And if you haven't got yourself a programme, do make sure you do, and you can identify all the cars and bikes and the drivers and the riders as they go up the hill.
Indeed, yes, we will see that all happening in just a few moments' time.
Can you believe 30 years of the Festival of Speed this weekend?
It does seem incredible that it's 30 years since this all began, and it was just a hope to sort of get things going again. It was before the circuit was allowed to have racing again, so they decided, right, let's do something here instead, create this hill climb, and it's become such a major event, hasn't it?
Major. I think, to me, this is the motorsport event in the world, globally. That's why, you know, every year it gets bigger and better, and I don't know how he keeps doing it. You know,
yeah.
Every single year there's just something new, or there's something more spectacular, or a car that just blows everybody's minds, and you can't quite believe how much it's just grown and grown and grown.
Well, just looking at what we're seeing on the screens at the moment, huge hospitality areas, and so many people bring friends and relatives and business clients down here. We have the supercar runs and so many people coming with the manufacturers, but to me it's the meeting of people, the mixing, the stirring of the pot of the best drift drivers. The drift drivers, I can't remember how many years ago they started, let's call it half a dozen, but it may be slightly longer than that, but it's grown and grown, and I just love the fact we've got people coming from a different angle, well, different angle every time you look at them, in fairness, and they've just added another colour to the chart.
I think it was 2015, if I don't quote me on that.
We'll go with that.
It was about 2015, but yeah, the drift car drivers, what is wonderful is seeing people that I would never have seen a drift car come flying past them sideways before, and the look on people's faces. It's such and that's the great thing about the Festival of Speed. You could be into your tin tops, or you could be into your old rally cars, but then you see something that you go, wow, I didn't even know I was into that. Now I'm into it. Yeah,
it was instant conversion. A few people of the traditional background were maybe a little bit sniffy, who are these? But the second they came past them sideways, ripping straw out of the bales and lighting the hill up. But also, I just loved the fact that the drift drivers are such showmen. And I still have an image in my mind. One evening, Saturday evening, coming down the hill from the motorhomes, there was a pickup truck in the back with a massive boom box and blasting out noise for all the drift drivers coming down to the party. They just arrive in style.
They sometimes have some late evenings. I know last year there were a few things that had to be fixed and sorted overnight. Yeah, those cars are great. They're such fun to watch. And it's great to have so many fans here already, nice and early in the morning. Let's, give us a wave, because it's lovely to have you all here. It's going to get bigger and bigger all the way through the weekend, of course. But for those of you who've made it here so early, we're all getting ready for these first runs coming up the hill.
And certainly this year, because there's no clashing MotoGP event, we can have far more contemporary MotoGP riders than ever before. There's no clashing Grand Prix, which in the current days of 24 Grand Prix in the season, that is quite a miracle. So there'll be some big names coming to mix it, and if they take the Jensen Button approach of old and they simply want to go around, put on sunglasses, put on a baseball cap, and you can go incognito here. That's the beauty of it. And if someone clocks you, they'll respect it.
I was having a chat with Jensen Button yesterday on the Lotus tank. Obviously he's driving the Avaya up the hill this weekend, and it was quite funny, you know, as you say, baseball cap on, wandering around looking cool, and he was like, do you know what, I wake up every day and I remember that I'm a world champion. I might be changing a nappy, but I just sit there and go, it's cool, I'm a world champion. I was like, okay, mate, that's how you roll with these things. I was like, fair enough, that's an affirmation, that's a positive affirmation to have in the morning.
I wake up and go, I'm still here.
Yeah, well, there's that as well. But that's lovely, actually. And what you could see when Jensen did it and achieved that title in 09, it gave him a calmness, didn't it, and a sort of settlement, because he had such talent all the way up, but he had some very tough times in Formula One where he just wasn't in cars that were capable of doing what he could do. But when he won it in 2009, he fully deserved it, and it's lovely that he's still got that approach. And I love the fact that he's in driving all sorts of different things now.
He is, I mean, you know, Korean Chandok, he's had the ability to drive some things, but he was listing off all the things that he's been able to drive. I mean, obviously he's driving in NASCAR this year, he's had a chance to go in rallycross cars, he's done Formula One, you know, he's done GT, he's had his finger in a lot of different pies, and it's like, it's an incredible career with so many different disciplines. And yeah, I like the fact that he's out driving in NASCAR. NASCAR is wonderful, agricultural, so Americana at its finest. And I asked him how he was getting on there, and he said he was having fun, but he thought it was funny that they encourage the drivers to drive into each other a little bit. You know, it's all to play for on the track. He was like, there's little discipline at times.
Yeah, but I think it's great that any sports person, when do they choose what's the right time to retire from your career? Go on a little too long and people start to be a bit negative. Go a little too soon. Maybe Jensen did, but he's definitely adding more and more. But he's got the luxury of choice.
Yeah, no, it's great to see.
And honestly, he's having a great time.
Good.
He is.
No, and this sort of event is very much his thing now, isn't it? Which is lovely to see.
And he's got his own machinery here to show off with the Radford Pikes Peak car as well. So yeah, he's busy, which is good busy, I'd call it.
Yeah, it's going to be great to see him out with the Evija. I mean, 2,000 brake horsepower, 500 brake horsepower per corner. You know, normally in a car we have 500 brake to power all four wheels. He's got that per corner.
I think that's the thing with electric motors. They have performance figures. You look at them and you think it's just a typo.
I know. It's crazy. It is. And where's this all going? That's always my question. I'm like, we're at 2,000 horsepower now in a you know, something that a domestic person could go out and just buy. You know, that's not for beginners at all.
Lotus have got other vehicles here as well, haven't they? They've got the bigger machine, which is the SUV,
the Electra. They have the Electra on the stand. They have the Emira. Obviously, they've just got the Emira GT4 out there as well, and that beautiful Evija. I mean, it's a sight. Yeah, I think the electric cars, the design, the amount of money they're investing in design is incredible. Well, here we go.
Lovely, a bit of wheel spin. Here we are, everybody. If you're out there, you can start enjoying it. Soak up the atmosphere, soak up the sound, the vision of seeing cars coming up the hill. And the first one we're enjoying is this Mercedes-Benz 300 SEL, and we are watching it go into action, but Travis Pastrana is going to be next, and this one is very, very entertaining. The Gymkhana, the Subaru, this when you watch it, it will be doing all sorts of wing back. This is fun. We're getting a bit of a drift example as well with this Mercedes.
Well, it's a very large car on a very narrow track, but look, you'd appreciate this, Becky, drifting in style. This is not a car made for drifting, but I quite like it.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm quite impressed with that. You know, I think when you have the drift cars here, it encourages the other drivers that might not necessarily kicked it into a little donut. They're like, do you know what? If they can do it, I can do it. We'll see it a lot, I think.
Yeah, well, setting up the second part. Here we go. Just watch this. Look at the acceleration that it has off the line. This will be in the shootout as we go through the weekend. It might be battling. He was right up near the top and he gets on the grass.
Greasy track, grass even greasier, but that's not slow Travis. Wait till he gets to a braking zone. You'll be entertained by parts of the car you can't see at the moment. Suddenly the rear wing's going to come up. There it goes to slow it down. The little flaps on the back of the flank on either side.
I love the fact that it's got the confidence. When you're going up the hill, you're one of the first cars up. You don't quite know whether it's damp, where it's not, but Travis just goes for it.
Travis Pastrana is the epitome of full send. In everything that he's ever done in his life, that man gives it 110%. But it's brilliant seeing him out driving this, and the active aero on that car. It's a show.
It's a show, and as soon as he gets out, if anyone was quicker, like Adam Smalley was yesterday in the Porsche, straight across to discuss where they found their time. Flame out between the straw bales at the top. That's the first of his runs. That won't be his fastest.
Yeah, brilliant for Travis. We are definitely going to be enjoying his attacks. So there's the ex-Jackie X. Mercedes, a very different type of machine, but this one was at Dakar, and he did a fantastic job with it as well many years ago. And that's climbing up the hill. It's sort of a vehicle, of course, that would have been off-road much more than it is on-road right now.
I absolutely love the old school branding. You know, all the original branding with like the Texaco and that's the aesthetic I aspire to.
Now this is a more modern iteration. This is the Audi e-tron, and ground clearance, tick, got that. Performance, oh my word, we have it. Braking potential, look at that. Tip it in, twitch it round. It's moved into your world. Drifting is taking over, Becky.
It absolutely is. We're making hooligans out of even the most prestige drivers that we bring to this show. That's good. It's good effort. I like it.
Yeah, no, it's very, very good indeed. It's Matthias Ekstrom who's actually driving it, so experienced driver. And this is the e-tron Dakar Rally, so we're getting to see electric power for Dakar events as well now, and it is it's an incredibly looking machine, isn't it? Really, the flaps front and rear, the way it sits up like that, and the roll that you see in these machines as well.
It's like a moon buggy.
Yeah.
Well, I just had a little tangential thought. You're competing on the Dakar in an electric vehicle. Where are the charging points?
Well, exactly. That must be all part of the parcel of the future.
Well, I presume they have a massive solar PV area which will have the charging.
There's a huge box powering it, which is solar power.
Well, we shall see in the future. There's so much more electric now that we are enjoying in all of this. And we're going to see another of the Audis heading up the hill now, just about to set off.
I'm going to put it out there, the e-tron, the design language of the cars, of the e-tron cars, is the coolest.
It's strong, isn't it?
Extremely, and so futuristic. I mean, it looks like we're already in 2043 with these cars.
Yeah, and we're going to go for a bit more fun and games as well. Oh, that didn't quite work, did it?
There we go.
We're not giving them style marks just on the first run. This is blind. They can do what they want.
It would get a 0 for the donut there. I'm gonna be harsh this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. That wouldn't have won the Drift Kana that we will be seeing later on over the course of the day. So yeah, I think it's Tom who's driving this, isn't it? It's Tom Christensen who's actually in this one at the moment.
Well, yes, and he's looking for some grip, and actually there wasn't a great deal. The track's still cool and slightly greasy. As coming out of Moulcombe, he was certainly having about 3 bites at the cherry. Now he looks a little more settled, but being Tom, traditionally he comes to Revival, doesn't even want to test the car, wants to get in it, go out in qualifying. That's what we're seeing here.
He's living life on the edge. He just goes in there blind. He's like, whatever happens, happens.
And again, he has that ability to drive just about anything that you could possibly throw at him.
There is that. There's the whole, he is Tom Christensen, you know.
Okay, we've got a more recent rally car about to head up the hill now as well. And this is the Toyota just heading up. Toyota, of course, doing a fantastic job in all forms of rallying at the moment. Elfyn Evans, I saw Elfyn coming in earlier actually. He came in at about 7 o'clock this morning, so British rally driver who's actually having a very good season at the moment. He's one of the front runners consistently, and I think he's sitting second in the points at the moment, Elfyn. So this car is a car that is working very well for him.
Very good, Elfyn. I'm liking this. He's having some fun out there. You know what? It's wonderful to see Toyota. You know, when they brought that GR Yaris out, it was like, do we have a road, a homologation special rally car again? Are we living in 1995 all over? It was wonderful to see that come out. One of my very favourite cars that came out a couple of years ago.
Well, an awful lot of people involved in motorsport have them as their fun car, their road car. I would actually go for an Audi Quattro because they were cars that were just so pivotal. And that sound, it's that little sort of, it's a bit like a cheetah purring, trust me.
Yeah.
Take
your word for it.
Hannah Mikkola was one of the great drivers, and I think it's Mikkola family that are actually driving this car this weekend up the hill. So, because it's listed as Johan Mikkola and Lisa Mikkola who will be driving this car, and of course for Hannu Mikkola, who was a creator of the rally stage here at Goodwood, a great background as well.
And long ago, after they launched the Audi Quattro as a road car, at the same time it came into rallying, people started to drive them and suddenly realised they needed to learn how, because they were taking corners 30 miles an hour faster than they could before. So down at Goodwood they did a driving course. I remember going out on that and being blown away by just how incompetent I was, but it was just such an amazing car, and it really was a quantum leap in terms of performance, traction, and for me, still that engine note.
Yeah, no, that's a wonderful machine, and it was the beginning of four-wheel drive, as you say, in rallying, and it seemed funny after the Quattro worked so well that we thought, well, why wasn't four-wheel drive in rallying before that? Because it just took it over, didn't it?
Certain irony that we had Formula One with traction control, not with traction control, so with four-wheel drive before rallying had it. It was 1960 with the Ferguson Formula car, but again, technology isn't always quite right at the time, but at a later iteration, and we're seeing this with so many machines. Now, Hoonigan on the nail, Tuthill on the top of Porsche. Tuthill and Porsche just go hand to hand. And
use the grass.
I'm telling you guys, those Porsches, they're heavy in the rear. Once they start to go, you have to be quick to collect it up.
Well, we're just seeing rain on the camera lenses, the camera high above Goodwood House, the windscreen wipers now starting to come on, but people aren't averse to a little spin here or there. This is a bigger area to do it on.
There we go.
Yeah, that's definitely the slippery there. Tuthill involved in their Porsche rally work all the time, developing cars, rebuilding cars, doing the snow runs, the ice runs as well in the winter. So many opportunities there.
This is my favourite shape of Porsche 930. I mean, I am biased because I have one, but I love the shape of them with big wide arches and the whale tail there. I mean, it's just wonderful.
Everyone has their own particular favourite, and obviously the 911 Mark has celebrated 60 years. And For me, I love the really, really early ones. It's the pure simplicity, but some of the ones I do actually appreciate a ducktail from time to time.
I think what's so amazing, and we're going to see this all day long with the 911 based machines, is that they've won in every kind of form of motorsport. You know, yes, Le Mans, of course, but in rallying as well.
Rallycross with the great Vic Elford, right at the outset.
Dakars and, you know, all sorts.
Now, Ford are coming back to GT racing, and they've launched the GT3 and the GT4. They were launched at the Spa 24 Hours a couple of weeks ago, and this is going to get a lot of credit. Not just a great engine, no, brilliant race livery as well there. That's just the performance division. Yeah,
it's a great looking machine, you're absolutely right. And it's good that Ford are getting tied back into motorsport a bit more. They come in and out quite a lot over the years, don't they?
Well, they do, and just seeing the Toyota Yaris going up the hill, of course, they're competing at the front end. They're leading the World Endurance Championship and in rallying super strong. When Ben and I were growing up, if you opened a motorsport magazine at any point, Ford would be celebrating victories in the rallying, victories in Formula One, victories in touring cars. It's good to have them back. I think the Blue Oval should be in motorsport, and I'm pleased to see they're making an effort again.
Yeah, definitely, and it's going to be something to watch in the future, this Ford Mustang GT3, just to see what it can achieve. As you say, the livery is very striking, isn't it? I don't know what you think, Becky, but I think they've done a nice job with that.
Yeah, 100%. Sometimes simplicity is key, and this here, as you say, it's very striking, so they've hit the nail on the head there.
And again, when you walk around the paddock, you have access to the cars and the bikes, and you can have identical cars and bikes in different liveries, and they look like different vehicles. And again, everybody has their own favourites, but for a lot of people, rallying, again, of course, but it's getting more and more slippery. So to Moulcombe, just coming in the trickiest corner on the hill. It looks quite simple as you approach, but it's a corner. If you haven't got your braking done before you've arrived towards the corner, your options are rather limited. Straight ahead means straw bales. If you get it correct, you turn left up the hill, and then you relax for about 10 seconds, and then there's a great big flint wall in front of you.
Josh McKellen in the Ford Focus. This is back from 2008, this Ford Focus. It was a big rival to Sebastian Loeb that year with Nico Hirvonen. 3 wins they took that year, in fact. And that was impressive, and of course we've got other Fords to enjoy as well. And going back to the Group B era, it didn't sadly last for terribly long when the RS200 came out, but you're looking at it here, and this was another classic Ford to see in motorsport.
Well, it really was. It was a sort of coulda, shoulda sort of car, if you understand what I mean by that. But it was always there or thereabouts. Didn't quite reap the results it stood for, but. Looking at it, it's the sort of car I like. It's neat, it's small, it's nimble, and I think particularly on some of the rallies that would have been a very, very key ingredient.
Yeah, I think the sort of mid-engine, the way it was put together as well, it always looks like a sort of low ride height machine. You always sort of imagine it must have been hitting the road a little bit.
For me, it was just the golden era of rallying.
Yeah.
You know, looking at these cars, and for the younger generations, that's what's brilliant about the Festival of Speed, is they get to see these vehicles in the flesh, and it's such an important part of automotive history to be able to see where it all began.
Yeah, and just they're so dynamic, and get to understand where a car might deliver its performance. Okay, this morning on a slightly greasy track, they haven't told all the drivers, they don't need to know whether it's greasy or not, they'll have their feelers out, but it is just seeing how they approach, how they set up a car to pitch it in, how that four-wheel drive worked for the Audi Quattro, why it looks as though it was on rails.
So Michael Azcona going out now in the Hyundai, and we saw some action yesterday. And of course, Hyundai have been successful in so many forms of motorsport.
Yes, TCR, there's a touring car class that's more of a sort of space race than a lot of the touring car championships, has been a big global success, and Hyundai definitely have been carrying that across its shoulders for quite some while. So this is the i30N. Sorry, that's Norbert Michelis in that one. We've got Michael, that's the Elantra N. I think I tripped myself up there.
The Elantra N TCR. So this is a touring car machine rather than the rally machine. We've got a mixture of both going on from this weekend. Michael Azcona just hitting it up the hill for the moment.
Yeah, the Spanish driver's had a lot of success. He really leapt very quickly into TCR, and it just seemed to be the right formula at the right time for him. So well done.
Yeah. Track still looking a bit damp in a few places, a little bit slippery, taking it a little more cautiously.
I'm keeping my eye on Moulcombe here, and it looks like it's getting a little bit slicker out there.
Okay.
There is a dry patch under one of the trees overhanging the entry to the corner, but by the time you've hit that point, you're on the wrong line, so you need to be to the left of that.
I was about to say to you, I was like, that dry patch, if you're there, you're not in the right place.
So it's one of the Subarus coming up. We've got plenty of Subarus to enjoy. This is Peter McAlpine from 1997. So this was a car, of course, a slightly more developed version of the Subaru. They won their 3rd consecutive Manufacturers' Championship in 1997, with McRae actually taking 5 wins that year, Kenneth Eriksson as well. But it was a year that Mäkinen actually won the title by 1 point, beating Colin McRae.
Yes. I was watching quite a bit of rally history programming recently, and Tommy Mäkinen was just such a star, wasn't he? Obviously, it came with 1995, McRae's year, and then 96, 97, 98, 99. Mäkinen just cleaned up.
Yeah.
But, I always like it when you've got at least a couple of manufacturers going about it in different ways. But it's like in the old days, if you went to Bathurst, it was the Ford versus Holden battle. But the Subaru versus Mitsubishi was a strong tussle.
Oh, and you know what? You picked your camp as well. Personally, I was always I was a Mitsubishi Evo 6 girl, so the Mäkinen edition of those, and it's the Grail. But, iconic cars, and as I say, these are part of the automotive history, race history.
Lancia was another team that did brilliantly well in rallying through both those periods, in fact. So this is Marcus Willis in the Delta HF Integrale. So once Group B kind of disappeared, they still, because they'd been quick with the Group B cars, but then once that got banned, they then came up with another magical car, didn't they?
One of my favourite road cars of all time, having that sort of competition line. I mean, if you looked inside the sort of inside of the car was absolutely atrocious, those hideous seats, but it mattered not a jot when you got out, and the wetter the road, the more fun you could have. I thought these cars were brilliant. Then I found how frequently they got through tyres, and I wasn't sure my budget would run to that, so any desire to buy one sort of withered on the vine. But I look back now and go, what was I thinking?
Lancia won manufacturers from 1987 to 1992 in rallying. So it was a hugely successful period, and yeah, great to see it heading up the hill. Now we've got a Mini, a slightly different look, of course, from Mini, which now proves to be competitive in all forms of motorsport, and we'll see Minis from the old eras as well as the new ones, as we're now looking at a rally version.
Twitchy as it accelerates away, not as twitchy as the very early Minis, which of course were considerably smaller. We'll see some of those at the Countryman model, just trying to see as it goes past, but certainly again, drivers just hunting for a little bit of grip, and I think this one's going to, well, there you go, it's going to go for a spin, rude not to.
Yeah, and Max McRae is actually driving this one up the hill in the Mini Countryman, so that's good fun to see.
Prepared by ProDrive, you can go no higher.
Yeah, and putting on a good show as well as it comes up the hill. Got the windscreen wipers going pretty hard, though, as you said, because the rain is still falling, so it's getting a little more slippery, and I should think the rally drivers are going to feel reasonably confident with their machinery. Some of the race drivers coming up might find it a bit tougher.
Well, if it's raining now, the only place they'll have traction today will be on the hill climb course. When they go on the rally course that's made out of chalk and they cut into the South Downs, that is like a wet bar of soap, highly banked on the sides. The cars will be going up and down, and we'll be showing you footage from the live from the rally stage later through the course of the day. But 205 216, no wing on the back of that at all. Good Lord.
What a wonderful Peugeot, mid-engine, 1800cc, these things, four-wheel drive, of course, some 400 horsepower they created. These were the days, Bruce, when Jean Todt was actually the boss of the Peugeot team, wasn't he?
Yeah, one rather forgets his success in rallying, but Peugeot, yeah, he went in and really made it happen. And then mysteriously, Ferrari thought, well, he's rather good at that. Shall we have him at our camp? And he took Ferrari by the scruff of the neck, allied himself with Michael Schumacher, with Ross Brawn, absolute trilogy, and they just made Ferrari the top team.
And then, of course, he went on to run motor racing generally, didn't he? Running FIA, yeah.
A restless man.
Indeed. But this was an element of that, and this is another beautiful period of rallying from Peugeot, and they had good success with it. Won drivers and manufacturers championships in 1985 and in 1986. The last win, I think, for the Peugeot was actually the RAC rally back in 1986. Timo Salonen took the victory. So we saw a lot of action. Harry Vatanen was always clicking these two.
Exactly, much as Harry Vatanen, we saw that Mark II Escort that he drove with such success, but then moved on to the Peugeot that provided the photographers with so many epic shots of wheels hanging out over enormous drops. Now, good to see. We saw the TCR class cars from Hyundai, and again today, Ben mentioned, of course, the rallying element as well. And the top marks today so far going through Moulcom to that Hyundai i20i N Rally. N is their motorsport division.
Absolutely, yes, and they are creating so many different machineries. This is a current spec Rally 1 hybrid, so rallying now, more rallying. They use electrical power as well as internal combustion power. It's a combination, and it's working well for the team, there's no doubt. They've got a very, very rapid machine here.
Yeah, you think back how analogue motor racing technology was until quite recently. Right now they've got so many different tools in the toy box that they can test out and make work. But this, taking a look at a replay, this is Malcolm, this is Thierry Neuville doing what he does best. Sliding to the outside the corner, a little bit further, kiss the grass, keep your foot in. Fabulous.
It's a lovely job. I'm impressed with that. He's such an excellent driver. I love watching these cars, the way you can see the weight transferring, and the front end is dipping in and it's getting light in the rear. Like, they are absolutely brilliant. Oh, we have Steve Baggsy on the hill here in his GTR. This is an LSX engine in it, which is turbocharged. This is a big car. Originally they came with a VR engine, but then he decided to take the GTR VR engine and actually put that in a Nissan Navara truck and put the V8 into this car, which, you know what, it works.
You know, there's a thing called adequate power, and then there's enough power, then there's slightly too much, and then Baggsy always goes the stage above that, doesn't he?
Yeah, we're heading north to four figures there. So I mean, this is an incredible car. It's always extremely well turned out. It's good to see him out driving it. It's obviously looking quite slick out there. And the thing is, you see the size of this GTR and how narrow the hill is. So, like, when you're drifting up the hill, you have to remember that these cars are trying to sort of keep the back end flowing the whole time, but you don't have a lot of tarmac to play with. You
really don't. Big cars. Anders Hildebrand, he's had that Corvette for some while now. He is an absolute monster in that.
Yes, this is Axel Hildebrand, and he's in the all-carbon Kevlar. It's got a 3-rotor engine in it. It's turbo. This was a fairly new build. Last year he brought the car. He has a great time at drifting. He does it a lot with championships and things, but he loves it.
So we're on board with Corinne Chandhok, who's about to drive the ex-Colin McRae Subaru up the hill with a member of the McRae family, Colin's daughter, sitting alongside him. So this is a lovely opportunity to enjoy on a day here. We've got a bit of dampness, but that was something Colin McRae would not have worried about at all. He was such a brilliant driver.
Whenever you look back at images, you've been talking about historic rally videos, what Colin did behind the wheel was astonishing. The last job in the world I ever would have wanted to be his co-driver, because not the wrist, it was all controlled, but I mean the jumps and just the way the scenery was coming thick and fast, and just Colin was planted.
100%. Him and Nicky Grist, they were a fabulous team, and such an icon, such a legend. If in doubt, flat out. I mean, he just always pushed the boundary. Sometimes pushed a little bit too much, and he definitely had a few offs in his time, but just an incredible driver to watch, and such a fun human being, you know, like he loved to have fun off the track, on the track, and you could see that in his driving style, so much personality and so much energy.
But I think he just sort of, for any of his contemporaries, suddenly maximum attack was the only approach, because that was the only one Colin took, and if you weren't doing the same, you were going to fall behind. Yes, it came with accidents, but boy, was rallying spectacular back then. And for Subaru, the Impreza, and I know full well a very youthful Karun Chandhok would have been watching that from home in India, and would have been putting it on his job list, cars I would like to drive. So he's achieving yet another of his ambitions today, and great to have a McRae family member alongside.
Definitely, yeah. This is the 1996 Super Impreza, so this is the year after. This car was the one he rallied the year after he won the title in 1995. Actually saw, again, Tommy Backen, as we mentioned, he won the 1996 season, but Colin did have 3 wins that year. This car was that car, I think, that he was in. Here we go, another drifter.
Absolutely, this is George Barkley. This is a relatively new build. It's a 2 Series, all carbon Kevlar. It's got a 2JZ engine in it, as you can hear singing. So obviously the 2JZ is from the Mark IV Supra, which it seems to be you're either in the camp of V8 or you're in the turbo 2JZ field. And people pick their poison, and a lot of 2JZs are incredibly popular. I mean, this car is very well turned out. Oh, are we
stalled?
Have we stalled, or is it? Oh, we're back. This is actually, you know, a really lovely car, really well turned out. I mean, he hasn't got a livery on it just as of yet, but this body kit that he has on the car, you could literally have quite a big off, and this will just pop out. It's incredibly durable, and for drifting, which is great, because sometimes, you know, when you're running so close to the other car, when you're in the chase and lead position, sometimes, you know, if you get a little rub on the door, if you're getting nice and close there, and these body kits are incredibly flexible. incredible, which is why they're becoming very, very popular in drifting.
Why is it called a Eurofighter?
The Eurofighter, I actually don't know. HGK is the company that make the kit there, and they call it the Eurofighter.
Well, it's a cool name. Now, what are we looking at here, Becky?
This is a Nissan S15. This is Kevin Quinn. He's a man from the north of Ireland. He's one of our competitors in Drift Masters. He likes the limiter, as you can hear already. I mean, that poor 2JZ takes quite a lot of abuse from Kevin, but he's heavy on the right foot. But this is a beautiful car. Again, very well turned out. Kevin is somebody who likes his cars clean. Everything has to be nice and pristine. So if you actually go and have a look around this car, it's all inside his office. It's all beautifully white and clean, and it's a really good fun car.
Well, look at the dirty spray going up the back of that. He'll have the cloths out when he gets to the top paddock.
Well, I don't think Kevin will. I think a young man called Joe Doyle will.
How is the whole drifting scene at the moment? Is it still picking up in popularity?
It is absolutely exploding. Drifting is having a moment right now. I don't know what is in the water, but we're seeing unprecedented numbers online watching, unprecedented numbers of attendance at events. Drifting is having a huge moment, and as I say, I mean, we're attracting stars like Kalle Rovanperä.
Yep.
Our events are getting bigger across Europe. I mean, we have 6 stops across Europe this year, and everyone is pretty much sold out, so it's great.
Do we have a key event here in the UK apart from this, apart from seeing them here at the festival?
I would say Goodwood Festival of Speed is pretty big. To be honest, I'd say that's the premier event for the UK, but across Europe and America, it's absolutely huge. I see Peter Biensek here. This is another brand new build. This is an A90 Supra, again, 2JZ. He had S15s before that, so he's a very accomplished driver. He's actually our defending champion 2 times in Europe, and our defending champion this year. And he's having a brand new car. He's only just built this, so we're very lucky to see it's his first outing, the maiden voyage up the hill, and what a difficult track to bring it to for your first test, shall we say.
And is drifting a big thing in Poland, where he comes from?
Absolutely huge, yes.
Yeah.
It is brilliant. At the end of this year, we have an event which is going to be in the PGE Stadium in Warsaw, 60,000-seater. It's going to be huge. They're literally tarmacking over the centre of the arena for us, and we're going to be having a drift event.
They love it in Speedway too in Poland, so I can imagine them enjoying the drifting as well, yeah.
Now, a car that may not be the front of everyone's mind, it's been a while since Jaguar was at the forefront of the European Touring Car Championship, but with the mighty XJS. Again, a large car on a small hill, it could be said, but great engine note there, and I was a big fan of the championship at the time. Had friends who loved their Jaguars, drove all around Europe looking at this. Armin Hahner was one of the stars in the car. He's sharing it this weekend with John Goss and Michael Roddy, but great to see. Again, it's the race liveries as well, and this was racing on the classic track, Spa-Francorchamps, Brno in the Czech Republic with the most phenomenal road circuit on public roads as well. And it was a really, really great era of cars. Then BMW came on strong, and as been the nature of motorsport, other manufacturers started coming in, but we celebrating tin tops, the tin top Titans. That's class 1 in the programs, and one of the great cars in that from contemporary touring cars is the Speedworks Motorsport Run Toyota Corolla. British Touring Car Championship going from strength to strength. Rory Butcher on board, and he's been told it's greasy. Let's see how he sort of reacts to that news.
Well, Becky's just got to head off for some other roles. She's a busy girl this weekend. So thanks so much for joining us, Becky. Really great to have you with us. And look forward to talking to you over the rest of the weekend.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, guys. It was a pleasure. And we'll see you at the Drift Carnival this afternoon.
We will. OK. So we'll be seeing much more of that drift action. And it is a competition that we'll be enjoying as we go over the course of the weekend.
It certainly will. And when we get to the Drift Carnival, the drivers will be marked according to style and all sorts of obstacles they have to get close to. And not hit. Not always an easy thing. But so Rory Butcher, first of the contemporary British touring car runners here, and he's put on some phenomenal drives, particularly when you get towards the Sunday. Over the years, the shootouts as the drivers go faster and faster. Hopefully we'll have a dry track. But this morning, to be honest, Ben, I'm not complaining about a greasy track because it's making the cars very spectacular indeed, particularly as we look at them drifting through Moulcombe and a lot of spray coming off those rear wheels.
He's done a lot with Toyota over the last few years, with the Motorbase debut in 2017. He's done a lot of starts. He's had some 10 victories in British touring cars now, as Rory Butcher, and he's always very, very competitive. Comes from the Knockhill land, of course, son of Derek, who owns Knockhill. So motor racing has been part of his life from the very, very beginning, and he is brother-in-law of Gordon Shedden too, so motor racing is a big part of their family.
It is. I did an event up in Scotland last year, and it really was the gathering of the clans, and they are clans in Scottish motor racing as well as the regular team. So a few more, last few cars in Sintop batch coming up, then the course vehicles, and what an amazing array of course vehicles. The great, the good and the very fast will be following up the slope. So
yes,
tin tops, drift car, rally cars, we've launched the day very well.
No, it's been a great start, as you say, and the weather, okay, a little bit damp, but I hope you're all enjoying it out there, and it's certainly making the car slide around quite well. And you are seeing some of the more modern machinery coming up. Of course, we're going to see such a blend of vehicles coming up today, and motorbikes. We're going to have a fantastic motorbike collection of MotoGP bikes. I do hope they've got some wet tyres with them though, because it could be a bit of a challenge.
I think coming to Goodwood, you know, it's narrow, it's tight, it's twisty, lines of sight aren't enormously long. You will have the right tyres when you arrive here, that is for sure. They're not due on the hill till after 10:35, the MotoGP bikes, but you know, they have to race in the wet as well. But a good start to the day, I would say, and I really have thoroughly enjoyed looking at the drift cars who take it to the edge and then go a whole lot further, and a treat to have the rally cars down here running up the hill back to their natural setting at the top, where as the wind picks up they will be on the rally stage. Do try and make your way up there. It's again a very strong element, and you talked about Hannu Mikkola. He designed the course, tight, twisty, and in these conditions very slippery. Yeah,
that was a lovely place to go and watch, and I do hope you have the opportunity. There's a bit of movement around here, but you can get some lifts up to the rally stage, can't you?
Yes, if you buy the programme up behind the paddock, you will find tractor-drawn carriages that will take you undercover. Don't worry, you won't get wet, up to the top of the hill. But just even your course vehicles, just such exotica, the Pure Song Ferrari working its way up to the top of the course, and it's a long run through the finish line. There we are, you can cross the finish line, then a long slowing down run through those very high straw bales, and certainly if you're in a single seater you are sitting down below them. It feels very, very enclosed.
So looking forward to more action. The Le Mans, NASCAR and sports races are coming up soon. But we've really enjoyed this first run of mixture of cars. The Mercedes setting things off and doing a bit of drifting to get underway. And then, of course, Travis Pastrana attacking as hard as ever. We're going to see plenty more of him over the weekend.
Yeah, the Hoonigan wagon is a fabulous bit of machinery, but Audi brought two e-trons. One is the off-road Dakar car. This is the one, all the ground clearance and the wings, and then something closer to terra firma, but certainly the EV power, quite phenomenal.
Yeah, and the Toyotas have been entertaining us as well with their current rally cars, and Audi's history of bringing four-wheel drive into rallying. That was a clear part of it. And then Porsche's getting a little wider. I hadn't realised that it had gone quite as wide as that. We did see the incident earlier on, but yeah, all good fun.
No, entirely so, and this is the nature of the event. A little bit of greasiness never hurt anybody, it must be said. So certainly more tails coming out than we'll have later in the day when it's dry. But of course, when you're looking at the classic rally cars from the 90s, it has to include Lancias, Subarus, et al. And it's just fabulous to see these cars being driven at such pace.
And I can imagine there are plenty of fans here this weekend who made their way to enjoy the RAC rally for many years, perhaps getting up very, very early in the morning and getting some amazing places to watch from. Very, very entertaining. So we've had a great run from these early drivers, and we can catch up with a few of them with Ed Foster.
Tom Christensen, I think last year you were driving a pre-war Auto Union, and now this year this. Tell us about it, because it's an amazing machine.
It's an amazing machine. It's the S1 Hunitron, which Audi built together with Ken Block, which he used for these the fantastic movies with his Hoonigan team. And yeah, I wasn't supposed to drive this, of course. So we miss Ken. We miss Ken a lot, and we are racing for him. And when Audi asked me to come and drive it up the hill, I mean, I didn't expect it to be raining like now, but nevertheless, this is the first run done, and it's a great weapon, very powerful, incredibly powerful, and very agile, and I love that part of that. Normally, I'm trained to go as fast from A to B, but try to do it with style. I have a huge respect for what Ken and his team did, and it's really it's a great privilege to be asked to drive it.
what I loved also was that when you arrived, Matthias Ekstrom and Travis Pastrana were giving you abuse for not doing enough donuts.
Yeah, but I mean, I did donuts, but I will do more. This is a promise. This was my first run, and I think I do one or two. We can count that. Obviously, I had a beautiful co-driver next to me, so I will ask her what she thinks about that a bit later.
Cheers, Tom.
Thank you.
Oh, it's fantastic to see you again. You were just saying you haven't been to the Festival of Speed since 2010. Probably a lot's changed.
Seems like the track is still the same, more or less. And actually that time as well, I was just up here, on the rally track. So it was actually my debut driving up the hill.
And how was it? Because it's quite narrow.
It's narrow and started to be quite wet as well. So discovering the road, it's smart to leave some margin.
And it's fantastic to see these modern rally cars. Just tell us a little bit about your machine.
Yeah, I mean, let's say life is going on, and now we are having some electric power as well, adding to combustion. So I mean, it's quite a fun, and obviously when a high grip like this, it gives quite a good power.
Well, look, enjoy the weekend.
Thank you, for sure.
Holly, it's absolutely fantastic to see you here. Colin's daughter, you just come up in one of his cars. It must be a real treat every time.
Honestly, it never quite gets old, and this is my first time here at Goodwood, so to come up the hill for the first time in one of Dad's cars, it's just a real honour.
And there's quite a few of his cars here as well, so it is a lovely celebration.
Yeah, for sure. I'm looking forward to having a little walk around later, take in all the sights and see how many I can spot.
And you've got a sort of amateur racing driver named Karun Chandhok driving you. How was he?
Oh, maybe I could use some lessons or two.
He's probably too good at going in a straight line. He needs to get sideways more.
I know, that's what he said on the way up. I was like, was that okay? And I was like, better than I could have managed. Just go for it.
Well, look, Holly, have a great weekend and thanks for chatting.
I certainly will do. Thank you.
Emma touched me. Might get arrested. She's sitting on my new shit. We still getting messy. I've been in love.
To hear them start and then
Oh, lots of fun then. Thrills and spills as Batch 1 heads up the hill, thanks to Ed, to Becky, to Ben and Bruce. David Green and I'm almost ashamed to say, we are sheltering from the rain. There's no two ways about it. We are undercover. But that has not deterred the masses who are streaming in on what is another sold-out day here at the Festival of Speed. Over 200,000 expected this weekend, making it the second biggest motorsport event in the UK behind the British Grand Prix. We're very, very happy to be part of that. David, we are sheltering in Lamborghini, aren't we?
Not the worst place to be.
It's all right. right.
And the Italian coffee's good on a morning, I think.
It's very good, actually. Their hypercar yesterday, SC63, that was unveiled. And you want to talk about this car behind us. And there are so many people around it. I feel like I'm back in a Formula One pit lane where they film a human wall around a car if there's a problem.
Just get out of the way then to show you that car. I mean, you know, as we've said, Festival Speed all about seeing new cars. And for many people, this will be the first time they've seen this car. Brand new car from Lamborghini. It's never been on its dynamic debut yet, but it looks quick standing still, doesn't it? It's absolutely fantastic. It's their first hybrid V12. So plug-in hybrid, but not really like your sort of Toyota Priuses. This is mated to a huge V12 engine. It's going to be extremely quick. Fantastic car. And, you know, we'll see that going up the hill, I think, maybe next year.
Oh, fantastic. Look how many people are taking photos because it is spectacular to look at. As you said, it looks quick as well. And Lamborghini with such a big presence here at Goodwood Festival of Speed.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's what it's all about, Festival of Speed. We talk about it being a de facto car show. And as much as we see all the shootouts and everything else, it's a really important place to launch new cars, both in the UK and globally. And, seeing this car for the first time on stand is a big deal for all these people coming today.
Yeah, it really is. So what else do we have to look forward to on Friday then? We've seen batch 1. We'll have some more going up the hill very soon. And conditions continue to prove tricky out there. And that hill is narrow at the best of times. Now it's narrow and slippery.
Yep, we've got lots of cars going up the hill. We've got lots of celebrations. We're celebrating Lotus's anniversary today. We're celebrating lots of different things. Lamborghini's 60th. I mean, we haven't even mentioned that. There's so many anniversaries this year. And we'll be seeing a lot of the cars going up the hill.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. We will be catching up with the likes of McLaren, of course, their 60th anniversary, Lotus as well, Porsche 75, the true celebration here with that incredible central feature by the Goodwood House. We'll catch up with them a little bit later on. David, you're going up the hill today, remind me.
Aston Martin Valkyrie, not too bad. Not too
bad.
Oh,
it's all right, isn't it?
Formula One car for the road. I mean, really, really special car. It's been driven up. There's a Spider version, a coupe version. Darren Turner's driving it. Peter Dumbrecht at the moment. They're taking the car up the hill. I'll be taking over from one of them this afternoon, so...
No pressure, no pressure. Darren Turner taught me through that incredible Spider yesterday. Stunning, stunning car. Yeah. Well, thank you very much indeed to you, David. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very soon.
And I toss might get arrested. She's sitting on my new shit. We still getting messy. I've been in love. I've been in love. I've been in love. I've been in love. I just
the award-winning all-electric Jaguar I-Pace. With fast-charging technology and a range of up to 292 miles. Search I-Pace.
Good morning, hello and welcome to Goodwood 2023. This is the Action Sports Arena.
Good morning, everyone. We are speaking to you from the commentary box just next to Molecombe Corner. I'm Alex Jakes. I am joined once again by Alice Powell. Alice, we have plenty to look forward to today. Our next batch, Le Mans Icons, followed by a NASCAR celebration as they reach 75 years, and then sports races as well, but plenty more to enjoy throughout today.
Yeah, there certainly is. Really looking forward to this next batch, as we can see. Lots of plenty of things going on later on in the afternoon, so make sure you do stick around to try and take a glimpse. If you missed something this morning, I can guarantee you will be able to see it later on as well, so don't feel like you've got to stick by the sides all day. There's plenty to see in and around the paddocks here at Goodwood. But this, I have to say, this is probably one of the batches I am most looking forward to, Alex, even in the rain.
Yeah, absolutely. It is wonderful to look down there at Rino Franchitti, ready to get behind the wheel of a Ferrari, and looking forward to that one, especially looking forward to that one, the Ferrari 512S there, built in 1970 and owned by Nick Mason. So a treat for one of the two Franchitti brothers racing up the hill. And this really does recall the glory days. We were saying about an archetypal look of a racing car, and certainly a lot that we're about to see in the Le Mans Icons batch in a few moments' time certainly fit that description.
Yeah, they certainly do. There was a Lola on screen just then, and now here we've got the Renault Alpine V6. Beautiful car, and it's just all the liveries as well, and the sound. Of course, we've got to say the sound. A V6 turbocharged Alpine fires up, and a powerful twin turbo, sleek. You could say a pretty sleek bodywork as well.
But at the head of the field, a wonderful look as we're about to get this underway. Yes, it might be raining, but it is wonderful to have your company, whether you are watching on the live stream, whether you are hillside and ready to see some Le Mans Icons climb the hill. It is great to have your company, and it is going to be great to see this fleet of motor racing legends now climb the hill, starting at the very front of the field, and we're away with the entry. And we're going to, it looks like we're going in historical order here, which is quite nice as we throw it back to the very, very start.
It's a Bentley 3-litre, this is. At the moment, William Metcalf at the wheel. And this is what I like about Goodwood, is a variety of vehicles that you can see from the very early years. So this was built in 1923. And we will also see, go up the hill here, modern day, 2023, current cars as well. So you can just see how they have changed throughout the years. And I'm glad, or was it? No, I was just about to say I'm glad it stopped raining for William going up the hill, but it looks like it's still spitting with rain, so not the driest of rides for William, but just heads into Molecombe Corner now, and just looking at the commentary box window, really getting a nice lean through there.
Excellent stuff. As we continue on, we move on now to the Bentley from 19 further back. We were slightly running out of a different order. And look at this. This is fantastic. The Lorraine Dietrich B36 Sport. Wonderful blue, French racing blue as we climb the hill. And you can see from the number plate at the back, it's from the Le Mans Museum. And if you ever get a chance to look around there, that is another fantastic, wonderful day out as we make our way through. Magnificent car in front of us once again.
Yeah, and that, again, it's nice to see that they are sort of going up in an order, so you can really see how they change throughout the years. And I tell you what, you're brave to be a racing driver anyway, but I think you are just mad to have taken up racing at this time, this era, racing in some crazy cars. And then again, look, the great variety that we get, Alex.
The monster, the Cadillac, ready to go. And you can have a look at all of this when it's not on the hill. There's a wonderful paddock there. You can get up close and personal and inspect it. This is the monster here. Fantastic car. The Cadillac Series 61. It is a 5.4-litre V8. And they really did exploit changes of the rules to bring something that looks unlike anything we've really seen in modern times. Once again, really the story of the race, exploiting the rule book and getting some weird and wonderful designs.
Yeah, so this was built in 1950, and yeah, it's just crazy the styles that they went for back in the day. It is absolutely crazy, as we've got actually a red flag out. So the Cadillac's being pointed just in front of our commentary box window and waved to the side. So I'm not sure if there's something further up the hill, an issue.
They're parking it up.
There we go. There is our issue. It even goes in reverse. Look at
that. Finding the way off the course. Of course, when you are running cars of this vintage, things occasionally don't go to plan. And that's what we've seen. And so for the moment, the Jaguar D-Type long nose is waiting there, ready to attack the course. It shouldn't be a long delay, this. We've managed to get things out of the way. The Cadillac has been sent on its way, so it should be a fairly quick restart to proceedings here.
So this is a 3.8-litre straight six Le Mans winner as well. I think this might be the car. It's the car that the Duke went up the hill yesterday. A real nice treat for us to opening the show.
Yeah, it really was. And the Curious Scoss, it was an ex-works car in 1956, sold to the Entrant for 1957, and it became the Scottish team's second consecutive Le Mans winner. Fuel-injected engine, and really making its mark in one of the most famous races in all of motorsport. Beautiful machine as well, and in the rain almost heightens it as you get a look of the full aerodynamics of a car that triumphed in 1957. There's a slight halt to proceedings after we had a little bit of a delay, but we have sorted things out, so we shouldn't be too far away from resuming the action and seeing yet another Le Mans winner climb the hill. And as you say, Alice, wonderful that we're doing it almost in order, because you do get to see the progression, the refinement, and the technology. And where else better than Le Mans, of course? The Grand Prix of Endurance, the race set up for manufacturers to show what they could do and how they have done so through the years.
And actually, this long nose is very good endurance. It covered 2,733 miles at 114 miles an hour in 24 hours. And then it drove straight to Monza for the 500-mile Monza-Napolis track versus Indy cars. So that is what you call endurance.
That's a great story. The old comparison from two sides of the continent, and it did appear that things were out of the way, but we do still have the red flag.
So we'll just wait and see I mean, the car is off track, but the marshals, a big shout out to all the marshals and around the paddocks and on the circuit. They did a great job yesterday. A few incidents yesterday, a great job, of course. So big shout out to the Orange Army, do a great job, and we wouldn't get any on-track action if it wasn't for them. And the action is now back underway.
Here we are back underway. Good to see. So you are looking on the hill at the moment. It says number 3. It is Drew Scott's entry. Former Jaguar Works entry. Actually crashed in practice back in 1956. It never took the start. And so the Jaguar D-Type was sold, it was rebuilt, and it took the flag of the fabled race, and it's a fine sight. Even if you have got an umbrella up or a hood up, it is a great thing to see side by side. One of the great iconic designs in motor racing history.
And I like the fact that they still stick to the classic open face helmet with the goggles as well. Really fitting costume, and that is again something that I like. It's going to see my first revival this year. Seen it plenty of times on the coverage, so I'm looking forward to seeing all the great outfits that will be on revival later on in the year too.
Yeah, we're celebrating 30 years of the Festival of Speed this weekend, and after the wait, well worth the wait to see the D-Type, the long-nose spec of the D-Type, and completing the run, having circulated past the Flint wall and across the finish line. Then we've got being chased up the hill by the Ferrari 250, the TR58, which is behind this entry on track, if you're just seeing that go past, the white liveried car. And further behind, Marino Franchitti is behind the wheel of the 512S, the Ferrari, with a distinctive sound and a wonderful look.
And look at the size of those rear tyres as well, and just the noise as he really putting the hammer down. Now, you can see a great shot of the rear of the car there. And it's quick, but it lacked a little bit of reliability in endurance races, but it did win the 1970 Sebring 12 Hours before being sold to Solar Productions. And it actually featured in Steve McQueen's Le Mans movie.
Yeah, not a lot of plot to that movie, but it's a wonderful spectacle of what motor racing looked like in that era, and it is a classic because it allows the action to breathe, and it stands up beautifully to see it filmed on the... we saw these in the queue earlier on, didn't we? We're now looking at the Renault Alpine, and the A442B from 1978, and in the 70s everything just seemed to have a giant airbox. There's no difference here.
It was almost just go big or go home, wasn't it?
It really was at that time, whether it be in Formula One, whether it be in endurance racing. And great to see now this Renault Classic heading up the hill, powered by a V6 twin-turbo engine.
Yeah, 1978 was the winner in Le Mans, actually won by 5 laps, so...
Not a bad margin.
Not a bad margin.
You'd take that.
Yeah, you certainly would.
Well, you'd take it by a second at Le Mans, wouldn't you? that famous trophy. That really distinctive and wonderful to see as they go through. It's being chased up the hill by a Matra, I believe, directly behind.
And again, looks very, they do look very similar, with the airbox over the top as well.
Emanuele Pirro is behind the wheel of that Matra, distinctive car from 1974. Now we're getting into the classics. Now we're getting into the special entries. The Jaguar on your screen or in front of you at the moment. And this really a special car with a special history at Le Mans. Again, with the rear wheels covered.
Mike Wild's BRDC member, well-known BRDC member, is behind the wheel there. The Mans winner, as I said, 7-litre V12 is being powered along up the hill.
Superb stuff. So we've just seen the Jaguar, the XJR9, and from there we move to the diesel era of Audi looking on, and we make our way to the R10, 5.5 litre V12 diesel engine, the turbocharged one, again Wonderful to see a fairly recent car with the driver's head exposed. We've just seen the Sauber Mercedes winner in 1989 go past the commentary box, just checking off the cars. And now we are focusing on the R10. Great to see it. Even in the rain, good to see a car that has triumphed.
And a successful car, actually. We said winning by 5 laps. This Audi actually won by 4 laps, so a lap less than the Alpine. But even sort of in this modern day, you can still count it as, I would say, personally, modern day, 2006, when it won Le Mans. It's still a good margin, isn't it, 4 laps?
Yeah, it certainly is. And Audi turning a lot of heads when they were going to bring the diesel engine. They triumphed with the diesel engine, and then they just kept on winning and winning and winning. And it is from 2006, but a wonderful design, and they really mastered that race for a long time. And behind the Audi on the hill climb is the Bentley from 2003. The Speed 8 with its 4-litre V8 turbocharged engine following all the way up the hill.
We are just so lucky, aren't we, to see some incredible cars. And then we've gone to a little bit, probably the best place to be, actually, Alex, in the dry, in the cover, yes. Wipers on, as we've got the Mercedes-Benz AMG GT2 making its way up. They're just squirming on the throttle, coming up to Molecombe Corner now. And you can see the spray, and actually it's quite dirty spray from where we've had cars that have just taken a little bit of a shortcut, kicking up the dust. If anyone was here or saw the coverage yesterday, quite a few cars nibbling the grass there as the Mercedes is brought gently up the hill.
And this is the Ferrari, the 488 Challenge Evo Spec. These cars race all around Europe, mainly in Italy, but they have a championship, wonderful championship, designed for those who want to make the step up, having been an owner, and then race the machinery. And we leave the line now with Andrew Morrow behind the wheel of this challenge car, and was walking past this on the way up to the commentary box. And
you could have just jumped in, Alex.
I wish I had, but I would have left you alone up here. And well, it wouldn't have been the fair thing to do. Wonderful car, wonderful to see it attacking all the way through. And we're into this batch. If you just wonder, if you've just got to pressing play on the live stream, or you're wondering what's in front of you, you've just got Hillside at the moment. We are running through. We've had the Le Mans icons. We're going to have some NASCAR up the hill in a few moments' time. Some wonderful stock cars from every era about to go up. And we're currently into the sports racing cars, including this one that competes in the Ferrari trophy.
Yeah, as you said, we've got some NASCARs coming up, and actually NASCAR celebrating 75 years, so it's a popular year for celebrating things, isn't it? As we can...
A lot got into gear 75 years ago. A lot started happening. We're celebrating 75 years of Lotus. We're celebrating 75 years of racing at Goodwood Motor Circuit as well, just a couple of miles down. And here come the NASCARs, which you already knew, because you hear these cars before you see them.
Yeah, so the first NASCAR race was held at Charlotte Fairgrounds Speedway, with Jim Broker winning the race. We're going to see a nice variety of NASCARs. And it was Bill France Sr. that founded the company in 1948. And I think it's Jim France, his son actually, that is now the CEO, current CEO of NASCAR. One of the most largest spectator sports in America, and we're very lucky to be able to see them come to Goodwood and be taken up the hill with some very cool, I have to say, they always top trump, don't they, NASCAR, the liveries.
They do a phenomenal job. We're looking at the Dodge Charger climbing the hill, and now we go further back through the order as the Chevy leaves the line. The Lumina, this is built in 1992, and they began using the name Lumina in 1989, before the model was available to the public. The old race on Sunday, sell on Monday tactic for Chevrolet. And being driven very, very, of course, NASCAR's not usually at home in wet conditions, so being driven very, very gently at this stage as we send the stock cars off the hill.
It was this car that actually reportedly resulted in quite a few complaints. NASCAR were getting several complaints about the unfair advantage that the Chevrolet aluminium car. But, you know, you're always going to get teams complaining against each other. We see that plenty of times across the board, especially currently in Formula One.
That is a weekday in motor racing anywhere. This is Jensen Button, the 2009 world champion, behind the wheel of his Garage 56 entry to Le Mans this year. It is the unusual garage where we have experimental cars across the board, so they modified this NASCAR from the Camaro that normally takes part in the NASCAR Cup races across America, and they made plenty of modifications. One thing they didn't modify was the roar and the sound, and having had the privilege to cover that great race, one of the things that allowed you to stay awake was the grunt, the growl, and the distinctive noise of that wonderful, wonderful car. It was a great project. It was a popular project. And Jensen Button, part of that entry, the 2009 world champion, having the time of his life at the famous race.
He did, and actually I just kept an eye on it, really kept it. I keep an eye on Le Mans, and it's an incredible event, but especially I was like, where's the NASCAR at? What sort of lap time is it doing? And I was actually really, really impressed. And it was actually NASCAR's, they competed before, but not since 1976 they competed and taken part in Le Mans.
And in 1976 they didn't get very far. I don't think they got beyond a lap then, so it went a lot better this year than it did the last time.
And it's actually, this car that Jensen's driving is 238 kilos lighter than the normal Cup Series car, so they definitely went to town to try and make sure they could get the weight down to send it into an endurance race.
Yeah, we've got the Pontiac behind, we've got the Chevy Monte Carlo as well, the two of them on the run at the moment, and we're getting back into the glory days now, looking into 1988. It's wonderful to get, you know, an unusual experimental entry that we've just seen, but how fantastic is it to see the Chevy Monte Carlo, built in 1988, and wonderful to see. This was one of NASCAR's most popular drivers, Bill Elliott, who won the title in this car all those years ago.
Yeah, I just love the little bandit, just straight across the front there. One word that I use to describe you, Alex.
Well, it's usually what you say about your competitors. When you used to take the balaclava off, I see how your race had been. It banded a lot. Let's go back. It very much is Miller time. Here we go. Ready to enjoy it, really enjoying this run. Got to say, this is fantastic to see. We've seen the Le Mans icons, we've seen some sports cars as well. Now we're seeing some classic NASCAR entries. This is the Buick about to climb the hill. And now Pocock behind the wheel as well. That.
I mean, there's a front end on that. It's just so impressive, isn't it?
But it's just that it tells the story, it tells the lineage of what they were trying to do with this championship, where you were trying to drive up your sales for your car, and not a lot of difference there. There's a little bit of separation now. We saw the modern car go up the hill. It looks like a racing car. This is a couple of clicks away, almost in touring car style, a couple of clicks away of what you might have on your garage at home. And Miller time on the back of the car there as we send it through, and that desirability factor always increased when teams had racing programs, and that's why Buick had this car competing from 1983. And great to see this Bobby Allison's car, and just gently marauding up the hill, gently squeezing the throttle.
So we've got the victory at the NASCAR Winston Cup Series car, patiently waiting now. The Dodge Daytona being waved up the hill.
So this is from 1969, the birth of the modern era, really, for the NASCAR championship. And
1969, but I wouldn't say it doesn't look, well, people are going to say old, but it doesn't look that old.
through we go. Just seen Dale Earnhardt's number 3 Chevy climbing the hill as well. That's the one next on. It's an iconic one for me, I gotta say. Fantastic to see that when he won. It's the version that he took victory in the 1998 Daytona 500, ending his 20-year quest for the most famous race in this championship. We are focusing on the big screens on the Dodge Daytona, and great to see Will Spencer drinking in every single moment.
And believe it or not, NASCAR did, I mean, I didn't know, they used to race on dirt, and it was 51 years before the Cup cars actually went back on dirt. But this is one of the cars that did race on dirt tracks. And it was 3 races that this car would have competed on around the dirt tracks. As you can see, Will Spencer's really enjoying this moment up the hill, and so he should. A great crowd, even with the weather turning up here, umbrellas up, some lucky to be covered in the grandstands. And we've got a nice looking Alpina now, Alex.
We have indeed. We're looking on now to the BMW M1, and this sports car, very exciting looking car, and a great championship that sometimes is on the support races for Formula One as well. So they did a great promotion for this car by getting the Formula One drivers to jump in and race each other. And of course, it got as competitive as you would expect.
It certainly would. So the 3.5 litre straight 6. And you can just hear the roar of the engine. And actually an old BMW Alpina parked in the car park at the hotel, and that's just have a slow walk past that every morning. And it's just a beautiful, beautiful car.
I wouldn't mind this being a support race on the Grand Prix these days, let alone back then. They are very, very, very competitive. Niki Lauda won the season in 1979. Man, that sounds fantastic, going past the commentary box and going past you all on the hill. Nelson Piquet took the title in 1980. I remember everyone took a lot of notice of Ayrton Senna when he jumped in here very early on. He got a chance to race one of these, another early sighter of the talent from the great Brazilian driver, and that is currently being taken up the hill. And that does sound terrific. And this car as well, and that championship played a large part in the career of Ron Dennis, who got the contract to run that championship, to run that car, and the success that he had there was a bedrock of him eventually taking over at McLaren and the Ron Dennis era of that famous team.
And what success he went on to have. Great, great success, as we're back now looking an Audi R8. Tom Christensen, he's a busy man, isn't he? He's been up and down the hill probably more times than anyone this weekend, but he's back behind a wheel of an Audi, and what success he had with Audi in Le Mans, lighting up the wheels, coming into the first turn of the hill. And what I do like about, look at this for a camera shot,
here we go.
On board, this is incredible, great stuff.
Yeah, Tom Christensen back behind the wheel of a car that he took to a hat-trick of wins, and waving to the crowd as he goes past, waving to us in the commentary box as he goes past. And yeah, Tom absolutely loves it. Doesn't matter what about being back behind the wheel of one of his, of course he holds the record, all-time record of Le Mans victories.
Yeah, and it was actually that car, and that took 3 victories, a hat-trick of victories. But now we're looking at something even more different, hydrogen-powered car, and you can see the wheel spin. And I saw this in the paddock earlier.
Yeah, this is an extraordinary sight, isn't it? Because it is such a long car, as you're now seeing on the screen. But this is the hydrogen race car, the H2R, and it combines a liquid hydrogen-fueled 6-litre V12, which is an extraordinary approach. And we have so many manufacturers, Alice, taking the approach of Are we going to look to EVs? Are we going to look to hydrogen? Are we going to go for renewable fuel? You'll see it all on the hill today at the Festival of Speed, but this is surely one of the strangest. They've been taking their design cues from Lemans that we saw from Chevy earlier on.
Haven't they? And around 20% of the cars actually running at this event will be using hydrogen, electric or synthetic fuels. So I'd say that's a pretty good number. I mean, we'd obviously... that will increase over the years to come, but the BMW is certainly one of those that is under that bracket, one of the 20%.
Yeah, great to see as well. And we're really getting a total display. It really does look like the Caddy in its design from the 50s. And completing its run, not that you'd know it, only the contact of the... very, very eerie. Oh, what a contrast. I love this. Whoever's decided the order here, that is absolutely terrific. Because we go from the silent hydrogen BMW to one of the loudest cars you will hear all day. The Mazda that triumphed with its unusual engine and the rotary engine, which took Johnny Herbert to his triumph at Le Mans. But Johnny Herbert, who famously tells the story, Alice,
Here we go.
Being behind the wheel. He was so focused on the driving, he didn't eat a lot, and as a result, Collapse didn't take the podium.
Do you know what? That doesn't actually surprise me for Johnny. That really,
have you heard that one before?
Doesn't. No, but
yeah,
there's just all other stories that we both have heard.
Wonderful, wonderful character, Johnny Herbert, and enjoying things and enjoying one of his greatest days behind the wheel of that unlikely winner. Just pulling off to the side there as we go. We got a... I'm sure we've got a red flag, but we've got a little bit of a traffic jam appearing now. If you can see yourself on the big screen, do give us a wave, because we know it's not always the most fun.
We've got some people waving.
Standing out in the rain, but we hope you're enjoying it as we make our way through there. And I'm not entirely sure if we've finished the batch. Just seeing cars pull off the road. Trying to claw back a little bit of time from earlier on, potentially. But I love that. That's my favourite run that we've covered so
Certainly,
far.
mine too.
I thought that was brilliant. When you've got Mr. Le Mans driving up the hill behind the wheel of one of his race-winning Audis, and the Bentley that started the love affair off all those years ago, the number 4 in French Racing Blue, did not make it all the way to the top of the hill, but we enjoyed what we saw of it.
We did, and plenty of drivers, unfortunately, getting a little bit wet, joining the crowd in soaking up the rain. And the fin tail there, the very impressive endurance car. And of course then the Ferrari with those gigantic wheels on the back, Alex.
Yeah, wonderful to see across the board. Evocative cars all the way up the hill. And a real crowd favourite from 1988, the Silk Cut Jaguar. Always get a kick from seeing that car on the circuit. And the Bentley there from 2003. And then we had some sports races out there as well. The GT3 class of Mercedes and Ferrari. And now we saw a Glickenhaus out there, and that is Jensen Button's Le Mans entry from this year. And we've seen him on the circuit, and now we can hear from the man himself.
Jensen Button, lovely to see you at the Festival of Speed again. This is a Le Mans celebration, 100 years, but there's no doubting that this really belongs in a NASCAR class. You did a lot of work to it to get it ready for Le Mans, but it's still very NASCAR-y, isn't it?
And that's the whole idea. You know, it's supposed to be a celebration of NASCAR. It's 75 years of NASCAR as well. So pretty amazing that we could take a cup car, slightly different, to Le Mans. And the whole idea was to keep it looking very NASCAR. Obviously, it has more downforce than a NASCAR, slightly bigger rear wing. Diffuser's a little bit different. Bit more power. It's got paddle shifts, not a sequential gearbox. But I have to say, it's the most drivable car I've ever driven. It's just such a pleasure to drive. It really is. Apart from it getting really hot at the bottom of the hill, and I was like, okay, let's just go slow at the start. And we're on wets, it's great, but nobody else is, so we catch them really quickly. So I was hanging back, get a bit of space and have some fun. But no, this is a weapon. The whole team, Hendrick Motorsport, and obviously NASCAR, who put this all together, have done such a good job with this car. And to see the footage of it and the love that it got at Le Mans, it really does mean a lot to be part of the project.
Now, for a retired Formula One driver, you seem to be busier than ever. Just run us through exactly what you're doing, because it might try and do a condensed version, because otherwise we'll be here for 10 minutes.
Well, in terms of racing, I'm obviously we did Le Mans, which is amazing in this car, but I'm also racing in NASCAR in the Cup Series, which is the top category of NASCAR. I've done 2 races so far. One at COTA, the Austin track that we race in F1, and the second one was on the streets of Chicago, which was a couple of weeks ago, which was amazing. Super cool. But I think people will be surprised how much talent there is in that series. They're used to going around ovals, yes, but you put them on a street circuit, they're very, very competitive. So loved it. Great experience. And apart from that, there's one other thing I might be doing this year, I can't say, and looking at doing more racing next year, but maybe a full championship.
And you're here with the Radford kind of Pikes Peak car, the sort of rallycross car as well.
So here I'm driving the Garage 56 car, which I'm sat in right now, driving our Radford, which was supposed to be in this group but isn't. We don't have wet tyres for it here yet because the car's just arrived from Pikes Peak. It went via Chicago. So this afternoon I'll be driving the Radford on hopefully wet tyres. But it's a weapon. It's what went up at Pikes Peak. It won its category in 9:37. Anything under 10 minutes at Pikes Peak is pretty impressive. So great job by Tanner Faust and the whole team. So I'll be driving that car. I'm also driving the Lotus Evija tomorrow, the 2,000 horsepower electric Lotus, which is beautiful. I actually have one coming as well. And the last car I'll be driving, which is Sunday, is the Williams 8C, which is Keke Rosberg's Williams. So looking forward to that. I think from 1983, if I'm correct.
Amazing. Well, you're a busy man, so I'll leave you to it. And you're lovely and dry as well. You've done this before.
Yes. Have a good one, guys. Sorry about the weather. We'll try and make it fun for you. Catch you later.
In my Tesla, might get arrested. She's sitting in my new shit. We still getting messy.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. No time for borders. Got to stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
see him and Moss drive up the hill together was a pretty emotional moment. And again, grown men were crying. It's like, it really is a big moment. And we lifted Jenks. He was too frail to even come out of the car. We picked him up out of the body of the SLR and brought him actually in here, and he lay on this very sofa for a while, kind of recovering from the whole experience.
Well, we are looking forward to some more action coming up very, very soon. Batch 3, the Goodwood 75 celebration, so celebrating 75 years since Goodwood started motorsport. Then Batch 4, the Lotus, McLaren, Grand Prix Greats and MotoGP bikes. An amazing collection that we have. In all of them, it's the same story, really. Porsche 75 years and the celebration moment coming up after that. Supercar run, going modern, going for the latest incredible cars. Batch 6A, Batch 6B, first glance and road bikes. And then towards the end of the day, back to the Porsche 75-year celebration as well. So much to enjoy and look forward to. Ben Edwards back with you with Bruce Jones and James Hayden as we're getting ready for the start of all of these next bits and pieces. Just having a look through the rest of the schedule, we've got other batches, we've got the timed practice as well, which will, of course, set the scene a little bit for the shootout later on this weekend, Bruce.
All eyes, all focus going towards Sunday. It's about getting quicker and quicker, but this morning we have a very, very wet hill climb, so a little bit of caution is being exerted by all the drivers, but we are all ready for the next batch.
To hear them start and then...
You're built different. Breathing new life into broken. Taking matters into your own hands. Assembling big dreams from the small things. Never stopping until you find right part at the right price. That's the eBay way.
It makes my heart sing. I can't stop smiling.
Well, everybody said it's so exciting. You get to see all these cars. Not just look at them, but you get to see them in action. That's cool.
Goodwood Revival is all about make, do, and mend, vintage style, not vintage values, and of course, sustainability.
Not only is there the motor racing, but it's everything else. The shopping, it's the fanfare, it's the look, it's the period, and that is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
A little more bite, a little less fun. A little less bite, a little more spark. Close your mouth and open up your heart, and maybe that is fine. Come on, come on. Come on, come on. Emma touched me. Might get arrested. She's sitting on my new shit. We still getting messy.
Ready to go. And it's nearly blast off. Look at that. So the suction down to the track. Max Chilton, then he looks pretty calm in there at the moment, but he won't be in a minute once this thing builds up. Through turn one, look at the way it sucks itself straight down onto the track.
Yeah, you can see how the fan in the back, that creates 2,000 kilos of downforce. It grips the car down. It's got 1,000 horsepower. It's a tiny car as well.
3.51 seconds over the first 100 metres. 17.34 seconds at intermediate one, and I can't hardly read it out as quick as he's getting to these points at the moment. Through there he goes, 28.24, 28.24 at intermediate two, and he's already heading up towards the line. So what's it going to be over the line? Is it going to be a new record? Of course it must be a new record, surely. 39.008.
That is it.
39.08. He is the fastest ever man on the Sunday.
What a brilliant performance by him.
Oh, what a scintillating performance that was last year by Max Chilton, and this, the McMurtry. And I'm very lucky to be standing next to it right now. Max joining me here in the Goodwood 75, celebrating 75 years of motorsport here at Goodwood. Max, it must be pretty good to be back in this incredible piece of machinery about to go up the hill, albeit slightly different conditions.
Yes, it's absolutely an honour. Goodwood are always so lovely to everyone. They always welcome me with open arms. And the team. The car is just fantastic. Last year was one of those truly special moments in my career. It was probably the most stressful day of my life, and then one of the best afternoons of my life. And yeah, I'll be coming back for many, many more years. I've been coming since I was a child. And to be back here for a second year with McMurtry, the year that we've launched our first new Spéirling Pure to the public, is really exciting. And I'm sat here behind Jochen Mass and a 300 SLR, which is just pretty special.
Yeah, there's some incredible cars and bikes all along this start line paddock at the moment. Max, can you try and talk us through the sensation you had going up the hill last year in this McMurtry?
You know what, it was basically like a roller coaster that I was in control of, but I had nerves, but I didn't really have time to think about the nerves once I'd started, because this thing is just an absolute machine. And within a couple of seconds you're at turn one, and I just love watching the footage back, because the commentators couldn't even keep up with it. The cameramen were struggling to keep up with it. And then the crowd's reactions that I got sent after the event were just incredible. There was this gasp of, what have we just seen? And then this round of applause. So it was a really special moment. We're obviously not back in the time trial this year. We've got to let everyone else have a show. But we're here to put a nice demonstration on, surrounded by these amazing cars and bikes either side of me.
Yeah, it's going to be quite the display, isn't it? Conditions as well. How difficult will these be to drive? Obviously, it's narrow up there, and now it's very greasy as well.
Yes, it is very slick, but the one luxury with this car is it's got 2 tons of downforce from the moment I set off. So even just coming down from the dummy grid, I was trying to brake and lock the thing up, and it's got plenty of grip. But I won't be going for a time. I might stop outside the house and do a launch so people can see how quick this car is, even in the wet conditions. But yeah, we're here to put on a nice show for everyone, and they can admire the car.
We certainly will be doing that. Thank you so much, Max. It's brilliant to see you once again. I'm actually going to grab a chat with the driver in front of you, Jochen Mass, as well. Coming to you now. Hello, sir. You've got the McMurtry, the course record breaker behind you. How are you feeling?
Sorry.
You've got the McMurtry behind you, the course record breaker. How are you feeling?
I feel good, you know. It's very slippery, so you have to watch it a bit. Because the tyres, they're not exactly old, but they're not warm either, so you have to watch it.
How much of an honour is it to be racing in Goodwood 75 here?
How much what?
Of an honour is it to be here, Goodwood 75, doing a demonstration like this?
It's fantastic. I'm so happy that we started again, you know, that we can do it. And this silly 2 years are behind us. And no, it's wonderful to be here again and see the enthusiasm of the people, which is quite amazing. And of course, you know so many of them, and they know you. And you know, sort of we age together. Nice. Yeah. So now I'm very, very happy. And obviously, I mean, you can see people, despite the weather, they love it. They come anyway.
Yeah, it's brilliant to see you here. Thank you very much, Jochen. Great celebration. Well, batch 3, the best of Goodwood 75, about to get underway, so we'll head back to commentary.
Thank you very much, yes, and lovely seeing Jochen in that car, the Mercedes-Benz 300 SLR, one of the most famous racing Mercedes of all time.
Just the most phenomenal car. Of course, that famous win on the Mille Miglia. In fact, the car he's in is the one that was driven by Fangio that year, 1955. But Jochen just he's got such a rich love of motorsport, not just his period, going from the early 70s, racing a Ford Capri RS, getting into Formula One. Then, of course, his illustrious history in sports car racing with Sauber Mercedes, but such support of this event over the years. And I'm just feeling he'd rather had the McMurtry in front of him so it could suck the moisture off the track, because certainly being treated to the replay of that run with Max Chilton in 2022, not just beating but shattering Nick Heidfeldt's course record. But you were just saying the nerves. He mentioned it about how he had to try and compartmentalise them, but he hadn't slept the night before one wink, had he?
No, he hadn't. I saw him in the morning and he admitted that. And he's so honest, Max, as well. I mean, most competitors won't tell you that they're not feeling right, or they always say, no, I'm fine. Max is so honest, and he was brilliant last year, and it's so lovely to see him relaxed and enjoying it. He's part of that manufacturer. I mean, he's part of the development of these cars, so he knows them inside out. But yes, I'm so pleased for him that he did a wonderful job last year, and that record that he set, Bruce, that may well stay for many, many, many years here.
One definitely feels that would be the case, and I think it's particularly special that someone like Max, who's been coming here man and boy, or in fact the other way around, boy then man, you know, family totally immersed in motorsport from Father Graham and then of course brother Tom as well, but from a lad. You know, it then became an honour for Max when he got into cars and started taking them up the hill, but that was something special. And McMurtry, they are really creating great things. They're a massive boffins, a brain trust down just at the far end of the Cotswolds, and they've got a road-going version of a track day version of the Speirling Pure now coming on tap. Won't be moving, not yet quite ready for all of that, but certainly some of the technology getting involved there is phenomenal.
Yeah, it is great, and it's going to be fun to see it coming back up the hill. And as you mentioned, I rather like your term about, because it's got the fan at the back, which produces 2,000 kilos of downforce, as you say, it will actually help develop a bit more of a dry line, hopefully, if the rain's still falling, so it's not going to dry out very quickly. But it's lovely to see so many of you here at Goodwood, enjoying the day. Yeah, get out, have a play, learning things, seeing things, all new, all fresh, and it is lovely. And we've got some bikes ready to come up the hill as well. One of the Nortons is going to set off on the way, so that's lovely to see. But it is a bit damp out there, so I wonder if the bikes are going to be taking it a little bit cautiously as they go up.
Yeah, 100%. It's not ideal at all for the motorcycles, unfortunately. The guys will obviously all be giving it their best shot. As we see, an old Max is sort of coming up, but it's Alan Cathcart, I think that is, just giving it a roll up the hill. And it is tricky when it's like this. You obviously got no sort of tyre warmers. These are like a tread tyre, sort of a tyre that they ride in wet and dry rather than a full wet tyre. So it just unfortunately just slows them down a little bit.
Yeah,
particularly looking at the really early bikes, their contact area is so small, rubber to wet surface. So it's very important you have riders of the calibre of Alan Cathcart who knows this bike forwards, backwards, and sideways.
Yeah, I mean the good news being at least he's got sort of 45 brake horsepower, so they're not quite the animals that we're going to be seeing later on when we get the big boys coming out. So, yeah.
Yeah, we're going to see plenty more bikes. We've got an amazing collection of bikes here this weekend, which is so good to enjoy. I know you've been looking around the paddock, and I mean, people can go out and have a look at some remarkable bikes, and we're seeing just a few coming up the hill now.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we got such a collection of different motorcycles out there. I mean, the main thing that a lot of people are really going to want to be seeing is the latest MotoGP bikes, which will be absolutely superb. So we're looking forward to getting those out. We're looking at a little 1928 Norton CS1 there. So debut of the overhead cam. And look at, I mean, that thing is so awkward to ride. It actually set a new world record of 113 miles an hour back in the 1920s, and you can see it's got no brakes either. So really,
how do you do it with no brakes? I saw about how it doesn't have brakes. How on earth do you do that?
He's just, and you just see he's having a little problem there. He's shifting with his hand. And that's Ian Bain. He's a real great classic racer, is Ian Bain, but he's just having a few little problems. But you can imagine, look at those little thin treaded tyres. Like I say, he does over 113 mile an hour, no brakes. He's got his foot down because he just goes down there. So it's so hard to adjust your speed with no brakes. I've never ridden a motorcycle with no brakes, I'll be honest. So really, what a brave effort the man's doing.
And again, just being quite a slight figure there, that's a helping hand. Maybe actually he wants a bit more traction, but Ian Bain has been riding this bike for a very long time. It's been in the family, owned by Jeff Bain, and a big wobble past, not a wobble past the flip wall, but quite clearly it was. So very little contact area, but Ian Bain doing a good job, very, very precarious, but on a bike that is the best part of 100 years old.
Yeah, we weren't expecting to see this out, but this is wonderful to see. This is the bike that Steve Hislop, the NSL White Charger, this is what he won the 92 Isle of Man TT Senior on. So it's a rotary engine, a 588 is how it was classified to get it in superbikes, but a lot of people said, hold on a second, actually that's a 1.7, depending on how you count the rotary engine, but this thing was a mission, and that year's TT, it's just coming past our box now, it's got a really unique sound to it, and that TT, Carl Fogarty, Steve Hislop, they went at it. Absolute hammer and tongs. They were using all the track at the curb, and what a machine that is.
It's lovely to see it, and we've been talking about rotary engines a little bit, and we were talking about it a little bit. The Mazda, but to see it on the bike like this, Bruce, is fun, isn't it?
Yeah, but also you then strip all that away. The fact it was an epic dogfight. Sometimes they come along once a decade, and to have those two going at it on that meek and mild course on the Isle of Man.
Yeah, you know it. So no, it was really great to see. And as we got coming past us now.
It had a big battle, didn't it? With Carl Fogarty at the TT.
Yeah, it was just a classic that year. I mean, it's gone down, famous, and it's just also that Norton. It was more famous in the JPS colours, of course. That Steve Spray, Trevor Nation, they won the championship. Ron Haslam. It was just a really unique time in superbike racing for it to come back after all those years away and win. It was quite amazing.
Now, we're seeing such up in a minute. What's the Beast? It's a very old Fiat. Duncan Pittaway is with Laura right now.
Duncan Pittaway joins me now in front of the Beast of Turin, and we've just been discussing its characteristics here in the rain, Duncan.
It's fabulous in the rain. It may seem bizarre with it having bicycle tyres and no brakes at all, well, relatively no brakes, but honestly in the rain it's fabulous, because in the dry it feels like it wants to fall over, and in the rain it slides around, which is great.
Oh, it slides around. And you mentioned no brakes at all. Just a little bit more detail on that one.
Well, yeah, it has a foot brake, but all the foot brake does is set the gearbox on fire. But so all it has is a handbrake. But the handbrake is great. Initially, anyway. But no, it's great.
Oh, my goodness me. Well, best of luck.
Thanks very much. We're just delighted to be here. And we're running on synthetic fuel, which is the most unenvironmentally friendly car on the planet, is now the most environmentally friendly car on the planet.
Yeah, we'll take it. Thank you, Duncan.
OK. Cheers.
It's lovely that he's doing that, actually. We know that Sebastian Beck is running on synthetic fuel this weekend when we see Sebastian out later, but an old car like that. Right, we're back with Jochen Mass here, Bruce, and this beautiful 300 SLR.
Beauty is almost as important as performance when you look back over history in the 300 SLR. If you have a chance in the paddock, go and take a look at this up close, the finish inside. But forget all that in so many ways. This car, with Sterling Moss and Dennis Jenks in the sister car, averaging 99 miles an hour around the Mille Miglia course, 1,000 miles around hilly roads in central Italy. Absolutely phenomenal. So knows it very well. But now a car from a later era. This is the car that shattered the hill record last year, the McMurtry Spéirling.
Yeah, this is Max Chilton, who's going to give us another little display. Of course, it was dry last year when he set that new record. Now he's got a little bit of a wet one to deal with, but I'm sure he will find a way to do that because he is very experienced. Off he goes, and it has this incredible acceleration from that electric power. You have massive torque from electric power, as we know, and you can see the fan at the back, hopefully chucking out the rain as he heads up.
Yes, of course, the fan was something we saw in Formula One just the once, 1978 Swedish Grand Prix, but certainly the race victory at Anderstorp did not involve. Well, I thought we were going to have a little bit of a rotation, but it was all about a blast off.
Yeah.
This is what Max said beforehand he was going to do. Stop at various points on the hill and just show that, and I was going to say, we used to call it electric acceleration. Now, of course, that's entirely what it is.
Yeah, but it's good he shows that because it is fascinating, just that sheer launch that these things can do, isn't it?
Yeah, and also it's got the right dimensions as well to be hustling it around here, isn't it? That diminutive, small size, it's not as as unwieldy as some of the big stuff we're seeing.
That's definitely an advantage around this track, and I think that's part of it getting that new record as well, yeah.
No, entirely so, but it still took an enormous amount of courage to harness all the power, and they reckoned that was a run at sort of between 80 and 90% more to come in years to come, but I think maybe it's a good thing that's not going for the hill record, because, I mean, that downforce was enough not just to dry the track today, but back last year I was worried it was going to suck up all the tarmac as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So now we're going back in period, and Archie Collins is the youngster who is on the Mercedes, and this is, of course, a family. They love running these older machines from the early 1900s, and Mercedes were successful from the early days, weren't they?
Phenomenal cars, and just to explain why we're seeing this incredible array, this is a driver who actually, his first victory was in the Setrington Cup. That's the pedal car race down at the Goodwood Revival. But of course, this is celebrating 30 years since the first Festival of Speed here at Goodwood. It has grown like Topsy, but some of the cars that have stood out from across the 30 years. So it is a real mix and match, the cars, the bikes, and that's why we've got this great jumble. But to look back at the pace the Mercedes cars had back, this competed in the 1908 French Grand Prix at Dieppe, and the French Grand Prix seems to have moved around France ever since, but what an epic car.
Yeah, it's beautifully done, as we're now getting the Alfa Romeo out, and yeah, we'll see, this is the P3, Alfa Romeo P3 from the early 1930s, Gareth Graham, who's driving it this weekend. Oh, sorry, no, it's Annette Fleesman actually in this one at this stage, and this was a very successful car in the early 1930s.
It was. This actually is a car that was run by Ferrari. Ferrari ran an Alfa Romeo. Well, indeed, that was the case. Enzo Ferrari ran that team and then eventually formed his own in the 1940s, being used very cautiously. But to me, this is the epitome of a 1930s Grand Prix car. So light, lean, beautiful. And as a child, I was drawn to some of the older cars by just things like as simple as having a great big exhaust pipe running down the flank.
3.2 litre straight 8 supercharged engine, and it's got a lovely style to it as well, hasn't it, James?
It's absolutely gorgeous. I mean, it is, like you say, that classic style, and when you watch them, not in its condition, but you can see them wrestling in a really pure way with how they look like they drive. They look like they're just awesome fun.
Yeah, you could really see someone wrestling a car, and I always love the title of Innes Ireland's book, All Arms and Elbows, and at least at this vintage of car, you could see all arms and elbows, head and shoulder, but fabulous car.
Yeah, this was second series car, the ultimate specification for the P3. So it was in the days of what they called the 750 kilogram formula. It was all done on weight in those days, wasn't it?
Yes, the history, well, of course, this was before the World Formula One Championship. That kicked off in 1950. It was Grand Prix racing back then, but even as now, the rules kept on changing to keep as many cars as they could in the top class of the championship, but to keep the numbers up, whereas ironically now in Formula One, they're trying to keep the numbers down, more the pity.
Amazingly, this car, in recent times, does quite a lot of historic racing. It won the Monaco Historic Grand Prix in 2015. And look, you can see how well it's being driven as well.
Yeah, he's actually giving it some real hustle. Look at him round there, absolutely absolutely beautiful.
You just need to know who's driving this. It's Julian Majoub, who is never less than flamboyant, has an amazing selection of cars. He knows tyres too, he's got his own tyre company, and his array are fantastic, but whether he's in his 308 Alfa Romeo or this Maserati, he hustles, and he hustles a bit more, and the expression on his face, always a brilliant interview as well. But look, the amount of adjustment, 1, 2, 3 twitches of the wheel as he goes through Morecambe. Grip, well, he's still looking for it.
Absolutely, yeah, but as you say, his experience is so good, and he's had so much success at Goodwood in the historic races over the years, but this was a car that dominated sort of 1930 season. Luigi Ardinghelli and Achille Vazzi, he was one of the great stars of that period.
One of the great stylists, and don't forget, a lot of these races were just on temporary circuits in and around seafronts in towns like Bari, up at Dieppe, still a constant place for French racing. But a car that's got a little place in your heart, the Napier-Railton, the fastest ever car around the Brooklyn circuit, occasionally with as many two wheels.
Very much into going for records both in racing terms and land speed records as well, and designed by Reed Railton, built by Thompson and Taylor for racing at Brooklands, and it set all sorts of records. Massive engine, 24-litre engine, a 12-cylinder, producing over 500 horsepower. So this was made in the early 1930s. What a beast, a beautiful machine.
And I think you compare it to the pace of a road car then. This was light years ahead of everything, but made for purpose. And the Bank Brooklyn circuit, first permanent circuit in the world, was a phenomenal place for people to get high on the banking, run down those long straights. But this was a car that truly astonished all who looked at it, and still can be found at Brooklands in the museum there, so do take a visit. Well worth the drive.
There are some lovely historic shots actually, because it set the lap record at Brooklands, but there were a lot of bouncing areas at Brooklands, and there are some shots of it basically off the ground going around the banking. I mean, we don't have many banked tracks in the UK, but before the war it was a big banked track at Brooklands, and that's where it set its pace.
It wasn't unknown for some of the cars to just visit the scenery above and over and beyond the banking, and certainly in conditions like today you wouldn't want to be racing at Brooklands.
No, that's right. It's a fun one, isn't it, James? And it's in beautiful style now. They've looked after it well.
Yeah, and I can't think of two more intimidating cars than a 24-litre, 500 brake horsepower beast from the 30s.
Yeah, the fact that, yes, exactly. Astonishing, really. Of course, a lot of them used aero engines. This was an aero engine. The Napier power that it's got, that was a big part of the 1920s and 1930s, combining engine power from aeroplanes. Right, now we are on to Dario Franchitti, coming up in one of the Brabhams. This is lovely to see. So a Gordon Murray designed Brabham from the early 1970s, and Dario Franchitti, who gets to ride some of the most fabulous cars here at Goodwood, and he's enjoying himself. He's even got a camera, I can see, on the rear wing to give us some extra.
Car run, we've got the Gordon Murray Automotive T50, a car that Dario's involved with, and this car was also designed by Gordon Murray, one of, to my eyes, the most beautiful cars in the history of Formula One, the BT44B Brabham from 1975. Carlos Pache, Carlos Reutemann, it just looks so right. And Dario, bless Father George, because he imbued Dario and brother Marino with so much love of the history of the sport, and I must say that Dario's got a very fine eye when he selects the cars he wants to drive. And again, great to see him with that Scottish Saltire in his helmet that he carried with such dignity and enormous success worldwide, most notably, of course, in IndyCar racing.
Carlos being honoured on the car as well. I noticed Carlos Reutemann, which is rather lovely. He raced for Brabham. He took 3 wins in 1975. This was the 74. This was the upgrade version. 75 took 1 victory, I think, in 1975. Carlos Reutemann was a key part of that Brabham team. Of course, it was Bernie Ecclestone's early period. He brought Gordon Murray in, and what a great move that was.
And you know what? You look over the history of the cars that Bernie's team ran, that Brabham ran, they always looked, their turnout was incredibly crisp and clean and precise. That's exactly how Bernie would go about his business. And again, you never think a team that's at the top level of the sport will dwindle and disappear, but actually read the history books, fine if you must, and you will understand how many great names. That's why it pleases me so much that Lotus is back here in a big presence, because of course in the 1960s and 70s they effectively were Formula One.
And then we're on to Aston Martin, of course, the incredibly successful Aston Martins. Now the DBR2 was a modification, but we're going to move on to the Beast, the Fiat S76. And we heard from Duncan just a few moments ago talking to Laura, and now you always get this wonderful shot of the flames coming out of the exhaust.
It's just worth mentioning, we talked about the engine in the Napier-Railton. This is even larger, 28 litres. This was the fastest car in the world, and as Duncan was saying yesterday in an interview, it was actually almost twice as fast as the fastest aeroplane of the time.
Incredible.
Think about that.
It amazes me that he drives it by road to come here to Goodwood every time that he's running it, and restored about 7-8 years ago and kept it going beautifully ever since.
Yeah, and people watching all around the world. There was one person from Indonesia who was so enamoured looking at the world feed, he saved up money for 3 years to come to Goodwood specifically to see the Beast of Turin. You stand alongside it, you could, unless you're tall, you can't even see over that massive bonnet.
I can't.
But the people who come to the top of the hill in that, they are gasping, panting. They've just had such a fabulous ride. It is an extraordinary draw. And Duncan is driving it, balancing it there. Ever stylish, even in the rain. Look at the man.
That's brilliant.
He loves it in the rain for some reason. He said that actually driving it in the rain, you'd think that would be impossible in a beast like this, but he said he enjoys it.
Yeah, especially on this little tight, when you think it was built to beat the land speed record, and here it is being hustled up over 100 years later. Brilliant.
But it's almost impossible for us to consider how, if you saw that when it was new, when it was in business, it was just so far ahead of anything else, because very few people even had a road car at that point. They'd only just stopped people walking in front waving a red flag a few years earlier.
But what's interesting is it is huge, and actually cars did go this way a little bit for a while they were trying to get land speed records, but then they started to learn that actually weight was a big deal.
Yep.
And if you were running an engine this big, the weight of an engine that big is massive. And then they started to learn, okay, if you reduce the weight, okay, that's a smaller engine, but you go even quicker.
Yeah, but just to reiterate, this is a car from 1911, so it's 112 years old, and it's still making people smile now. So we have to give Duncan Patterway a huge pat on the back for getting it out. But imagine you pulling into a fuel station somewhere in the West Country, Duncan's driving out from Bristol, and he pulls up alongside you.
Yeah, well, it's lovely to see it. And moving on from the 1911 period to the 1950s period.
Well, this very special little car, the Lola Mark I, that actually won the final race at the Goodwood Motor Circuit before it closed in 1966. Small, nimble, as all cars in the early days were, for the brilliant design pen of Eric Broadley. So lovely to see that, Nick Finberg at the wheel of that.
I love that bit of history, the fact that this won the last race when Goodwood was a regular racing circuit. So that's what we're talking about in 1966 when it shut down. Now, let's have a look at the Jaguar Mark I coming back out. It did have the wheel come off yesterday. I gather the half shaft broke, so that's what happened.
Yes, and Grant Williams, the driver, was absolutely mortified, but was fine in the end. And his father brought up some spare parts from Bargoed in South Wales, and Grant never knowingly straight in a straight line, and today is even more reason to have provocation at every corner in that fabulous Mark I Jaguar. This wasn't what Sir Williams Lyon was planning this car to be, but thank Grant for making it so entertaining, and a massive feature, of course, over a very long time at the Goodwood Revival and members meetings with this famous car, Buy One.
Yeah, and indeed, in the 1960s, when this car was being raced, it was very successful in effectively what was touring car racing then.
Yes, and of course, back then, you'd have drivers who were competing in the World Formula One Championship. They would also, if they were at a meeting where there was a saloon car race or a sports car race, they'd compete in that. So the great names like Graham Hill achieved fabulous results, and certainly for Jaguar, following on from their amazing success, their run at Le Mans with the C-types and the D-types, it was just a chance to keep that name up, and you did need to establish sporting pedigree.
So up the hill, and another lovely run from Grant Williams, and thankfully the car all in one piece. And as you mentioned, nobody was hurt yesterday, but it's always a bit scary seeing a wheel come off a car. But it's great to see that they've got it back together, and he's able to continue this weekend, because it's an entertaining vehicle. He's a great driver, and it's fun to watch.
Now, one of the greatest sounds, I thought, from yesterday, in a sort of real mix of sounds, was the Ford Mustang Boss 302, and Fred Shepherd, son of Bill, put in a very quick drive indeed. He's had some great results in recent years down at the Goodwood Motor Circuit, but these were the cars battling with the Pontiacs in Trans Am in the early 70s, when it really was a thing on the American circuits. A lot, more on the circuits, not so much on the ovals. That was the NASCAR part of the world. But the Mustang Boss 302, if you were a Mustang aficionado, you thought, oh, can I save up to have the Mach 1? No, go the whole hog, get the Boss.
Yeah, and this is always a very rapid car when we see races at the Revival and members meeting too, isn't it? Because we've seen it running up front a number of times, and the Mustang Boss as you say, it's got that power, it's got that sound as well, which is always fun to listen to.
It really does. Luckily, with all that grunt, it does have balance as well, because all that power on this slippery circuit between the slippery hill climb, between the bales, would be a frightening prospect. But Fred really does take this car by the scruff of the neck. Even now, the tails wanted to come round. He goes to that final corner under the finish banner. And luckily has a long run-off until he gets the top zone.
That's actually one of the quickest. We do have a timer going at the moment. That's one of the quickest runs up the hill so far, 54.14 seconds. So he's in good, confident form at this stage.
He's always confident because he's very, very competent. It's how it sort of works. Now, the Ferrari Breadvan.
Yeah.
I just mangled my words, quite possibly, but of course this was a cut-off tail Ferrari that's, again, had huge success here. Something different. It's always appealing to my eye.
Yeah, this was built in 1961, so the Breadvan, as you say, very, very unusual. And a friend of mine absolutely adores this car. She thinks this is one of the best Ferraris out. It's a very unique look, isn't it? You love it or hate it in a way, because it's got such a strange back end to it.
I love it because it's something different, and
yeah.
It's being driven by Lucas Salusa, who again has had a lot of success over the years, and he's certainly getting faster and faster the more he drives this car. But we've had Emanuele Perot racing it in the past in Goodwood. S.Al, the great and the good, have driven it, and they all want to try something different. And certainly for Emanuele, being Italian, being Ferrari, you know, he's got a box to tick, and he has certainly ticked it. But driven very smoothly, well there by Lucas Salusa.
Yeah, very experienced Lucas Salusa in the historic section, so it's lovely to see the Breadvan specification by Bizzarini, who created that, making changes to the chassis, engine, suspension, and most obviously the bodywork, of course, as well.
BRM had great ambitions, and they decided the way to go about achieving success was to have a 16-cylinder engine. Great idea, but the concept didn't really have hind legs. The number of people who stood around the far side of a circuit never got to see it. It would rev up and go pop, but 600 horsepower, revving to 12,000 RPM. The engine note was...
Wow.
Yeah, look, when you could impress a motorcycle man with those sort of numbers, that sort of level of revs, luckily we got Doug Hill on board, but James Hayden, those figures caught your attention.
They did indeed. For back then, 12,000 revs. I mean, it's impressive now in a road car, right? I mean, that is unbelievable.
Yeah, but many a time it would make a brilliant sound and then go pop, and after a while at certain race meetings it was known from members of the public to throw coins at the BRM team to try and build something that went the distance. Now talk of distance, land speed records, huge elements. Talk about dimensions. This is Babs. This is huge.
Yeah, this is Babs. The Thomas Special. One of Count Louis Zaborowski's Chitty Bang Bang. Well, Chitty Bang Bang they called them originally back in the aero-engined days of the 1920s. But as you say, it was then taken on to do the land speed record work as well. So it had been a race car initially. But John Parry Thomas took it on. So sadly, he was killed trying to get yet another land speed record out of it. And then it was refound and rebuilt some years ago. In the 1960s, it was got back out again.
Yes, that first bit of the throttle on it, you can see it really is quite awkward, isn't it, when he picks up the throttle?
But again, 27 litres, marginally smaller than the engine in that 1911 Fiat, 15 years later, but rudimentary aerodynamics with that long fin behind Geraint Owen's shoulders. But this car, when Parry Thomas crashed, it was then buried on Pendine Sands, where it had crashed, in the dunes, and then Geraint's father, as a pub bet, brought it out. We can only thank him for that. And when this car is fired up in the top paddock or down at the bottom, it sucks the air out of people's lungs. It's phenomenal.
Yeah, as you say, and from an aerodynamic point of view, that was really the beginning, in a way, of getting and thinking about the aerodynamics, the speed as well. Obviously, they were learning a lot from aircraft, the early years of aircraft as well, but this one particularly, I think, started to throw that out. And as the land speed record cars developed over the 1920s and 30s, you saw a lot more of that very smooth. There was another Railton, in fact, that set the land speed records just before the Second World War, and the aerodynamic side to that had moved on massively.
But the speeds they were achieving meant they could use local beaches. That was Pendine Sands, west of Llanelli. But of course, later, as the cars went up to 600 miles an hour, they had to use the Bonneville salt flats. More space. So Jochen Mass getting ready to drive in very wet conditions in the Mercedes 300 SLR, driving it beautifully.
Yeah, we've had some lovely machinery going up the hill, and of course Max Chilton giving us another blast with the car that took the record here last year. And some of the cars from a very early period, of course, pre-World War II, the Alphas and Maseratis that we've enjoyed seeing, and then later Formula One cars. Lovely to see Dario Franchitti. He's always busy here at Goodwood, and seeing him in one of Gordon Murray's Brabhams, the big Fiat with its synthetic fuel, but running beautifully in the rain from Duncan Fittaway, giving us a little wave. And then the Jaguar Mark 1 always sliding its way up the hill, and I'm glad it all worked quite neat and tidily this time.
Still the tail out. No one told Grant Williams it was raining, and some of the most valuable racing machinery in the world. 250 GTO, numbers and letters that combine for magic. Then the BRM V16, magical now that it works, but certainly at the time it was a concern. They wanted the success, it wasn't coming their way, but it was a time of pioneering engineering in motor racing. It has always been a time for pioneering engineering, and we're delighted to see these cars and these bikes here at Goodwood for the Festival of Speed. It's cool, it's wet, but we're looking to great things.
Right, well, the driver's up at the top, and Ed is with Andrew Lewis.
Andrew, it's always such a treat to see the Napier-Railton. It's quite an honour to drive it, I imagine, but not the best conditions.
No, it's absolutely an honour. It never gets old at all, but the conditions today are... I took it steady, let's put it that way.
Now, this car obviously famously has the Brooklands lap record at 143, I think, 0.44 miles an hour. But after, didn't it then test aircraft parachutes as well?
Yeah, it did indeed. So as well as its Brooklands record, which is exactly as you said, it also went out to Bonneville and broke the world 24-hour endurance record, averaging over 150 miles an hour for 24 hours back in 1936. Yeah, post-war it was then used by GQ Parachutes up at Dunsfold Park, testing aircraft thrusting parachutes, so the big parachute strapped on the back. They'd run down the runway at 150 miles an hour and then just pop the parachute at the back to make sure it worked.
Extraordinary. I don't envy the people who had to test those, but thank you so much for bringing it.
No, pleasure.
And I touch me, might get arrested. She's sitting on my new shit. We still getting messy.
To hear them start and then
honestly, it makes my heart sing. I can't stop smiling.
Well, everybody said it's so exciting. You get to see all these cars, not just look at them, but you get to see them in action. That's cool.
Goodwood Revival is all about make, do, and mend, vintage style, not vintage values, and of course, sustainability.
Not only is there the motor racing, but it's everything else. The shopping, it's the funfair, it's the look, it's the period, and that is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
Good morning, hello, and welcome to Goodwood 2023. This is the Action Sports Arena.
Well, I continue to shelter from the rain, and I found Cameron and Georgia, who equally are undercover as well, but well protected. A nice poncho and raincoat going on. It's your first time here at Goodwood. What are your impressions?
Large. There's a lot here. It's kind of overwhelming.
Yeah, it is. There's so much to see. Georgia, what about you? What are you looking forward to seeing today?
I like all the older cars. I think that's what I'm most looking forward to.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've got a Mustang behind us here. It's so cool to see. It's really, it's brilliant to see. The rain hasn't deterred you then?
Into here, definitely, but not today, no.
And what do you drive?
I have a Mazda 3.
And Georgia?
Got a little Fiat 500.
Oh, an absolute classic. I love it. And how long have you been into your motorsport? You're imagining somewhat of a petrol head.
Yeah, so I've really only the last couple of years since I've been driving. I never really cared about cars until I was about 17. Passed my test, and I've absolutely loved cars ever since.
Oh, I love that. And Georgia, has it rubbed off on you as well?
Yeah, my family are big petrol heads, especially my dad. He's got a nice supercar, so yeah, it's always been in the family. So yeah.
Oh, fabulous! Well, there'll be much to see for you guys to see and do today. Then, thank you very much for talking, and we'll keep dry under here for now. Thanks.
Thank you.
Touch me, might get arrested. She's sitting on my new shit. We still getting messy. I'm in love. I'm in love. I'm in
And I'm gonna change. I know you can. No matter how hard we try. No matter how hard we try.
The hill here at Goodwood is one of the most iconic bits of motor racing these days. And here I am in the 1962 World Championship winning car. Off I go. Graham Hill won the 1962 World Championship in this wonderful BRM. Through through the boulevard of trees, coming up to the first couple of right-handers now. It's a fantastic sight as you come through this bit of the track with the house on the left, this beautiful sculpture at the corner of your eye, but you're firmly focusing on the track, the lines of hay bales with the sea of people behind it. Up into Morecambe, a tricky left-hander. And as you start to climb up, this amazing view of the Flint Wall looms ahead. Round the Flint Wall, give it a white bird. Be nice and safe. This come from the Collier collection in America. It is exactly how Graham Hill drove it back in the 60s. To be honest, it's the first Formula One car I've driven with no seatbelts, which is quite extraordinary. I'm bracing myself up against the side of the car to come through the final corner and through the finish line. A fantastic bit of Formula One history to drive here at Goodwood, up the hill, and showing all of you at home a little bit of just what we see from the cockpit.
Well, always fun for Karun to show us how to go up the hill, but we've got some other fabulous machinery about to come out and play now. You're looking at the Lotus cars now, Formula One cars from different periods. The Lotus Cosworth 49. This was a car that had so much success with the Ford Cosworth engine in the back. That's when the Ford Cosworth first came into Formula One, and with Lotus, what a combination it was.
Certainly was, and I just love these shots. You just see how exposed the engine is, and really have a good look. As we can see, we've got another Lotus Cosworth 3-litre engine built in 1971, but look at those shots and the size of the rear tyres as well on that, Ben.
Yeah, wonderful. The Lotus Cosworth 72. This was built in the early 1970s. Ronnie Peterson was a competitor with it, but then moving up to the slightly later versions of it, this was the Lotus Cosworth 77, and then Nick Padmore is going to be driving this, and Nick is always very rapid up the hill. Of course, we've still got these rather wet conditions, but there's a lovely view as well from inside the cockpit.
And this is what I love. Just that is how I would love to see modern day cars just go. Do you know what? We'll get rid of all the paddles and we'll just go back to your old school, having to take one hand off the wheel. And actually, those are the times where I really enjoy driving those kind of machinery back in sort of, say, the Formula Renault days. But this is pretty more of a conventional design than the 76.
Yeah, Gunnar Nielsen was driver of that. Then you move on to the 79. Now, this was very, very successful. This was the ground effect Lotus, where they introduced ground effect in Formula One. Even though actually Ferrari had played with the idea, they didn't actually go with it. Lotus went with it initially, and this was the year that Mario Andretti took the driver's title and the constructor's title for Lotus. It was a very dominant season, and it is a stunning machine.
It is, and it made its debut at the Belgian Grand Prix at Zolder, an iconic track as well, and it won at the hands of Andretti, and later that year it also won the Austrian Grand Prix too.
Yeah, so going from that to going to some slightly different machinery heading down the list as well. This is of course one of the new Lotus exciting supercars that we are looking forward to seeing this weekend. Lotus has got a tremendous stand actually, and this is their new model, which is very, very rapid indeed, produces a lot of power, and we'll be seeing that go up the hill shortly.
Yeah, we will. And then I saw a glimpse lining up behind these beautiful Lotus cars, and look at the back of that, hugely impressive. As Ben said, they've got a wonderful stand, so really do make sure you venture down into the paddocks to take a look, not just at the race car, but the fabulous road cars as well.
Yeah, and this has 4 electric motors. Huge.
There's the stand.
Yeah, there's the stand. So celebrating 75 years since Colin Chapman set up the Lotus sort of plan and started creating cars from the very beginning. Of course, the Lotus 7 was a key part of that, the little sports car. That was taken on by Caterham in the 1970s, early 1970s. Caterham are also here this weekend as they continue building a car that is very much along the lines of what Colin Chapman created so many years ago. There's the Emira from Lotus as well. So we are seeing some of their most current machines going up the hill, as well as seeing some of their classic race cars.
Yeah, so this Emira, there's going to be 4 of those going up the hill at some point throughout the weekend. A V6 and powered by Mercedes AMG 2-litre engine, 360 horsepower.
I'm really sorry.
Yeah, and then this is the Elettra. This is the SUV. This is new to see as well. Electric SUV from Lotus. So this is something a slightly different angle, but so many of the top sports manufacturers are producing machinery like this because there is a lot of demand for that.
Yeah, there certainly is, and you can just see we've got a nice shot there inside the cockpit, inside the car. And a lot of these manufacturers are also going for the big sort of centre console, aren't they? Dash now, which is obviously the 2 thing. They almost look like giant tablets.
They do, yes, that's right. Let's go and join Laura.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm just interrupting some pre-hill climb. That's okay, Miss Guzzi. Mark Genet, hello, in this beautiful Scuderia Ferrari. Talk me through the car and welcome to Goodwood.
Thank you very much. Yes, so happy. This is the SF71H, so it's the hybrid one. It's the first time we bring the hybrid to Ferrari. Sorry, I didn't take the hands out.
It's well balanced.
But yeah, it's very nice. It really is. It's special. It's been so many years now I've come to Goodwood, and I think it's nice to show the latest, the hybrid cars. Very powerful, you know, and with so much aerodynamic appendices. This is one of the fastest Ferraris that was built for the new era.
Yeah, and it's absolutely stunning. How much are you looking forward to getting up the hill in the rain as well?
Well, you know, normally I use the wet tires anyway, even in the dry, so that's okay, even in the wet. There'll be some more sliding probably. You have to be a bit more careful, but it's not raining so much. It's just damp, so those tires are perfectly for those conditions.
It's just damp. That's something a racing driver would say. I would not call this just damp. That's very wet for me. Goodwood, how much does it mean to be back here as well in this celebration of motorsport?
Yeah, this year is special. Also, we have the Ferrari 499, the one that won Le Mans. And honestly, this is an event. To my friends, I always tell them that once in a lifetime, they have to come to Goodwood. To me, Goodwood is similar to coming to Indianapolis or to Monaco Grand Prix or to Le Mans. You know, you have to see it at least once in a lifetime. If you don't repeat, of course, most of the people repeat. I have repeated for so many years. But yeah, it's a special year this year for Goodwood. 75th anniversary also for Porsche. You know, we won Le Mans after 50 years. So there's a lot of numbers that make that event this year very, very special.
Yeah, there are so many anniversaries. 75 years of motorsport here, and indeed the 30 years of the Festival of Speed as well. What else are you up to over the next weekend, few days of this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, I look forward to just walking around, seeing some of those cars that you only see once in a lifetime. I just saw before some of the Ferraris that, honestly, this is the only day of the year that they run. So I just look forward to, after this run, just walk around and look at some of the cars and the motorbikes. I also like a lot to see the motorbikes and some of the my heroes, you know. I saw this morning, I don't know, Freddie Spencer, Casey Stoner, you know. I'm a big follower of MotoGP, and I like to see them riding, in that case, some of their own bikes.
Yeah, soak it all up. Mark Genet, thank you so much. That was like a love letter to Goodwood. Absolute pleasure to speak to you. Enjoy your run. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Well, let's head back to the commentators as we wait for this next batch to head up.
Well, it's lovely to hear from Mark Genet. He is such a part of Ferrari. But we're not just celebrating Ferraris. What we are also definitely doing this morning is celebrating Lotus.
Colin Chapman, the private plane commuting chairman of the Lotus Group of companies, knows the meaning of success. Jim Clark, the first man home. Lotus has become a success story for Chapman and for Britain.
Many thoughts of Lotus and celebrating so much of their success in creating both racing and road cars, and that's partly what we are going to be enjoying. And in fact, you're seeing some of the latest Lotuses at the back of the little group here, along with some of the historic Formula One cars nearer the front of the group, which is it's a beautiful mix to see to celebrate this 75 years of Lotus. And Colin Chapman's remarkable running of a team, of course, it has moved on in many ways now as a manufacturer. And you're just seeing the cars head off, having done another little separate start. They did the same thing yesterday, and we're going to have some lovely scenes in the background as well, celebrating the green and yellow, the original colours in their racing terms.
Thankfully, it will eventually clear. We will be able to see the cars go on track. There we go. But I absolutely love to see as well this livery back on track, up close and personal, and also hear the wonderful sounds as they go through, heading up the hill through Molecombe Corner now.
Yeah, you're hearing lots of Cosworths because the later Lotuses all use the Ford Cosworth engine. Then you've got a rather quiet electric-powered super-duper car there just going through. That was the Avija. And then, as we mentioned, the Elettra, that's bringing up the rear. But there's a very pretty little Lotus Climax 18. That was one of the early successful cars that in 1961, Monaco, Sterling Moss took a remarkable victory holding off the Ferraris. And then we've also seen some of the Lotuses that came after that, the Lotus 21, the 25 and the 33, cars that Jim Clark took a huge amount of success, double world champion, so sadly lost from an accident in a Formula 2 race in 1968, but one of the greatest talents of all time, and we can still celebrate his career as part of our celebration of everything here at Goodwood. I'm sure we'll have other celebrations of anniversaries of his career as well, but he was a key part of Lotus, so it's always important to mention him. His relationship with Colin Chapman was crucial too. But in the modern world, Lotus are making new steps, you know, like this SUV type vehicle that they're creating. Ferrari are producing bigger four doors as well. This is something that the big manufacturers are all heading along in the electric route. But James, we've also got a lovely collection of bikes due up the hill. James Hayden joins us, a great racer himself, but loving to talk about these bikes. And I know you've got a lot of heroes yourself here this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely brilliant to see. And we can see there Mika Kallio there. I mean, these are the latest spec of MotoGP bikes. 2023 spec, you know, they're 260 brake horsepower V4 monsters. You can see what the conditions are like out there. You know, it's damp, it's slippy, it's just what you don't want. Luckily, they have got some electronics. They will all be running on wets, but it's they'll be softening down the power a little bit for them, making them a little bit easier to ride up the hill, but they're still going to be monsters. We got the Red Bull KTM there, Mika Kallio, as I say, on the right. Then we got the Piro, the Ducati Test Rider. So we just got some really sort of big names. We've got the Honda there as well, and such a nice mix. You can also see the Aprilia. All this current crop that we're looking at here, apart, you know, these are all V4s. So 22 of the 24 bikes on the MotoGP grid now have all gone to V4s. It's only the Yamaha that remains an inline 4, as we see Mika Kallio on that KTM, and it is beautiful. And the other thing you've got to look at in these bikes, look at the aerodynamics now. Look at the downforce. They really are quite a different thing compared to what we've seen previously. And, you know, they just sort of come on. You know, it's a 16-valve double overhead. This got 255 brake horsepower. It revs to 18,500. Really is a wonderful looking machine. And just listen to it as it comes up towards the commentary box.
It is wonderful to see and hear, as you say. We've got some of these bikes from different periods as well, coming up the hill.
Yeah. This is Rins LCR Honda. This bike won the American Grand Prix, and so it's it's great to see the Honda here. The Honda struggled a little bit this year in the World Championship with Marc Marquez, and compared to their usual really high standards, and you can see he just gave it a little bit, and already it was spinning. But these bikes, monsters. Here's Piero. He's on the factory Ducati, and this is the greatest racing motorcycle that's ever been built, in my opinion. Right now, it's the top 3 in the World Championship. As we look back to Salvadori, he's on the Aprilia. That's the V4 again, MotoGP bike that's pushing about 260. Such a wonderful style, I think. It's got a real amazing. He's going to give us a little bit of a burnout here. So he's just going to get the thing stopped. Steel disc, normally they'd have carbon. Struggling a bit today. Oh, he's got it going now. So a nice little burn up. Listen to that V4. Like I say, that revs to 18.5, 19,000. Pushing out 260. Just giving a little something. It's a shame the riders can't give a little bit more as they come up. And as we just see now, coming past our box, number 34, Kevin Schwantz's Lucky Strike 500 V4 Suzuki. What a beautiful thing that is.
It is great to see some of the historic riders as well that have had so much success in the past. And this must be an opportunity for them to meet some of the youngsters now, James, who are becoming the new stars. It must be a lovely social collection here this weekend.
Yeah, very much. And you've got such a mix. I mean, we've got Mick Grant there in picture. He's back on an RG, back in the old RG 500s, which dominated racing in the 70s. It was what Barry Sheen won his both his world championships on. Mick Grant well into his 70s now, and you've got that's the mix, and still nipping it along very nicely indeed, and a gorgeous style. And then one and only Casey Stoner, double world champion, a young Australian, retired early, but lovely to see him back out.
Yeah, we were chatting to him yesterday, weren't we? And he was giving us a lovely bit of feedback. He really enjoys being here at Goodwood, there's no doubt about it. And another one who's just absorbing the atmosphere, having taken 2 titles, as you say.
Yeah, and he was quite unique. I've never seen anyone that could just go out the pits and on their first flying lap, break lap record.
One of those, is he?
He was just really, really exceptional. He came to the British Championship as a little sort of 15-year-old kid, came over from Australia, lived in a caravan with his dad. Did it the hard way, but what a natural talent, and lovely to see Casey Stoner back, having a nice little run up the hill.
I like the way he's doing it too, just dip the clutch, give it a bit of a rev, let everyone listen in.
Exactly, listening to that gorgeous sounding V4, it's brilliant to see.
Yeah, it is great, and up past this very beautiful part, past the Flint Wall here at Goodwood, and taking it all the way to the top.
I mean, Ducati have bought such a range of their bikes. They've got the 2002 version, they've got the latest 2023 version, and remember, these bikes as well. Mugello at the Mugello Grand Prix just a few weeks ago, they went through 223 miles an hour. We're looking there. That's Caparossi's one of Caparossi's old bikes. So that's
2003. This one bike comes from, doesn't it?
Yeah, 2003. So. Capagrossi was on the podium in the opening round of that year in Japan on that bike, and then he won in Catalonia. It was a good year. Ducati finished second in the manufacturer standings that year on that particular bike. Bayliss, his teammate, was sick. It's like a double L twin motor, 4-cylinder. But listen again to the punch of it. But again, you see how simplistic the styling looks in comparison to where we are now. None of the winglets. This is a much more sort of simple bike. The aerodynamics and downforce as the powers really has moved on, has changed so much.
They always go on about the desmodromic valves. What does that mean? It's all part of the name, isn't it?
Yeah, it was Ducati's sort of mechanical sort of valve system, and they've changed that in the later years. But basically, that was their name for the way that their valve system worked.
And they used the word quite nicely as to sort of put their name out even more, didn't they, with Ducati?
Yeah, very much.
So, excellent performance from them in the early 2000s. Super quick and competitive up against his Japanese rivals. Loris Caparossi making history. So that one, another one to enjoy. But we have such a great collection, as you mentioned. I'm not sure you'd ever see a collection quite like this anywhere else in the world, let alone in the UK.
No, that's right. And you won't, and certainly won't be able to get as close to them as we are here. You can see them if you go to a GP, but you're not getting into the paddock. You're not going to go and be able to look round them. And that's, again, this, really amazing access, closeness that you get to the bikes and the riders here is nearly unheard of. And we've still got some other motorcycles. You know, we've got some more to come that haven't come out maybe today in the wet. You know, we haven't seen the Yamaha M1 yet. So as we go back to the cars, but it was just great to see some of those fantastic motorcycles running up there.
It was indeed, and thank you so much, James. And stay with us because it's lovely to have your view as well on some of these Formula One cars that are now heading up. And Marlboro McLaren, of course, that was a very notable brand in the 1970s. They had a lot of success. This wasn't the most successful of them all, but it was still a good time for McLaren as they were gradually developing and producing cars that would end up coming to the very, very top of the tree. So we're going to talk a bit more about McLaren in just a moment, but let's look back over some of the history of it.
The past isn't something I really think about. I only think about the next race, and I only look into the future.
This is the story of a young man from New Zealand. The name, of course, is Bruce McLaren.
What's the secret of success? Experience is tremendously important in motor racing.
Got Watson, very nasty one indeed.
The important thing for me is to drive and to win, and I did that.
What a fantastic finish! And it's happened immediately! This is amazing!
He had ambitions beyond what I could even understand. You know, going for the stars.
So there we are, celebrating the 60 years since Bruce McLaren created the McLaren team, which has been going on to wonderful success over the years. And we're seeing some of the action coming out now. And looking at a 1977 McLaren, the M26 car, just heading up the hill now. Championship in 1976. 77 wasn't quite as successful as it had been, but James Hunt still took 3 victories that year. And you know, we've all had years, Alice, where McLaren have had good years and bad years. So it actually wasn't a bad year at all in 77.
No, it certainly wasn't. And not a bad run up the hill. Michael Lyons behind the wheel of this, who's had good success in historic racing, especially on the streets at Monaco in the historic races there. And you can really see he wasn't taking it particularly easy going through Moulcombe Corner, coming up past the wall now. And just the beautiful, beautiful sound of this 1976 3-litre V8. engine.
Yeah, no, great piece of kit. And a time where McLaren actually were going to go into a slight more of a dip. 78, 79 was not such a good time for them. And that was the period when Ron Dennis actually ended up taking over as well. Now, this was a McLaren that raced in Australia, actually had quite a good amount of success out in Australia, and this was one of the slightly earlier ones as well. It's a McLaren M10B, and Chris Mattick is in it now, and it was sort of part of a family that took victories out there. It is the Formula 5000. Formula 5000 was an element of single-seater racing back in the 1960s, where effectively what you did was what these cars did. You put a US V8 engine into a single-seater, but now what you're looking at is one of the Can-Am cars, and this was an element for McLaren that was hugely significant. Having created their early sports cars, they went on to a huge amount of success in Can-Am.
Yeah, and it's nice to see the variety of success that they got. As you can see, I'm glad that he managed to say that, because I did think that was heading into the hay bale at one point, but it's just these rear wings. I mean, they're just gigantic, aren't they? The colours of the JCB, and then back now to a slightly more modern, the McLaren F1 GTR Longtail 6-litre V12.
Yes, the Longtail. This was, of course, a development of the F1, what was originally Gordon Murray's F1 road car, that then turned into a race car, went on to win Le Mans, and then they created this Longtail. And James, aerodynamics, of course, became a thing. One of the fun things about these is that central seating position. It was like a racing car from the beginning, wasn't it?
Yes, very much, and they look absolutely stunning. And I love that about the new T50 as well. That person cockpit, and as you say, these LTs, they really did go on to really. Well, they're incredible in racing. Lovely to see one getting up and coming up the hill. But those Can-Ams before it as well, how good do they sound? Those V8s are incredible.
You're right, and I think that's part of the fun and games of seeing these Can-Am cars from that period, because the roar of that V8 is lovely. We'll see a few more coming up the hill, so I'm sure people can enjoy them. They had a lot of great time. They earned a lot of money out of all their victories as well at that time. Bruce McLaren was champion in Can-Am, and Denny Hulme, who went on after Bruce so sadly died testing one of those Can-Am cars at the Goodwood circuit in 1970, but so gratefully the team carried on producing things like this, of course, in the 1990s. This Longtail, which had a lot of success, and first raced in Japan, in fact. Now, here's something a little bit different to look at, Alice. This is the Ferrari.
Beautiful, beautiful car. Named to mark Ferrari's 70th anniversary, the SF70 hybrid, and actually got up to a very strong start when Sebastian Vettel won the opening race of the 2017 season in Australia. And he led the Drivers' Championship from Lewis Hamilton the first part of the season, but it wasn't the strongest of showings in the second half. Mercedes showed up, and then Vettel really had a strong battle as Hamilton was only able to finish second in the Drivers' Championship. But we will see an even more modern Formula One car eventually go up the hill later on, and it's crazy to think that this is an old F1 car, even though it's only 2017. I still count it as modern day, but it's just incredible to see the design and the shape and how much they have changed.
Absolutely, and then we go back to one of the slightly earlier Formula One cars from Ferrari as well, and the F60. So this was from the 2009. So there's a slightly different look. And of course, what you saw seeing Marc Genet go up in the hybrid one, you see the halo and you see the huge amount around. Earlier cars like this, they certainly, you see a bit more of the driver, don't you? The crash helmet is a little bit more visible.
Yeah, we certainly do. As flashing past our commentary box window is the Renault RS10, which you might see in the back of the shot in the moment.
It's amazing to see how far forward the driver is in that, isn't it, compared to where they are now?
Yeah, absolutely.
Almost over the front axle.
Kimi Räikkönen was of course one of the star drivers for Ferrari when they were running these cars, and Kimi never. Well, he did. He managed to win the title, of course, in 1 year. That huge battle year of 2007. And then the Glickenhaus. Now, this was an Adrian Newey early designed Formula One car before he moved on. In fact, he had a bit of an interesting time designing this car because they had a problem with the wind tunnel, and he thought it was all working well, and then they discovered it wasn't working well at all on track. He worked out what had gone wrong. It was something to do with the wind tunnel. He made some changes, but he actually left the team just at the time all those changes came on board the car, and it was running. They were running 1-2 at a French Grand Prix. They ended up finishing in second place, got the best result of the year. A lot of that work was from what Adrian had done, and I've heard that from Chris Murphy, who took over his role as the designer there and totally appreciated how good the car was. But he does congratulate Adrian for it. Right, here we are. Here's a much more modern Mercedes. This is lovely to see.
Yeah, the 2021 1.6-litre V6 turbo and hybrid, of course. And it's crazy just to look. Only 4 years between the previous F1, well, you could say modern day, the Ferrari that we saw go up the hill, but it looks a lot different, doesn't it? Driven, of course, at the moment by Esteban Gutierrez.
Yeah, he's been here at Goodwood before, and it's lovely to see him doing another little display for us on the wet tyres. We get used to seeing those blue-rimmed wet tyres when we're watching Formula One, don't we? And doing a little spin for us as well. 2021, of course, was the big year where Mercedes won the Constructors, but they lost the Drivers' title at the very final round. That huge battle we all remember between Lewis Hamilton and Max Verstappen.
Yeah, very controversial battle.
Yeah.
Still a great year of racing between Lewis Hamilton and Max Verstappen.
Yeah, what a good lad as well, giving the crowd something to enjoy there, spinning around.
Yeah, Esteban Gutierrez, it's always great to have him part of this. And, yeah, he was doing a nice job here, James, wasn't he? Not getting too much on the grass, just a little bit.
Yeah, he just touched it that once, just on the first initial spin, but after that, it was beautiful and neat, and gets a bit of heat in the tyres as well.
I think he's learned, Alice, what you have to do. You have to play here, and particularly in the wet. You know, it's hard to show off what the car can do, but
very much. It's very easy to make a mistake in a slight sort of condition like this, that kind of in-betweeny. I mean, it's still very wet out there.
So making all the way up to the hill safely, that's the main thing, of course, in a car that that year in 2021 did a lot for Mercedes, but made it a very dramatic end to the championship. And I'm sure many of you were watching that and wondering how that
probably have their own views on it.
Yes,
well.
I'm sure we all have our own views on it. So wonderful to see. That is the end of that little group for now. We will see a lot more from that group as we go over the course of the weekend. There really is an amazing collection of the McLarens, and hopefully as we go over the weekend also, we're likely to see some famous McLaren drivers, current, not only past drivers, but current as well. So just looking back at some of the highlights, the Lotus cars were out earlier on, doing their little display, both cars from the 1960s and 70s and then the very latest machinery, and the bikes as well, James.
Yeah, there's Mika Kallio on the beautiful KTM. We're seeing Winds's Honda there as well. Like I say, that one won the American Grand Prix just a few months ago. All of them coming up. Look at we were talking about the aerodynamics that have changed so dramatically. Then we're watching Salvadori there on the Factory Aprilia, getting that V4 spinning up. Here's Piero on the beautiful 2023 Ducati. And then there is Casey Stoner, your double world MotoGP champion, coming up, having a really nice little run up the hill.
Yeah, it was lovely to see. And then we saw the F1 cars beginning to come up the hill as well. McLaren's ex-John Watson car. And John, who was very much a key part of McLaren, he was still driving for the team when they went for the full carbon fibre tub. And they were in a little clip we saw earlier of McLaren history, had a horrible accident, but it proved that the carbon fibre tub actually did everything to keep a driver safe. And that was part of McLaren showing Formula One that carbon fibre was the future. So that was a key element. We've seen these wonderful Can-Am cars too, haven't we, Alice?
Yes, we have such a beautiful variety of McLarens we've been treated to going up the hill today, and you'll be able to see even more of them throughout the weekend. And then we got the treat of seeing some more modern day Formula One cars.
Yeah, Marc Genet, the Ferrari, and it was lovely to hear him. He was very positive about being here at Goodwood again, and he has such enthusiasm. It was lovely to hear his enthusiasm for the bikes as well as cars, teaming up with various people. So many people here. I know it's great to have you at Goodwood this weekend, and Laura has been catching up with some of you.
I found a couple of punters braving the rain. They were posing in front of this incredible sculpture behind us here. And actually, I was drawn in by this sling as well. Kaylee and Joe join me now. And Kaylee, this is an accident from yesterday, isn't it?
It is, yes. He went pretty big and ended up with the floor. So, huge tricks. Sometimes don't go to plan and you don't get very good prizes.
Joe... Joe, to explain, was in the gas arena yesterday, the Goodwood Action Sports BMX rider, pretty windy, and you risked it.
I did risk it, yeah. It's just for fun, isn't it? We come to Goodwood every year, and it's the highlight of the year, so you bring the best for the fans and do what you can, don't you? And I went a little too hard this time and overdid myself.
But how much are you able to enjoy Goodwood today, despite the rain and quite obvious injuries?
Oh, it's a wonderful place to be. We've met quite a few people that are happy to take photos of us, and we'll take photos of them too. You make some new friends here every year, regardless of the rain. It's a great place to be. I love these sort of art sculptures that are around the place as well, so let's go see what else is in store.
Yeah, it's really cool, isn't it? And Joe, you're not in too much pain, you're doing all right?
No, I'm all right. I'll manage. I'm a tough guy, and I've been here before in this situation a good few times, so yeah, we'll be all right.
And up until that point, I'd imagine things were very impressive over there. We had a little look yesterday, and it's amazing.
Oh, it's awesome. Yeah, it's the best show in the world to be part of. It's such a good team. You know, so you meet your heroes, and yeah, it's real good. Best place ever to be.
Oh, I love it. Well, look, get well soon, heal fast, and thank you very much for stopping to chat to us in the rain. Cheers, guys.
Enjoy.
Thank you, Laura, and lovely to see people all around this place enjoying different elements, if it doesn't always quite work out as they'd hoped. But I'm sure everybody getting around this place, seeing things that have never been seen before. Now, there are lots of different elements to the Goodwood Festival of Speed, and one of them, of course, is the rally stage as well, where you will see a different little bit of action up there with some remarkable cars. Let's take a look at what's been happening up there.
Well, the umbrellas are still up, the Pacamacs are on along with the coats, so it is still coming down out there on this Friday here at Goodwood Festival of Speed, celebrating 30 years, and here at the Forest Rally stage, where we enjoy over 50 years of the World Rally Championship, which launched back in 1973, and over 35 countries have staged rounds since. It is the highest class of international racing, but you can just see what we're showcasing here across the weekend is how far rallying and rally cars have developed through the different regulations, Group A, Group B, all the way through to WRC and the modern era, with teams free to compete in cars now, complying all the way Groups Rally 1 to Rally 5 regulations. So you really do get an excellent mix. We've had a Rally 1 and a Rally 2 car, which currently top the timings. Thierry Neville in the Hyundai Rally 1 car, the fastest of them all. Jari-Matti Latvala has been round a few times in the Toyota Yaris Rally 2 car, which is currently second ahead of the Hyundai i20 RS. The MGS 2000 is fourth, and Sebastian Ogier, who has also been round a few times in his Toyota Yaris Rally 1 car, rounding out the top 5 in front of a Celica, an MG Metro. A couple of MG Metros, actually. The Proton Pert is 9th in the top 10 again, rounded out by an MG Metro. So those MG Metros, pretty nippy out there. But the 6 R4.
Yeah, naturally aspirated, so very easy to get traction through all 4 driven wheels. So we look back now at a car that we seen for the first time this morning. Car number 4, which is David Wright with Jane Nicol. David Wright, for those of you may know, owned an ex-Works Ford Focus, an ex-Carlos Sainz Ford Focus. David will be somebody who will be in the shout for the shootout. As we look at Mike Rimmer, I was about to say Mike Rimmer owns one of the BMW M3s, famous with Loctite sponsorship, way back 1987 when he went through the gate on the Manx International.
Yeah, that's the Subaru making its way around, and Ford Fiesta R5, as Ab was mentioning there, from 2018, getting ready on the start line as part of the contemporary rally car brigade that we have on offer there, along with the Fiesta R2 We've got a Proton Iris R5 as well, and a Ford Fiesta Rally 2. Elliot Payne will be taking to the wheel of that, we hope. And the 2023, as we've seen, Hyundai i20 R5 with James Williams at the wheel, which has already been round a fair few times. There is the Ford Fiesta R5 waiting on the start line, getting the all clear. The revs rise, he lights up the rear tyres, and off he goes to make his way around this Forest Rally stage. This, the 2018 Ford Fiesta R5, David Wright in that. Kicking up the dust, and into the trees we go. Navigates the tight entrance through the two tree trunks. A lot of people have been coming across of the banking there, and a slight nip from the Fiesta, but not too much, enough to catch the car, but he carries it going forward and through and round, approaching Burns and Torini, then into Quattro. The Fiesta goes.
And the Escort Mark 1, which was the first Brabham-built Works RS 1600, driven by Roger Clark. This time we have Josie Rimmer with Alistair McRae. Josie and Alistair swapping seats as Josie gets to grips with manual transmission and the vagaries of the rally stage. As we just look back at Josie over the jump.
Lovely bit of air from Josie, and dealing with these tricky conditions we have here with the rain coming down. The Nissan 56 currently making its way through. That's the Nissan 240 RS from 1984 Group B car, a direct evolution of the previous Works offering that was the Datsun Violet GTS, designed very much to make it easy to drive and maintain, at the time at least, with Anthony Walker taking that around. Currently the 56 Nissan 240 RS you should see making its way through the back end of the Forest Rally stage currently.
On the start line is car number 46, driven by Steve Chamberlain, as we cut back now to David Wright and Jane Nicol.
Oh, there's the Fiesta in red as well. It's actually giving me flashbacks. My first car was a Ford Fiesta, not quite as powerful as the R5, but certainly I think it was 1.4, 1.6 litre Ford Fiesta. A great first car, and again it comes back to that conversation we were having as well about the manufacturers and the production and the relatability of it. My first car was a Ford Fiesta. What am I automatically drawn to within the rally circus? That was probably the Ford Fiesta.
Yeah. And that's how it works. Anthony Walker in the ex-Blydenstein Nissan 240 RS. Different kind of car in that it operated a steering box instead of a rack. But synonymous with Terry Cabey, Louise Aitken Walker, Tony Pond drove one in Corsica.
Some familiar Marlboro branding as well on that. Very reminiscent of the Senna Prost McLaren F1 days, with the orange intermixed with the white on that Nissan.
Steve Chamberlain on the start line in his Mitsubishi, and Steve has been here in the past with an ex-Works Hyundai Accent WRC from Cheshire, and this is the third time he's been here. It's been built at Group N specification, and he's done the Network Q 3 times. But again, a synonymous layout in terms of sponsorship from Rally Art operating out of their base in Rugby and run by the late great Andrew Cowan, as we cut back to Flying Finn. And Harry's red Fiesta over the jump.
I wish. Nicely controlled there from the Fiesta R5.
So, have you been in a rally car except...
Only the Land Rover Defender, because that was the only one I could actually fit in. For those who don't know what I look like, quite tall, 6'5". I really struggled to get in any other one, because the opening gauge of some of these co-driver doors is not a lot. So even the Defender was a bit of a tight squeeze, I found.
I think we're going to have to try and get you into one before Sunday.
I think if our producer's listening, surely there's a VT in that somewhere.
Well, I mean, need to get your license and that, but I think it might be a good thing to do in terms of give you that experience of genuinely what it is like. I've experienced it, Tony's experienced it. So we'll make it an ongoing project for the moment.
Well, absolutely. Well, even in this Defender that I was in last year, we're looking across at the driver, just how quickly he was manoeuvring his hands, where his eyes were looking. They were always the next apex along, the next 2 corners along. He was constantly in sort of concise control, but I was sort of amazed that he was able to kind of laugh and have a chat with me at the same time. And I was just thinking, well, hang on a minute, we've got there's a tree on the left, hang on, but he's already seen that, he's through and gone. He's thinking about the next slight off-camber bend or the next banking that's coming up that has a slight divot, so you've got to avoid that and make sure you don't catch the rear wheel. But they're so used to it, they're so ingrained in it, and they're so in sync with the car that they are driving that it almost becomes a bit second nature to them.
Yeah, it flows. Yeah, you know, Conor Falvey and the Porsche 911. Conor, who in the past has had James O'Brien sitting with him. Coming up the start line, we've got the Triumph TR7 V8 in the British Airways colours. The X-Works, Rothmans, David Sutton run Ford Escort Mark II. David Brown in the Andrews Heat for Hire Mark II. The Fiat 131 from the Motor and Used Road Rally Championship. And one of the McLeods is bringing out the MGS 2000. So that's coming your way if you're in the woods and wondering what's coming to you. A really good, the next 3 cars are really good cross-section of the 70s and 80s. British Airways sponsorship with Triumph adorning the roof. Of course, Tony Pond drove one of these. Roger Clark had the Sparkride sponsorship as we cut back to Steve Chamberlain out over the Flying Fin jump and making his way to Coopers and Stratos.
Yeah, and this sort of celebrating as well the dawn of modern rallying, really, and the changing of regulations as we talk about the transition of Group A to Group B, and then the WRC regulations that all came into place, freeing up some of the limitations that were placed initially within Group A, allowing manufacturers and brands to really start to go full flow and bolt on some quite extreme things in there. Things like aerodynamics, we speak about it. You can see the change in bodywork and the change of aero, more power, less weight, faster cars.
I mean, Group B, but when you were getting to the end of Group B, it was extreme engineering. Certainly with the Lancia Delta S4, the Ford RS200, the Evolution version. But when the FIA, Jean-Marie Balestre, canned it, it literally cut its head off. Those cars went to rallycross, and you see here with the likes of the Audi Quattro 200, the Group A Mitsubishi Starion, where it just went back to basically the production cars. And Lancia were very lucky in that their production, they were producing the Lancia Delta. It wasn't a hard thing to make an Integrale, the very early 8-valve version. And we were talking earlier about the Audi 200 Quattro. It was too big, too cumbersome, and that was the death knell really for Audi and rally in the 1987 onwards.
Well, and it's a shame really, because you look at what they're able to produce current day. You look at the Rally, the Dakar Audi that we've seen going on the hill as well.
Yeah,
and just the sheer amount of manufacturing prowess that goes in from all of these top brands, really, that are so involved. You look at the likes of Toyota and Hyundai, as we've discussed, at the very top of their game. Even the likes of Skoda and you know, Subaru, of course. All these fantastic brands that really encompass making this what it is, which is a global sport. I don't think you see many other motorsports that have such a global manufacturer presence. You know, over the years we've had Japan represented with multiple countries. We've got South Korea even with the likes of Hyundai, along with, you know, okay, all right, there's Formula One, but I still don't think it's on this level where you've also got your MGs, you've got British manufacturers making their way up through the ranks. I don't think you get that anywhere else.
No, and the thing about it is, when Group B ended in 1985, 30-odd years ago, they haven't really used rallying as a tool, but this weekend the original Audi Quattro that Hannu Mikkola drove is coming up the hill with his 2 sons. So their heritage in rallying is still really important to Audi in 2023. You know, from Hannu's involvement. I think Hannu did a national rally in Sweden 1981, and I think he won the event by 23-24 minutes.
Wow.
And that was when I remember him saying here, that was when I knew four-wheel drive was the way to go.
And well, if you had to pick, then pick an era, pick a year, pick a regulation that you would love, that you love the most, what would it be? From rallying, obviously.
I think there'd probably be 2. I mean, there'd be the very early 80s in Ireland where X-Works Mark II Escorts were ruling the roost, and the dawn of the Opel Ascona 400 where they were coming in. But for me, the engineering ability and craft of the Group B era was phenomenal.
That's what they say. It's the golden era, wasn't it? That
Yeah,
sort of
I mean, some of the engineering. The Lancia Delta S4 was the only super and turbocharged rally car. Supercharged because from low down in revs, the supercharger kicked in straight away. And once the supercharger got up to speed, then the turbocharger kicked in and took it even further. You know, some of the engineers, engineers amaze me, fascinate me.
I can't comprehend. You look at the likes of somebody like Adrian Newey in Formula One, and just how you're able to do it time and time and time and time and time again. It's a fascinating thing to get your head around, and then you just see the differences in what engineers and aerodynamicists and mechanics can all produce when you look at them on screen in real life. The sheer difference in shape and size that we have here represented at the Forest Rally stage, celebrating those wonderful over 50 years of rallying. But you go back to, you know, rally cars from the 50s before the WRC officially formed as a championship. Fantastic work, and all the way through to rally cross as well, being pioneered and showcased on the front line.
Philip Tollimer making his way off the start.
And we'll be joining the action of the rally stage a little bit later in the day as well. But now our attention changes. We look down to the hill climb starting point, and we're about to celebrate the history of Porsche once again. I'm Alex Jake. Standing next to me is Bruce Jones, and we're looking at the 1998 winner of the Le Mans 24 Hours.
A very special car. From the outside it looked like a GT car, but inside it was very much all carbon fibre. It was a monocoque car, and it just yielded glory at the first attempt for Aiello, McNish and Ortelli, the young guns. They came, and it just showed how Porsche, with its incredible history, they've got 19 outright wins in the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and this was just another building brick for them. But the shapes of the cars were changing very fast, and again, running down the line of cars, it was a livery, the Pink Pig it was called. You can see the German names of the cuts of pork from all over the flank. This was a livery we saw first on a 917 in the early 70s, but back a handful of years ago it came back again, and I'm very much a fan of great liveries being revisited, and great to have that there in the mix as well. That's the 911 RSR from 2018.
Yeah, totally with you on that. Fantastic to get the retro look, and brought back, that was, as you say, 2018, and running today a car that belongs in the Porsche Museum.
Yeah, and it's not just the 75 years since Ferry Porsche got the first of his cars out onto the roads, but 60 years of celebration of the 911, a model line that keeps on giving, becoming ever larger. The nimble ones from the early days are the ones that really, really catch my eyes. Not just famous for competing out on the circuit, but success on the rally stage, rallycross as well. An incredibly nimble and handy car.
Yeah, looking at the one down there, it's 2.7 litre flat six from 1973. We move along. We're going to see, it's great to get a first look down here at what we're going to see, because sometimes we aren't able to cover every single car on the hill climb, and great to go down the line as we move down once again.
Well, the blue and red stripes up the nose of the Brumos 911 in front, and then to Jägermeister. Brilliant colour scheme, day or night. This car stands out in its orange, and the Kramer team ran that for a very long time. All around the world, but most notably in the German championships, the DRM, the Deutsche Rennsport Championship, the Meisterschaft, and then a lot of cars revolved for racing in the States. But looking it down at 522, at 911 RSR, 3 litre from 1975, and it dominated the Group 4 category of racing at the day. Huge number of these cars were out there, but Porsche very quickly, from their early racing cars, realised this was what was really going to propel their brand to the very top.
Absolutely, and we move from the 1980 edition to further along.
A Porsche 935, the 935J, 3.2 litre flat six turbocharged, and Stefan Johansson will be driving this car this weekend, waiting to see if he's on board. But an awful lot of people in motorsport, they step away from their careers, whether it's on cars or bikes, and they seem to somehow find a 911 in their garage at home. Ooh, what a shame. But as you can see, a huge amount of aerodynamic additions to the cars. When it went to the 935, the 911 is effectively within there, that basic body shape, but the bodywork that was added to get greater aerodynamic downforce, you can see with that more of a shovel nose on the second of the Kramer cars. The number 526, which is a 935-80. That's the K3, K for Kramer Racing. And they really did mastermind the aerodynamics on these cars. As you can see, far more than a ducktail on the back of that car. The ducktail was the little flip-up on the mid-70s, 73 onwards Porsche 911s. But this one was made for purpose and looks absolutely fabulous in that full orange race livery. And in behind we go from racing, Alex, to rally, higher clearance, and also, of course, an array of headlights that will be revealed when it was on the rally stage.
Yeah, wonderful motor racing history for this famous brand. Of course, we're going to have celebrations as we go through as well, not just the cars out there climbing the hill once again. This rally version that you're currently looking at, of course, in the famous livery that we know so well, and a little bit of impatience to get the cars up the hill.
Bring it on. We understand that sentiment. And, you know, great to have the young and the old united here just for a brilliant day out. And for so many people, it's just reuniting them with cars from their childhood. And that is the beauty, celebrating so many years of history. But this is a celebration of 75 years since the Porsche marque was established. But all around the grounds of Goodwood House, people having a very busy day. So much to see, so much to do, some great places to stop for lunch. I don't want to see any more catering facilities for a while. I'm very hungry indeed. And a huge display down from the manufacturers, 75 years. This is the Lotus stand. Lotus is very much back in business with a bang. So do go down to their stands. And if it's tipping down with rain right now, it's only a light spit in the air. And we've got hardy viewers, some with umbrellas, but they're standing out there because a lot of these people here are huge, huge fans of Porsche. All things that move, in fact, to be quite honest. But to get to see the cars coming up the slope at Goodwood, this is the exit, just past our commentary box of Molecombe Corners. The cars would come from the middle of the screen. They'd be turning to their left to go on up the hill. That's the point, Alex, at which the course starts to really climb.
It does. You definitely want to be behind the wheel and not on foot at that stage of proceedings. A little bit of an inspection going on of the hill climb at the moment. It is greasy down there, and we've run plenty up the hill. Wonder if we've had a bit of fluid dropped.
One does feel that they've inspected that, because anyone can tell it's wet, but how much oil may have been dropped. So, again, it's very, very...
Oh, no, it's out of our
serious.
combox, and it very much, obviously, you can't quite tell it from the camera, but from the naked eye, you absolutely can. It is shining back up. So one of the entrants has deposited some oil right on the entry to Molecombe. And given what we saw yesterday there on multiple occasions, erring on the side of caution, definitely the right approach.
Yeah, the big problem, Molecombe, it's a very, very tricky corner. It's far harder than it seems as you approach. And if you've just gone a little too deep, unfortunately, we have lines of straw bales. And we saw yesterday they do a very, very good job of stopping a car. But it's narrow. There is very, very little space beyond the corner. So absolutely wise. They may put down some quick dry material on that, and that would help extract whatever liquid is putting down. Now, on Friday, fairly early on, this was the car that got it, you could say slightly wrong, as it came into Molecombe, but unfortunately that was straight on. Unfortunately, the track was going to driver's left, 1, 2, 3, 4, and got the prize for reaching the final line of straw bales. What incredible camera work from the person who's now known, I presume, as Dusty.
It's Alistair.
Alistair. Well done, Alistair. Fabulous job. Well, I guess we can identify you. It'll still be in your hair, but as you can see, that was a Hyundai Elantra, really moving on very fast indeed. But the bales, it may seem old school, but it did the job.
Yeah, uncertain of how they ended that far in. I'm not sure if it was a failure of some sort or whether they were just unfamiliar with it. It might seem sometimes from the angles that we show you that it's a lack of deviation up the hill, but it is absolutely. I mean, you're snaking round up the hill, and never more so than the left-hander there.
Yes, and at certain points for the supercar run later, they install a chicane some distance before Molecombe, which actually knocks the speed off. But anyone watching at that famous corner will then at least see the cars accelerating very, very hard indeed. Porsche 356, this is the Gmn Coupe, 1951, effectively what got the show on the road when Porsche decided building cars was great, building cars for competition was better still.
Yeah, echo those sentiments. It won its 1.1 litre class in Le Mans that year, hotly contested, really put it on the map. And since then, it's gone, of course, from strength to strength to strength. And we now begin proceedings with the wheels covered. This was the distinctive mark for Porsche. And we now see them beginning the 75-year anniversary celebration as we celebrate 30 years of the Festival of Speed. And we had this yesterday, we're having it again today. Take it nice and easy through Malcolm Corner as they take this tiny but remarkable car up the hill.
You might look at it and think it's a jelly mould with those the wheels being fed in, but this is a car, and it's worth emphasising. Back then, you had many, many different classes at Le Mans. A 1.1 litre. These were not fast cars, but they were racing against other cars that were a maximum of 1100cc. And Porsche, very early in its career, already had a car that could top that class. There were also categories for fuel efficiency, whereas, of course, now, this year, we just had the 3 classes at Le Mans. We had the hypercar class, LMP2, which, alas, is moving on for next year, and GTE Am. But back then, you could have up to almost a dozen classes. They came and they went, but this one was great for Porsche. And what better way to establish your mark than actually winning at Le Mans?
Yeah, absolutely. The Grand Prix of Endurance. And as the 1.1 litre entry continues up the hill, we're seeing plenty more on the circuit as well, including there's Porsche Spiders out there. We'll see all sorts. We'll see Le Mans winners in this batch, plenty out there. And but we are focusing on the one that's got us started off. Just had the winning entry from 1970. The Porsche 917K has just gone past our commentary box. Wonderful livery, wonderful design, and wonderful track record as well. The car built in 1969 and triumphant in 1970.
Yes, as soon as the Porsche 917 was launched, it actually frightened a lot of drivers. It was something very different. And then if you've seen the bodywork off, that's what really concerns you. And cars with the roof off.
It's true.
There are 5 cars, individual cars, that won the Le Mans 24 Hours twice here this weekend, and we have all of them. And one of them is the WSC 95 car built that started life as a Jaguar, believe it or not, but it was put aside when the championship classes changed, and then a Porsche engine was put into it. It turned up at Le Mans in 1986 and took victory first time out, and then Tom Christensen got on board the following year and doubled up on that. So 95, it was launched 96, 97, and 1. And then moving through to the car that we saw right at the start of this feature, and it's the 911 GT1 98. Again, sticking with that 3.2 litre flat 6, albeit turbocharged engine. And this is a car from the Porsche Museum, and it's great, don't you think, that all these manufacturers have these historic divisions that keeps these cars in a shape in which we can see them.
Absolutely. And I was wandering past at Williams earlier on, and just the iconic bodywork just lying there. And there'll be so many moments where there'll be plenty of you out there at the moment recalling moments from your childhood. This is the first time I watched Le Mans. This car won the race back in 1998, and it's got a special place in my heart. And what's wonderful about this as we go through is you see the evolution. So it's obviously dramatic when you see the evolution from the early years onto what is a more contemporary car, but that was a really strong option, as you see, the WSC 95, and then we moved to the 98 version. That was a step forward. This is one of their GT3 spec cars in the retro rerun, which is the Pink Pig.
Yeah, the Pink Pig, first seen that race livery on a 917, but again, this was the 911 RSR. This is in the GTE class that we've had pro and AM levels, and Porsche's had many, many successes in that, and being driven with great aplomb there up the hill, but broad, raucous. They'd moved up to 4 litre engine size by then, and great drivers in that. Michael Christensen, Kevin Estre, and Laurent Vator, all brilliant drivers in GT. Then now a lot of these drivers stepping up to drive prototypes, as of course the hypercar class has got the manufacturers back. Porsche rejoining the championship. Ferrari, after 60 years away from the top level, rejoining the championship. Lamborghini are coming, Cadillac are in, BMW coming. It's boom time in the WEC at the top.
Yeah, it really is, and it's great to see as well, as we saw this at the start earlier on, and now we're seeing it in action out there. The Porsche 911 Carrera continuing on in the Jägermeister colours of the Kramer team. And we've got two specs, so we're going to give you the history lesson as we go up the hill. This is the version from 1975.
Yeah, the 75 version, so it's much more like a 911. We'll move on to the 935, which has got an awful lot more bodywork, almost sitting atop the basic car, just to get the downforce for the great circuits, racing at Daytona and other places where you need your car pushed down to the track. But this one, relatively simple, and to my eye, absolutely exquisite. Still nimble, and Kramer, the brothers from Germany, just did such a phenomenal job across a very, very long time. And you can understand, if you turn up at Le Mans, you have a Porsche 911, that looks remarkably like your own, albeit driven a lot better, is out there winning, whether outright or, in this case, in its class. And, of course, it's very special. Now, jumping on from one bright orange Jägermeister car to the other, we said the second one would be a 935. It's even better than that. It's a 935 K3, in which the Kramers took the initial 935 design. It was a design that evolved and evolved each year. There was a slightly different twist. The rear bodywork became longer, the rear wing came further out. But as you can see, those massive cutouts just over the lights, that's just so the lights could be seen. But the bodywork continuing further back. With the 917, they'd worked out with what they call a Langheg, the long tail that you needed the more to get the stability down the straights would work on the 911, or more to the point, the 935 model.
And we now move to the rally iteration from 1984. This is Porsche's final factory rally car. And there are only 20 examples built. I loved it when you used to have the rules that you had to produce manufacture a certain number of cars in order to compete in the championship. So only 20 of these ever built. Again, we'll say it about all of them, I imagine, that go up this hill. Beautiful.
Yes, and also, of course, it's remarkably clean for a car that's around. I'd be happier to see this when it's done the rally stage at the top. I don't think it is going to do that, but the 911 RS, but SCRS, great car, because to me, rally cars should be grubby. But, of course, with a lot of those production runs, some shenanigans took place over the years where were all the cars they built for homologation actually cars that ran? Well, perhaps they were.
It's a great story about Enzo Ferrari not being able to potentially fill his allocation and giving the governing body a tour in one part of the factory, then moving the cars
to the other end again.
To the other end again. So he only had to produce. This is the 953 Paris Dakar entry, and so we're going to increase the ride height and maintain the glamour.
The Paris Dakar, just the most extraordinary brainchild that evolved and evolved. Initially, some of the cars that took part in it, you look at it now and go, how did they even get out of France? But anyhow, the ground clearance and the jumps these cars having going over those enormous dunes. And if racing at Le Mans, you used to require a shovel on board to dig your car out of the sand traps at the side of the circuit. Imagine going around countries like Mauritania in the full desert and just going from relatively hard sand to deep, deep sand, an event of massive endurance. And Rothman's Porsches had prodigious success on the events across the top of Africa, and in many ways it is sort of made for TV in terms of how spectacular it is, absolutely not made for TV in how you cover the event.
The logistics required something else compared to, say, the likes of us that normally just rock up at a circuit and have a very easy time of it. We are coming to the end of the run there. Plenty more still to go up the hill, and there is one ripping past the GT3 spec. Is ripping past our commentary box, chasing the Dakar entry all the way to the line.
In fact, one of the fastest drivers yesterday, I think he was the fastest driver yesterday, Adam Smalley in a Porsche Super Cup. Styly car, it's a 911 GT3 Cup. And of course, Porsche have had its one-make racing series forever and a day, and a lot of drivers come through. Right, from contemporary to smaller, lighter, and more nimble. And again, Porsche Spiders in the early days were really very much a feature. This is the 550A Spider. And that should be, just trying to pick that one out. Sorry, that's the 718 RS Spider. I thought it was slightly sleeker, slightly later. This is 1961. And again, small, light, looking for glory. And you know what? Achieving glory, of course. This was Phil Hill and Dan Gurney raced one of these on the Targa Florio, the most manic of road races. If you thought the Targa, the Mille Miglia around mid-Italy, through Umbria and Tuscany was tough enough, going around the road course, the Madonese circuit, if you would call it, around Sicily, something very special. And I, for one, whenever I get a chance to see any old footage of that, it just warps my mind.
Incredible that they ever did it. Amazing they were allowed to do it for so long. Deep into the modern era, but a wonderful spectacle, and jealous of all those who saw those trackside like you are at the moment. This is the Iron Dames entry from earlier this year. It contended for the podium in class at Le Mans, fell just short, but that's the glory of that event. That you could be in the mix, that they have a chance, and it was a wonderful effort all the way to the flag.
Such a personable crew of drivers, Rahul Rai, Michel Gatting and Sarah Bovey, and they have done wonders for bringing and attracting a lot of young girls who'd like to race these cars. And you know what? Sarah Bovey is picking off World Championship pole position after pole position this year. Had a fantastic run just last weekend down at Monza, but they came here last year, really loved the mix. And seeing young girls going up, I remember one going up to Sarah Bovey, I was about to interview her, and this girl with the biggest eyes just stood there and was staring up and just suddenly understood that Sarah competed in a racing car, and to her, that was magical. But forget that, it's also the fact they are a very, very quick trio.
Yeah, in the mix all the time for podiums in their class, in the WEC. And the old phrase, if you can see it, you can be it. Absolutely appropriate there.
I've never heard that one before. I'll put that one in the bank for later on. Right, for people of a certain age, the Group C period of sports car racing was truly very, very special indeed. The Porsche 956, when they started it was a fuel formula. Derek Bell used to hate it because he had to drive at about 80%. We had that fleetingly in Formula 1 not so long ago. But in time, the pace picked up and the 956 was superseded by the slightly sleeker Porsche 962. Brilliant in Works' hands, but also key to Porsche in motorsport. It was also just as good in the hands of privateers. And we've got a 956 here that won Le Mans, not once, but twice ahead of the Works team. So that was a tribute all round. But we saw the rally cars looking great in that Rothmans livery. But to me, this is the Porsche 962. Couldn't be nicer.
Completely agree. That is motor racing heritage, and has it ever looked as good as that? Fantastic. It is. We've seen some wonderful cars up the hill so far today, but iconic doesn't even begin to cover it, and that is fantastic to see. It went past our commentary box a few moments ago, and now we are sending the Valiant livery up the hill. We're on the 917 now.
The 917-30 Can-Am, we had the display from McLaren. They dominated for years, and then Porsche fancied a slight crack at it, and they took the 917-30 over to the States, and it just carried on the bloodline that McLaren had put down. Big cars, spectacular cars, enormous wings. This is the very first 917-30. Raced this model, principally this one, in Europe in the Inter-Series scene. Massive sports car racing in that German series, but so successful stateside as well. It won 6 of the 8 rounds, Porsche 917-30, largely with Mark Donoghue racing for Roger Penske. And of course, Roger Penske is now, of course, involved. Porsche Penske Motorsport running the hypercars for Porsche. The man just never stops aiming for glory and almost always gathers it.
Yeah, absolutely true. And one of the more distinctive looking cars heading up there. Now we're going to throw it forward to modern times. And after Audi had dominated for so long, Porsche needed a response at Le Mans, and they found it. This is the hybrid from a few years ago. It's back in 2015 when this car was competing.
There are certain points in time when you look back at a car and think, surely that was only 3 years ago, but 2015, and one of the most notable points, this was a brilliant battle against Audi and Toyota for glory, all delivering their performances at different points around a lap, so you can have a lot of overtaking. But for me, it was the fact that Nico Hülkenberg, the last contemporary driver in Formula 1 to win the Le Mans 24 Hours, his career in Formula 1 wasn't going as well as it should have done. He's a huge talent, but talk about bragging rights. He turned up at the next Grand Prix after victory at Le Mans and put the winner's trophy on the desk in that press conference and went, "Hi guys, what did you do last weekend?" Trumped.
Phenomenal work, and that is weirdly, that is the last race that Hülkenberg has won.
It is. I mean, you know, you look through the history of motor racing, there are some stellar talents who just haven't been in the right car at the right time, but by joining Earl Bamber and Nick Tandy to take a famous win at Le Mans all those years ago. How can I say all those years ago? It wasn't all that long ago, but the fact of the matter, it was 2015. I must move on. That was 8 years ago. The sport has moved on. Great looking car, but again, to me, that was a very special result. And also for Earl Bamber, when you see drivers, I saw that duo competing in A1GP, fabulous to have them. Now this is the Porsche moment, and a chance to see all shapes, all sizes, and one thing that has never been anywhere far away from the essence of Porsche, it's about performance.
Yes, absolutely, as they make their way through. So various moments throughout the day where we'll celebrate 75 years for Porsche. We had them in front of the house yesterday. So many great memories there, and we've taken you right through the order from the car that started it to their most recent Le Mans winner as well, and the iteration there. And they did the hat-trick with that car that you saw a few moments ago, 15, 16 and 17. And now just a few more vehicles heading along. And this is all part of the celebration now. So This is the Goodwood equivalent of chucking the kitchen sink of it, and we are completing the run with one of their 4x4s. There was the one that got us going earlier on.
The Porsche 356, beloved of a lot of racers who went on to compete in the 60s and 1970s because it was so nimble, and I often commentate with the great John Watson, and he still has a massive penchant for Porsche 356. It's a Porsche 928. Let's put the engine up front. Will that work? Well, it wasn't a 911, but you know what? They're fabulous cars to drive, and but yet Porsche kept on going back to the 911 design, of course. Then we moved up to the bigger SUVs. Porsche was the first sports car manufacturer to dip its toe in that pond with the Cayenne, and that was a huge sales success for them.
Okay, young and old watching on. But it is a... Yes, give us a wave if ever you see yourself on the big screen. It is great to have your company here at the 30th edition of the Festival of Speed. And starting them young is a very good idea. Young and old enjoying it. And I tell you what, it's brightening up out there, which is good news all round, if you ask me. Thanks for putting up with things in the rain at the start of proceedings today. We've got plenty more to show you up the hill as we enjoy the Porsche 75 celebration.
I think the unique thing about Porsche and the cars that they make, it's the mix between the purity of the engineering and the beauty of the design. That whole mix is really, really something special. So it's joy to be in it, and it's a joy to actually make it work and to actually feel it. How the car feels in the steering wheel, really, and the view out of it and everything, which are the important things. The handling of the Porsche, very particular thing. Porsche, without any doubt, always going to be a major part of the Festival of Speed. It's amazing how we've done the 50th anniversary, now we're doing the 75th, so 25 years later, here we are, we're still doing it. Also the only brand to have double centre display 4 times, and that shows an incredible amount of support, and that we love having it as well. We're all huge fans. The special moments each day are the absolute climax. The whole site turns to look at them. This year, this fantastic sculpture, Porsche cars will come and encircle it in front of the house. There will be music, there will be these wonderful daylight fireworks, and there will be this huge, very emotional celebration of 75 years of one of the world's greatest brands. I think I've driven more Porsches than anything else at the Festival of Speed. I'm very lucky. I've owned a few Porsches over the years, and the moment I made a little bit of money in my early 20s, I was definitely out there trying to buy myself a decent car. My favourite's got to be the original 924 Carrera GT that I own, and I wish I still had. Colour plays a big part in motorsport. So liveries are hugely memorable, and Porsche liveries in particular. I mean, graphics and cars and liveries and colour, all super important. Everything a brand stands for is what the Festival of Speed is all about. The joy of driving, the joy of mobility. We're looking at change, we're looking at innovation, technology. I mean, that's what the Festival of Speed is all about. And Porsche epitomises that on every level.
So fantastic to see you back here at the Festival of Speeds. Quite difficult conditions on the hill at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's not the moment we can push the most, but let's say as a Belgian driver, I kind of like a good rain. And with this car, it's always a pleasure anyway, on dry, on wet. So it was pretty cool having a little bit of, slippy condition. But now it's not raining anymore, so I hope that the fan can enjoy it.
And the racing's been going very well.
Yeah, we have been doing some good stuff this year in World Endurance Championship. We have had pole position, podiums, and now we are just running after our first win, but we keep pushing hard for it.
I mean, there is no more competitive series to try and do it in.
Well, you know, GT racing in general is very competitive, and we are, I believe, in two of the most competitive championships in the world with the GT World Challenge and the WEC. So we are learning a lot, and for me, only when you are fighting against stronger than you got stronger yourself. So I think we have learned a lot the last few years, and now we are happy to see that we are competitive in the race we are entering.
Well, great to see you this weekend, and have a good one.
Thank you.
It is time for a celebration of all things Porsche in front of the house, in front of the sculpture. It is time to assemble some of the greatest cars they have ever built. We've seen them go up the hill, and now we are parking up ready for a celebration after 75 years of motor racing memories.
And it seems almost rude not to have them in front of the house, that fabulous Jerry Judah sculpture, the topic of which, the subject, the theme for this year is Porsche. And to see all the great and the good underneath will be a fabulous sight to behold. And it's great to have a third voice in the commentary box, because freelance motoring journalist Henry Catchpole, Porsche, there's no way you could have stepped around those through your career thus far.
No, it's definitely one of those brands that it sort of almost dominates at times. Sometimes it feels like my motoring journalism career over the years.
But as a child, I mean, you were just talking about taking your 6-year-old son to the British Grand Prix and getting in under the skin. Where did the bug hit you?
I suppose from my parents, really. They met through MGs and all that sort of many years ago, and sitting in a very old MG TF in a barn and sort of pretending to learn to use the pedals and all that sort of thing. So, yeah, it was fairly ingrained from a very early age. I never had a chance.
None of us ever had a chance. It's fabulous, but Porsche, it really, particular, certain manufacturers, certain marks that just have a hold over people. And to me, I love the Porsche road cars, but for me, it's always the competition machinery. And to see them, okay, not against a blue sky today, but it may brighten up. To see the latest 963, the hypercar on the top left of your screen, and the one and only Porsche Formula One winner, 1962 French Grand Prix, one of the stars of the 60s and 70s to me, Dan Gurney at the wheel. Great to have that Formula One car in the mix. A lot of people forget, of course, that Porsche did Formula One on their own right, and then with their engines that had such success with McLaren as well.
Yes, it's one of those brands. Lots of brands talk about obviously having motorsport sort of DNA in their road cars, and you really can feel it with Porsche so often. And obviously we've seen the GT cars going up as well, and you see it in the GT road cars, and you really do feel it. Sort of things like the latest GT3 RS with all its downforce that looks like it has just turned the wrong way out of the pit lane and ended up on the public road.
Oh, we love that. The bloodline is very, very close to the surface. So, a celebration of Porsche 75 years, and Alex, it's a real treat.
It really is, and we're having a performance today. We had a performance yesterday, and then the pyrotechnics will be launched skywards in a few moments as we check in once again with the sculpture. But this just, amid all of the action on the hill, a moment to pause, to reflect, and to celebrate. And it's great to see so many of you have gathered down there, camera phones up, ready to get a look at what is sure to be a spectacular moment in a few seconds' time. After we've seen the performance, we don't make you false promises from this commentary box. They're all talking about the colourful era, of course. You can see the Le Mans entry from this year with its livery specifically designed to recall all of the designs that they had run aesthetically on track through the years, which is why it's all multicoloured in their 75th year celebration.
It started small, it grew, and the success came. And 19 victories at the Le Mans 24 Hours, the most successful manufacturer in the history of that great race, celebrating the centenary of the 24 Hours this year. And it just seems wrong if Porsche isn't up there going for outright victories. A lot of people would have driven down today in their Porsche, which they would have dusted down for the weekend to bring here to Goodwood. It's about road cars, it's about the drivers, it's about the machinery, but for me it's always the competition cars, and with Porsche you're never very far away from scratching the surface and finding another potential race winner.
You know, you're absolutely right about that, Bruce. Some of the car parks here are spectacular, let alone when you actually get to the main grounds. Everyone, as you say, waiting for a special occasion to take whatever their vintage is out to Goodwood, and it's great that so many of you have done that. It's great that despite the early rain, so many of you have gathered in front of the house for this performance, this celebration, and this our second day of blowing the fireworks budget.
Well, it's absolutely fabulous to see, and of course after this Porsche celebration, the 75 years of glory and of success and brilliant machinery, we'll have a supercar run, and most notably, of course, there'll be Porsches in that as well. The bloodline continues, and that's always the very beauty of it all. But right now, sights and sounds, the pops, the bangs, the colours, but most importantly the cars up in front of Goodwood House on that Jerry Judas sculpture. It's a time in history, 75 years, that is a heck of an achievement.
And it's important to celebrate these milestones. The one thing that I thought when I was coming through the ranks, commentating on the junior categories, was that some drivers who think they're destined for the top don't take a moment to appreciate what they've achieved along the way. And you are looking at the complete opposite of that as we take a moment and recognise everything that Porsche have done. Wonderful performance, wonderful celebration there, and a warm round of applause from all of you who are witnessing it in front of the house.
When Goodwood does things, it does it in inimitable, expansive style, and yet again. So many celebrations, but 75 years, Henry Catchpole. What lies ahead? The world of Porsche, of course, We'll be heading in all sorts of directions. We're getting towards the end, or are we, of the internal combustion engine? I don't know a full answer to that one, but many other ways of achieving power and performance.
Indeed. Well, Porsche is very interesting in terms of it's sort of covering all bases, really, because we've obviously seen sort of various sort of electrification with it. They've got the Taycan. We've seen the latest hypercars, sort of just a concept at the moment, but that is electric. But also they're sort of putting real effort into synthetic fuels. So sort of we're very lucky that Porsche still produce fantastic naturally aspirated engines. And yes, they're looking to synthetic fuels for the future.
Plenty to cover, plenty to expand upon that in our supercar run. But first, let's finish off with this Porsche celebration.
Fly through the city, go find the star, run like a river that's in your heart. You gotta fight the star. Keep me like the ember, keep me like the fire, keep me like a color, keep me like the night, keep me like the ember in the night.
It is supercar time on the hill here at Goodwood, and we have so many famous names about to send their machinery to the top, and we are delighted to be talking you through this one. We're especially delighted that Henry's here to go into expansive detail as we enjoy this supercar run, officially batch 6, and we're going to be seeing some splendid cars now attacking the corners ahead. Slightly damp still out there. Delighted to say it looks like the rain is going to stay away now for the next few hours, which is good news in the commentary box, and especially good news if you're watching the other side of the straw bales. Henry, what are we looking at the moment?
So we've got Ferrari to kick us off, and one of the very best sounding cars that I think you'll hear going up the hill all weekend. It's part of the XX project and track only, and we've also got another of the XX cars following it up behind there, and they really are spectacular. Sort of kicked off this whole sort of track only thing in a way for many people, which you've seen other manufacturers do now.
And it's a global thing. I remember being down at Kyalami in South Africa, and the FFX division turned up, and the cars, the sort of XX stands for extremely extreme, does it not, or something like that?
It does, and it's in fact the car we've got going up now is based in fact on a race car, so it's a 488 GTE car underneath all that bodywork, so that's a very special thing going up there.
So where's that from then?
That is also from Ferrari.
Oh,
so
from.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. I drove a 458 GTE car recently, and it's just a spectacular thing. And this is part of Ferrari does a lot of special commissions and sort of one-offs, and this is, I looked at the latest one that they've done.
But presumably right now it's considerably easier to make a one-off car than it would have been. I know the coach building days in the 20s, 30s, and so on and so forth, but with CAD-CAM and all of the design features, presumably it's a little bit quicker to come up with something new.
Yes, I think there's all sorts of options these days, you say, with sort of all the design possibilities. Now we're into the Ferrari road cars going up now, so we've got the 296 GTS, which is just a fabulous car. I drove that on the launch, and it's a hybrid supercar. It's got a V6 engine in the back, and it is really absolutely spectacular. There's a sort of new generation now seen coming through of these hybrid hypercars.
Indeed, and in racing form, it already had its first big success before the Le Mans was won by Ferrari. The Nürburgring 24 Hours was a victory for the 296 GT3 as well. So it's lower, sleeker, meaner.
And this is the spectacular Lotus Evija. So this is fully electric, and it's worth going to go and have a look around this, because it's just a beautifully sculptural thing, like some sort of Barbara Hepworth sculpture with those massive air tunnels going through the side of it.
And also electric motors in each corners, and some of the power figures, you think it's a typo, you think it's a mistake, but 500 on each wheel.
Yeah, you really do think it's a typo. It's just extraordinary the power you can get out of an electric. And it's so instantly accessible as well, which is the other thing with these electric cars. But this is rather different. It's got a naturally aspirated engine, wonderful, one of the Porsches we were talking about, 718 Spider RS. So this has got the GT3 engine in the back of it. And the roof up, it's not really designed to have the roof up that much. It's a little bit of a complicated roof, but it's more optional. But looks absolutely stunning in gentian blue as well, one of my favourite Porsche colours.
It is a great colour, but I'm a real fan of cars that are sort of got great engines and they don't shout about it. It's just tucked away.
Yeah, it's tucked away until somebody touches the throttle, and then you know all about it. And it's like the GT4 RS, it's got the intakes right behind you, so you can really hear fabulous intake noise on this Spider RS and the GT4 RS as well, which I followed one of those. We're talking about seeing these out on the road. I followed one down this morning, so there we go.
I think I followed the dust cart. I got in that early.
You were in very early. That's what happens if you get unlucky with the rotor. As we move further back, and we have sight of, there are many Bentleys here this weekend. This one powered by renewable fuel. Again, we'll go through it. We've seen EVs, we've seen hydrogen, but we're seeing more and more renewable fuel, and that is so important that we are able to continue running all of the motorsport heritage that we've seen throughout this week, and will see throughout this week for years to come in a sustainable way.
And it's not just on the modern cars. There is a 1930s Bentley Racer, a Speed 6 with zero output. So it's right back. We had the Beast of Turin, the 1911 Fiat, now running on renewable fuel as well, on synthetic fuel. So it's great to have those. But Henry, this Bentley going up the hill?
Yes, it's appropriate. It's in blue because it's named after a body of water, the Bentley Bateau. It's following on from the Bentley Baccarat, which came before it, and this is sort of very much celebrating the end of the sort of internal combustion engine era for Bentley and this fantastic W12 motor that we've got, and huge amount of horsepower, so over 700 brake horsepower from that.
It's rather fitting about you're talking about a huge amount of horsepower. Then we look at a Koenigsegg.
Yes, Koenigsegg have been doing big power for a long time, and they are absolutely fearsome things. Christian Koenigsegg, always fascinating seeing what he comes up with next from Sweden, and yeah, this is absolutely stunning.
Now, which of the models is that? Is that the Jesko or the Gemera?
That is the Jesko.
Jesko?
Yes, yeah, so it's got on the side of it the 0 to 400 to 0 record car there.
It's just quite a thought, isn't it? We talked about huge horsepower numbers, but 400 kph. I trust it wasn't miles per hour, but we know Bugattis have crafted 300 on the open road with the inimitable Andy Wallace at the wheel, but 400 kph, those are just numbers that I can't really equate.
And it's worth popping down to the paddock to have a look at this, because they've had the bodywork up on most of the Koenigsegg's actually, and they are absolutely stunning when you look underneath them, and sort of the Erlen stamps and things like that. So yes, it's well worth going down to have a look at those.
It's Valkyrie time, sorry.
It's Valkyrie time, and these very special. Looks like there's Andy Creel on board. I think I see the colours of the flag of Guernsey on the side of his helmet. It looks spectacular from the front, the Adrian Newey car, but when you see it from the back, the space under those Venturis, Henry, just phenomenal. No wonder it works so well. A Formula One car for the road in many ways.
Absolutely. Well, this is in fact the AMR Pro, so this is the track-only version, and it's actually quite different to the road car in terms of it's quite a different tub, a bit narrower, a bit longer. I was lucky enough to go around Silverstone in this with Nico Hulkenberg at the wheel a while ago, and it pulls over 3G in the corners. It sounds absolutely stunning as well. We've got the road car version of it, as you say, launch of that earlier this year, and it's been quite a journey for this car to make it onto the road, and all the sort of, I suppose, compromises, sort of things they had to do to get sort of actually to work on the road.
But that's a very clever technique. They sell you the track-only car, and they say, oh, we can sell you another one for the road. Like it.
And there's a Spider version as well, obviously, so you can have all three. Why not?
We're going through those versions as we climb the hill all the time.
It's Aston Martin time, of course. We had the Valkyrie, but now for the road cars, Aston Martin seems to be producing different models time after time. DBS 770 Ultimate. I mean, it looks absolutely exquisite, but what makes this one stand out? What makes it different to the regular DBS?
So the clue is in the name with the 770 with those numbers. It is more powerful, but there's been a lot of other work that's gone into it actually, just to really sort of change it up, and it's more than perhaps the sum of its parts, I suppose. And a lot of what we saw with that has gone into the latest DB12 as well.
Now this one is really intriguing to me. I squint and I still think of certain Alfa Romeo prototypes from the mid-1970s, angular design, but this is the Hyundai N-Vision 74 that is, I got up close and had a look at it. It's a car that I call a very special bit of kit.
Yeah, absolutely. And we had the chat through earlier on, and that is the only version that they have of that powertrain. So if anything goes wrong with what you just saw, it is going to be the end of the running. So that it really is prototype technology, powered by the N-Vision team at Hyundai, and that is named for the Nürburgring, where a lot of their performance work is done.
Indeed, a lot of the performance work for an awful lot of manufacturers take place around the Nordschleife, that magnificent 24.5-kilometre circuit. Now, the Charge 67 by Charge Cars looks like a 1967 Mustang fastback. Tick that box, but of course, no big V8 under the bonnet to this one, Henry.
No. If you like the look but don't like the sound, then this is the car for you.
If you're that one person who didn't like the sound, great to see the old styling with the modern technology, though. As we make our way now into what is the McLaren section of things, and that looks like it's Bruno Senna behind the wheel of a McLaren Senna, and it is indeed.
Yeah, it's a fantastic car, this, and been lucky enough to drive it both on track and on road, and 800 kilos of downforce. And if you go and have a look around it, you can see the little sort of the movable aerodynamic parts on it in blue just at the front there. You can see, and it's I think it divided opinion perhaps when it came out in terms of its looks, but I think it's got actually sort of better and better the longer we've had this car.
It's very funny to say that. I had exactly that conversation with someone a couple of nights ago, just when we arrived here, because McLaren has a very distinctive style. We haven't got to the Solus yet; that has moved it on a pace. But this car, and with Bruno Senna pressing on. If you take a look, of course, there's a passenger on board a lot of these cars. What a ride. With Bruno knows his hill well, but he drives his car a lot, of course, family name, etc., etc. But to be driven by a professional racing driver, it just takes it to another level that you, as a passenger, just couldn't understand in your own way.
Absolutely, very special experience. Bruno, just one of the nicest people you could ever meet as well.
Just a total gentleman. Now, I mentioned Solus. What can you tell us about it? It's clearly going to be very, very dynamic.
Yes, Solus, I think the driver is definitely taking a break here down in the wet in this. We've got a natural aspirated V10 in the back of this, and as you can see, it is Solus single-seater and very extreme aero. And I love the sort of, again, the details on the back of this. If you look on the rear deck, you can see the sort of McLaren badge in those sort of the way it vents through the engine. So it's sort of, you know, it's not just all about function. There's a lot of style in there as well.
But what I like with the Valkyrie and then this, you can imagine the engineers, this is a car they're itching to build. Of course, they have to make cars for members of the public, but if they can build their dream car, for a lot of them, this is it.
Absolutely, it's lovely seeing people sort of realise their dreams, and sort of this is, you know, you imagine people go into car design and kind of going to do something like this.
Magnificent aesthetic as well as the performance that you can clearly see from the bodywork cutaway, being driven by Marvin Kirchhofer, who ran Esteban Ocon close for victories in the third tier of motorsport. Back in GP3.
Yeah, and Marvin's moved on to GT racing in GT3 after GP3 and doing a very, very good job in that as well. A host of young drivers in GT hope they'll move up to hypercar. That's their ambition. It's much, much harder to go up the single-seater line. But noise, we love noise. Gordon Murray Automotive. This car launched down last year at the Goodwood Motor Circuit. Nimble, small, the mark of Gordon Murray, and very quick.
Absolutely, it's just a beautiful looking car. It's well worth, another of those cars, it's well worth going to have a look at, because it looks stunning when you get up close. And obviously it's got a fan in the back of it, lightweight, wonderful naturally aspirated V12 engine. I think that's Dario Franchitti at the wheel. I spoke to him the other day about it. He's been loving doing so much of the testing and driving of this car, and I think he has managed to get one on order as well.
There are certainly echoes of Gordon Murray's McLaren F1 when you look at it coming up, but again, the real hallmark is it's small, it's nimble, and all that performance, of course, it's all in the small details, and that's always been key to Gordon Murray's design.
That is one of the favourites that's going up the hill all weekend long from Gordon Murray. Very, very good to see that, and Dario Franchitti enjoying being at the wheel there as we cycle through. More coming our way now, and this is the car. Well, we were talking about the McLaren Senna, or if you're going to put the name of Nino Farina, the original Formula 1 World Championship, on your car, it better be up to scratch, and it certainly is so far on evidence of this weekend.
Yeah, this one I believe is one of only 4 of the Nino model being made. Nino sounds a bit faster than his real Christian name, Giuseppe, but he was fabulous. And Nick Heidfeld, the driver who forever and a day had the hill record here in his McLaren Formula 1. He was a young driver, was given a run. He didn't know you weren't supposed to attack in the way he did. And if you look at the footage, we'll have it on the screen later today, that car was bouncing from pillar to post as he went up the hill. He's back this time, involved in the development of this very special car. Tell me you've driven this one as well.
I haven't driven this one, but I remember getting Nick Heifeld's signature that year, getting his autograph in my... So I've still got it at home and remember it well. But yeah.
He very nearly rearranged the furniture of this place when he was attacking the race. Was that a wind-up? I always heard that story that one of the mechanics wound him up and said, you better push. All corporate here, you better push on. Either way, he really did.
I can't confirm or deny that. Well, I could, but I shan't.
It's probably a wise idea.
Now, Lamborghini, always extreme in all they do, ever since really they stepped on from the Lamborghini Miura in the late 1960s, that's dubbed the first supercar. But the wild and the wacky, Lamborghini still inhabit that world.
Absolutely, and this is a successor to the very successful Aventador, still with a wonderful V12 engine in the back of it, which I think everybody is very glad to see, now with a bit of hybrid in there as well for modern customers.
As that goes up again, I like the fact that a lot of these cars are running in the sort of bright colours that made them stand out in the 60s and 70s in particular. So other versions go out the hill as well, but the Lamborghini Revuelta, yeah, looking very, very neat indeed.
Absolutely, it's sort of colour you'd expect to see on a Miura as well, isn't it?
Yes, a palette of bright is where you'd have to choose. I'm a big fan of all of that.
You're not going subtle if you're buying a Lambo, let's be honest. Talking of not being subtle, look at this absolute beast.
Naked carbon fibre of the Bugatti Bolide, which again, track only, and just, I love the way this has all been cut away, obviously for the benefit of aero. The engine in that, what a fabulous thing. An enormous engine. If you ever see one, if you go to Molsheim and sit outside of the car, it's just... You can't believe that they've managed to package it all in there.
But also, if you're thinking, I like the look of that car, well, I can guarantee everyone here would. It's so extreme. You can't have it unless you already have a Bugatti Chiron. And some people have been known to buy a Chiron so they can put their name down for the Bolide. Another little sales gimmick on the grand scale.
We're seeing various Porsches just go out there, the Taycan, Sport Turismo going out there. Fantastic car, the GTS version of that. Really, really wonderful steering. I think it's one of the things that has become even more important with EVs, is getting all the other sort of bits and bobs right, and Porsche does it very well.
Yes, and indeed, I think yesterday, Alex, you had one of the big cheeses from Hyundai, and he was explaining about how one of the difficult things with EVs is to get the feel back to the driver. You can do it potentially through the steering, but there are other ways that he's trying to achieve that. It will be, it's not reverse engineering, it's just a different form of engineering on top. And some very, very different and clever brains, Henry, have to be involved in all of that.
Yes, absolutely, and it's it's just one of the fascinating things, isn't it, with EVs and sort of how we're going to make it. We've got the Ferrari Purosangue course car going up there. That's a really interesting car as well. Naturally aspirated V12 sounds incredible. Not an SUV, as Ferrari says, but this first four-door with the little suicide rear doors there, and some very clever damper technology on that as well from Multimatic.
Well, thanks for actually telling me how to pronounce it properly. I was pronouncing it more in a sort of French manner. Good. Live and learn. We can live in hope.
We learned a lot there. Thank you, Henry. Really appreciate you talking us through that supercar batch, which we are bringing to a close. And the red flag is flying, having completed that. Some absolute stunners out on the circuit, though, as we send our course car up. And that completes. We've had the Porsche celebration. We've had the supercar run. And we've had a lot of fun as well, as we've seen all of that technology darting up the hill. So plenty more to come today your way, and I'm delighted to say at a ever-drying hill climb, there's a bit of a dry line developing, which always seems to be the case when you're covering motorsport in the UK. Say that at some point of the weekend. Well, this was brilliant. We kicked things off with the Ferrari, and there were plenty to see behind as well.
Yeah, the great and the good, the Koenigsegg's out there, horsepower galore, glorious design, and the Ferrari 296 taking Ferrari design, to my eye, to the highest level it's been for a very, very long time. And again, slippery surface, loads of power, not always a good mix, but right now these cars and these drivers very intelligent indeed. And with the Bentley pressing on, it's great to see Bentley back, Henry, making sports cars again.
Yes, it's Bentley really doing a fantastic job at the moment, and it's nice seeing these sort of coach-built cars coming through as well. As you say, sort of it's nice seeing them express themselves with these different cars like the Batteur and the Baccarat as well.
And really exciting new sports car designs there from Hyundai as well. Electric Mustang from Charge. And Charge, some of them did. And then, of course, Bruno Senna. And McLaren with another track-only car, the McLaren Solus, going up the hill, winning fans as it goes, as does Gordon Murray's gorgeous T50.
Well, we've had a lot of fun in the last half an hour. I'm sure we'll have some more now. Let's send it to the top of the hill with Ed Foster.
Reno, always fantastic to see you up here in the top paddock. This is something very new from Singer, and you showed me a photo of it with sort of tape all over it so it wasn't damaged in testing. But to see it for real is something else. You must be really pleased with this.
Yeah, I think we're very proud of the design and lightweight study. Turbo, basically, customer said, could we restore their 964, kind of like DLS, but more like a turbo? And we were like, of course. I think Rob Dickinson, who started Singer and is the genius behind it, he had a real thing for the 934. I do too, and I think the way that he's interpreted it and put it together, it's just gorgeous, you know, with the fans on the wheels and everything else. And it's early days, but it's going to be quite something. It's 3, 4, 5 rear Michelin tyres. It's crazy.
And a man even of your talents must have been slightly apprehensive in the wet, because this is the only one. It's not like there's a warehouse full of them.
We actually, I was just thinking, we do have one down on the stand, so there's 2 of them, but at the moment, but there will be more. There's not many, and it's obviously customers who want to look after their cars so they can have it back at some point. But it's at that point on the hill now where it's not wet and it's very greasy, and obviously all the nice old cars drop some oil, so it's bit of a handful.
Well done getting it up here.
Thank you.
Bruno, great to see you. You've come up with the Senna, which it's about 5 years old now, but it doesn't look it at all. It still looks brand new.
I mean, it's hard to believe it's been 5 years since the car has come out, and it's still an amazing machine. Probably as fast as you can get anything on the road. So pleasure to be up the hill. Today, in wet conditions, not quite as pleasurable. It's quite scary in a few places, but anyway, the passengers enjoy it.
And you did just admit that you've been up the hill almost 50 times, so you're probably one of the most experienced people in this badge.
Well, I've been in a lot of different things, so it's every time you go up, it's a new experience. And we have dry and wet and muddy. There's everything for you here. Maybe the rally car will be the best car for the hill.
And we're obviously celebrating the McLaren's anniversary this year. It's an amazing grid of cars they've got, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, not only the road cars are here, some race cars, F1 cars. There's a lot of McLarens for everybody who loves McLaren to come and see.
Bruno, cheers.
Thank you.
And I touch me, might get arrested. She's sitting on my new shit. We still getting messy. And I'm gonna chase it. I know we can be lonely. No matter how hard we try. No matter how hard we try.
this is history being made here at the Festival of Speed. A big moment then. Wayne Rainey leads the grid. Everybody at trackside. It is a sight to behold. You would not believe that this man is paralysed from the chest downwards.
Might get arrested. She's sitting in my new shit. We still getting messy.
Well, looking down into the lovely car parks that we have here at Goodwood, there's always a wonderful collection of cars that arrive as people come to enjoy other cars that are here at Goodwood over the course of the weekend. So you get a pretty stunning car parks here, there's no doubt about it, and some lovely spaces. Not everybody gets into those car parks, I have to say. You have to be a bit further away most of the time, don't you, Alice?
Yeah, unfortunately, I wish I had a car that could go in that car park, but unfortunately not.
No, it can take a little bit of getting in and out, but it's all well worth it because we then get to to enjoy an absolutely remarkable time. And we're looking forward to seeing some fresh machinery coming up in just a little while. What we're looking forward to is what's called the first glance of cars, mainly road cars, that are coming onto the scene. And of course, with all the environmental changes that are going on as well, there's a huge number of stories. Henry Catchpole with us once again for this section. And Henry, just to talk about the way the environment is changing everything for manufacturers. We are seeing many cars here this weekend, a lot of electric, but also hydrogen power as well.
Yes, we're seeing sort of the full gamut, really, of future fuels. So, as you mentioned, we've got hydrogen fuel cells, electric, and as I mentioned before, we've got the idea of e-fuels, which I think will appeal to an awful lot of people here, so that you can run a normally naturally aspirated engines, fantastic engines, on synthetic fuels, so you carbon capture and then produce the hydrocarbons with renewable energy, and so it ends up being carbon neutral, I suppose, in terms of how you produce your fuel.
And actually, around 20% of the cars that we do have running at the event this weekend will be using hydrogen, electric or synthetic fuel. So there's still a long way to get sort of that number higher, but I still think it's a pretty good number.
Yeah, and Sebastian Vettel's very into it, and when we see him coming up in his Formula One cars, he's said the only way he's doing it is with the synthetic fuels, isn't it?
Yes, he has, and it's he's run those before. It's obviously the Williams, we've seen him running that, and it makes an awful lot of sense. Yes, I think everybody, no matter how much you like the internal combustion engine, we all feel a certain amount of wanting to look to the future, and if there is a way that we can enjoy these cars in the future and feel good about it, then why not? It's have a cake and eat it.
It's something that Ineos are into too, isn't it? And we will actually see, I think, at some point, maybe in this run, the Ineos Grenadier hydrogen powered, but Ineos produce a lot of hydrogen. It's part of the whole company's background as well. So some are going that hydrogen route. It's obviously we're a bit further away from it actually being something that most of us will end up driving, but maybe in the future.
Yes, hydrogen is one of those things that certainly everybody that drives a hydrogen car has come away sort of raving about it, essentially. There are obviously lots of logistical things. Some of it it could potentially be easier to distribute that throughout the network that we currently have. But obviously, a bit like synthetic fuels, the difficulty is in producing the hydrogen in the first place. So that's the sort of the complication, the hurdle to be overcome in the future. But there are lots of very bright minds working on it, and there is hope for it.
Indeed, absolutely. And Alice, you know quite a lot about the electric side as well. You work with one of the Formula E electric teams. They're having to get their heads around how to use electric power in the most efficient way. And of course that is part and parcel of everything to do with electric power, is the charging abilities and then the ability to use that power in the most perfect way possible.
Exactly, and if anyone has had the opportunity to watch Formula E, then we will be racing in London at the end of the month, so there's still time for you to catch a glimpse of Formula E in the flesh. But it's exactly that, Bennett. It's making sure that these manufacturers produce a powertrain to be efficient, and the Formula E racing is just fantastic.
It is great, and interestingly, one of the companies involved in Formula E has been doing quite well is Maserati. They've made some new records this weekend, and there's a lot more to say about Maserati. And there we are, just enjoying some of the Maserati legacy of the V8 engines that they've used over the years, because they're going to go more electric over the coming years. So what we're watching here is the Maserati Ghibli 334, and it's going to be the last Maserati to use the V8 engine. It's a twin-turbo version. Over the years, they've made over 100,000 cars with V8s in them. But so this is an interesting moment, really, that we're enjoying a car being made fresh still for Maserati, but coming to the end of their V8 time. But of course, that is part and parcel of everything that moves forward, as we were talking about just a moment ago.
Yes, it is, and Maserati sort of going forward, although it's the end of the V8, we've seen this new V6, the Nettuno engine, which is in the MC20, and that's a fascinating engine with some of the technology and the sort of pre-ignition that technology they've put into that car, and it's amazing how it has this sort of dual character from being really quite docile at sort of at lower revs, and then going absolutely nuts when you really go up into the higher echelons of the rev range. So it's a fabulous engine, that Nettuno V6.
So although it is the end of the day for V8s, Alice, obviously Maserati have got great plans going forward, but we can enjoy the V8s for now.
Yeah, we certainly can, but it also just the fact that doesn't stop manufacturers producing beautiful cars. You know, it doesn't stop us from having that beautiful look going up and down the hill, and I think that is the really, really nice that the manufacturers are still keeping those nice slick designs.
Absolutely. You're looking at the Porsche 911 Dakar now. This is actually a new version of this. We've seen the historical version of the Dakar. This is just under 500 horsepower. It's four-wheel drive, and they're making quite a few of them based on the Carrera 4, and you've got all the kit on the top, which is rather fun as well, isn't it?
Yes, this is it's a lot of fun, isn't it? I mean, you look at that and the idea of being able to sort of drive it every day, but also then go off exploring in it, and obviously it's got the fantastic livery on this one, which is an option. I've seen various sort of specs of cars coming out, of people getting delivery of their various ones, some much more understated than this, but I think it's absolutely, it's Rough Roads livery. I think we all know what it's referencing there, but yeah, it's nice to see it with all the kit on the top as well.
Slightly higher ride height too, isn't it? And it carries all-terrain tyres, so you can get it onto any surface you like.
And I think we're doing a Dakar rally. That's certainly what you need.
Yeah, absolutely. You need that flexibility, and that's what they've managed to produce. And I can imagine this bit going down pretty well, actually, with a lot of customers.
Absolutely. They did the launch for this out in Morocco on sort of some of the old Dakar stages out there, and a huge amount of fun in the sand, or the mud perhaps over here with the green lane, and something else that's obviously very good off-road, the new Grenadier.
Yeah, this is the Quartermaster, isn't it? So this is it's the first time we've seen this version of the Grenadier, even though the Grenadier now have been starting to be on the market all over the world. And this is a slightly longer wheelbase too, isn't it?
It is, and one of the design things I always rather liked about this is the fact that if you look at the rear lights and you go around and look at the front lights, and it's as though a tube goes the whole way through the car, through those lights. And I was lucky enough to cycle up the hill when they bought the Ineos Grenadiers over a couple of years ago, and they're obviously over in the Tour de France at the moment, with probably Tom Pidcock hoping to win today's stage at the Grand Colombier, I should imagine.
Oh, it's good to see. And Ineos, it's this Quartermaster, it's a double cab as well, and they reckon, I think they've got a payload of some 760 kilos, so that doesn't quite take it into the commercial zone, but it still uses the BMW engines that they use in the Grenadiers, either diesel or petrol. It's a 3-litre BMW motor that powers the Ineos Grenadier, and it's been getting some good reviews, hasn't it?
Absolutely. And if you look at the chassis underneath it, it is incredibly sort of sturdily built, I suppose. You can really imagine it, yes, taking an awful lot of abuse.
Now then, Lotus. This is the Electra, and this is a powerful machine as well, isn't it?
It's enormously powerful. It's sort of obviously electric, and it's one of those cars that's very interesting for Lotus to be going down this route. Lots of aerodynamics going on there, lots of sort of tweaks that we can see, sort of things that we've noticed in their sports cars, like the Emira and the Avaya, being applied to this, their first SUV.
Yeah, Lotus going down a slightly different route now, of course, but so many manufacturers, Alice, are going down this route, aren't they?
They certainly are, and we got a taste of looking at this car earlier on through the Lotus celebrations. We get a nice onboard camera inside there too, but you can just see at the bottom of your screen there the big tablets that a lot of these manufacturers seem to be putting into these sort of futuristic, you could say, cars. They are quite futuristic looking, but they are, as I mentioned, still beautiful cars to look at.
And one of the things about these as well is lots of work going into the interiors of these cars. You've got a chance to go and have a look at those and look at some of the materials being used, obviously sustainable materials inside as well. And it's a nice, light, airy cabin inside that Electra.
That's a good point, actually, because sometimes cabins have become rather too closed up. It's good to give it that space and that look of space, and something in a vehicle like this that is a good thing to have.
Yes, and it's one of the things that obviously being electric, it actually allows more space. You get rid of the transmission tunnel and things like that. And this is the High Fizz, which I'm rather told that the watchword with this is Lux Tech. So there we are. So we're bringing luxury and technology together. It's the Hi-Fi, and it does actually have a Hi-Fi in it. It's by Meridian, but it's not all based around music.
Interesting, isn't it? So this is a Chinese company, isn't it, that creates this rather remarkable looking machine, and all electric as well, with a lot of horsepower.
Yeah, just showing off its charging port there as well. Jazzy lights.
Funky lights, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's an intriguing machine, no doubt. It's got good range as well, according to what I've been seeing. It in theory, it can do about 350 miles on its capacity. So next one out.
This is from MG, and this is the new MG, and this looks to me like it really should be going up Pikes Peak.
This could be something that perhaps they're planning to do for the future. So this is the MG4 Rally concept. Yeah, funnily enough, inspired a bit by the Metro 6R4, but this is a twin motor machine. In fact, this is the first time we've seen it. I think this is making its debut here.
Yes, making its debut here this weekend. And MG, a brand that's really, on the having a real resurgence, and it's lovely to see.
It is good to see. More cars heading up the hill now from this first glance batch. Something that's good to see. Ford Mustang, the Mark E Rally. And the Mustang name, of course, has gone into slightly different types of machinery now, as we see it coming up, but this is their new version of the machine.
Yeah, you see quite actually a few of these, maybe not this kind of maybe I could say livery, if that is a livery on there, as it comes through Molecombe Corner, but you see quite a few of these now on the roads. It seems to be quite, I could say, one of the popular models.
And being piloted by Tanak, if believe on screen, which explains why he took Molecombe quite so well. He's obviously with Ford in the World Rally Championship this year, moved across from Hyundai, and won on the second time out with them. So nice to see him at the Festival of Speed.
It is, having a little play with the Marquis Rally, the Mustang, so making its way up the hill. And got a few more cars. I see Abby Pulling's driving today. She's just come up on our screen. I'm not sure what she's driving in.
She is in the Alpine A110 Entstone edition, which was launched just before the British Grand Prix. So she'll be out there showing off the new Alpine. I think there she is on screen at the moment.
Ah, good timing. So there's the Alpine. This Alpine, of course, been putting a lot of work into their cars. This is effectively the track-capable version of the Alpine. So it's more lightweight. It's a bit more carbon fibre involved in it, a little bit lower as well. And I bet it's a lot of fun to drive.
They are a lot of fun. You can see she's flashing all the lights there, giving a good show, coming up through Molecombe Corner now.
I'm just looking out the window. We've got an umbrella floating around. It's getting very breezy out there now, and there's an umbrella, for example, at the side of the track at just opposite our commentary booth. I wonder if that's going to happen a bit more, because it is getting a bit breezy.
Hopefully not, but back to the Alpine, they're real good nippy cars to drive on the racetracks, actually, and nice and nimble as well, so quite fun to even take up on the hill. I've not had the chance to, but I know Abby is having a lot of fun taking this up the hill.
Oh, it's great to see her out in the Alpine, and she's got across the line pretty fast, no surprise at all, with all her racing skills. And there we are, there's the umbrella I was talking about, just being collected.
It's saved, we're all safe.
So the marshals doing their fabulous job as ever, getting it out of the way. It wasn't going to fly fly into a car. So that's out of the way. Yeah. Oh, now look, we've got something from a slightly different period. I don't think this quite clicks into the first glance quite the way. Although Bentley, of course, have been recreating, I know, some of these historic cars and making them brand new. So this might be one of those that's going up there now.
Yes, Bentley's been doing this, and it's been fabulous to see the sort of the craftsmanship into these new old cars.
Yeah, no, this is one of the ones. I'm sure this is one of the ones that's been created, and it's the Bentley Blower Car Zero. Yeah, that's right. So based on the 1929 4.5 litre, but this has been built by hand in modern days. I mean, it's a beautiful thing to see, isn't it? Really.
It certainly is, and the passenger is certainly having a whale of the time. That's for sure. And so would I, actually, sat in that fantastic car.
Mike Sayre driving that, who has one of the best jobs in the industry because it looks after all of Bentley's heritage fleet,
cool
so he gets to drive all sorts of fun stuff.
So Polestar heading up the hill now, and of course Polestar have been a key part here. This is the Polestar 2 Edition 230. That's because they're making 230, I believe, of this particular edition. Is that right?
I think so, and it's being driven by Ashley Miller, a very quick Aussie who I haven't seen for about 10 years, but doing a good job. Polestar, really intriguing. They sort of saw them come out of Volvo, I suppose, in the
bit
past.
on the grass there.
Using all of the road and more in the way in and on the way out, so Ashley certainly isn't hanging around.
No, but as you say, Polestar doing a great job on the electric side, aren't they? They're stepping forward. A lot of people are, I think, enjoying what they're coming up with.
Absolutely, and they came on the scene, and sort of things like putting the Öhlins dampers into their cars, into the Polestar 2, which I think really sort of piqued the interest of a lot of enthusiasts. So yes, they're doing good stuff.
Good stuff. Nice to see it up to another of the Polestars. In fact, this is the Polestar 5. So this is more of a luxury GT, isn't it?
Yeah, so obviously, as you can see, it's in its camouflage livery at the moment, but if you get a chance to get a view of the back of it there, and one thing you might notice that it is missing is a rear window, because it has a camera instead, and apparently that will make it into production, and it's going to be a bit of a Polestar thing, so I'm not sure what you think about that, but it certainly sets it apart.
Well, Polestar have said that the production for this is going very well, and it looks like it's going very well round the bends as well and up the hill. And it's going to sweep up past our commentary box.
Yes, and it is an incredibly powerful machine. It actually gets launched fully next year, but we're getting our first chance to see it now. As you say, the colours it is to sort of hide it a little bit, but we get a pretty good view of it here at Goodwood. This is one of the aspects of you being here at Goodwood or watching us online. Oh, sideways moment there. Is that you get to see cars for the very first time that just have not been unveiled until we arrive here.
And one of the sort of, I suppose, the two ends of the range of this, obviously you can see it being driven extremely quickly, but it's going to come with LiDAR self-driving tech as well. So it's sort of, you can either do this or let it take the strain.
Would you let that happen, Ben? Or are you happy driving yourself?
Yeah, I think I'm pretty happy doing my own thing, to be honest. Yes, it always... well, that is part of the future, though, that's coming, isn't it? So let's just have a little look at the slide here, Alice. This was quite an impressive bit of control.
Very impressive. And just going into the light there, probably at one point they thought, I'm going into the light. But now we go at the first glance of looking at some of the bikes.
Yeah, we've got some of the bikes heading up the hill now. So we've got the Batch 6 bikes that are heading up. These are more, we've got some kind of modified machinery, some adapted modern bikes that are heading up from some interesting manufacturers as well that do specialise on custom bikes, and that's part and parcel of what we're seeing. James rejoins us because he is our two-wheel expert, of course.
Yeah, we got some great stuff there. We're just looking at the Triumph Speed Triple there, and it's actually been supercharged. It's got a semi-active Öhlins suspension, so we've got some really, really cool motorcycles. We've had a lot of real one-offs, a lot of specials we got out there as well. So it's really nice to see some of these. We've just had come past there. The bike behind this is the Naked Norton that we just glimpsed. So that's got the their own engine. That's 1200. Now we're looking at the Aprilia. Now, what a motorcycle this is. This is based off their superbike and all the knowledge from their MotoGP bike as well. And it really is amazing. And again, V4 engine, beautiful thing to ride. Very clever electronics package, really nicely balanced. Handles incredible, and you can see whoever's giving it just really pushing on a little bit there as he goes in. Oh, he's just a little fraction wide on the damp patch. That gave him a little scare, but good job, and nice to see him nipping along. He's just slowing down there. Just as he gets that patch under the trees, you can imagine it's slippy and dodgy on a bike in these conditions. It's not ideal, even with the electronics.
No, we've done well. But then, look, we've got something from a very different era.
Yeah, this actually is from 2016. I know it looks like it's
old,
not.
Doesn't it?
Yeah. It does, because they based it. It's a really cool. It's from this. It's Royal Enfield. It's basically from Sousa Metalworks. It's called the Kamala. So it uses their 650 twin engine, but it's been a really sort of customised to look like a sort of vintage 1930s sort of boardwalk tracker. And how cool is that?
It's lovely, isn't it? They're based out in Las Vegas, aren't they? And they've created this machine. Now, what have we got next coming up the hill?
Yeah, so this is the Yamaha XSR 900 DB40. This is the first time it's ever been seen. It's being ridden by Neil Mackenzie, and it's basically it's got the DB stands for Delta Box, which is that, you see that, an alloy chassis. That's a chassis, and the 40 stands for 40 years. They're celebrating 40 years of that Delta Box chassis, first seen in Grand Prix racing back in 1982 in their 500 Grand Prix bike. So you're seeing, and this, there's a sort of a custom work, a yard built, they call it, custom package you can buy on these motorcycles, and this one is got an unusual package on it. They don't normally come with a fairing, so that's what you're having a little look at there.
Oh, it's a fabulous looking bike, it really is. Am I right in thinking it has an inline triple? This
yeah,
one?
That's right. It's a 3-cylinder, 78 by 62 bore and stroke, and yeah, very, again, as you say, unusual 890cc. And actually, it says it's Neil Mackenzie, but I'm not sure that is Neil Mackenzie and not Maria Costello. So 100% apologies there if I have got the rider wrong. There's so many rider changes on these, it's hard to keep up with it at some point.
It is tricky sometimes because we do get changes of drivers and riders, so I do apologise if we don't always manage to tell you exactly who's either in a car or on a bike, but we will try our best to do that. Many of you will be recognising crash helmets as well. Sometimes that works and easier to see on the bikes, but we shall wait and see. But it's lovely to see that heading up the Yamaha XSR 900, the DB40, and yeah, beautifully done as well. And now we're back to four wheels with this. This is a Renault based on the old Renault 5 Turbo, but this is an electric version.
It's so cool. It's like, reminds you of the old Galdinis, doesn't it? But it's just such a cool modern
almost
take.
Looks like a rally car.
Yeah, I love it.
It is very much. It's inspired, isn't it, by that what was a mid-engined car in the 1980s.
The lights at the front as well. Very cool.
Yeah, and it's lovely to see that shaped out there once again. That's one of the last runs, I think, in this particular one. We've seen most of the vehicles heading up the hill and the bikes as well, but really interesting to enjoy the first glance and for many of us to catch up on machinery that is going on the market at some point, but not necessarily even just yet. Some of these things are months away before they're actually being sold, and we're getting that opportunity to see them for the very first time. And we can look back at some of the highlights as well of some of the machinery. We started off with the Maserati, the Porsche, the Dakar Porsche. This is the current spec Dakar Porsche that is can be bought. We saw the Grenadier heading up as well, this Quartermaster. This is the new one that we saw, new version that we've seen this weekend. And Alice, it's been fun just being able to absorb some of these new shapes and sizes of machinery.
No, it certainly has. And also the technology that manufacturers are really putting in now to develop the cars, and all the different types of ways to power the car, from hydrogen, synthetic fuels, and obviously electric as well. But it's really nice to see that, and also the designs that they are keeping to, as we see the Land Rover Defender there.
Yep, part and parcel. It's a special edition of the Defender as well. So many manufacturers are coming up with new ideas, new thoughts, and sometimes they leave their...
Just to show you where the charging point is.
Yes, the recharge point gap. So that's all good fun. We shall see how it all goes through the rest of the season. And lovely to see the bikes up there as well. Now, we saw the Ineos going up, and Ineos engineer Pamela is now catching up with our very own Ed Foster.
Pamela, what a treat for me, because you were the chief engineer on this car, the hydrogen-powered Ineos. Just tell us a little bit about it, because it's great to see.
I mean, we did this because it's a really a no-compromise, no-emission car, and I think fuel cell is the future for the Grenadier. Full off-road, no compromise, and yeah, really goes well.
And what's the performance like compared to, I'd say, standard version, but the fueled version?
I mean, this is a demonstrator, so it's a little bit less, but for a serial car, we're targeting the same things. It's the same no compromise, so the performance will be the same as in an internal combustion engine. And in terms of torque, it will be massive, because I think we're targeting around about 18,000 or even more Newton meter of torque for the serial car, so that's massive, and I really enjoy driving it. Even this one, as a demonstrator, has more than 8,000 Newton meters of torque. Yeah, goes well.
Incredible. As an engineer, though, this must be your dream, to be given a brief like this.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's really cool, because we were able to choose out of several technologies. The target was no compromise and no emission, and in the end we found out fuel cell is the right technology for that kind of car. We're really happy to have our baby here and to drive it.
Fantastic, Pamela. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Paul, there's a big smile on your face, and I think you can just see a little bit of smoke still coming off the tyres. Looks like you're having fun.
Well, if you can still get a bit of tyre smoke in the wet, then you're doing all right, aren't you? It's absolutely phenomenal. This is the new Mustang Dark Horse, so it's the first time I've driven it, and yeah, it definitely gets the adrenaline going.
You've got a fair amount of power, haven't you?
Yeah, it's almost 500 brake horsepower, I believe. So yeah, I was respectful given the conditions, but equally it's hard not to have fun, isn't it?
It is quite a narrow hill climb on which to have fun.
Yeah, no, I made the most of it off the start line. We were sideways for most of the first stretch of the run, but no, thoroughly enjoyed it, and yeah, a pleasure to be back here at Goodwood.
Cheers, Paul.
Thank you.
In my Tesla, might get arrested. She's sitting in my new shit. We still getting messy.
Continue straight ahead. In 40 yards, do not turn left or right. Do not follow the crowd. Just drive. You have reached your destination. You are home.
You're never too young to fall in love with classic cars. It's a passion that lasts a lifetime, and it's a passion we share. Backed by over 75 years of motoring experience, Goodwood Classic Solutions is a unique new way to ensure your pride and joy. Goodwood Classic Solutions. It's a passion we share.
Here we go. A Guinness World Record attempt. Terry Grant on 2 wheels. The clock has started. Can he get to the top on 2 wheels? And if so, can he do it in less than 2 minutes and 55 seconds? Just think about this. You've got to maintain the balance. This isn't in a straight line. This is climbing all the time. You've got right-handers. You've got left-handers. Now up the straight. The road getting steeper and steeper at this point. Now this is the tricky bit. Let's hold our breath for him. Let's wish him well because he goes through the right, now the left. This is where he got the wheels on the wall earlier on. He's nearly there, he's nearly there, he's nearly there. The checkered flag is at the ready for a 2-wheeling Terry Grant. How about that?
Another famous face here at Goodwood Festival of Speed, former racing driver and F1 safety car driver Bernd Mailander joins me now, here with a fleet of Mercedes-Benz. Bernd, how are you enjoying Goodwood so far?
Well, it's always, it's great to be here. I haven't been here the last couple of years. And even in that just, 3 or 4 years what it changed, it's unbelievable. So that's fantastic. Fantastic to be back with cars like that. It's always... you know, you get nervous if you just talk about these cars, and that's, I think, the spirit of this event. It's unbelievable. It's growing, and we have so many race fans, and luckily they are all around us and have the chance to chat us, talk about old times, talk about the future, so it's great.
And we're very used to seeing you drive a Mercedes, albeit at a Formula One track, in the safety car. We're used to seeing each other in the paddock, now in the rain at Goodwood. This is your favourite Mercedes behind us, isn't it?
Well, I drove the car already a couple of times, not here in Goodwood this year, but yes, the 300 SLR, the car where Stirling Moss made his historical things in 1955 during the Mille Miglia. It's fantastic, and talk about these stories. It's and each car has so much of glamour and stories behind, and to keep this awake all the time, it's great. If you ask me which my favorite car, I would say yes, the 300 SLR. It's an outstanding car.
But you are not taking this one up the hill, sadly, but this one over here?
Yeah, correct. The big one, that's a Mercedes 300 SEL 6.3 liter. That was a car like a Mercedes AMG won the first race or historical race at a 24-hour race in Spa. That's a prototype of that from the same time. I will drive this car late afternoon today, and looking forward.
Last time we had a proper chat, you drove me around for a hot lap in Canada in quite similar conditions to this. You very much enjoy driving in the rain?
Well, I would say I think for the fans here in Goodwood would be nicer if it's dry, and but also wet conditions are quite tricky, even a little bit more. Speed is slower, but as an ex-race driver, you have to handle all the conditions, and but hopefully it's dry so I can go a little bit quicker.
Yeah, of course, get that throttle right down. Now, obviously, we're celebrating this year 50 years of the safety car in Formula One. Here at Goodwood, there are so many celebrations. 75 years of motorsport here, 75 years of Porsche, 60 years of McLaren. It's a truly special celebration. As someone who's been involved in motorsport for so long, it must be brilliant to be here for this year especially.
Yeah, I think every anniversary it's something special, and if you look to the history of racing, and in racing get developed many things for road cars, and that's a safety aspect, that's a racing aspect, because you can do many things much quicker, and I think it's a quite important kind to make things better, to improve things, and that's exactly what motorsport stays for as well, for sure, as a competition as well, and to celebrate with all car manufacturers. It doesn't matter which brand, each brand has done something good, and that's an important thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Celebrations look to the past and a nod to the future. Ben, thank you so much for joining us. Enjoy your runs up the hill.
Yeah, thank you very much. See you in Budapest.
See you there.
Second year at Goodwood at the hill, the British Hill Climb champion, as Marcus says. So on his way up the hill, streaking past Goodwood House, as ever, neat, tidy, but oh so rapid through Molecombe in the moment, turning through that left-hander there. Perfection of line and speed supreme up the hill, then up towards the wall now. Sparks flying as the car bottoms briefly, heading up through the wall. Remember, past the wall, 43.57 seconds, and coming up towards the finish now, 38, 39, 40.7, 41, 42, 42.9. So another 4 tenths taken off, 5 tenths taken off. Tremendous run that by Graham White Jr. That is just over a second slower than Nick Heidfeld did 4 years ago in a Grand Prix McLaren Mercedes.
It was one of those ideas which we had no idea how good or bad it was going to be until we did it. And of course, Dougie, well, he made a fantastic job of it.
As warm this time as it was this morning, but more rubber and less dust on the track than this morning. Visually, unbelievably dramatic up to Moulcombe. He said this morning he thought his run was going to be slower because he used a different gear. Ended up being quicker. Lots of cheering, clapping and waving from the crowd on the exit of Moulcombe. Crashing through the S's and past the wall, back out into daylight. It's going to be very close, but not quite as quick. Yes, it is. It is quicker. Absolutely extraordinary.
Another absolutely wonderful pre-war car we've shown for the first time since it was rebuilt at the Festival of Speed was the S76 Fiat, the great Beast of Turin. And obviously everyone who's seen it just goes mad for it. It's such a wonderful thing, spitting flames out of it. Sounds like a kind of load of gravel being poured into a cement mixer or something. It's an incredible thing. Duncan Pittaway's done a wonderful job to get that, get the engine back, get the engine from Fiat, find the chassis. I think the Fiat chassis still had the brakes attached to it, so it did have some original bits and pieces still attached to it, and then obviously to get it going. And he drives it so well. I've been up the hill with him a couple of times in it now, and it's a pretty hairy experience. I mean, you actually have to sit to one side because the flames, you're on the side of the exhaust pipe, the flames come whistling down past your ear and set fire to your hair if you're not careful.
Magic moments from the past and magic moments coming up now, because we are once again celebrating the 75 years of Porsche, the manufacturer that was created in 1948 and started off with the humble 356, and which has developed over the years in so many ways, so much success in motorsport, of course, and we'll be seeing many of those successful cars coming up the hill in just a moment. That classic 911 shape, but so much else comes from it. The 550, for example, here that we're looking at, this little one of the first competitive machines of the time, and a vital part of Porsche getting into motorsport. This was the first purpose-built racing car, really, that Porsche created, and it started by using parts from the 356, the road car, but putting on a sleek bit of bodywork, and it won on its debut at the Nürburgring Title Race in 1953. This is a slightly later version of the 550. This is the 1955 version, but nonetheless lovely to see, because this was, as you say, the first of their competitive element, really. And Alice, of course, it developed so much from there, didn't it?
It certainly did. Such an incredible history, Porsche, and we are so lucky to be able to obviously have that display earlier on, but also to see some more of these wonderful Porsches come up the hill, Ben.
Yeah, and there's the car that we saw Corinne driving yesterday.
917K, is it?
That's right, the 917K, 1969, but it won in 1970, and taking the first victory for Porsche in Le Mans. So going on, of course, since that first win, they've had 19 victories at Le Mans. Remarkable number, isn't it? 19 wins in total. They've won 18 times at Daytona as well. And the Porsche 956 and 962s are some of the most successful of all time. You're looking at that right now. These cars really had tremendous performance. We celebrated these cars at the Goodwood members meeting actually earlier on this year, and the level of success that they had was truly tremendous.
It was, and like you said, a winner of Le Mans. This is Porsche 956B, 2.65 litre flat 6 turbocharged. and then a slightly more modern Porsche 911 RSR 2018. This car was first built, and it's a car that went to an GTE Pro victory in their class and finishing 15th overall at the 2018 24 Hours of Le Mans.
Yeah, so that competitiveness at Le Mans has maintained throughout all of the years at different levels, different classes sometimes. Sometimes it's class victories rather than outright victories, but many of them, of course, have taken outright victories as well. We're looking back at a period here of the sort of into the 1970s and 1980s with this car. This was the Porsche 935J, so 3.2 litre flat six turbocharged, and Stefan Johansson was due to be driving this today. Started out life as the 77A spec car, ended up in the United States and modified by Joest. They drove it to victory in the 1984 Sebring 12 Hours, and Stefan Johansson was in that car on that occasion to take the victory. 911 based machines are always fantastic to see, and having had so much success over the years too.
Yeah, they certainly are, and the popular ever headlights as well. When you look at these kind of Porsches, definitely there was no badge on that car, no livery whatsoever, you would instantly know that's a Porsche.
Yeah, and a classic livery there, as you say, the Rothmans Porsche. That was such a combination between the two of them for many, many years, and that's the 1984 final factory car. Only 20 examples of those were built, but that's a lovely thing, you know. It was sometimes a rally car, sometimes a racing car, and you had the mixture between the two of them throughout. So earlier, the racing Porsche, that's one of the 908s from that early period in the late 1960s. Ex-Works car made its debut at the 1969 Daytona 24 Hours, and it qualified on pole position in the hands of the British pairing Vic Elford and Brian Redman. It was then converted to a different specification, but this was very much the sort of early days of Porsche being successful at that kind of level. They've moved on to other things over those periods as well. It wasn't just the Le Mans, but sort of Can-Am style vehicles that they created as well, and that's what we're seeing just heading up the hill right now.
Yeah, it's got a 5.4 litre flat 12 turbocharged built in 1972, winning 6 out of 8 races in 1973.
Yeah, that's right. It was very successful in the inter-series races. Vic Elford, Herbert Muller, Leo Kinnunen, they all raced this. And it's a big, big machine. When you look at it going past the wall, look, it takes up a lot of the space, doesn't it?
It does. When it went past our commentary box, it sort of, with the bright colours, it really stood out, but also just the sheer size of it.
Indeed. Well, looking at another of the open Porsches, and of course sometimes they run them open, sometimes closed. They seem to have been successful in all sorts of ways over the years. And there we are. This is the Alboreto Johansson Christensen one, and lovely to see this about to head off up the hill. Oh, as long as it doesn't stall off the line. You want to get a nice clean start if possible.
Easily done, especially when this rain has fallen down there. We've seen a lot of cars do burnouts, and it can be a little bit slippy down there with all the water falling on the rubber.
So this is the open top Porsche, the WSC 95, and started in life as a collaboration between Porsche and Tom Walkinshaw Racing, in fact, but it was key to Tom Christensen, this because he ended up taking his first victory at Le Mans in this style of car in 1997. So the car itself won for Porsche in both 96 and 97, but Tom taking his first win out of the 9 victories. So that's impressive indeed. And then here we've got the 911 GT1 98. This is the 1998 winning car, a car that was driven by Laurent Aiello, Alan McNish and Stefan Ortelli, winning that year at Le Mans. And that was Alan McNish's first Le Mans win as well in that season. So again, so many great drivers that we have enjoyed that over the years have had so much of their success with Porsche.
Yes, they certainly have. And if you've got yourself a program as well, you can look through and see the wonderful pictures of these cars, but also when you flick through the section of the program about Porsche, just highlights the amount of wins that they have had in Le Mans 24 Hour. But this Porsche we're seeing on our screen now, the Porsche 911 GT1 98, was actually Porsche's first full carbon fibre monocoque. So really started off for them going into that kind of design.
It did, absolutely. And in fact, they beat Mercedes that year as well. Ben Schneider, Mark Webber and Carl Ludwig had taken pole position for Mercedes, but it was this car that came through. There were other big competitors. It was a bit like this year's Le Mans, actually. The Mercedes were quick, Toyota were quick, BMW was strong, but it was that Porsche that took the win in 1998, and that worked extremely well for the entire team.
Now we go to the famous orange Jägermeister livery built in 1980, the Porsche 935 K3. Beautiful livery and interesting rear end on the back of that car as well, a very different design.
Yes, you're quite right. It won the IMSA class at Le Mans. They used to run an IMSA class as part of Le Mans, and it was 5th overall in 1980, driven by the likes of John Fitzpatrick, Brian Redmond and Dick Barber. John Fitzpatrick had a lot of success in IMSA, so this was, in America, a particularly successful type of car. It always isn't just about Le Mans. IMSA racing in the States has been a massive part of sports car racing over the years.
It's huge, and I've had the opportunity to go over there and do a race myself in IMSA, and just the passion overall for their sports cars over in America is huge, and the Porsches are still very successful overseas.
Yeah, that's right. And then, of course, Dakar was a big thing too for Porsche, because they didn't just build racing cars, they built cars that could go rallying, cars that could go off-road.
And tanks.
And tanks.
They built tanks as well, believe it or not.
Incredible, isn't it? Everything that they produced, and indeed tractors as well. There was a Porsche tractor here this weekend, isn't there?
It's a shame they didn't bring one of their tanks. I mean, it would probably take a little while to go up the hill, but it would have been a good sight to see.
It would indeed, yeah. Well, the Dakar Adventures started with this car, specially prepared 911. It's the 953 is the way they called it, the full four-wheel drive system as well, of course.
Now we've got the beautiful Porsche 904 Carrera GTS. 1964 it was built, a 2-litre flat 4, and again a lovely standout design, and it enjoyed success in both racing and rallying, did this car.
Most successful 904 in the World Sports Car Championship, and apparently this was 1964 and 1965. It was entered by Racing Team Holland and driven by Ben Pond, third in places like Nürburgring overall, Spa and Monza in rounds of the championship, and beating more powerful, larger engined, bigger class cars, Ferrari GTOs and E-Types and Cobras, all that sort of thing. It ran at Le Mans in 1964 as well. So this car has tremendous heritage. It's currently running in the colours, actually, that it raced at Le Mans in 1964. So that's a really lovely machine to see. Philip Basil, I believe, is driving that today up the hill in that 1964 904 Carrera GTS. We've seen some of the 904 Carreras racing around the Goodwood circuit at the revival of members' meetings. A very elegant little car.
It's a beautiful car, and just coming up behind it was the Porsche 911 RSR, which is being driven by Rahal Frey from the Iron Dames. But then certainly a totally different type of Porsche now, Ben, on our screen, and I just love going down to look at these cars. They are just incredible bits of machinery.
Yeah, much more modern, of course, we're looking at now. This is the modern style of Porsche racing in Le Mans. And yeah, it's very different, of course. Aerodynamics is a much bigger part of modern GT cars. You've got to get that downforce created, and you can really see from the shape of it how they've develop the airflow, that rear wing. There are limitations, of course, in terms of wing size, all that sort of thing, but trying to get that all absolutely right, the hybrid design on these as well. But Porsche has had a lot of success, and in 2015, creating this car, they went on to take a hat-trick of victories at Le Mans 2015, 16 and 17. So it was a very successful period. The brand new system, of course, they've got the brand new car out, which raced at Le Mans a few weeks ago. That was a little bit harder work, but I'm sure that Porsche will come back. They always do, and it's lovely to see. So there you are. There's one of the very, very early Porsches. And Porsches also play a part in providing some support at the tracks as well. They can be very, very useful as track cars, and we've seen quite a few of them being used like that.
Yeah, we have. Very, very popular car. And actually, this is a nice shot of these cars going up a little bit slower, but really good for the crowd to see the different types of Porsche that they have made. As you said, Ben, make good recovery cars as well. And we often see them driving around at the British touring cars, don't we, as support vehicles?
We do, yes. And that's a little 928 at the back there as well. That's nice to see. The 928 wasn't raced so much. There it is. Competition-wise, it wasn't particularly in certain classes, but they did then race them in various places. And a lovely car, beautiful road car. I've seen a couple actually in the car parks coming in here as well. So yeah, that was a...
Just ask someone to borrow the keys.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, very pretty car. So there we go. That's part of our celebration of the 75 years of Porsche, whether that's through the Le Mans winners or some of the other cars that we've seen, starting right back with the Porsche 356, which was created in 1948 by Ferry Porsche, the son of Ferdinand Porsche. He was the man who designed the VW Beetle before the war, and he was involved in the auto unions as well. And then it was his son Ferry who had his dream to create his own car, and the 356 we just saw going up a moment ago, that was very much his design in the late 1940s. And then, of course, the 911 then came along a little bit after that, a few years later. So just looking back at some of the highlights from the Porsche run. I'm sure for all of you who are here today who are Porsche fans, you're going to get the opportunity to have a good look around in the paddock. You'll find different Porsches in different places, depending on whether they're Le Mans winners or the latest cars. But there is a massive heritage to the Porsche manufacturer, and they're still putting a lot of effort into whether it's racing or into supercars, road cars, all the way through into the future. And of course, the great sculpture just outside the Goodwood house is all based around the Porsches as well.
Certainly is, and still they are driven by success, and that just shows, looking through the history and how successful they are, not just on track but off track as well, and hugely lucky. And if you are watching from home and coming over the weekend as well, we will get to see these cars back on track throughout the weekend.
Yeah, we will. We'll see more action from them, and we've got some great drivers who've been having the opportunity to drive some of these historic cars. Many of them, as we mentioned, winners of Le Mans, but not only Le Mans, other parts of the world as well. Out in the United States, as I mentioned, some of them have been very, very successful indeed. Some US teams did a lot of work with them. And coming into Le Mans in early years, they had a lot of class victories as well, and right up to the latest day with the modern machinery, they're doing another fine job. So plenty of drivers made their way up to the top of the hill climb, having a bit of fun, and I'm very glad to say Ed Foster was able to catch up with a few of them.
Ferdinand Porsche, we're here celebrating 75 years of Porsche. It must be pretty special for you.
It is very special. It's my first time at FOS, actually. I've only been to Revival and Members Meet, and driving up a 550 today was really something I will remember.
And have you sort of spoken to some of the drivers and things about their experiences of driving your grandfather's cars?
A lot of them. Most of them are happy with the cars. And I can relate to that. I mean, I grew up on all the Porsche parades and all the festivals, so I really grew up close to the brand and as a fan myself somehow. And it's really cool to experience everything that has happened around the 75th anniversary now, and just the lineup here today is really something great.
And you said that a very kind and trusting friend lent you this car behind us.
Yes, that's why I was the slowest man up the hill today. But that's okay. I smiled and waved. No, it was a lot of fun. The car was really cool to drive up here. The sound was epic. Watching everybody, the spectators and the cars in front and around was really something I will remember.
Fantastic. Have a good weekend.
Thank you. Thank you.
Andrew, another Festival of Speed and another run in a car you've probably seen but never driven before.
The car I had on the bedroom wall when I was a kid. This car won the Dakar in 1984. Never sat in it until about 5 minutes ago, really.
and just come up the hill in the wet. It's perfectly suited to these conditions. It's fantastic. It's just skiddy and it's not that quick, but it's a wonderful, wonderful thing to be in.
And Porsche's kind of brought out a newer version of this.
Yeah, there's the new Dakar, which I have driven, and I've driven in the desert, which is, it's a 911, but it's got race suspension, it's got off-road tyres, and you can just go hooning around the place, having a wonderful time in it. But it is all down to this car. Who'd have thought that, whatever it is, nearly 40 years later, they'd still be, enjoying the legacy that this car provided.
I don't know how you sleep at night, Andrew, with such a tough life that you lead. I hope you're having a good weekend.
I was on a 936 yesterday, and I'm in a 917.30 tomorrow. I want people to feel very sorry for me. Very lucky boy.
Well, enjoy it.
Thanks so much.
Timo, you're sat here at the top of the paddock with what can only be described as one of the sort of best views in Porsche history. But you're aboard something quite special as well.
Yes, 100%. I mean, first of all, I'm very honored to be here back again. And in the 75th year of Porsche sports cars, it's a special anniversary for us. So to have the Porsche parade is great. And this is my Le Mans winning car from 2017. So very good memories and just, honored to be here.
And you obviously don't get to drive it that much anymore. It's only events like this. But does everything kind of just immediately fit and make sense?
100%, yes, for sure. These things coming back. I mean, a few items are missing, but still, I mean, the car itself. I mean, great memories, and it also comes back instantly. Stepping into the seat here, back again. Yeah.
Porsche is very well known for making sort of very usable cars. But I'm trying to look out of your windscreen at the moment, and the visibility is. Well, it's almost zero.
Yeah. Well, yeah, in the rain it's even a bit worse, but for sure these cars are made for big circuits, for Le Mans, for all these iconic racetracks. So it's not built for Goodwood, but still I'm enjoying it a lot. But, this car's been wonderful. It's so fast, so much downforce, so quick, and it was technological. Just the best cars I've ever driven, honestly.
Timo, it's great to see it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And my Tesla might get arrested. She's sitting on my new shit. We still getting messy.
arrived at the front door in the middle of the party, and of course he won the race, which was just spectacular. So he'd come back in absolute spectacular style. He arrived, this must have been 10 o'clock in the evening. He was in shorts and a t-shirt, and his hair was, like it is. So he was whipped upstairs, put his dinner jacket on, came down, and I presumed he would, sort of disappear after dinner or something, but not a bit of it. No, he stayed for the show. He was just so enthusiastic, and he was like a boy, really, so excited about it all. I think of all the moments we've had with the crowd at Goodwood and the crowd being caught up in the moment. We've had a couple of them, but that was one of the absolute big ones.
You're a bit late.
We've been working a little bit in the jump, but...
Is it going to be any good, do you think? Better than last year?
Yeah, I think it can be better from last year.
How do you think you're going to make it any better?
Like that would be good, no?
Yeah.
I think we have something here. Flying.
Big jump.
I think we got it, huh?
Yeah.
Okay,
Sorry,
time to
can
go.
go. Sorry, see you later.
I got it! This is our plan now.
Hello everyone, I hope you're enjoying your day at the 30th anniversary edition of the Festival of Speed. Despite the weather, we've got plenty more to bring you on the hill in a few moments' time. Plenty of exciting vehicles travelling at speed, and we're looking forward to that. We'll have some MotoGP bikes as well. We'll be celebrating Lotus, celebrating McLaren. But first, we're going to take you to the rally stage for all the action.
Surfaces slipping and sliding with plenty of oversteered jumps and dust, then this is the place for you. And we have been enjoying some of the biggest and best from the world of rally, celebrating over 50 years of the World Rally Championship, which means we have got everything from the early 70s right up to the current day, chucking a bit of Dakar in there as well, some legends of the sport, and we have all the right ingredients for a rather excellent afternoon of running. Guiding you through all the action is myself, Harry Benjamin, alongside Tony Jardine and Zav McCartan, and we've just been admiring this beautiful Jackie Ickx winning a Dakar that's just been making its way around. That's one of the fascinating things about the Dakar is the Porsche comes a cropper at Delta, trying to do a couple of 360s, gets it stopped in time, little bit of reverse, and on he goes, so no harm done
there. The track is starting to get a little bit more slippier though than we saw in the morning due to the rain coming down. But Tony, on the Dakar, the other thing I wanted to pick up on was you mentioned some, we were talking about some of the names that have taken part in some of the big brands, and it seems to be getting bigger and bigger year on year as well, with the manufacturers getting involved. But you have names from Formula One that want in, you have Fernando Alonso, you also have the motorbike Dakar as well, with the likes of Danilo Petrucci getting involved too.
Absolutely.
Fascinating.
It's a tenuous link, but the Jackie X car that we saw just before, the Mercedes G-Wagon, and then seeing the Porsche of Conor Falvey spinning there, whatever. Jackie X, of course, won in the G-Wagon, then he won in Porsche as well when they developed the special Dakar car that, you know, showing the versatility of the drivers. And I think it's brilliant that someone like Fernando Alonso, not only does he, I think, secretly still want that Triple Crown, the Indianapolis 500, the Monte Carlo Grand Prix, you know, he wants to do that. And I think the versatility that is shown by the rally drivers in particular, and then the racing drivers when they commit to doing those events, as Patrick Tambay did in the past as well, it is great, and it's wonderful to see. And I think a lot of times when you talk to the Formula One drivers about rally drivers, they admire the skill, because going over the ice, going through the snow, the mist, the fog in the early morning, blind faith with their co-drivers as they approach a jump, you know, flat in fifth gear in the fog. And we're getting all these skills displayed here today, and just loving watching Dakar cars as much as we are this ex-Malcolm Wilson car of Dave Watkins, an RS 1800. What a noise.
It really is, isn't it? The Mark II, the Rothmans livery, classic liveries displayed. What epitomises really the storyline that we're following here of the formation and the development of rallying. We've got everything here, Zav, and you could just see the differences in bodywork, the differences in nuances, the power output as well, all the way from something like this, the Mitsubishi as it crosses its line, to an MG, all the way to the Toyota Yaris and the Hyundais that we've been seeing going around.
Yeah, we see the progress of technology. You know, you go back to the Mini, the Monte Carlo front-wheel drive, standard gearbox, right up to today where you have semi-automatic electronic suspension. So you see the progress of technology through the years. We cut back here to the X-Works Rothmans RS 1800. Of course, in 1981 it was a team run by David Sutton out of West London, and the only privateer to win the World Rally Championship in the hands of Ari Vatanen and Terry Harriman, a car that was also seen in the hands of Pentti Ricola and Phil Short, and as Tony mentioned, Malcolm Wilson as well. That three-car Rothmans team becoming very iconic both on the British and the world scene. And a lovely throwback now to the Citroën DS23IE.
Now you look at that and you don't think that's a rally car, do you?
No, you don't. You don't. Absolutely you don't. But the thing is, it's in the wrong environment on a forest stage like this at 1.9 miles. But where it is in the right environment is on a marathon rally, is on the London-Sydney in '68, on Rally du Maroc, where it's flying across the desert. Because in the early days of Citroën, when they went rallying, the DS21 with the, you know, the rising rate suspension, you know, the pneumatic suspension, which they can still adjust today. I mean, look, even Lada got involved, and when there's going to be no Lada jokes here this afternoon at all, because this was a Group B car, which Tim Bendel got, and he was Canadian champion. He knows what he's doing. And you look back through the ages behind that, there is a Lancia Fulvia 1.3S, but that car won the Monte Carlo Rally. Sandro Minari, it started Lancia into the rally, developed all the way into fantastic cars like the Delta, like the 037, and they had incredible work before they were bought over by Fiat.
Some of these storylines are magnificent as the Citroën DS bounces along the road and continues its run around.
You were talking about the sponsorship and you know, logos and layouts of cars. I mean, you see Yakko and the Citroën there from 1973, but go to 1995, and if I remember rightly, Yakko sponsored the Bernardini brothers when they won the Monte Carlo in '95, when it wasn't a round of the World Rally Championship. So that's sponsorship spanning 25-30 years, very similar to the Andre's Heat for Hire rally we saw earlier on the Mark II Escort.
Well, we've had some fantastic running already this afternoon, and we mentioned some of the big names that have turned out, the likes of Thierry Neuville. We've heard from Peter Solberg as well. We also had Seb Ogier, the 8-time WRC champion, the second most successful WRC driver, who went around a little earlier this morning in his Toyota Yaris Rally 1 car, which was spectacular to behold. So I think we'll be able to get another little look at that. And this was from this morning. Here it is, the Yaris Rally 1. There was a lot of furore around this because the Yaris Rally 2 was there as well in waiting. But this was Seb Ogier. To have somebody of his caliber here at Goodwood just emphasises. I mean, he got a little bit close to the banking there to begin with, so he was certainly pushing from the off and through Delta. But to have the likes of Ogier, we had Thierry Neuville as here. Well, it just emphasises how much of a prestige event this is on their calendar.
Absolutely. And there were no sighting laps for Seb Ogier, 9 times world champion, at all. He went straight at it, and as you saw, clouting the bank on there. These are the fastest rally cars ever. This is one of the greatest rally drivers ever, and they're gracing us with their presence. He's sliding a little bit wide there, but he was giving it his all, and it ended up in quite a little battle between the Hyundais with Thierry Neuville and then the Toyota Yaris drivers, Jari-Matti Latvala, the team bosses out there jumping in and out of the cars. But these are incredible because this is the second year of the hybrid, just like the Formula Ones with the MGE unit, and producing nearly 500 brake horsepower. A great spectacle, as you said.
Yeah, that was Seb's first run of the day. So we got a little bit more comfortable with that, but it was a really nice fight between himself, Thierry Neuville. We had Jari-Matti Latvala in the Toyota Yaris Rally 2 car earlier on this morning, and they were absolutely loving life out on the stage. But we'll cut back to live pictures now as we continue to go round, as we build up to the shootout in, well, less than an hour's time now. So time is speeding by. This Toyota, which looks like it's had a little bit of damage to the front right. I think it's had a little bit of a skirmish with one of the bankings that are here, but it's still going, it's still ploughing on, foot to the floor as it trundles along the loose surface here that makes up this fantastic Forest Rally stage and across the finish line.
And if you were with us before lunch, we did see the Rover that curtailed our session this morning when it hit the bales, and as Tony said, the bales are actually in place with poles about 1 metre into the ground, so they may look nice and fluffy and soft, but they're far from it. If you hit one, you know you hit one. Yeah. Back to the Lada now, making its way up to Flying Fin Jump. This was Lada's entry into the Group B category, 200 examples made, you know, for Group B homologation.
And that's the Lancia Fulvia, the 1.3S. And that's the Lancia that started everything all off for Lancia with that canted over V4 engine in it. And it really is a very, very pretty car. Fantastic visibility from inside. Power to weight ratio, front wheel drive car. That's why it did so well in the Monte Carlo rally year after year with its front wheel drive over the snow and ice. And Tim Bendel, ex-Canadian champion there, wrestling a little bit with the Lada. And he has a Fiat 124 here as well, which lost its sump guard this morning. But again, one of our regulars at the Goodwood Forest stage, and great to see him back. And we've got our hearty young fans out here as well. Hearty and hardy, of course. They've got their umbrellas up, they've got their rain gear on, but they're loving the rallying.
Well, we were speaking earlier about, you know, first core memories of motorsport, and they could well be being made right now. Rally cars, iconic throughout the years. Everybody's got that one rally car that they identified the world of rallying with. My one was certainly the Subaru of Colin McRae. In that era with the iconic blue livery as well, which we have seen out already this morning. But fantastic work. We've just seen the rather interesting looking at first glance. It's almost got a bit of a Knight Rider look about it. The Lotus Esprit S1 with Terry Maynard at the wheel has just set off from the start line. But all of these, what they have in common, Zab, is that, and we've spoken about it already today, and what I think draws a lot of people to the world of rallying is that they are based off of your road-going cars. You can have that identification, that relatability with them and go, oh, you know, it talks about the Toyota Yaris. I think you've got a Toyota Yaris. Oh, it's almost like you're driving the rally car.
Well, it is, and I mean, I can see why people get the buzz about it. It's a phenomenal car. The road holding and ability, it makes... I certainly don't drive it to its full extent, but certainly the relation between the Rally 2 car and the road car, it's there.
Well, that's the rally stage continues here at the Forest Rally stage. Lots to come. The shootout from around about 3:30 this afternoon.
Well, we enjoyed that a lot. You can get a shuttle up to the rally stage, save you getting wet in the rain. But now we can head down to the start line of the hill climb with Laura and with David.
Thank you very much indeed. Yes, I found David Green once again, and we're down here at the start. You can hear engines roaring up there. I'm sure you can see the schedule right now on your screens. Lots more to bring you for this afternoon. A wet Friday, but a good Friday here at Goodwood Festival of Speed. Of course, the 30th edition anniversary of this great event, and the rain doing nothing to deter the number of people we're seeing coming in here, David. And we've got an exciting batch about to head up. We're going to try and get some interviews now as well. Batch 4. Plenty to see here.
Well, yeah, we've got the MotoGP guys right at the front there. And I've seen some famous faces already. Casey Stoner, Kevin Schwantz. And now we're just having the support team come up, get them bikes ready to go up the hill. As you say, they're not deterred by the weather. They're going to get on with it. And then just behind those guys here, just to our left, we have these marvellous Lotus F1 cars. And this whole parade for the Lotus cars that we've had. I just spoke to Clive Chapman earlier on, and he's out there driving the 1979 Mario Andretti black and gold Lotus car up the hill. He was having a great time, and look at the cars here. We've got everything from that amazing history of Lotus race cars.
Oh yeah, it's magic, isn't it? McLaren are going to be heading up as well, and there are so many famous names within the entry list here, whether we see them up the hill or not. For the moment, we'll have to go down and see who we can find. But, I mean, the likes of Sebastian Vettel, Oscar Piastri are all here for this Goodwood Festival of Speed. Indeed, Zach Brown's name is amongst it all. They've been, whoa, as the rain just comes down very heavily. I was trying to find a tree to shelter under. Yes, just it's a who's who, isn't it? When you look through the Grand Prix greats and the Formula One machinery, it's amazing to see.
Yeah, just speaking about Clive, he's there in that car there, in the Mario Andretti car. That's 79 in that famous black and gold livery. Just looks fantastic, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does. It's fabulous to see. The cars go all the way down here. Plenty of umbrellas up just to hide from the rain. Conditions out there quite tricky, aren't they, David? And they're getting trickier. Not seeing much drying up here.
Well, tricky in a road car. Try driving in a 30, 40, 50-year-old F1 car. Better than me, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely would not want to be doing this, but these guys are absolute pros, and it's going to be brilliant to see as Batch 4 will make their way up the hill. MotoGP, Lotus, McLaren, Grand Prix greats, Formula One machinery. This is going to be something very special indeed. We'll hand you back now to commentary to take you through all the action.
Thank you very much, Laura Winter. This is going to be a lot of fun. And as we are starting with the MotoGP bikes, delighted to welcome back James Hayden onto commentary to guide us through everything that we've got in front of us.
Yeah, we're looking at the Gas, which is actually a KTM, just a rebranded, it's a rebranded KTM. We're looking at Augustus and what a motorcycle this is. I mean, they have been the most improved manufacturer, KTM, over these last few seasons. They've also, and it's a shame it's wet, because they have got the best launch control in the world. Obviously, these guys, it's not going to work quite as well in the wet, but little wheelie, and it's all going to be a little bit sort of nervy, just as the guys get going. So we got, obviously, Paul Espargaro and Augustus both sort of coming here, but actually, do you know what? Seeing he's not seen that, he's pressing on. I'm impressed. He's not been around here before, so he's giving it some full beans. Remember, these are 260 brake horsepower. You see now he's coming in, slowing it. Oh, he had a little foot down, a little slide. He is giving it some. This is what we like to see, though. A little bit of spin in there as well. So these guys are the best in the world.
Well, just the line into Moulcom had us all drawing our breath, and he's on a very tight line. That was tippy toes, but we love that level of attack. Second bike up the hill is hot on his heels, and who's following up after the gas?
That was Mika Kallio, and he's on the KTM, and again, both, like I say, these are identical bikes relabelled, and he's just coming round, so it's a great finish there. But behind him as well, as you can say, the KTM and Kallio quite a lot slower, and he, I don't know if he got the chance to see him with his foot down, but he certainly scared him. Now, look at that. That man is Kevin Schwantz. He was the World Championship exactly 30 years ago on that motorcycle, the RGV 500. I was there racing against him that day at that party as well. And great to see him. I said, are you wearing your old leathers, Kevin? He said, no, I've got a special set celebrating the 30 years. So it's amazing that it's the 30 years of his World Championship, obviously 30 years of the Festival of Speed. What a lovely little sort of combination it is.
I do find it just extraordinary how quickly those 30 years have gone. If you'd asked me, I'd say 20 years since Kevin took that title. He's understood today it's clearly very, very wet, so why not wave to the fans? They're waving back to him, so do give him your applause. He's been such a supporter of this event. Dry the track, why not? Who have we got that down?
Yeah, absolutely. Kevin obviously on a V4 like two-stroke, whereas now we're looking at the Test Rider. We're looking at Piero on the very, very latest Ducati. So he's on the Ducati Desmodici GP23. This is the greatest racing motorcycle ever built. This has dominating. It holds the top 3 spaces in the World Championship. It holds the top speed, 223 miles an hour last at Mugello a few weeks ago. And the electronics, the launch control, the way it works, their aerodynamics, and again, a nice little burnout. It really is the complete package. We've never quite seen a motorcycle as dominant, you know, as brilliant as this. Or maybe it's just the way the technology's come, but it's certainly at the forefront. He's had enough, though. It looks like he's off as we watch a couple of. What have we got here? We got Mick Grant on the RG 500. What a legend he was! Multiple champion. Oh, that's Randy Mamola. So Randy Mamola there. So here it was Mick Grant was riding that bike earlier, but that is Randy Mamola. And obviously, those of you will know, Randy, he's probably the best guy to never win a World Championship. Second 4 times, and great rider, great personality, always full of life.
Yeah, and sort of following on in that rich American vein, Kenny Roberts in the 70s, then onto Randy, Kevin Schwantz, constantly the changing of the guard, but with those the World Championship, the intercontinental races as well, just brilliant to see. But these conditions are super, super slippery as that first bike up the hill, the gas absolutely proved, right to the edge, the perimeter, and almost beyond at Moulton. Yeah, and then just behind him, we just saw Casey Stoner was sort of coming through, so Casey Stoner's coming up there as well. You'll recognise him, he's number 27, and tell you what, there's someone else there on the X-Machine bike as well just come past, and he was pressing on his wets, and you can hear that difference in sound. That's Randy Mamola, because obviously these 2 strokes to better the big V4 4 strokes, so very, very different. And there's Kevin Roberts Jr. in front. You see the number 1 there. He was world champion in 2000, so good to see him out there as well. You really have got such a band of great names. Here we're looking at one of the Yamahas, and number 18 here. And basically what we're that's a Sheen bike. You can tell by the number 7, and that one's a 1981. So that's the YZR 500 OW53. They look quite similar to those early years. So they stayed the same for a number of years. But what a bike that machine was. Just seeing a Sergi Gibernau, a number 15 Ducati as well, another V4. I mean, look at these bikes coming thick and fast. And actually, that's Casey Stoner with the number 1. He rode the other bike earlier on, and now we're seeing the man himself. Better to see him on his number 1 championship winning bike. Amazing. Well, they're certainly coming off the line thick and fast, almost keeping us on our toes there. Bike number 55, down the acceleration, the track right at the bottom, slightly drier than it is further up the hill, but everybody, absolutely everyone, cautious through those first 2 turns. Yeah, and you have to be trying to get some air in the tyres. We're just looking at an RS 250, it's a 93 bike. So I used to race similar bikes, that exact year, that exact model. Won a round of the British Championship on it. And just in front of him and coming past us, this is Casey Stoner.
double world champ. What a legend he was. You know, I've never known a guy to come out the box and just be able to go bang. You know, lap one, first flying lap, break the lap record. He was incredible in that way. Such a natural, hungry talent, and just amazing on a motorcycle. And retired obviously so early at 26 years old.
That's the extraordinary thing. But right now, when you come back and you get reunited with the bike you've raced, you've won on, how hard is it to get off it again? Because you must just get those juices flowing all over again, that muscle memory.
Yeah, of course, I think you do. I mean, one of the problems is when it's nice and dry, today obviously it's the worst kind of conditions for these guys to try and show and try and readjust, because everything's a bit cold and you don't know how much grip you've got, so it's more about, you know, waving and giving the bikes a good rev. But certainly when you come here on one of your old bikes, it's like putting on an old pair of slippers again. It was like, yeah, great to feel them on again. So it can be really good, but it's great to see so many top riders out there, so many top faces.
No, it really is. And over the course of the weekend, it's a weekend free of MotoGP action. We're going to have the great and the good. We've moved on from that fantastic array. James Hayden, thank you very much for commentary there. And now, celebration of 75 years of Lotus. This chimes very much with my sort of mojo. And just, again, it was tricky on the bikes. It's hardly any easier in the cars. And the Lotus 49, this was a car that took Formula One onto a new level. DFV, the Ford double 4-valve in the back as a stressed member. The suspension bolted straight onto that, and that took a huge increase in torsional rigidity, and it really was a step-through car. Turned out at the Dutch Grand Prix in '67, put it on pole, and victory first time out. Everyone else, it was catch-up by 1968. The other teams were allowed, if they so chose, to buy a Ford DFV, and then it became the staple in Formula One, taking the battle to Ferrari.
Years and years and years, that engine absolutely dominated, and this is the sole remaining 49 that wasn't upgraded to the later B specification, so you're looking at a one-off. And for many people, this is Formula One. Those colours, that design, that engine, a true icon of the sport.
It was coming to the end of the time, and by the start of 1968, sponsorship came onto the flanks. Well, actually, they came on with Gunston cars in the South African Grand Prix before, but then Gold Leaf Team Lotus hit the tracks at the start of 1968, and by the end of that year, the middle of that year, wings started to appear on the cars. Ferrari were first, and Lotus and Brabham, McLaren all followed suit thereafter. But right now, such a pure-looking car. And again, Alex, to look at a car where you can see the engine, see the suspension, there are fewer mysteries, and I think there's a great purity in that.
Absolutely is. Absolutely is. It is. If you get a chance to get up close, down there in the paddock, on the outside of the circuit later on, go and inspect it, because you can see the mechanics of it in a way that you can't with the modern iteration.
Of course, when the Ford DFV came into racing, it had plenty of power, but through the course of its development, it started cresting 450 and then going close to 500 horsepower. Development all the time. So conditions are very, very tricky, and a ground effects car, of course, this was Lotus reinventing the wheel, and suddenly they kept it a secret. No one could quite work out what was happening, but by the time that the car that Clive Chapman is driving up, son of Lotus founder Colin Chapman, driving up the hill, the Lotus 78, that had ground effects, and it was chucked down to the track. It had downforce like never before. Quite phenomenal.
It really is. We have celebrated Lotus. It's time to celebrate McLaren.
The past isn't something I really think about. I only think about the next race, and I only look into the future.
This is the story of a young man from New Zealand. The name, of course, is Bruce McLaren.
What's the secret of success? Experience is tremendously important in motor racing.
Got one from very nasty one indeed.
The important thing for me is to drive and to win, and I did that.
What a fantastic finish! And it's happened immediately! This is amazing!
had ambitions beyond what I could even understand. You know, going for the stars.
Well, what a history to celebrate for McLaren. We are sending some icons up the hill now, straight away, getting involved with it. And we begin with the car that dominated for a long time, the iteration originally that went to Le Mans and shocked the world by winning, and then this is a later version developed from that mark and that raced, as you can see, for a long time in Japan. And we'll be seeing some real icons in the next couple of minutes or so.
So it's kicked off there with the Langheg, the long tail McLaren F1 GTR. Now the Lark livery car competed in Japan, and a young Ralf Schumacher was scoring victories over there. Won 3 of the 6 races, team with Naoki Hattori. And this is in the shorter model, the original model, the first of the racing models, the F1 GTR. Exquisite race livery, and I must say, on a dull day here, it looks absolutely fantastic. But this was a car never intended to go racing, designed by Gordon Murray at McLaren, not long after he crossed over from, not too long after he crossed over from Brabham. A massively pure car, that central driving position, but so much success in GT racing in Japan and across Europe. Great to see it out here all over again.
It really is completing the run. So we've seen the GTRs, the long tail, and then the version that plied its trade in Japan for a while there in the mid-90s. And now we go on, Bruce.
No, I was just going to say, of course, a lot of these manufacturers used engines from elsewhere, and McLaren had a 6.1-litre V12 BMW in the back of this absolute jewel of a racing car, and anyone who raced it just adored the power delivery out of that unit.
And we are now heading back into papaya colours, so plenty being enjoyed out there at this 60-year celebration of McLaren. And emerging into our picture now.
It's again, GT racing became increasingly strong for McLaren across the years, and great success across Europe. They're running in GT3 and GT4, and as many track days as they can, track cars as they can put out of the building, because McLaren's road car division has gone from strength to strength to strength. During founder Bruce McLaren's day, they produced the M6 as a road car, and really it almost was a distraction. They went back to concentrating on their racing, and it was great when that F1 GT became the first road car out of the mark, and the mark from Woking has been churning them out ever since, and every year there's another iteration. We've had the Senna out on the hill this morning. So many cars to look at, and racing in GTs, GT3 version looking very mean in black with a little orange or papaya piping around the edge. This is a car that the likes of Rob Bell have had so much success in across Europe, and with GT3 racing about to be the junior class at Le Mans, the GT class, for the first time in 2024. All the manufacturers want to have a toe in that particular one.
Looks lively, doesn't it?
It certainly does. Not quite as lively as the first bike to go up the hill, which was nearly travelling the Stroll Vales. But yes, that reorganisation of the classes at Le Mans means that you're going to see more and more manufacturers returning there, first certainly to the hypercar class, but also to the GT level as well, as they redraw the spec and we're sending the GTs up, but we'll also be enjoying some Formula 1 machinery in a few moments' time.
And the shot of the 720S GT3 as it exited, went past the flint wall, you could see the crown in the track. And James, anybody, particularly on a bike in the wet, they think they're doing fine in the middle, they start drifting a little bit down the side of the crown, and that's when the pupils become a little larger, one feels.
Absolutely. Got that right. It looked so stiff coming up there in the wet, didn't it?
No, really, the driver working very, very hard indeed. But back to the car that launched it all for McLaren, an Austin 7 Ulster, one with a special twist. And as a young teenager living alongside the family garage on the outskirts of Auckland, Bruce McLaren had a disease called Perthes disease, which meant he couldn't play sport, but he focused his sporting mind on preparing this car and going and doing some beach racing to start with, in those amazing beaches on the North Island of New Zealand. And again, in New Zealand, you didn't have access to all the spare parts you needed to build racing cars, so it was make, do and mend. And I think that was what set Bruce's engineering mind into overdrive. And what is overlooked so much was his engineering input into the team, designing the cars, building the cars. And when they started building the cars in the mid-60s, they were based just off the end of the runway at Heathrow in Feltham, and it was a crew of about 6 people. It gradually grew to, get this, double figures, and it seems inconceivable they could be building Formula 1 cars, Can-Am cars, and then, of course, they put the production out to the likes of Trojan to build them, but it was their success at selling cars that cemented their future.
Yeah. And I think it came from starting from that. Amazing.
Quite extraordinary. Right, now, getting downforce, as I said, at the end of 1968, they started putting wings on cars. They were little ones. Then they became huge in 69 until those wings started snapping. They were banned overnight. And to my eye, one of the classic shapes, like the Lotus 72, is the McLaren M23. Wedge-shaped, if you like, that enormous airbox, which was a sponsor's delight, the best billboard in the world. And this is a car that started winning races in 1973 with Denny Hulme at the Swedish Grand Prix and went on all the way into 1977. Get that? That wouldn't happen now. And of course, Emerson Fittipaldi driving one of these M23s in this livery, won the world title in 1974. And 2 years later, short of the airbox after the Spanish Grand Prix, James Hunt had his go. But a car that stood the test of times, and that is Emo, that inimitable helmet, Café do Brasil on the side, and the stars. He's such a supporter of this fabulous event, and every time you see him, he gets back in the car with half a smile on his face. He gets out with an enormous beam. That very, very popular Brazilian. Hopefully, Ed Foster will catch up with the great Emo at the top. But what a car!
The world champion of 1974, taking it to the top of the hill in the car, and one of the coolest drivers ever, finding himself behind the wheel, made career choices afterwards that meant he didn't add to his 2 titles, but fantastic to see. And that beginning a fantastic run all the way to the flag, and great sight, motor racing history in front of your eyes.
A brilliant car from the days when airboxes were large and drivers' sideburns were almost as big and long as those. Extravagant facial hair. I think it's time for a comeback.
And now we're ticking through into the 80s. We move now into the era which was raced by Niki Lauda and Alain Prost. This is an Alain Prost car that is currently having the wheel worked, and you can see the progression of the cars. We're getting rounder, we're getting squatter.
But more to the point, they're also McLaren pioneered after Ron Dennis took over the team, and we went to the MP4 nomenclature, the first carbon fibre chassis, and much as the Lotus 49, when it had the Ford DFB bolted on the back, became so much more rigid than all others. Once we'd gone fully over to carbon fibre monocoques, pioneered over in the States, but McLaren used the aerospace technology from California, brought it to Formula 1, and that was another of these quantum steps that have been through the history of the sport. And also Tag Turbo, you see on the engine cover at the back of the car. We've been celebrating Porsche's 75 years. This was an engine that was a Porsche unit. Not so many people know that when looking back, but again, the cross-pollination.
And finishing the run, the car that took Alain Prost to the World Championship in 1985 cuts the beam, and it is being chased up the hill by the car from 1988. One of the greats, one of the best looking cars in history, and it's Bruno Senna behind the wheel of his uncle's fabled car.
McLaren MP44 from the active minds of Gordon Murray. We've seen a lot of his machinery here, but it was such an exquisite car. If I had to stop the development of cars anywhere, I'd have said that is all we need. and they were very, very quick indeed. And epic battles between, think about it, having the two top drivers in Formula 1 within one team, Alain Prost versus Ayrton Senna, going about the same job very differently. It got a little testy at times, but moving on from McLaren in this celebration, looking at relatively recent Ferrari, the SF78 from 2017. It was the 20th anniversary of the first racing Ferrari, and for Marc Genet, he drives this car quite a lot. He drives a lot of the Ferrari Formula 1 cars, ex-Formula 1 driver himself, but he knows this hill well. And you can be sure, Alex, from a Formula 1 point of view, from a Ferrari point of view, safe pair of hands.
Yeah, the reason that he has been employed so long by Ferrari is because he is a safe pair of hands, part of the commentary team that goes to all of the Grand Prix as well. And this is the car that Sebastian Vettel was involved in the World Championship in 2017.
Well, I just actually noticed, if I looked a little more closely, that had a halo, as does this Mercedes. Therefore, it wouldn't have been a 2017 Ferrari. It must have been a slightly later one that was going up the hill. Anyhow, the W12 Mercedes-AMG F1, and this is a car, of course, that set the hearts fluttering for a lot of much younger viewers. 2021, it was quite a year, and it came to a bit of an end at Abu Dhabi. There, I've mentioned it, it's out in the open right now, but the battle between Max Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton for glory came to a conclusion, but there was some great racing in that year.
One of the greatest seasons of Formula 1 that we have ever seen, and great display from behind the wheel from Esteban Gutierrez, who's trying to light it up there, but all he's done is trim the grass a little bit. He's going to have to use the grass a bit more. What a title battle we had by the seven-time world champion Lewis Hamilton and the man who's on his way to his third title this year, Max Verstappen. And I'm not going to repeat anything about Abu Dhabi 2021 because I want to be allowed to come back tomorrow.
Well, one thing, as we saw, if you'd had a drift car and you had it facing the wrong way, it'd be much easier to spin that round, and it just emphasises how long and wide the Formula 1 cars have become. Having seen those nimble little Formula 1 cars, cigar tube shape from the early 60s, there's a lot more addenda, but a lot more bulk with the contemporary Formula 1 car.
And this is the last of the dominant Mercedes era. They took the Constructors' Championship 8 in a row. The last one that they scored with this vehicle. Then we had the new regulations that are currently in force in Formula 1 presently. And it has been Red Bull's domination era since then. So this is a special vehicle for Mercedes as they try to chase their way back to the front in Formula 1.
And you could hear popping and banging, so much technology wrapped within this car, all those engine management protocols that confuse a far simpler car, the 1982 Williams, in which Keke Rosberg was so dramatic, a season in which we had win after win from different drivers, 11 different winners in the course of that season. And yet at the end, just by dint of coming sweet at the right time, Keke Rosberg came through. And Williams just starting to see a few points coming on the board this year again, and one of the great teams, one of the top three teams in the history of Formula 1, Ferrari, McLaren and Williams, and two of those teams from the UK, so the engineers and the fans over here can be very, very proud indeed of that.
Yes, this car modified very, very quickly after ground effect was banned, and Williams Grand Prix Engineering, as they were known at the time, found a solution and found a way to win one of the most competitive championship battles that we have ever seen. Just one win to take the title seems absolutely impossible by today's standards, but that's exactly what happened.
Still such a gorgeous looking car though, isn't it?
And you can see how small the car is, because the driver there is looking slightly too big for the cockpit, and we're not talking tall drivers here. If you gave the engineers like Adrian Newey a chance to shrink wrap the driver down to the equivalent of about 1.50 m, they would do it. And certainly for the taller drivers of the age, cramp became a problem. They effectively couldn't fit into the car. But great to see those cars. The weather, well, it became very grim a short while ago. It's still raining a bit, but not to the same extent. Fewer umbrellas up, that's good to see. People working their way around all the attractions in the grounds of Goodwood House. So much to see and so much to do. So do keep moving around, do keep listening, do keep finding a new vantage point, and don't be afraid to talk to the drivers, the riders, as you get up close to their cars and bikes in the paddock.
Absolutely terrific there. I feel like we just hurtled through some motor racing history, but now a moment to reflect. We're going to pay tribute to a great friend of Goodwood, the legendary guitarist Jeff Beck, who passed away in January this year. Jeff was a great lover of American hot rods, and now 3 of his own cars will be driven up the hill alongside cars belonging to fellow rock legends Billy Gibbons, Eric Clapton and Nick Mason, while we hear the great man's rendition of Nessun Dorma. Plenty more to come your way in the next couple of hours at the famous hill climb here at the 30th anniversary edition of the Goodwood Festival of Speed. And coming up in a few moments' time, we'll be sending Le Mans, NASCAR and sports racers up the hill. Then it's time for timed practice as well. And then we will be enjoying Goodwood 75 years on, and some highlights throughout the time of that fantastic motor racing landmark for this venue, just a couple of miles down the road. And then it will be Driftkana, Tin Tops Rally and the WRC, the Supercar Run, getting closer, closing things out. And we will conclude the day with our first glance of some cars being launched for the very first time at this event, and some road bikes to go with it as well.
We got off Pole Espargaro there on the gas coming down. You can see he went in a little bit hot, testing grip in places, just getting his little foot down there. That's Alex Rins' Honda just coming up. Obviously he won the American Grand Prix on that. And then we're looking at Pirro on the Fats Ducati, just spinning it up, getting that spinning, all 260 brake horsepower of it. There's Randy Mamola on the RG500. Then here we're seeing that looks like one of the, well, here is a great Casey Stoner, the Australian double world champ on his world champ winning bike. Lovely to see him back.
And then it was turned to celebrate 75 years of Lotus, and that's exquisite Lotus 49, the car that put torsional rigidity and, almost more important, the Ford DFV into Formula One. It was the springboard of so many teams getting their start in racing and being able to afford an engine to take on the very best. And by that, I mean the Ferraris of this world. But Lotus, what a rich history. They sorted ground effects in 1978. All the other teams had to scrabble to catch up. And then in GT racing as well, the McLaren F1, absolutely exquisite, whether you like the standard length car or the long tail as well. And then, of course, GT racing, super strong in the worlds of McLaren. They've been scoring great results all around the globe. At high wings, low wings, McLaren, such an illustrious history. Doesn't matter if it's wet, the sun is still shining on McLaren, Alex.
Yeah, 60-year celebration with some of the cars that took them to title glory in the 80s. And then we finished off with some Grand Prix greats as well, including this modern Ferrari. But we saw plenty going up the hill, including the Mercedes from 2021. And also, up there, we saw René Arnoux, who's having a chat with Ed Foster.
René, I don't think it would be the Festival of Speed without you and one of these Renaults. It's great to see you again.
I'm very happy to come back each year. I think it's 12 years I come in Goodwood, minimum. And I am very happy to drive this car, because this car, it's a good memory where I raced in 79 with this car in Dijon. We had a big war with Gilles and me, and it's rebuilt completely, not after the race. After the race, it was completely rebuilt, but Renault Historic rebuilt the car, and it's really nice to come back to Goodwood and to drive this car, this Renault.
You mentioned that battle. At the time, I guess you probably didn't realise how fantastic that was to watch, because all you wanted to do was win.
Yeah, you know, when I was driving, it was possible to do not everything, but a lot of things. Now it's you have a lot of people to see you race with the TV, etc., and you lose some second, etc., etc. But I think if you do the same now, you are directly with your hand like that. Anyway, it's changed completely, but I am very good. Gilles was my best friend, Formula One, and I know him when he said, René, come with me to eat Italian food, and the next day, Saturday, you go to eat the French food with Renault, and he was my big friend. And you know, it's really important when you have in this condition of the race, 5 laps before the end in Dijon, because I know that Gilles is very correct for me, and he knows exactly the same thing.
René, thank you. Have a good weekend.
Thank you. Good weekend for everybody. I think if it rains or doesn't rain, everybody is there in Goodwood, and this is fantastic.
Emerson Fittipaldi, we have racing royalty up here. So it's so good to see you. And this is really what Goodwood's all about, isn't it? Getting you back in this M23.
No, it's a fantastic time to go back to the M23. Was the first World Championship for McLaren. And this year, 60 years of McLaren. And congratulations everybody at McLaren. McLaren had a fantastic race last weekend with Lando Norris and Piastri. And I'm very proud to be a small part of the huge history of McLaren. If you think about Ayrton Senna, Niki Lauda, Alan Prost, James Hunt, all the history McLaren has is fantastic. And this event is unique in the world. Every year I come here is so much, see my friends. You see the past, the present, and the future. It's fantastic.
And I must ask, when you get back behind the steering wheel of this, does everything feel like it should?
It's exactly the same when I drove. It's my seat, still from 1975. The car feels the same, the steering wheel, the cockpit. It's a great car, and even the smell on the cockpit's the same.
Fantastic. Well, Emerson, it's lovely to see you and have a great weekend.
Thank you. God bless.
Casey, great to see you again at the Festival of Speed. I was just hearing you had a few bike troubles.
Yeah, on the way down to the park from area and down to the start grid, it just decided to cut out. But it's not unusual with some of these racing machines. They're quite highly strung, and if they're not being ridden fast, they don't like being ridden at all. So, yeah, we got it started, and off she went, and then no hiccups on the way up.
And this is the 2008 bike, I think, isn't it? And it must be lovely getting back on board this, because I guess you don't do it very often.
No, I haven't probably seen or ridden this bike since that time, since I rode it last in 2008. So it's always nice. As soon as it goes, you can feel that rumble in the engine, and you know exactly basically what year it is from how it feels. And, you know, we made some big improvements from 07 to this bike and, you know, tried to defend our championship best we could. So there's a lot of good memories here.
And obviously the weather isn't perfect, but how's the weekend going?
This event is always phenomenal. It's something I always enjoy coming to. There's nowhere else in the world you can get this much history and the modern side of things all into one place. So it's basically, you know, for anybody who's a motorsport fan, it's a candy shop. You know, it's just incredible to walk around, see the cars that you grew up watching, and they're right there for you to see. Not only just behind the barriers, but also we get to see them go up this up the hill climb. So it's a pretty special event.
Cheers, Casey. Enjoy it.
No problem. Thanks.
Kevin, fantastic to see you again in the Festival of Speeds. Just when you thought it sort of couldn't get any better from a motorcycle perspective, all of this happened.
You know, it's great to see modern stuff, older stuff. You know, some of the last Suzuki World Champs here. It's pretty special.
It's quite an unforgiving set of conditions you've got today.
We didn't ride this morning, and I think maybe this morning might not have been quite as bad as this. But you know, just take your time coming up the hill. I know everybody'd like to see us go a little faster, but with the tires that are on and the power delivery that those old bikes have, it's all we can do to just get it up the hill.
You were pretty well known for going sideways in the day, though, weren't you? These are surely you'd be loving these conditions.
You know, back when there were World Championship points on the line, I'd make the most of this. Yeah, for sure.
Well, thanks for chatting and enjoy the weekend.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here.
To hear them start and then...
You're built different. Breathing new life into broken. Taking matters into your own hands. Assembling big dreams from the small things. Never stopping until you find right part at the right price. That's the eBay way.
And my Tesla might get arrested. She's sitting in my new shit. We still getting messy.
Range Rover Velar, designed to intrigue.
Touch me, might get arrested. She's sitting on my new shit. We still getting messy.
You're never too young to fall in love with classic cars. It's a passion that lasts a lifetime, and it's a passion we share. Backed by over 75 years of motoring experience, Goodwood Classic Solutions is a unique new way to ensure your pride and joy. Goodwood Classic Solutions. It's a passion we share.
The hill here at Goodwood is one of those iconic bits of motor racing these days. And here I am in the 1962 World Championship winning car. Off I go. Graham Hill won the 1962 World Championship in this wonderful BRM. Through the boulevard of trees, coming up to the first couple of right-handers now. It's a fantastic sight as you come through this bit of the track with the house on the left, this beautiful sculpture at the corner of your eye, but you're firmly focusing on the track, the lines of hay bales with the sea of people behind it. Up into Moulcombe, a tricky left-hander. And as you start to climb up, this amazing view of the Flint Wall looms ahead. Round the Flint Wall, give it a wide berth. Be nice and safe. This come from the Collier collection in America. It is exactly how Graham Hill drove it back in the 60s. To be honest, it's the first Formula One car driven with no seatbelts, which is quite extraordinary. I'm bracing myself up against the side of the car to come through the final corner and through the finish line. a fantastic bit of Formula One history to drive here at Goodwood, up the hill, and showing all of you at home a little bit of just what we see from the cockpit.
Well, plenty of fun and games that we've been enjoying so far, and more to look forward to shortly as well. Let's have a look at the next ones coming up. So batch 2 with the Le Mans NASCAR and sports races, and that's followed by the timed practice, which is practice for the shootout on Sunday. Batch 3 is the Goodwood 75, celebrating the 75 years since Goodwood started racing. Then batch 1, Drift Kana, and we're going to get some drifting competition in that as well. It's going to be fun to see. Supercar Run coming up after that, and then First Glance and Road Bikes, batch 6B. That's coming up at around 6:30 this afternoon, early evening. And so we've had plenty of great drivers heading up the hill just recently, of course. And Ed Foster's been catching up with some of the Le Mans drivers.
Emanuele Dindo, it's lovely to see you here. This is Emanuele's car, Dindo, that you've just come up in, and he spotted a bit of damage on the rear, and that wasn't you, was it?
No, I wasn't me. That's why he didn't want to drive this car, because it was damaged, and he said, you have to drive the car. No, it's nice to be here after, I think, 14 years, the last time I was here. Then it's an incredible feeling, and it's always really amazing and emotional to be here.
Emanuele, you've just come up in the Matra. What a machine that is.
Yeah, of course you tend to love the motorsport era that triggered your emotions. So I was born in 1962, so when I was like 7, 8, I started really to understand about motorsport, and the Matra that I drive is the winner of 1973. And the Matras were very advanced cars at the time. So, and I never drove a Matra before, so it's very emotional. And yeah, Gérard Larousse and Henri Pescarolo are two great people and great friends, so it's been a real treat to drive it.
And Dindo, when you get back in a car like this, do all the memories come flooding back?
Yeah, some of the memory came quickly back. I didn't remember the clutch pedal so hard. That's I have to admit that, because here you have to use it many times, and you know, in the racetrack, in the normal track, once you leave the pit, then you don't use it anymore. And yeah, now I feel a little bit pain on my left. Left leg, but it's fine. Everything was immediately back, as you said. Even the mapping change and all this stuff. I thought I forgot everything, but after a few seconds, everything was back in my mind.
Fantastic. Well, look, thank you so much for coming, the both of you, and we'll see you over the weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ciao.
And getting a lot of support from fans as well, the youngsters and people with a bit more experience.
Yeah, and I really do like seeing with that interview with Emanuele and Dindo Capello out there, the right faces in the right places, and also experimenting with cars of their youth and also cars in which they had so much success.
Yeah, it must give them such a lovely feeling to get back in these cars that meant so much to them at the time. And for so many of us that are here that witnessed it as well, watched it and saw what they achieved, it's a very, very special day. Well done to everybody for enjoying the day so far. I know it's been a little bit damp, but nonetheless, it hasn't calmed down what has been some fabulous displays coming up the hill. And what we are looking forward to in just a moment is actually celebrating 100 years of the Le Mans 24 Hours. And for you, Bruce, that's a big one, because you've been to Le Mans. How many times have you been to Le Mans? Many, many times.
Well, I've been telling people 120 times, but I feel my counting system may be slightly erroneous. Since the mid-1980s. I think I've missed one since then.
Wow.
A lot of these cars, you know, when you look back that far, cars that you thought were the absolute cutting edge are no longer, but I'm still get excited by the sights and sounds of the great Sauber Mercedes. And talking of sounds, that made the most fantastic rumble. And I'm pleased that this level of car can still be out in historic racing the whole time. Cars closer to current will have more of a problem because of all the gadgetry required to keep them running. But yeah, no, these are the cars, the late 80s, early 90s, the Sauber against Jaguar battles. They were absolutely epic. I adore these cars.
They are wonderful, aren't they? And we are seeing some tremendous runs from some great drivers as well, who are going to be playing in a part of all of this as we go through. And yeah, I'm very much looking forward to seeing these cars coming up the hill in just a little while.
And quite frankly, there's a very long queue of people wanting to drive them. And Toyota took so long trying to crack the big one, trying to win Le Mans, taking on Nissan. And of course, they were beaten to the trophy by another Japanese manufacturer whose car has wailed its way up the hill. It may be further back in the queue. It's orange and green. It's that fabulous 1991 Mazda.
This was a C2 Toyota, wasn't it, this one, that we were looking at?
Car 226, indeed it was not on my entry list. There we go. But this Renault, just exquisite. Of course, we went through periods where there were open-top cars racing at Le Mans, then we went all roofs closed, then we went to the Audis like the R10, the roof came off again, but it kept on moving forwards and sideways. But Jean-Pierre Josso and Didier Pironi, huge success. Josso won a couple of times almost in succession, so a great period for French drivers and French teams at the late 1970s.
Yes, that was very special indeed. We're looking at something slightly different here, GT2 Mercedes.
Yeah, GT2, we've got GT3 racing, we've got GT4 racing, and a couple of years ago, GT2 racing. These are actually cars with more power than GT3, but they're more for gentleman drivers, and there's a series that's starting to grow. It took a while for GT3 to get going, and now we had the Spa 24 Hours. For GT3s, we had 71 of them on the grid. That is a success. Jim Glickenhaus deserves an enormous round of applause from everyone here, because he was the person, a private individual, who took on Toyota, the world's biggest automotive company, to try and win at Le Mans. And then in recent years, other manufacturers have come in, but Jim has stayed resolute. His car, he says, is very analog versus the rest. But look, almost no sponsorship on the car. Tyre suppliers, a Michelin, for example. But this is a man who drives things from the heart. Great to have his cars here and popular all around the world. For that sheer maximum attack, one person's dream. And he's given a lot of drivers a good go to tip their toe into the hypercar pond.
Yeah, no, it's very, very special and amazing to see what they've been able to do with that. Audi, of course, have had a huge amount of success at Le Mans over the years.
Have they ever? And one of the drivers who drove it forward on board there, TK, Tom Christensen, the record number of wins to his name, 9 wins at Le Mans. And the very first win he had was in one of the cars that's up on the gantry above the house, and he only got the nod to drive it midweek in the week of Le Mans. There we are, a little more casual back in those days.
Yeah, that's right. Well, this is the Audi R10. So this is going back to 2006, I think, this one. This was the Bilo Christensen car, and...
Yeah, but one of the keys about the R10, this was the first car that made diesel engines sexy. If you will.
Absolutely.
It was to prove that their technology didn't have to be a petrol engine car. 5.5-litre V12, so plenty of grunt, but of course what the diesel engine gave was all that low-down urge to get the car going forward.
And then 227, this is another of the Audi R10s that is part of this slightly later one. So, as you say, the diesel input was absolutely crucial, that 5.5 V12, loads and loads of power. So that's what you're seeing, and Audi promoting its diesel background extremely well. Of course, now diesel has become not so attractive. It's ironic, isn't it? Because at one time it was thought to be good for environment and good for, consumption as such, but of course that's very much changed now.
Well, actually, some while ahead of Audi bringing the diesels in, I remember one British individual told me he'd got a Volvo diesel engine that he was going to put in his sports prototype, and I thought, you've got to be kidding. But of course he was a forerunner, didn't really work. But then you had the full budget of Audi, but then Audi always pushing on their e-tron concept cars, and we've seen them ready to go and compete on the Paris-Dakar off-roading and many other devices as well. So technology moves on, but we moved on to hybrid power. This was the whole point with e-tron.
Yeah, this was 2011, the R18, that won by 12 seconds from Peugeot. Do you remember that one? Nice close one.
Yeah, I mean, for several years, Peugeot found ways to lose races they should have had in the bag. Their cars always seemed to have a little bit more pace. But one of the things that Audi did so exquisitely, if there was a problem with one of the cars, the mechanics already had the right packages of tools for each eventuality, so there wasn't any fiddling around in toolboxes. The kit came forward, the parts were changed. Now, Porsche back in the top level, thanks to hypercar regulations, and true to form, first year the Porsche back with the 963, already they've been selling cars to privateer teams. This is Jota Sport from near here, actually, Frank, just south of Tunbridge Wells, and it looks like we've got a Franchitti on board to experience yet another car. You can't keep them out, can you?
No, you can't. A very recent car, a very new car, so Marino's having the opportunity this time as opposed to Dario.
Just trying to trump his older brother.
Both of them do so much driving up and down this hill. It's remarkable to see, isn't it? And we're going to be celebrating NASCAR, aren't we, as well?
Absolutely so. 75 years of NASCAR since Bill France and a few others had a meeting. They'd been just starting doing racing up and down the beach at Daytona Beach. Then eventually the circuit was built. But the cars have changed so much in the late 60s into the early 70s. Those long aerodynamic nose, those massive tails to get stability. On the banking, obviously, at Daytona, but fearsome tracks like Talladega Super Speedway. These cars had all the grunt, but as you can see, they're big beasts, so trying to find stability, aerodynamic stability was a quest. And if I had to vote for how I'd like a NASCAR to look, this is probably the top 2 or 3 designs.
Yeah, the Dodge Daytona, certainly lovely, and Bobby Isaac in a Dodge Daytona, he won the title and lots of victories, but some famous colours here as well coming through from one of the drivers that was so well known.
The King, Richard Petty. So many successes, almost always with 43 on the door, and definitely always with STP written large on the hood of the car. And people queuing up to drive that. I had the honour of meeting the King years ago. Some people just ooze charisma. He was that man at least twice over. No wonder they called him. No wonder he was so revered. And he took that final 200th NASCAR win on July the 4th, fittingly. I've forgotten the year, but it really was absolute theatre.
It was indeed. So it's lovely to see these NASCAR machines celebrating 75 years and the different scale and look of them. And, of course, the number of races. I mean, it always amuses me a little bit that, you know, when we're getting to 24 races in Formula One, everyone's saying, how can you do so many races? It is nothing compared to the number of races in NASCAR through a season.
Yes, when Formula One was having 16 races a year, it was double that. It was normally about 33 events, plus a couple of non-championship events. The Winston race, which was the big prize money race, but Skull Banted. And one of the beauties about NASCAR, the cars were remarkably simple. They were very, very equal, but you could go to your local supermarket, whatever team you supported, almost all their sponsors, ones you could pick off the supermarket shelving. It was a chance for you to show your support for them, which I think was a very, very good way to go racing.
So we're going to be seeing some of these cars coming up the hill in just a moment or two, which will be wonderful. And you'll get a lot of good sound, of course, particularly from the NASCARs with their big V8s. You're looking at sort of 6-litre V8s, basically, 7 litres in 1 or 2 of them. And you're going to get some lovely noise from those. But we're going to get a completely different noises from Le Mans cars from the very, very beginning, because we're going to be looking at Bentleys coming up that started back in 1922 with the Bentley 3-litre Sport. And that was the beginning. They didn't take the victory in that first year, but they did then win in 1924 and went through a whole series of victories in the late 1920s. We're going to see some of those cars heading up the hill in a moment.
And they still look absolutely fabulous, and as they moved on, the supercharger was added. A lot of this was against what W.O. Bentley, the founder of the company, really had planned for his firm, but when he was convinced to do it and the wind started flowing in, even he thought, you know what, this new motor racing business does help to sell cars, and they still sit up and beg, and some of the road cars look remarkably similar to these early Bentleys. And you know what, these cars 100 years old or as near as can be, and yet you can drive them on the road if you are lucky enough to own one. And being in Britain, we do. Yeah. That's the thing.
Yeah. So Bentley taking their first win at the second ever Le Mans that was to be held in 1924. John Duff and Frank Clement, who were the winners, but then going on to, as you say, more and more success, and it certainly did help promote the brand of Bentley becoming a major part. It did change, of course, over the years, but it's still very important. We've seen some lovely Bentleys here this weekend, the modern versions as well. So up the hill it starts to go, and that's great news for that is the Bentley 3-litre. William Metcalf with that car, the 1922. This is the very beginning, really, of it all.
Yeah, sit up and beg, if you will, and a roof that could be erected and had to be erected at certain points in the race back then, because it was a part of the regulations, and of course that soon changed. We think back to the Le Mans start that came along later, drivers running across the track at the start to hop aboard. Eventually, thanks to a Jackie Ickx protest, they decided it was better to change that, because some drivers just forgot to put their belts on properly before heading off. Now, Bentley 2-litre following up the hill as well. So lots of different engine sizes. You can see the boat tail on that car, fabulous. But for Bentley, it was the coach built era, but it was also the start of a massive leap forward in technology. And that's from the 24 Hours Museum, the Musée 24 Inch at Le Mans. If you've never been there, make sure you do. So cars to see. In fact, that's now being listed as a Lorraine Dietrich B3 was in French blue, so that does make a bit more sense than it being a Bentley, so apologies for diving down the wrong avenue.
Well, it's a very similar period, isn't it? So it looks quite similar, Lorraine. And of course, reliability. For when a 24-hour race is what you're coping with, particularly then, reliability was the absolute main point. Now, you're watching a Lagonda now, so Lagonda was another British sports car manufacturer that did extremely well. They won in 1935 at Le Mans, and again, very similar to Bentley, but as I say, as I was talking about, reliability was key. And I mean, nowadays, reliability is so good that we've seen it's turned into a sprint race.
It really, truly has. I mean, the story used to go, you nursed it through the night, saw where you were in the morning, not just at Le Mans, other long-distance races, but the cars became stronger and stronger. The circuit became smoother and smoother, and that was a massive factor. And one of the cars that really took it on to another level was the D-Type Jaguar. The Jaguar Works team ran it. This one was run by the Works team in '56, and then it went into the hands of Ecuria Cross, one of those great Scottish privateer teams. This one's got Carina Lumen from the Lumen collection, a phenomenal collection of cars over in the Netherlands, and this was the car that really helped put Jaguar on the map. Of course, they'd already won victories with the C-Type, but the D-Type, faster, meaner, and certainly started using more aerodynamic aids.
Now, here's the Sauber Mercedes you were talking about, the C9. This is a very, very beautiful piece of kit, and of course the combination between Sauber and Mercedes. They took first Sauber win in the late 1980s, didn't they?
Yeah, so what they did was a very clever scheme. They united the young guns. They got the young drivers onto their books, and Carl Wendlinger was one of those. I think he's down to drive this car, and teamed them up with more seasoned pros like Jochen Mass, and another driver in that little scheme came good, it could be said, Michael Schumacher.
Indeed, I remember him being part of that junior team, and he did a fantastic job with them, and then of course it gave him that opportunity to go to Spa and race in Formula One.
Yeah, what people forget was Michael didn't have a Formula One drive that year. He'd headed over to compete in Japan, and then he got the notice, very short notice, that Bertrand Gachot was detained after an incident with a taxi driver at Hyde Park Corner. Over he came, and the rest, as they say, is history. Did the race for Jordan, immediately transferred to Benetton, onwards and upwards, but the rumble, even at low revs, that's still totally evocative of the period. Very simple, a V8 turbocharged 5-litre engine. And again, look at the car, it's completely clean. It seems fitting, of course, the associated Mercedes. It's in the silver arrows colour. And of course, it did run in that navy blue and white striped livery as well. And the Swiss team, Sauber, that's just how they made their name. But of course, they did move into Formula One as well. And at this point, of course, it was just around the corner. They wanted Mercedes to follow them in, and they sort of didn't for that first year, but then Sauber came good.
It's quite intriguing how Sauber are combined with different manufacturers over the years. Very combined with Mercedes then. They're combined with Alfa Romeo at the moment, and they're going to be combined with Audi, funnily enough, in a couple of years' time.
And their first win came when they were BMW Sauber.
Yeah,
so they did keep on jinking around, but it's always acknowledged it's quite hard to have a Formula One team not based in the Britain, because this is where the expertise is, in that sort of golden crescent around London, from Surrey around to Norfolk. But this is very much a Swiss-led German product here, the Sauber. Coming over the line, great to see it, and even better to hear it.
Yeah, Carl Wendlinger, even though he's massively experienced, taking things a little bit cautiously as comes out onto the circuit. And then we've got the Alpine Renault, the A442B. So this was from 1978, another winner of Le Mans with Didier Pironi and Jean-Pierre Jassot.
And it was a rich time in motorsport for France back then. They had a whole host of really talented young drivers coming up. There'd been the successes for Matra at the start of the decade. Graham Hill involved alongside Henri Pescarolo for that. But anyone who's been lucky enough to drive one of these Alpine Renault A442Bs has always been really excited. Beautiful handling car. So you had the old hand, Jean-Pierre Jassot, and the young buck, Didier Pironi, combining, and of course Didier went on to become one of the top Formula One drivers of the period.
Lovely. You see, I had a poster of that car on in my bedroom when I was a kid, because we grew up with Renaults in our family, and so it was lovely to have that seeing it go back up the hill once again.
Buy a car from the dealer, get a poster, seems a good deal to me. And here's the Glickenhaus being propelled up into, it's not the unknown, but it's wet, it's greasy. This is a car that is the first hypercar from the mark, but Jim Glickenhaus already had some sports cars that competed in long-distance races for many years at the Nürburgring, earning cult status over there. But just to reiterate, this was Goliath against David, and Jim Glickenhaus might as well be called David Glickenhaus. The SCGs, the Scuderia Cameron Glickenhaus, they earned a huge amount of fans for doing things differently and just being bold.
Yeah, no, they've done a fantastic job, and as you say, he's given drivers opportunities to get into this form of motorsport. And when you think about the level, I know now we're seeing a lot more manufacturers coming into this kind of racing, so it's harder and harder for a small team like this to do it, but what they've achieved is fantastic.
Yeah, and he's selling every single road car he can build. He's doing 50 a year, and they're all being sold in the States. He may just keep on doing that. He sells buggies to compete in the Baja 1000 as well, that amazing off-road event in Mexico. So Diverse, I think, is his middle name.
Quite right, so and we shall see how it all goes for Glickenhaus in the future as well. But lovely to see the car heading up the hill here. Windscreen wiper working well, just as well when you've got this rain falling all the time. It's not spoiling the fun and games of actually seeing these cars going up and demonstrating just at even gentle pace that they are magical machinery.
They are, and there are all sorts of golden eras in the top level of sports car racing. We're heading into one now, and certainly for the Centenary Le Mans to have Ferrari joining in, Porsche coming back. Audi, well, they were due to be coming back, and quite late last year they decided not to come and play in hypercar, and that certainly left the Team WRT from Belgium, the Weerts racing team, in limbo a bit, but they've now hooked up with BMW, who are coming back next year. So a lot of the top teams finding manufacturers to go into, and I think over the next 5 or 6 years it's going to be absolutely as great, if not greater, than those races in the late 80s.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And Benoit Trullier, of course, a great Le Mans driver, he's in that car. So now we're going to see some of the NASCARs, rather different beasts, coming up the hill. But this is good to see as well, because these machines sound all wonderful. Dodge Daytona heading up, and plenty of victories over the time. So these things will be running sort of 7-litre V8 engines, and you'll hear it as it comes up. It's got a bit of aerodynamic downforce, but it's pretty basic.
Well, let's face it, a lot of NASCARs before and certainly a lot afterwards became very bluff indeed, but the battles on the super speedways with these cars slipstreaming each other, trying to get downforce from those massive rear wings. I mean, they are like cartoon cars, but look, NASCAR Winston Cup Series, this was the start of a 33-year sponsorship deal. That is how strong the product was, and Bill France and the gang, they really got something right. For a long time, NASCAR was seen as blue-collar racing on those short ovals, the longer ovals, and the super speedways, but it's totally lost that background. Only a couple of weeks ago, they're racing on the streets in Chicago, showing they're reaching out to new markets. But STP, Pontiac, tied together through the King, Richard Petty, and just so many great cars, and they had huge fields of cars, 40-plus cars on the super speedways.
Richard Petty, who is the owner of this vehicle, and he had 200 wins, including 7 at the Daytona 500. Amazing record in the whole world of NASCAR, and earning the nickname the King.
But also, it wasn't just the speed, it was the longevity, but
yeah.
Also every championship, particularly, needs some iconic figures. Then you had the Terminator, if you will, Dale Earnhardt, or the Earnhardt, and you had some fisticuffs. I remember the Pearson Allison contribution it was just made for television.
Yeah,
much harder to follow a race on the short oval, because once they get on the first lap, they're almost nose to tail going around the entirety of the track. But on the super speedways, I love this.
Yeah, no, fantastic racing. And of course, as you were saying the other day, we've also seen some surprise performance on the road course just recently, with a new driver coming in and winning on a debut, which is a great news. But NASCAR has such a heritage. Very difficult actually for non-Americans to get in and be competitive, because it's such a separate skill, isn't it?
Yeah, and even for Americans who don't race in NASCAR, who race in other forms of racing. Yes, back in the 60s we had Mario Andretti dipping his toe in, Dan Gurney.
Yeah.
But they largely had their good results, of course, on the road courses, on the typical circuits, not on the speedways, not on the short ovals. But it's a travelling show. It's a massive show. And NASCAR, I think, would benefit from having more drivers from overseas. But as you say, it's a tough nut to crack.
It is, very much so. But it's lovely to see the cars here and to be able to celebrate 75 years. So when NASCAR began, it was the same year that we saw going out. Now it's possibly Jensen who is driving, although he may be out in one of the other cars later. But this is the latest version of the Chevrolet Camaro.
Yeah, it's the ZL1 or ZL1 as they call it on the other side of the Atlantic, and this had a very, very exciting outing in the Le Mans 24 Hours. This is something that had actually happened for the first time back in 1976, but it wasn't covered in glory. But this, run by Hendrick Motorsports, one of the very top teams in the sport. As it rumbles, it rips past our commentary box. The noise was the thing that earned it so many fans, and I had long-standing colleagues saying, why don't we have a whole class of these at Le Mans next year? Certainly you do wonder about it, because they did all those sort of cartoonish things. Quick, powerful, rumbly, and with the driver lineup including Jensen Button, superstars as well.
Yeah, and in fact, as we were talking about just now about Shane van Gisbergen and the Kiwi taking a win, it was in one of these Camaros, wasn't it, that he did that?
Yeah, and he didn't do it from the front. He worked his way lap after lap, place after place. And when someone comes in and rocks the cradle to that extent, everyone must be asking themselves questions. But right now, it's a good choice to have.
It is a wonderful choice. So the Chevy Camaro, the ZL1 of this current season, the 2023 season, celebrating 75 years of NASCAR, has proven to be a truly competitive machine.
Now, a Ferrari has never raced quite clearly in NASCAR rounds, so we've moved on to celebrating Class 7, which is sports racing cars. A selection of sports cars, GTs and prototypes that are just a potpourri, if you will, out on the hill this weekend. And a Ferrari in the backs. It's quite good when you're sponsored by your local casino, Crockford's, but this is a 512 BB, and with extra long bodywork at the rear, following the lead that Porsche was so keen on to get more aerodynamic balance down the long straight. And back in those days, it was pre-chicanes on the Mulsanne straight. There are now 2 chicanes, but when there were none, it was 3 miles in the straight line. It's like you want to go absolutely flat out.
And we're seeing Ferraris of a different nature as well. This is the 550 Maranello ProDrive with Peter Cox driving it right now. He's had a lot of success. And ProDrive and their combination with Ferrari did a fantastic piece of work, really, didn't they?
Really fantastic development job. Looked at this when it came to the Le Mans for the first time, and I thought, this is right on it. But one of the drivers in their ranks was a certain C. McRae of the Colin variety, of course, famed for World Championships on the World Rally Championship. But he took to it, as you could imagine. It was something different for him, like a duck to water. And Peter Cox raced it in period. Conditions still very, very tricky here. You can see a tree just above the turning point to Moulcombe blowing in the breeze. But great to have these cars, and again, cars that make an exquisite engine note.
Yeah, it does sound lovely, and it's a very distinctive Ferrari livery, of course, even though it was very much a ProDrive developed machine. Ferrari later on thought, oh, this is good. We're obviously got good cars for GT racing, and they sort of took it all over again, but it was ProDrive team that put the initial performances together with these cars. Of course, although they had a lot of success in the GT categories then, it's only this year that we've seen Ferrari win outright at Le Mans.
And history also repeats itself in some ways, because of course the whole hypercar program has been outsourced to a team, to AF Corso. Amato Ferrari, nothing to do with the Ferrari family, but his own Ferrari family. Ferrari is almost as common a surname as Jones when you head to Italy.
Now this is an interesting piece. This is the BMW H2R, which stands for the hydrogen race car. So it combines a liquid hydrogen fueled 6-litre V12 engine into this very streamlined open cockpit bodywork. So you can see it's trying to be ideal in so many ways, and it's actually taken world records under the hydrogen word, the hydrogen style of power, over setting a time of just 19.9 seconds over a standing mile. So it's recorded a lot of records.
Now, of course, when you're racing in the class of your own or setting records, you can choose how your car looks. Of course, they want it to be as aerodynamic as possible, but you can see the BMW styling cues at the front with the grille. And the tail end, I think it's a BMW Z4 set of lights on there. I could be heading to the wrong shelf at Halfords or a reputable parts seller.
No, it's got a lovely flow. It's a slightly odd-looking machine, there's no doubt about it, but it has a streamlined flow to it that you can fully understand when they were looking for these records.
But again, it just emphasises how many years some of these technologies have been dabbled with. They're trying to find performance. It was about 15, 20 years before that when a lot of the manufacturers were looking at hydrogen, couldn't get it to work, and there's going to be a special hydrogen engine class, or powered class, at Le Mans in the years to come. Certainly the Automobile Club de l'Ouest are very, very keen indeed on that.
Yeah, and it's wonderful to see it going back up once again. So it was built back in 2004, so it's not exactly the latest machine that we've seen here at Goodwood. Just had a quick glimpse, looking out of the commentary box, of the Prunello Ford Huara heading up. There it is, in fact. So this one goes back to 1969, doesn't it?
Something very, very different. One of the treats of coming to the Festival of Speed, they will always find 1, 2, 3 or maybe 20 cars you've never seen before. And I can hold my hand up. The Prunello Ford, built by Heriberto Prunello down in Argentina. They had a very, very strong racing scene in the 60s and 70s, and this was their own Carretera Turismo series, and a certain Carlos Reutemann was competing in this and scoring great results as he set up his career, and a few years later he got into single-seaters and made it work for him. But great to have this diverse spread of cars.
It is, as you say, to see something so unusual. It was found apparently in 2005, and then they had it restored, and it has got some ground effect to it as well, apparently. So this was a time before ground effect came into Formula One. It was a little bit on the McLaren. We talked about this before. The Can-Am McLarens were already learning a bit about ground effect, but this car also had some of those benefits.
Yes, and again, that classic cam tail, the cut-off tail, very dynamically strong. By Professor Cam, and an awful lot of manufacturers followed that line, so well done for bringing a bit more exotica. It's again, that very low body line forced a little bit of the engine to be poking out the top.
The wiper's still working, even though it was a car that was built in Argentina. I'm glad to see that the windscreen wiper is still working. So lovely to see some of the cars that we've enjoyed here, mainly celebrating the 100 years of Le Mans, but some sports racing cars like that we've really never seen. Maybe one or two of you have seen them, but yeah, I think that one's pretty unusual. So that's great. I hope you're enjoying the views. Thank you, everyone, for joining in. The umbrellas I see are still out, doing a hard job this weekend, aren't they? But all going well, and we shall see how it goes. Let's have a little look at the highlights from what we've been seeing. We've seen a number of cars coming up the hill, and with that tremendous heritage of Le Mans, also the NASCAR vehicles, and we'll get other chances to see these as we go throughout the course of the weekends, if you're watching us online as well. And sometimes you'll see different cars. These groups are all pretty big, and it just means that we see some different cars at different times, starting right down from the 1920s and the 1930s, as we saw in the early stages, and building up right to pretty much current times, going through times like the D-Type, but coming up to the very modern hybrid as well.
It was, and a lot of cars running in the national racing colours. That's Ferrari 250 TR, and that's in the white and blue striped American livery. And of course, German cars tended to race in the all-silver livery that was formed for the Silver Arrows in the late 30s. This is the Sauber Mercedes, an awful lot of ground. An Alpine Renault. It's great to have the Alpine name back as a division of Renault, the performance division. And in 1978, victory at Le Mans for Jean-Pierre Josso and Didier Pironi.
Yep, and we see the Glickenhaus, as you mentioned, which showed itself beautifully well up the hill, was taken nice and steadily up, so no mistakes. And I'm glad actually everybody has been very well behaved. We've seen no major dramas, despite these big machines, incredibly powerful. Not the easiest things to take up a hill like this, but it's been done very well.
No, it has, and the top level of world sports car racing moved from LMP1 recently to hypercars, and it's going from strength to strength. But NASCAR brought something a little different to the Centenary Le Mans. A ZL1 Chevrolet Camaro with Jensen Button among their driving number. So great to see the cars from the history of Le Mans, of motorsport, and the Pro Drive entered 550 Maranello Ferrari. Very much still a favourite with a lot of people. Looks great, sounds almost even better.
Yeah, no, this was a key part of Pro Drive and that 550, and it went on to encourage the whole Aston Martin thing as well, didn't it, for Pro Drive as well. BMW, the hydrogen. So hydrogen power is coming in more and more now, but this was actually done quite a few years ago. BMW, their hydrogen work is still going on and is being used by Ineos. We were talking about that earlier. So these combinations do continue all the way through the years, but I love seeing such unusual machinery as like this. Very, very good indeed. So that's been part of what we've been seeing just now, but we're getting ready for the timed practice to come up in a few moments' time. This will be tricky in the wet, of course, but they will be timed, and who knows, we may end up with rain on Sunday, so it's worth getting a decent practice run in. Batch 3 Goodwood, celebrating the 75 years, and then we've got other runs coming up, including Drift-Kana as well, and you'll see a bit of a battle between the drifters. So all good stuff. So opportunities to catch up with top drivers here this weekend. David Green has now caught up with David Coulthard.
David, found you here, getting a little bit of shelter. Yeah, unfortunately, it's typical sort of British summertime, isn't it? One moment it's warm and sunny, next minute it's raining, next minute, you know, they're emptying the glass bottles from all the champagne that's being sprayed. But nonetheless, the rain hasn't dampened the spirits of those that have come along to see, I think, another fantastic Goodwood.
Well, we're celebrating 30 years of Festival of Speed this week. Why do you think people keep coming back despite this glorious July English weather?
Because there's nothing like it anywhere in the world. It's a fantastic opportunity for someone like myself to reconnect with people that I've come up through the ranks and race with. Still an amazing selection of vehicles here. There's new tech being celebrated as well, which is always fun to see. And to have all that in this incredible, you know, house setting makes it, you know, a totally unique event.
Speaking to drivers like yourself, the theme seems to be seeing old friends and then still being really excited about some of the cars that are on display here.
Well, they're engineering art and something that was beautiful 40 years ago, 50, however many decades you want to go back, it's still beautiful today. And there's so many enthusiasts that own these, keep them, want to drive them, want to show them off. And I think the little kid in all of us comes out when we actually get to see them demonstrated. Then you've got, of course, all sorts of crazy demos from the drifting guys. And it's just a really celebration of all things mobility.
You've got your civvies on today. Will we see you going up the hill at any point over the next few days?
Well, I have been offered the opportunity, and that's very kind. But I actually feel that when I do that, I miss seeing and watching and enjoying and engaging. So I much prefer to actually just sit back or walk around and see that's going on rather than slipping into the Nomex. I'll leave that to the younger generation.
Leave it to the youngers. Enjoy yourself. Keep dry and have a good Festival of Speed.
Thank you very much.
Joachim, you've got your suit on. You're ready to drive the SLR this weekend. Looking forward to it?
Yeah, absolutely. But I took it, actually I put it on last night because I sleep in it. So I knew in the morning I have it, I'm wearing it already. I'm having it.
Ah, you've got friends want to say hello? I think that's a genius idea. Go to sleep, pair of pajamas, and then you can put your alarm on 10 minutes later.
But you have to sleep alone.
Is that a problem?
It would be. Anyway, yeah. Let's be serious about things.
Serious face now. Serious face. What has caught your eye out there at this 30th Festival of Speed, the 30th anniversary of Festival of Speed?
I think it's wonderful that we can have it. And the Festival of Speed is always a beautiful event because of a great number of good guys, friends, who you meet again here. So that's wonderful. And I think Festival of Speed has a very established place in the history of Goodwood racing. It was one of the first.
Well, you're a stalwart at all of these events, and we're always glad to see you, and you're always smiling, so you must be enjoying it.
I am. Luckily, I am, because the people are nice, and you grow older with them. You know, you see them, and you've seen them the last 15, 20 years, and so on. And, of course, they remember you, and you remember them, so that's pretty good.
And my last question for you. Yeah. Race suit, are you going to be wearing that for the ball, or does the tuxedo go on top of the race suit?
I'll see if I can put the tuxedo over it. I don't have to get out of it. No. It's tuxedo is just a beautiful idea of creating some festivity on top of the rest. You know, you just look better.
Well, maybe we'll see you on Sunday morning in your tuxedo.
I sincerely hope so.
Lovely to see you, as always.
Okay. Thanks.
Mick, the rain's coming down a little bit. We're still having fun here, aren't we?
No, totally. Well, I haven't been up, actually, because it's Honda don't want to run the bike in the rain, so I don't know whether they're a bit worried about me or the bike.
Have they been polite and said it's the bike?
They have, so, but, I mean, I'm old. The bike's getting quite old also, so they're a bit delicate these days, but I'm not disappointed. Always fantastic to be here. It's just unfortunate the weather hasn't been kind for us bikers.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, we saw a couple of the GP bikes going up there, and it's certainly not easy with oil coming through the track and this crowned road in the wet.
Yeah, I'm not going to be going that quick anyway, so I wouldn't be worried about that. But, you know, waving at the crowd, I don't think they've lost too many people.
You're still smiling, and anything caught your eye since you've been here?
To be honest, I haven't been out and had a look around at the moment, but I mean, there's always a tremendous amount of different products here. So and everything from old vintage cars to the latest super hypercars. So I'm looking forward to getting out there and having a look. And really only arrived here at midday today, so you're first off the blocks.
Well, I'm the warm-up act, so get you ready for all the stuff that's out there.
Have a good one.
We're celebrating all the the 30 years of Festival of Speed this year, and all of the drivers and riders still come back year on year. We're talking about why that is, but it's get to see old friends, enjoy yourself.
Totally, it's a great event for that. Seeing we're talking about old friends, the one right behind you there, and we've to see some of these old guys. Put myself included, and younger generation guys coming through, some of the old bikes, cars, whatever. It's fantastic. It is a lot of people out here, a lot of fans. It's the only place fans can get this close to the bikes, cars, and drivers and riders, regardless wherever you are. In F1 you can't get within 100 feet, 100 yards of a car, and similarly with bikes. So I'm a fanboy anyway of motorsport, so it's good to be here.
Well, let's hope the sun shines, and you might be able to get back on that Honda at some point over the weekend.
Well, look forward to it. Cheers.
Thanks very much.
You get up every morning and your car is still the same. It ain't the one you want, so it's time to make a change. Choose the one you're feeling with Fab, choice galore. Go ahead, place your order, it's delivered to your door. Or if that ain't what you're after and you'd rather have a chat, hit up a trusted dealer, street your mom, pal, Pat. Now you got your new ride, what you gonna do? Cause if you buy with Hey Car, the choice is up to you. Hey Car, hey Car, hey Car, hey.
Whether you're buying online or through our trusted dealers, feel good your way with Hey Car.
You're never too young to fall in love with classic cars. It's a passion that lasts a lifetime, and it's a passion we share. Backed by over 75 years of motoring experience, Goodwood Classic Solutions is a unique new way to ensure your pride and joy. Goodwood Classic Solutions. It's a passion we share.
And here we go with the track getting a little bit wetter, I'm afraid, as we are getting ready for the start of this timed practice run, which is going to be good to see as heading up the hill at the moment, the Ferrari Roma, with Edward Norfolk driving for at this one, and the Ferrari, just one of the many cars that we're going to be seeing out there. This is effectively a Grand Touring 2+2 coupe. We're going to see such a mixture of doing these timed runs, but we will give you the numbers, Alice. That's going to be the fun thing. And of course, it's not going to be the fastest times in these conditions, is it?
No, I went out and went for a little walk, and my ice cream nearly got washed away in the rain that has been pouring out at the moment. Very tricky conditions, and we've got some fantastic drivers that will be going up the hill as well, and some fantastic cars. And we saw the Ioniq 5N launched yesterday, and we had the pleasure of having some company of Hyundai in the commentary box as well. But we'll see a nice variety of cars and drivers.
We will indeed, yeah. Christopher Niggemeier, who is in this particular car, as you say, the Hyundai, the Ioniq 5, and this is all part and parcel of some of the new work that Hyundai are doing at this stage. This is a pretty rapid machine, but they're not slithering around as much as you might have seen them in the dry. They were playing around with this car quite a lot yesterday, weren't they? But everyone's being a bit cautious, and it's fully understandable because it really is very wet out there now.
Yeah, I think Terry Grant needs to come back out and get out in these conditions, because he was making a donut look very easy in the dry. He'll be having lots of fun doing them now for sure. But you can really see, even with these road cars, the spray that's being kicked up. As past our commentary box now goes, I think, one of the Rolls Royces, and we've got, as you can tell, lots of different cars, and there is the Rimac.
Yeah, so just heading up the hill, that's right. So this one should be reasonably competitive. It's always difficult to know. The Rimac Nevera, this is electric, of course, fully electric. As we saw that last year, the fastest was a fully electric machine. We saw it out a little bit earlier on with Max Chilton giving us another display. This is incredibly powerful. It's got nearly 2,000 horsepower. Obviously, in these conditions, it's not the perfect way to be able to use that. Nico Rosberg was one of the first people to be delivered one of these cars when they first were created. And those 4 electric motors providing so much power, but clearly everyone's being a little cautious. So let's keep an eye on those times as they head up to the top. So the fastest we've seen so far 62.8, and that's just been beaten, in fact, by the Rimac, 62.5, effectively a 5.9. And now this is going to be one. So Pastrana's about to head on up. Always very, very quick with this mad machine, and we'll see just how quickly it can go up the hill in these wet weather conditions. The Subaru Gymkhana, as it's been known in the past, but it's now got a new name, the Family Huckster. I noticed that they changed the name on our entry lists coming in, but Alice, this is going to be one of the quicker ones, isn't it?
This is going to be certainly one of the quicker ones, and I love just watching it going into the braking zones, how much it dips forward, and the wing, there you go, jumping up at the top, and everything else almost jumping up, and it flies through Molecombe Corner now. So much spray being kicked up behind the car, just missing the edge of the grass, and then the aim is to then feather it up through past the wall.
He's always done very well. He was runner-up in the Festival of Speed shootout in 2021, 5th last year. Let's see how he's going to get on this year, Travis Pastrana. I'm sure that this wet weather run is going to be one of the quickest we shall see. Into the second sector, he's done 41.5. That's only the fastest we've seen. Yeah, 56.15. That is definitely the fastest so far.
It is, and just a rough idea of the times that we saw yesterday. Obviously, the session was cut short, but it was Adam Smalley in the 48 seconds. So there's still a little bit of time. Adam will be coming out, Ginetta Junior champion, who will be used to driving things fast and did a great job going up the hill last year. But on screen now, we have the Ferrari 488 Challenge, driven by Andrew Morrow.
Yeah, so Andrew Morrow in the car at this point, and let's see whether the sector times are coming up to be anywhere close. Not quite as quick, obviously, as what we have seen, but it's not bad, I have to say. Doing a decent run so far, Andrew Morrow. Tight section through past the 5th wall. We've got to be a little cautious there, and he is doing so as the Ferrari 488 Challenge brings up towards the latter part, and then it's a flat-out blast pretty much towards the line. And let's just see, as he does ease off actually on this section in the wet now, understandably. Not quite as flat out as it normally is. It's a 61.83.
I think is even more daunting than driving on a street circuit going up the hill, especially in wet weather conditions. Those hay bales are so close, and you really, any small tiny mistake, especially in certain conditions like this, Ben, one small mistake and you'll find the hay bales very quickly.
So Olaf Monte, very experienced driver in the 911 GT2 RS. Let's see what this does. How Ferrari competes against Porsche. This will give us a good little example. Monte Racing working with Porsche for many years, and this one is a 3.8 litre flat six turbos, but it's powerful. They're only building about 30 of these, and I think they're about 700 horsepower, so a lot of horsepower. Needs to use that power as effectively as possible in these conditions, and we'll keep an eye on those sector times. Adam Smalley is just going as well, so we will see whether Adam's going to be right on the pace again.
Yeah, I've sat next to Adam several times when he was in Ginetta Junior back in 2016 and 2018, and yes, certainly he can drive a car, that is for sure. And it was actually a Porsche that he is driving and got the fastest time in the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup as he flies past our commentary box window.
Well, Monte's done a 58.5, so that is very good. It's not quite as quick as Pastrana. 56.1 is still the fastest we've seen. Let's see whether Adam can beat that.
Yeah, so just looking at his times at the moment, he is actually slightly slower in the first 100 metres compared to Olaf, but it's in that intermediate one where he's slightly up. So let's have a little look as he goes across the line.
54.82, that's a very good time. So that is the quickest we have seen so far. But what is so fun about these shootouts is you then get a completely different look. We've got the McLaren Cosworth of Luca Salusa, the M23 from the mid-1970s. The M23 was a very successful part of McLaren's heritage, and taking titles with both Fittipaldi and Hunt, and up in these conditions, maybe not quite so easy, running the wet tyres, of course. And it was a time where the front tyres, so much smaller than the rears. It's something that, of course, now we don't see quite the same scale in Formula One.
No, those rear tyres look huge, but I'm not sure if they actually are, what the exact sizes of the rear tyre is, or whether it's just because the front tyres are so small that it just the proportion is so different.
Absolutely, yes. I think that's more what it is. It's about small front tyres as they try to get the weight balance to work effectively, and with a lot of power at the back end of the car. They have these big rear wheels. It's all changed somewhat nowadays. You still get a difference, but not quite the same level of difference. Luca Salusa knows this Goodwood place very well and does it in 68.21 seconds, so that's pretty effective, but nowhere near the fastest that we have seen so far, which we wondered if it would be. It is Adam Smalley at this stage. Adam's still on a 54.82.
He is. And it's actually Michael Lyons has just crossed the line now of 59.3. So actually for a single-seater, he's not too far away. An old single-seater as well, going up in a McLaren.
Look at that slithering. It's so difficult to get some traction off the line. This is the Chrysler Viper. Florent Moulin, who's another one who knows this place very well. V10 powered. This car was actually originally built for Alain Prost, who entered into French GT races late in his career. I think it was one of the last cars he actually competed in. It was also for his son. They competed together. But Florent Moulin, he's having a bit of a play out there, but he's got to be careful. I mean, one of the things about going on the shootout this weekend, the last thing, he was quite close to the grass. Last thing you want to do is mess the car up on Friday when we've got Saturday and then the big one on Sunday still to come.
Exactly. So tomorrow we've got qualifying at 11:15 in the morning, and then the grand final on Sunday at 2 o'clock. So you want to make sure that you keep everything in good condition, especially that makes that tricky in these kind of conditions. And we saw the car slithering at the start line, and especially with this rain, it makes it even more difficult to get away. You've seen lots of people doing burnouts on the start line. So then with water falling on that rubber, it makes it extremely difficult to get away, as now we can see.
Jensen Button is in his Bradford Pikes peak edition, the Type 62. He's taking it very cautiously at this time, though, isn't he? Jensen, always brilliant in the wet, but perhaps just the wipers don't look as though they're working. I wonder if that, yes, absolutely. Maybe he can't actually see where he's going. That must be a bit of a worry.
Yeah, he's been up the hill quite a few number of times before, but I think he'll need his window wipers
Yes.
to work, especially to see where he's going. He's a good driver, but I don't think we'll want to send him up there blind.
He's brilliant in the wet. I always remember watching him drive in the wet. He can do remarkable things, but I think he's just wanting to look after the car. I mean, you can't see into the cockpit, can you? So I don't think he can see out either, as you say.
Yeah, he will not be able to see, and it can actually be really disorientating. I've had stuff before in tin tops where, you know, you've got a bonnet in front of you, or your wiper isn't working, and you think you know whereabouts you are, but you really don't. So no wonder Jensen is taking it steady.
Co-founder of this business, there are Radford Motors that have created this machine. It's built for the Pikes Peak. Race to the clouds, well, it's a race to the rain here today, isn't it? It's certainly making life a little bit tricky for them with this car, and he's taking it very, very steady indeed.
And luckily behind him we have quite an old car. We've got Ferrari 166, which is going up the hill, and that is exposed cockpit. I'm sure we'll get it on our screens very shortly, but those out trackside will have seen it go past. So luckily for Jensen, he hasn't got a car flying. He hasn't got an Adam Smalley behind him.
No, that's right. He's not going to be swallowed up by somebody else, thankfully, as you say. And we've got some of the older cars are actually, yes, as you say, coming out onto the circuit. This beautiful Ferrari. So early on in the Ferrari world, but coming up, and of course, no need for windscreen wipers because you don't actually have a full windscreen. You're trying to look over the top of the screen and just about see where you're going, but getting somewhat damped as you do so.
Yeah, and looking out of the conference shots, we're very lucky. We're inside in the dry, but it is absolutely chucking it down with rain. And unfortunately for Dudley, he will might have to get a change of race suits just to go back down the hill.
Yes, that's very much the case. We shall have to see how that goes. They're all going to be waiting up at the top, being a little bit damp. And there we go, one of the Mercedes now. Archie Collins, who is heading up the hill, the youngster who has done a great job at Goodwood already in terms of at the track, both on pedals as a real youngster, and then in motor vehicles from the early 1900s.
No, and he did a really good job this year in the SF Edge Trophy. If anyone that saw the 80th members meeting from Goodwood, I thought he did a really, really good job. His dad Ben as well racing. I'm not sure if that is him sat next to him, is it then?
I'm not sure if he's with him in this one. Ben is due to go out himself, I think.
Oh, right, so there we go. Yeah. He definitely won't be, so I think he is behind.
Yeah, so the next one coming up is Ben. So you've got the 120 horsepower Mercedes here that Archie is in. This actually competed in 2007. This model first entered the French Grand Prix, which did exist. Sorry, I say 2007, 1907 is what I mean. This started in 1907. Best finish was 10th place. And of course it raced at the members meeting earlier this year. And then the one behind, his dad Ben, the one he's driving, actually did win the French Grand Prix in 1908, so that was a different story. Now this could be very interesting because you're now looking at a modern rally car. Rally cars with drivers like Ott Tanak, that sort of capability, have all the knowledge of how to deal with conditions like this, so this could be quite an entertaining run, and it might be one of the quickest. So Ott Tanak in the Ford Puma Rally, Motors M Sport who run this, I wonder whether they're going to be able to challenge that time that we've already seen of 54.8, which has been set by Adam Smalley. This could be a real potential, Alice, couldn't it?
I think you're right there, Ben. Ford Puma, and this is their ideal conditions, isn't it? They can get away with using a little bit of grass as they're waiting patiently for the remainder of the cars to make it up to the top of the hill, because they know that this Ford Puma World Rally car is not going to be hanging around.
Yeah, make sure you keep an eye on this one, because Ott Tanak, one of the most experienced rally drivers, and a winner already this year with the Ford Puma. He won the Swedish Rally earlier on this year. He's had many, many successes, and he's playing quite carefully. A bit of understeer there, but he didn't get too wide onto the grass, and it's looking neat and tidy.
Very neat and tidy so far as they're streaming past into Moulton Corner, keeping just a dab of the brakes just to get the front end in, and then he's streaming up the hill, and his intermediate time is very close to Adam Smalley.
Yeah, it's a fraction quicker, isn't it, if anything? So let's see how this goes. Is Ott Tanak about to set the new pace? So remember, 54.8 is the time to beat. He's heading up that last section of the hill now towards the finish line. And is he going to beat the 54.8? It's going to be very tight. 54.30. So he beats it by just half a second. Impressive.
Very, very impressive. Very great stuff. And what a show we are getting here. Well, and that's not it for the rally cars. We've got even more to come. So keep an eye on the times.
Yeah, we've got some top rally drivers going up the hill now. You've got Thierry Neuville in the Hyundai in-rally hybrid, so another front runner in the World Rally Championship. And let's see how this one goes.
So he's already quicker in the first 100 metres. Got a little bit of a slide going under the bridge now, coming up past this fantastic crowd are out watching in the rain as he's then going to stomp onto the brakes. And you can see nose dipping down, getting it into Molecombe Corner.
He's not quite as quick into that section. He's on the same level, but not quite as fast as Otanak. So maybe he can pick up a bit more pace in the last step. Let's see. Neat and tidy, getting close to the edge of the rails, but not getting too wide. Bit of a wobble there, wasn't it?
Yeah, a bit of a wobble. We'll have a little bit of a look as he's coming up to the line now. Flat chat. What is it going to be? It's going to be close.
Over the line, I don't think it's quite enough. 55.5. So no, he misses out by just over a second, but it doesn't matter. This is just practice. You don't want to damage the car, but they're all watching these laps just to see what the times are. Are they going to be beaten or not? This is all fun to see, isn't it?
Of course they're interested. You say it's just practice. Deep down, they all want to be fastest, whatever the sessions. We saw Adam there watching on as the times start to come on the board.
This is Mike Whittaker, and this is always a lovely view. This is the Ford Capri. 3-litre V6 in its day was a very successful touring car machine. It was the days when you were allowed to run a Capri as a touring car. 6 victories in 1979, front runner in recent events as well, historic events. And Mike knows this place very well. I don't think it's going to be on quite the same pace as a four-wheel drive modern rally car, but it's fun to see, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very fun to see. And behind as well, we've Fred Shepherd soon coming up in the Ford Mustang. So some slightly different cars. And this is, again, what is great for the shootout, as we can see such a variety going up the hill, competing against each other. Okay, some have a much more better advantage than others, but I still think it's great to pit the times against each other.
Jake Hill's about to set off too. Now, I think in the wet, his Nissan Skyline is not going to be...
I think it might be a bit... It's a handful at the best of times,
yeah.
Especially when Jake's ragging it round, as we saw he did such a good job at the members' meeting of that coming back through the pack. So, there we go.
Yeah, let's just see how this does go for them, but I think it's going to be difficult without a four-wheel drive full-on machine to be able to set the same sort of pace as we have seen. But let's just see whether Jake can put together a good lap, or a good climb, I should say, up at the Festival of Speed hill climb here, the Nissan Skyline. He's had a lot of fun and games in this. This was a car that won touring car championships in Japan in the late 80s, early 90s, was very dominant. And he's driven it at Goodwood since 2020. He's done a lot of events with it, knows it extremely well now, and I'm no doubt he is enjoying himself. He's about to cross the line, 56.19. I think that's very respectable.
I was going to say, I think that's a pretty respectable time there from Jake.
That's only, 6/10 slower than Thierry Neuville did. So we're not that far off at all. It's less than 2 seconds down from Otanak. I'm impressed with that.
No, certainly so am I. And now at the moment we've got Grant Williams in the Jaguar Mark 1 taking the drive up the hill.
Yeah, this is the driver who loves going sideways in the dry. He's being a little more cautious in the wet, which is understandable. I can understand. It makes sense to not slide in too much.
But I think, just as you say that, I was just expecting him to get it slightly sideways, and perfectly done there by Grant.
He does love it, doesn't he? It always goes well. Sliding this car around. Did have a little incident yesterday, but over the line he goes, and actually that was reasonable. So it's obviously a lot slower than some of the other cars that we've seen, but a decent effort nonetheless. We've got a few more cars coming up, and we've got a couple of touring car stars, haven't we?
We have Rory Butcher, star of touring car, and then after that we've got Ash Sutton. As we see Rory going through, there is Ash Sutton, currently the top of the stands in the British Touring Car Championship, driving Dan Camish's car. People might be thinking, well, hang on, it's got Camish inside. That is Ash Sutton behind the wheel.
It is today. I think they're kind of switching and swapping a little bit over the course of the weekend. But Ash Sutton, multiple British Touring Car champion, and as you say, he's having a very good season at this point. So he's having a nice play. Again, it's not necessarily the best car in these conditions. If it's dry on Saturday and Sunday for these timed runs and the ultimate shootout, then he may well be competitive. Whether it'll have quite the horsepower, I mean, there are big limitations, of course, in touring cars. It won't have the horsepower of some of the machines out there, but nonetheless, I'm sure Ash can always deliver a very impressive run.
Yeah, he certainly won't. You can see he's not holding back, going up past the wall, and the hay bales coming now to finish the climb.
So he's just coming over the line now, but he's in the 60s, yeah, 67 seconds set by him. And Rory Butcher was actually a little more confident. He threw it up there a little faster. I think Ash was just taking it quite easy.
He'll say it's only practice.
Yes, indeed, they will.
When you're at the top of the times, you're like, yeah, it's only practice, but
fair enough.
You gave it. But he'll say, oh, no, it's only practice.
Yeah, yeah. Lovely to see the S4 Turbo over the hill as well. That very typical sound from the machine as it comes over. And we've got one or two more cars still to come up the hill, which is nice to see. The Ferrari, which we saw earlier on, actually, just heading out as well.
Yeah, Ferrari 512.
And Annette Mason is driving it now.
So great to see Annette out behind the wheel. At least the wiper's working on the Ferrari there and taking it a little bit more gently up the hill. But what a beautiful car.
It is, yeah, stylish and with great sort of aerodynamics on it as well, in a time when aerodynamics weren't perhaps completely fully understood, but a rather dramatic rear wing on it, and a car that has great heritage like so many here. Annette being sensible, not chucking it around too much in these conditions. Probably not the easiest car to drive, I would think, in these sort of conditions right now.
No, even though it looks like being taken easy, still squirming a little bit under the pedal.
It is a little bit, yes, you're absolutely right. So hopefully that'll all work for Annette as she takes it up to the very top. We've only got a few more cars to come, but we still have one or two of the fairly ancient machines. I noticed that Duncan Pitway is on our entry list with the Fiat, the Beast. So that may well be coming up the hill. And he does, actually makes contact. My goodness. I wonder what happened there. We've got a red flag as a result.
Just struggled to slow the car down with a slower car, one of the older cars in front. So a little bit, it sounds like one of the cars, is that Annette's car, that is moving. And I think that can also maybe be a little bit of the problem. Sometimes some of the older cars are going much slower, then you have some more cars that are slightly faster, as the Beast of Turin goes past our commentary box now with the red flag being waved.
Yep, and the Beast has slowed right down, understandably, to trickle up the hill with the red flag. They're looking around, trying to work out what's gone, and Duncan actually bringing it to a halt. I would think that he'd be allowed to just continue up the hill slowly, which is what he's doing. Very, very sensible. It will be lovely seeing this machine going, being pushed hard. Of course, it won't be anywhere in terms of the outright pace. It's not going to win the shootout, but it is lovely to see it. And the flames, as ever, coming out of the exhaust.
And I can hear the crowd outside in the grandstand giving a good wave as well.
It's become a real star of Goodwood, hasn't it, this machine? No surprise, because it's we see it competing at the Festival of Speed. We see it at the circuit as well. And it has a very unique size and noise. There we are. Yay, give us a wave.
There we go. Brilliant.
As you say, getting a great response from the fans too.
Yeah, and we saw this as well at the members' meeting. Such a wonderful car to see go around, and probably not the easiest ones to look out for from a driver's point of view.
It's fascinating, though, seeing drivers in these type of machines. They just love driving vehicles from this era. It is so different. You know, the style of driving is very, very different. You're often using your hand on the brake lever rather than using a foot on a brake pedal, all that sort of thing. And off he goes again. He's obviously been told by the marshals it's okay. It's all clear. We can go that. So heading up towards the top there, we saw a great run from Adam Smalley earlier on in that run. Hasn't ended up quite fastest, but he is now talking to Ed.
Adam, not fastest today, but wow, I mean those conditions are quite difficult.
Oh, to say the least. You know, to be going up the hill in a Carrera Cup car, I think just, you know, proves how good bits of kit these are. You know, we got beat by a WRC car in a rear-wheel drive car, so I think we lost like a second and a half even off the line, you know, in the rear-wheel drive car. So it's cool, but honestly, the conditions out there are so tough. You know, there's standing water everywhere. It's so hard to predict what the conditions are going to be, so fair play to everyone that's there. This afternoon.
It's rallying weather. Let's go. I can see back at Jake Hill. Jake, come on in. Someone asked when you came up whether you used full throttle, and you did. Quite impressive.
Yeah, I was a gear up in the rear just to try and not break traction. But yeah, so it was third gear for the most part of every corner we were going through. But no, it was good. Car felt pretty stable. We put the brand new wets on just because the standing water was so much. So definitely the right call, I think, because there's an awful lot of water on the hill at the minute. But yeah, it was actually quite a comfortable place to be in my car. So sounds nicer than Adam's, that's for sure.
And Adam, you obviously had wets on, but did you change any of the settings, or you just got dry settings?
Yeah, we ran it a little bit softer, but to be honest, I think the beauty of these Cup cars is you can't actually change that much, really. We run on the wets and the dry as well, so it was a little bit challenging, but you know, the car feels fantastic. As Jake said, it is not easy, it's very busy, but it's just you know, managing the risk-reward, I suppose.
Well done, guys. So, look, I think we've got cars running again, so we'll go back down the hill.
Cheers, thank you.
Thanks, Ed. Yeah, no, it's great. We're watching Pat Blakeney-Edwards, who's so experienced here at Goodwood, and he's in the Sunbeam V12 Tiger, and actually he's been pushing it on quite well, hasn't he?
Yeah, he certainly has. He was getting sideways, and he still is coming up to the finish line, just easing on the gas as he comes across the line. And we've also got Julian Mazoub as well.
Yeah, Julian has been doing a good job with the Maserati 26M. We've got one or two final cars just heading up the hill. This is the Renault, the new Renault actually this weekend, that has been on display a little bit over the course of the weekend. Whether they're actually doing a timed run, it looks like they may well be. It isn't the one that's come up on the graphic actually. It's not the Renault 5 Turbo. This is the other one, and so yeah, this is a slightly different one. Maybe they were hoping to run the Renault 5 Turbo, but that may come out tomorrow when it's not quite so wet.
Yeah, it looks slightly different to that, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Yeah, this is one we saw yesterday. It's being launched for the first time now. So for the electric, it's another hybrid vehicle from Renault. So there we've seen our cars all do this practice run for time practice, and in the end it was Ott Tanak who set the pace ultimately, what that 54.30 second, but it was pretty close, and of course the conditions could be very, very different over the rest of the weekend as we look forward to the ultimate shootout battle on Sunday.
Yeah, exactly. We were expecting mixed conditions here at Goodwood, so what they learnt here could be useful, but also from getting a little bit of a dry run up the hill yesterday. Obviously that was cut short, but still qualifying tomorrow, it will be when it counts.
It will be, yes. We've still got one or two more cars coming up actually. The Babs is back up the hill. This is this land speed record car from the 1920s, which we've seen it up the hill a couple of times already with its big aero engine, and that's being taken up. I'm surprised that Rainey feels brave enough in a way to drive it in these conditions, but doing a nice job with it.
Yeah, I think driving it how I would be. Definitely taking the Babs slowly up the hill, being nice and gentle with it, just wanting to make sure that he makes it all the way up to the top, which it looks like he certainly will be.
Yep, he's going to make it all the way, no doubt about that. Nice and safe, the water being thrown off those very narrow tyres, so there's not a lot of grip to be played with, but a lot of weight, of course. It's a heavy machine, so it presses it down through the rubber pretty effectively, and that was nicely done.
And no wipers, of course, so just a wipe of the visor there from Garrett. As we can see, brollies are up.
Brollies are up, force. Indeed, but lots of smiles. That's what's lovely to see as well. I know we're all having to suffer a bit of a wet day here at Goodwood, but it's so lovely to see many of you enjoying the view. Yeah,
fantastic
hello.
Waves. Give us a wave.
All
Brilliant.
Good fun and opportunities, hopefully, for some people to cross over at this stage as well. So we've seen some good runs in the wet, but and thankfully not too many dramas. We had one little drama up towards the end of the run, but we saw cars, as we expected, from all the eras of racing and indeed road cars, supercars here that are represented this weekend, but will be going for the fastest run up the hill, particularly on Sunday. Tomorrow is the sort of practice qualifying run. With that sets the order then of which the order they will then go on the Sunday, so that we then get the fastest ones going in the last section on Sunday. So tomorrow's times will matter, today's times didn't matter so much.
No, not so much, and very difficult conditions too. Well done to all of the drivers going up the hill. That is not easy, and as Jake Hill said, it's not particularly easy. A lot of water at the bottom of the hill that we've seen as well, and you can see spray being chucked off back, and unfortunately for Jensen Button, no wipers to aid his way up the hill.
Yeah, I think he had the hardest time of all in many ways, trying to see where it was going. Some people had a much easier view. If you're in a big open-top car from the early 1900s, then actually the view is pretty good. And you've got a passenger who's obviously a sidecar rider as well, by the looks of things, leaning over at exactly the right moment to give you a little bit more internal pressure. But it was Ott Tanak who set the pace with a very impressive run in a modern rally car. No great surprise there, really. We still saw plenty of fun and games later on as well. But hopefully Ott Tanak's pretty happy about what he's done with that run up the hill. So much experience in rallying, and we can catch up with Odd. He's talking to Ed.
Ott, the weather is certainly rallying weather, and you were fastest by about half a second.
That's quite impressive. Seems like Puma can still fly. So yeah, definitely weather was helping us. If you see the Formula cars around us, then yeah, it was in our favor.
Yeah, I mean, the weather doesn't look great tomorrow, so I guess it's all to play for again. You were quicker than Thierry as well.
Tomorrow is Malcolm's time to drive, so let's see if he can beat my time and yeah, keep the fastest time.
Well, well done.
Thank you.
Am I touching? Might get arrested. She's sitting on my new shit. We still getting messy.
You get up every morning and your car is still the same. It ain't the one you want, so it's time to make a change. Choose the one you're feeling with the choice galore. Go ahead, place your order, it's delivered to your door. Or if that ain't what you're after and you'd rather have a chat, hit up a trusted dealer, speak to my pal Pat. Now you got your new ride, what you gonna do? Cause if you buy with Hey Car, the choice is up to you. Hey Car, hey Car, hey Car.
Whether you're buying online or through our trusted dealers, feel good your way with Hey Car.
A little more bite, a little less fun. A little less bite, a little more spark. Close your mouth and open up your heart and maybe satisfy. Come on, come on. Come on, come on.
Intuitive technology, intelligent all-wheel drive, and the performance of a Jaguar. Search F-Pace.
It's 1999. Ron and the team decided they were going to go for the record. Nick Heidfeld was the test driver. Nick obviously felt very up for it. And I think McLaren, well, I know for sure that a few team principals made it very clear to Nick he needed to do the business.
My word, that McLaren was moving about over the bumps of the hill climb back in 1999, one of the iconic moments of the Festival of Speed history. And we are going to see some highlights in a few moments. We're going to have the best of Goodwood and the 75-year history of the motor racing circuit here. Then it's time for a bit of Driftcarna, some tin tops. We'll have rally in the WRC as well, and then the supercar run. And then we finish the day with the first class and the road bikes. And a couple of moments ago, Laura Winter made her way down to the cricket pitch.
I'm here at the cricket pitch at Goodwood Festival of Speed, and I've been enchanted over, really, by these incredible portraits of some of the legends of motorsport, legendary racing drivers. And the photographer herself, Indira Flack, is here next to me now. Tell me the story behind these.
Well, I first came to Goodwood in 1994 to the second Festival of Speed, and that was my first foray into sort of motorsport as such. I'm a portrait photographer, so it's the people that is more important to me than the cars. And so I came and photographed a little bit at Goodwood, and then in 2014 I decided I needed a bit of a project, and I was coming back to Goodwood having had a break, and I thought, well, racing drivers. My partner suggested racing drivers, as I was going to be here surrounded by legends of the sport. And I thought, yeah, that sounds like a great idea. I'd had a previous commission by Country Life magazine, The Great British Hobby. And that's where the idea came from, Great British Racing Drivers. And Goodwood was the ideal place to speak to them all.
Absolutely, you have such good access here, don't you? It's one of the charms of the Festival of Speed, and indeed all of the Goodwood events. This book in your hand, Great British Racing Drivers. Now, tell us about this as well, because not only is it fantastic portraits throughout, brilliant portraits of just about everyone you can think of in the world of motorsport, it also has a greater purpose, doesn't it?
It does. We're in support of Race Against Dementia, which of course is Jackie Stewart's charity. And that's because my partner, Paul, his father, sadly died of dementia, and we just thought it was an appropriate charity to support. And also because we could have its founder in the project and in the book, which is lovely.
Yeah, absolutely fabulous. And I'm very sorry to hear that, but I'm sure the work that you're doing now would make him very proud indeed. And how much interest have you had here at Goodwood so far? Because these photographs really do draw you in.
We've had a fair amount of interest. We've sold a few copies, which is lovely. That's what we always want to do. And yeah, lots of people have been over, and we've been speaking to them and telling them the stories behind the pictures. Of course, all the stories behind the pictures are in the book as well, so you get that little bit of interest as well. But it's been lovely being on the cricket pitch. It's a fantastic spot, and I'm very grateful to Goodwood and the Duke for letting me have the exhibition here.
We're very grateful you are here. It's absolutely stunning. Thank you so much, Indira, and hopefully you sell a lot more copies and raise some money for charity as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
second year at Goodwood at the hill, the British Hill Climb champion, as Marcus says. So on his way up the hill, streaking past Goodwood House, as ever neat, tidy, but oh so rapid through Molecombe in the moment, turning through that left-hander there. Perfection of line and speed supreme up the hill, then towards the wall now. Sparks flying as the car bottoms briefly, heading up through the wall. Remember, 43 point, not through the past the wall, 43.57 seconds, and coming up towards the finish now. 38, 39, 40.7, 41, 42, 42, 42.9. So another 4/10 taken off, 5/10 taken off. Tremendous run that by Graham White Jr. That is just over a second slower than Nick Heidfeld did 4 years ago in a Grand Prix McLaren Mercedes.
It was one of those ideas which we had no idea how good or bad it was going to be until we did it. And of course, Dougie, well, he made a fantastic job of it.
As warm this time as it was this morning, but more rubber and less dust on the track than this morning. Visually, unbelievably dramatic up to Molecombe. He said this morning he thought his run was going to be slower because he used a different gear. Ended up being quicker. Lots of cheering, clapping and waving from the crowd on the exit of Molecombe. Crashing through the S's and past the wall, back out into daylight. It's going to be very close, but not quite as quick. Yes, it is. It is quicker. Absolutely extraordinary.
This beautiful car next to me here is the Lola Dakar. Now, it's a car made famous by the man who bears its very name, Alain Dakar, who was third at Le Mans in this exquisite vehicle next to me here. And the man who owns it is alongside me as well. Come over here, Henrik. Lindberg joins me now. Talk to me about this car and the special characteristics.
This car has a fantastic history.
It was designed by Lola in 75. Did Le Mans. There was only 2 cars. One went to Italy, and this one, Mr. Decadene, he bought it. And he put in an old Formula 1 engine. Actually Cosworth number 13. Yeah. And he went to Le Mans together with Mr. Chris-Craft. And the car was too slow at the straight. So they went home, and they get in contact with Mr. Gordon Murray, and asked Mr. Gordon Murray to redesign the body. And he made a completely new body, much smaller, and in my opinion, much nicer. And at that time, they didn't have a lot of money, so to test how efficient the new design was, they added on number plates, and then they were testing the car at an M25 in the nighttime. And there was a story that there was a lorry with milk, a carrier, and he got overtaken with a car that he said it was a rocket. And that was, this car was around 300 kilometers an hour. And he stopped the car, and he went in, get the phone, phoned the police, and told them about the story. But at that time, they have already taken the car off the road and covered it and put it on the trailer, and that's it. And I was so lucky to meet Alain and Chris at the Classic Le Mans the first time. What is that, 8, 9 years ago? And as soon as I stood next to the car, Mr. Chris-Craft, he took his he shows his ankle. And it was a total burn from that time, a scar. And that was because of the water tube was running next to the throttle pedal. Yes. And I can tell you, it's the hottest car I've never ever been in. It's really, really, really hot. Yeah. It's open, but it's more hot than a Group C. But it is a fantastic history. Yeah. And it's 5 times Le Mans.
It's incredible and amazing to hear so much of its rich history there as well. Thank you so much, Henrik. Now, Alain passed away last July. Desiree Wilson alongside me here. You were his co-driver for many of the races we've just heard about, for the Le Mans and so on. Tell me, what was he like as a driver, as a friend, as a person?
Oh, Alain was one of, I guess, my best friends, best racing teammate, car owner I've ever had. And we remained friends most of our lives. And during the racing period, he was so professional, and he helped me so much in the car because I hadn't driven these type of cars before. And he gave me so much knowledge that we could go out and win 2 World Championship races, although not in this particular car, in 1 year later. But as a person, he was so much fun. Everybody loved Alan. He was just a darling to be around, and I'm so proud and honoured to be driving in his name today.
And we're very glad to have you here. By all accounts, he was such a character. And Aidan, his son, can join me now, just as the rain comes down a little bit harder here. How proud are you that Desiree will be driving this car that he was 3rd in Le Mans at here at Goodwood, and to be standing here celebrating his life?
You know, it's one of the most emotional and fantastic just day I've had in quite a while, to be honest. And if there's one thing Des knows, it's racing in the wet. And she's used to some water coming down on the track, but it really is such a joy to be here, just to be able to see the car with the owner and the driver. And of course, I miss him every day, and love to be able to continue the legacy in a way and be here and do everything that he would have wanted me to do.
Brilliant. Well, what a special moment, what a special day. Thank you so much, all 3 of you, for sharing it with us. Enjoy.
Well, thank you to Laura Winter for getting the thoughts down there. The rain is continuing to come down pretty heavily if you are watching our live pictures. If you are at the site itself, I want to say thanks very much for sticking with us. We're hoping to send another batch up the hill as soon as possible, but we do not have sight of cars at the moment. We're just waiting. We're just waiting for cars to go up the hill. I want to say, whilst we're in this lull, and we're going to get some highlights, starting with the bikes in a few moments' time. But just before we say that, we say thanks to everyone out there, from the marshals to everyone helping in the grandstands, everyone working on the gates. It puts a lot of effort to put an event like this together, and on days like this, your hard work is greatly appreciated when it is torrential conditions.
Yeah, and it takes even more to be riding one of these things. That's a Brabham Superior there coming up, no brakes from 1924. Every one of them was guaranteed to do 100 miles an hour from the factory, and they were the Rolls-Royce of motorbikes, and Rolls-Royce in fact inspected their factory to make sure that they were allowed to say such a thing.
What is the reason for having no brakes? Is there any particular reason there are
More
no brakes?
fun.
I mean, I'd never even really realised those early Brabham Superiors had no brakes until now. I mean,
would you ride this without no brakes?
I mean, in these conditions, and also the other thing you've got to remember is that they're, you know, that they've got no mud guards, so the water's spitting up into your face. So you know, it's very, very hard to see. As you can see, he's moving his head quite a lot. And also they've got beaded edged old-fashioned tyres, so you couldn't have a trickier motorcycle to ride in these conditions than what you're seeing right now. So a really brave effort there.
I think it's brave to come back down the hill with no brakes.
Yeah, he might wait it out. He might wait it out for a couple of moments at the top of the hill before sending it back down.
Yeah, we can see the 7 bike there. That's a 1962 Manx Norton. Barry Sheen, you know, he won his last race on that motorcycle there. Fred Walmsley prepared, you know, that famous number 7 we've seen so much. And you can see Glenn English, he's the rider, really top classic rider, brave enough to ride it up the hill. I'm sure a lot of the guys probably took a look out the window and thought, forget that, but these guys didn't, and away they go.
And from the bikes now to the cars, and we are looking at the Mercedes-Benz 300 SLR.
Jochen Mass at the wheel of this.
So
not got his tuxedo on just yet.
Not at this time. But great to see Jochen Mass behind the wheel of the car. The goggles, the open face helmet, a brave choice on a day like today. And this is great to see back out there again. Max Chilton behind the wheel of the car that so dazzled us 1 year ago, and the fan at the back creating all of the downforce, and he used it to brilliant effect when he was doing brilliantly to set that rapid time as he parks up.
Oh,
just to show you how quick that acceleration is.
Yeah. And that is ridiculous. Look at it. Look, because it's got the fan at the back. Look at the spray that it is kicking up and stream into Moulcombe Corner now. And he's not hanging about, is he?
No, he's so smooth and neat through there, wasn't he?
Being told there are no wipers on it. Come on,
Jensen, what were you doing in the last group? Max hasn't got any wipers.
That is commitment through there. So it helps if you keep your foot pinned to the floor when you don't have any wipers on the car, but wow.
It's going that quickly that the rain just feeding off at the front.
And the shape of that cockpit as well is just ideal to shift it off, isn't it?
Well, definitely a Goodwood icon. We're currently in the batch of the cars that we're celebrating. 75 years since motor racing first hit the Goodwood estate, and now we move on through the order to the
Lola Climax.
Yes, it is the Lola Climax, the Mark 1.
Gorgeous,
beautiful car. 1.1 litre 4-cylinder, storming up the straight here, and they're quite nimble, aren't they? The old Lolas.
Yeah, this one from 1962, and it proved to be an instant hit thanks to its Coventry Climax engine. And it's lightweight, very lightweight, only 400 kilograms out there, and that is my type of car. It is.
I can see you driving one.
It is low. It is nimble. It's exciting, and braving the conditions out there, as you all are, trackside. And we appreciate you sticking with it. We've got plenty of exciting vehicles to show you in the next couple of moments as the Lola completes the run to the line.
Certainly does. And just coming up close behind is the Aston Martin DB3S as well, with Peter Bradfield. And we're also going to get Damon Hill coming up the hill very shortly too in the Ferrari 250 GTO. And here we are on the screen. Just
there
changed
is,
now.
yeah. So this is Damon Hill behind the wheel now, the 1996 world champion, being ushered onto the hill climb and lighting it up.
He's still got it.
Going.
He's still got it.
He has got wipers, but not choosing to use
And
them.
it actually looks like it might be a little bit steamy in that cockpit as well. So it looks like it might have wiped a little bit of the front of the car just for his vision. But I saw Damon earlier chilling in the Drivers' Club, getting ready to go up the hill. Always chilled and calm driver, that is for sure, even though he was lighting up the wheels, launching it off the line there.
Yeah, taking it easy. A pair of Ferrari 250 GTOs heading up in quick succession. And who's he's been celebrated so many times. And
Two of the horn as
he goes past.
3-litre V12 sits underneath this bonnet, built of course in 1963, and quite a successful car as well.
Absolutely. So Damon Hill coming to the Flint wall. Just letting you hear the 3-litre V12 as he negotiates it. And it took that year's Tourist Trophy at Goodwood in the hands of his father. So a family connection as he makes his way to the line as we celebrate 75 years of motor racing and testing at the Goodwood circuit. As we log another time on the board, and a very, very genteel pace, but you can't blame Damon for that as he completes his run.
Yeah, certainly being behind the wheel of that fantastic car, and this looks like that will be Desiree. Is this Desiree now in the beautiful car? And how proud she was of driving this, going up the hill in the Lola Ford T380. And I'm sure, knowing Desiree, she will have a great smile on her face, but also feeling quite emotional driving the car of her dear friend up the hill. And we saw from her interview there with Laura, she was an incredibly proud moment for her to go up the hill here.
Yeah, that was a really nice chat, and the lovely thing about this event is that all the emotion is brought back. And you were saying what a supportive figure as well she has been to women in motor racing, Alice.
No, she certainly has, and for me and many of us other female drivers, she's always there if you need a chat, always there to pass on her advice and her experience of being in motorsport for, she won't mind me saying, a very long time. And is such a fantastic and lovely person as well. So, as I said, she'll be so proud. And she also said in her interview too, taking this wonderful car.
Well, enjoying every moment, and we are as well. The Dakar Ford being taken across the line, and completing the run in style, despite these ever torrential conditions at the Festival of Speed. And we'll look further back down the order for the BRM, currently in your picture.
Doug Hill is behind this wheel. It's really hasn't eased off the rain, has it? So I'm feeling for Doug right now, who's probably enjoying himself as well, but he's going to get to the top of this hill and be absolutely soaked.
There we are, the Type 15 with, how much grunt do you want? The V16.
Supercharged as well. Got to add that in.
Oh, it sounds like something's about to detonate as it goes past our commentary box. That is a wonderful noise, if not the right cockpit to have at this stage of the day. And Doug Hill enjoying it as he moves through the BRM. We've got a Napier-Railton directly behind as the Type 15 negotiates the Flint wall at reduced speed. You understand why. You understand why.
I understand why, yep.
And we've got the Napier has just gone past in the capable hands of Andrew Lewis. And no livery on that at all. What's happened to... There we go. There we go. We were awaiting...
It's raining that much. We can barely see the pictures.
Through the torrential downpour we go. And we've got total variation here because that's what you get at Goodwood. We're zipping left and right throughout the various eras, and the VRM completing
600 brake horsepower as well, Alex. So on top of the V16 supercharged.
That is outrageous for 1950, isn't it? Part of the National Motor Museum, that car that we are just hearing complete its run.
And one way to split your eardrums as well. It revs to 12,000 RPM as well.
And we're trying to locate the bike. Here we go. James, good luck. We promise it's coming into the picture. This is not the one we're going to clip up and send to BAFTA, this bit of the broadcast. There we go. James, come on down. What are we looking at?
So, what have we got there? We got number 84, which is, of course, the 1928 Norton.
He's taking his goggles
CS1, yeah. I mean, you can see the Ian Bain is actually riding that, yeah, it's let's tell you a bit about that. Obviously, Norton dominated. Oh, is it just cut out? And this again has got
the crowd are in full spirit.
Who is ironically cheering it coming to a halt? Like, I'm a big fan of the fans, but in these conditions, that's more like it. Warm applause.
Yeah, but I mean, he's done. I mean, what an effort he's done just to have it run.
I think he did well to get it going at all. From what I hear, there were struggles at the bottom of the hill.
He just needs to turn it around and just coast back down the hill, doesn't he? Actually, is that what he's doing? Maybe that. Still the crowd having a little chuckle.
Well, I think that's all good-natured, but again, we saw sort of that sort of the modern stylized version of this being the original 28 Norton CS1, lovely machine, but just sitting there in the rain for a while, and we could barely pick it up in the pictures. That's how much rain was coming on, so you can't blame the old girl for giving up.
No, not at all.
She got the right idea.
Well, I'm glad we got a shot of it. I reckon that's your lot. We started with the bike sheds.
We did indeed. This Brough Superior, what a brave effort. Remember, no brakes. Just it does 100 miles an hour, and really, and these old tyres. So a very, very brave effort there from Tony Perkin. That was the bike that made Lawrence of Arabia famous, of course. And then we moved to the Mercedes, and then that's a
fantastic car there, driven by Max Chilton, holding the record going up the hill.
I love that little Lola as well.
And that was Damon Hill behind the wheel of the Ferrari 250. A pair of them that went up the hill as well. Taking the Lola that competed at Le Mans up the hill as well. And I reckon probably my personal favourite, the V16, the VRM, which was outstanding. That completed our memories of 75 years of Goodwood. Right, let's send it to the top of the hill.
Alex, we're sheltering under here from the rain, but the rain doesn't seem to make any difference to your McMurtry.
Psychologically, yeah, but no, the grip's amazing. I mean, the car's fabulous, as we saw last year, but when you have downforce all the time, it's quite easy to get temperature and things, and you get that immediate bite that gives you the confidence, even from a low speed. So, yeah, stunning, absolutely stunning.
You're a hill climber. You're used to setting off with that much grip.
Yeah, definitely this season. Yeah, I mean, it's similar. I mean, it's a lot faster in the straights, and there's a lot more, going on. But it's a familiar feeling, and I think that's why the car's so quick, and that's why we get on with it so well. So.
And obviously, last year it was such an amazing weekend for McMurtry, yourself, and Max. What was it like in the weeks after that? Did you get a lot of feedback?
I went to work, and people would look at me and go, "What?" So there's a lot of that. But no, it was lovely. I mean, the team worked really hard to get the car ready, and it was so much effort. And of course, we didn't know it was going to go that well. And definitely when it broke down on me in my first run, it was, But the team deservedly very happy. A lot of exposure for us personally as drivers, and Max with what he did. But for the brand, it's been great. We've got new partners on board. So it's been brilliant. It's been a great thing. And that's what Goodwood can do for small brands like McMurtry, So.
Well done, and thanks for bringing it up.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
and don't touch me. Might get arrested. She's sitting in my new shit. We still getting messy.
To hear them start and then
honestly, it makes my heart sing. I can't stop smiling.
Well, everybody said it's so exciting. You get to see all these cars, not just look at them, but you get to see them in action. That's cool.
Goodwood Revival is all about make, do, and mend, vintage style, not vintage values, and of course, sustainability.
Not only is there the motor racing, but it's everything else. The shopping, it's the funfair, it's the look, it's the period, and that is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
Good morning, hello, and welcome to Goodwood 2023. This is the Action Sports Arena.
You're a bit late.
We've been working a little bit in the jump, you know. But
Is it going to be any good, do you think? Better than last year?
yeah, I think
It can be better from last year.
How do you think you're going to make it any better?
Like that would be good, no? I think we have something here. Flying.
Big jump.
I think we got it, huh?
Yeah.
Okay,
Sorry,
time to
we can go.
Sorry.
Sorry, see you later.
Hey guys, I got it. This is our plan now.
Well, a few moments ago, Ed caught up with Damon Hill.
Damon Hill, you never quite know who you're going to see, and especially now it's raining and people aren't getting out of cars. It was lovely surprise to see the Thames Rowing colours. Quite an important car to take up the hill in the wet.
It's very important. I mean, talk about seeing. I've got the windscreen wipers don't work. It fogs up. I've got this damp cloth, which I can just about wipe a bit of fog away. And so it was a bit of an experience coming up. You have to go fast enough to get the raindrops to come off the screen. I was a bit concerned about that, but it's got a tremendous history. 1963, 64, winning at Le Mans. Was it second at Le Mans? Anyway, Tony Maggs, Innis Island. My dad drove this. My dad won the TT in it. So it's got incredible history. And is it Mike Parks? No. Yes, he also raced it, I think. So I'll just check, actually. I've got my glasses on. Yeah,
This is a very useful plate on the gearbox.
Yeah, that's right. So it's got this plaque with all the history of it. So very, very valuable car with a great racing heritage and a very distinctive colour scheme as well. I'm not sure about the... I don't know how Ferrari took to the blue stripe down it, but a departure from the pure red that they normally have.
Now, I might get this wrong, but you've recently been doing sort of charitable endeavour on a bicycle, have you not?
I have. I've been up... I've done a leg of the Tour de France. Actually, it's before... So they do this leg that I did last Sunday, tomorrow, and it was from Annemasse to Morzine. And it's 14,000 feet of climbing and 100 miles, and 16,000 cyclists do it. And I started nearly 7,000, and I got overtaken by about 3,000 people. So I'm not a competitive cyclist, let's be honest. But I did the distance, and I did it for Halo. So if you go on my Instagram, which is 96 F1 Champ, I think. I don't even know what it is. Hang on, I think it's...
That's right, people will find it.
Instagram, yeah, I've got a link to a fundraising page, so I'm pretty pleased to have done that. And, yeah, thanks for listening, as they say.
Damon, thank you.
Pleasure, thank you.
Okay, that was great to hear from Damon Hill. Thanks to Ed Foster asking the questions at the top of the hill. Also, a little bit further than the hill, we are at peak rally at this point. So if you want to head up to the stage, I would say that it's their natural habitat at this moment in time with the rain coming down. Plenty of rear ends being flicked out down there. And lots to see, rallying history, plenty of excitement. And the team will guide you through, stationed up there. We've seen plenty already so far. There is also a shuttle as well, if you don't fancy the sizable hike. I'm reliably informed, and if you're going to check out the stage, why not? Okay, let's bring it downstairs to the pictures that we've got, and we are ready to have a couple of off-road rally entries, a little bit of Paris Dakar being chucked our way, Dakar rally, and then we're going to get a bit of drifting. Looking forward to this with Ian Waddington and Becky Evans going to guide us through all of the drifting. But before we get to that, we've got a little bit of a pause. Guys, what can we expect from the drift section coming up? I've been wondering all week, I've got to be honest, what your contraption is on the right-hand side there. And it was explained to me that it is the scoring system.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the Magic Box, and we have the Drift Corner coming up this lovely sunny afternoon here at Goodwood. And this is how we're going to score the cars as they're coming up. And well, you say, Ian, we have the course.
Yep.
Ian's going to like give the scores. I'm going to punch them in. We're going to have a discussion about it. But this is basically all you need to know is this is the Magic Box. This is the decider.
Well, this is a decider of who impresses myself and Becky all weekend. And as you can see, 1,000 points maximum you can earn over the course of the drift. So this is scored mainly throughout the rest of the run up the hill until they get to the top section, where there's sensors that have now been laid around the top section. We like to call it the keyhole. The drifters like to call it the keyhole. So they get in there and they thread it through all the way through, and they have to park the car in a parking space, which sounds easy, but isn't, because they've got to drift into that parking space. And there's sensors there, so the more sensors illuminated, the higher the score. So it's a lot of fun, and the more they impress myself and Becky and everybody else here at Goodwood, the more points we'll give them, right, Becky?
Absolutely. I mean, I will be honest, though. I feel like the whole course has become Drift Corner. It's not just the sensors. This has definitely changed the game a little bit. But you know what? We're still going to have some fun, and hopefully you guys out there are still enjoying it. And I'm very jealous of the ones that are nice and warm. Cup of tea.
Oh, a cup of tea would be absolutely terrific. I saw Alice Powell disappear a few moments ago with a cup of tea, walking into the distance, but no such luck at the moment. So we're looking at some rally entries on the hill, first of all, going back all the way through, history-wise, and then we will be into the Drift Corner section of the day with the rain coming down, but the skills are still on show as well. That's coming your way in a few minutes' time, but we are ready to see a few tin-top titans as well out there. The order, an ever-moving feast here at the Festival of Speed, and we're seeing it once again, as there's plenty to enjoy. The Audi Quattros in the midst there. Okay, the car park is going to be a challenge later on. I've noted that for me. We've also seen this latest iteration of the Audi that has been challenging. We've seen Tom Christensen go up the hill in this already so far, and that's earlier in the week. And we're ready to send plenty at the top of the hill before we get to the drifting stage of proceedings. Looking forward to it enormously as we do so in torrential conditions, which you know if you're by the side of the track. Just informing everyone on the live stream, plenty of you watching us wherever you are in the world, you're very welcome to a rather wet and windy Goodwood hill climb today.
I will say a lot of people out there get 10 out of 10 for staying power.
I mean, look, it might have been torrential rain 10, 15 minutes ago, Becky, but it certainly hasn't dampened everyone's spirits. Still a lot of people walking around, enjoying themselves, enjoying the sights and sound of Goodwood, which is awesome to see. And we can see down there on the line, Mad Mike were there in that incredible... We called it last night. We see it last night in the holding area before he went out and did the display in front of the house for the opening ball. And we called it the OG because this is the original car that Mad Mike began drifting in many, many moons ago. And he said that he didn't change anything. He didn't repair all the damage or all the holes in the car. He said he just literally satin blacked over them and prepared it once again for another season. He said he wanted to keep the heritage. He wanted to keep that memory of what it was, and so that everyone could remember it.
It's that patina.
Yeah,
he's
that
trying
patina
to keep
look.
with it. I mean, obviously this thing is fantastic. Animal, and the way it sounds, I mean, that four-rotor, naturally aspirated, I mean, it's just fantastic.
Yeah, he was saying to me last night that even Mazda themselves have come back to him and said, we don't know how you're extracting so much power from a quad rotor, but what we'll do is we'll supply you all the parts and components that you need to make that power, and there you go, up the hill he goes in it. And you know, it's so good to see how he can refine those engines, and renowned for them all around the world, and many people copying them. We've seen Axel Hildebrand in a C6 Corvette, carbon Kevlar C6 Corvette, with a triple rotor turbo in it, and just goes to show you him setting standards for everyone else, Becky.
I will say, you know, are you a naturally aspirated person, or, you know, are you a naturally aspirated four-rotor, or are you a three-rotor turbo?
I'm a big turbo guy anyway, but I'm not really... I like a rotary, but for me, I'm all about a V8. I've got to say, I'm a big V8 guy.
You let me down here, Ian, honestly. As I said earlier, the two main engines that we see a lot in drifting are 2JZs or V8s, and it is very much pick your poison. I would be a 2JZ girl. I would be a turbo girl, or an SR20, more 2.2.
Yes,
Stroker.
of course, yeah.
Lovely job. But the V8s, I'll hand it to you, they do sound good.
Yeah, there's just a reliability for me. I just think the Americans got it really dialed in when they brought out that new LS motor. Chevrolet got it absolutely perfect. It's super reliable. The fuel injection brought it back up to date in the 2000s. And, you know, it just goes to prove the power they make. We can see there, Baggsy's car, LSX, 7.4 litre turbo, 880 wheel horsepower this weekend. We detuned the car. And we ran it on the dyno with 1 bar of boost, and it made 1,100 horsepower. He said, that's too much for Goodwood. We're putting on a show. We only need 880, so...
It's nice to have the option, really, isn't it? It's nice to have the option. And if you guys out there didn't know, Ian is very, very familiar with Baggsy's car because he does work on it. So if there's anybody that should know the numbers on that machine, it's definitely Ian.
Or every single nut and bolt from underneath it. Yeah, I can tell you exactly what they are.
100%. I wonder what it's going to be like out there. I mean, do you reckon it's going to be really slippery?
Well, we've had plenty of experience drifting in the wet, Becky, and we can let everyone know at home how treacherous it is in the wet. We lose all grip.
Yep.
And obviously this isn't a racetrack. This is a road, a driveway up Lord March's house.
It is.
So this is soaked in oil over the weekend. There's been rubber laid down from drift demonstrations already. So this will be like drifting on ice a little bit. So they'll have not a lot of traction. So really, the power figures that we spoke about, they kind of go out the window because this comes down basically now to how much grip can they put those tyres down to the tarmac.
Glorious pictures being shown here. I mean, as you can see, the sun is just gleaming out here at Goodwood.
Well, there was a glint at lunchtime. The clouds blew away and I see a little bit of sunshine. I thought maybe this is it. We could have a replication of yesterday where it did warm up and we had a glorious afternoon. But we are being told the rest of the weekend is going to be sunshine all weekend. It's going to be a beautiful weekend here at Goodwood. And, well, don't take this for granted at the moment because this is not what we wanted to see, unfortunately.
At least it's sunny in the commentary box. That lovely fluorescent light glinting off your forehead, Ian.
Well, there we go. It looks like Mad Mike Woodett is going to pull to the line. As Becky said, this quad-rotor, naturally aspirated Mazda RX-7 sits on the line. And there we go. It lights up the side, Becky.
It is. Listen to that car. I'm just going to let it sing for you. Oh, it is very slippery out there.
Yeah, it's very, very slippery. And what a lot of people don't notice is that the road, actually the hill, has a camber from left to right. So when these cars do get on that camber sometimes, they kind of want to travel to one side of the circuit or the other. And it is quite hard to balance. So Mad Mike doing a good job there on the handbrake. As you can see, fires through that first corner. Absolutely using every inch of tarmac here on the Goodwood Hill. Screams up past the house. Under the bridge he goes, and Mad Mike, he's not going to want to do too much messing around. I think he wants to get to the top and earn maximum points.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm trying to imagine myself driving or you driving in a minute. You'd just be on the handbrake through Molecombe there, nice and clean. He'll be happy with that. I think at the minute it's keeping 4 wheels off the grass.
I think he is keeping all 4 wheels off the grass. He's keeping it away from the hay bales, which we know can be very treacherous. And he's heading up towards now the Flint Wall, where Mad Mike will play it safe. A little clutch kick there in the Mazda RX-7 does put the front bumper towards the Flint Wall as he absolutely screams up the hill. Bystanders standing by, waving and cheering on Mad Mike Woodett. Once again, a little dab at the handbrake, slows that car down and navigates his way all the way up to the finish line.
So the sensors up here, Ian.
Yes.
So this is where they... Oh, lovely.
Lovely.
Still a car that spits lanes. Just brilliant. So here's to the finishing line.
Yeah, so he's going to get held, I do believe, at the top of the hill where there is a gate which is the entrance to the keyhole, and then he will be released into this section where the sensors are. So they were required now to run a wall, which is standard practice for us, Becky, in drifting, where they're required to put the rear bumper of the car as close to that wall as they can, and those sensors will be illuminated, and they will get a score. But we are now going to see scenes of the one and only Steve Baggsy Biagioni in this incredible Nissan GTR. Now, we go from a lightweight Mazda RX-7, Becky, to a very heavy Nissan GTR.
Yes, you said it, heavy. I mean, she is Big Bertha. The GTR is it's a big car and heavy too, especially with that engine in it. Oh, we're back to Mad Mike. Okay, so he's coming round, doing the donuts around the barrels. Is he getting the sensors? Okay, we've eliminated all 3 sensors there, which is a good job. It is. You can see the way the car is just absolutely sliding with the camber there.
Of course, yeah.
Trying to keep hold of the weight of the car. Now he's going to try and get it into the parking spot. And he's.
Oh, good job. Well, there we go, Becky. The scoreboard has illuminated, which means we do get to select how many points we think he wowed us with.
I mean, it's the first run of the weekend. I'm going to give it 500.
Give it 500. A nice shout there, Becky. A nice standard. We set in the middle of the scoreboard there as Mad Mike finished off his run. And Baggsy comes absolutely flying past the Flint Wall on massive angle, not scared to put that GTR bumper on to the Flint Wall. this incredible Liberty Walk silhouette kit has been drawing eyes all weekend, and Baggsy there, as you can see, getting no traction. He even looked out the window further down the hill to say, are the tyres still on the back of the car?
I saw that. I was like, is he just checking out, see, is this actually making smoke? Am I just sat here, just revving it all the way to the hills? You know what I mean?
Yeah, he was checking that out. So Baggsy will enter into the hairpin section as we see George Barkley now in a brand new build for 2023. A full carbon Kevlar BMW F22, named the WF22. This runs a 2JZ. So sings to your heart, Becky, this car.
Absolutely. Do you know what? I would be biased towards a HGK kitted 2JZ BMW.
Yeah, of course, yeah, and me too. And
yeah,
me too.
absolutely. I mean, this weekend, James Dean, who's a Goodwood favourite, he's out competing in America, so I know for a fact he's absolutely missing being here, but it is great to see at least one HGK BMW on the hill.
Of course, there we go. So Baggsy enters in, and you can see all them sensors illuminating green, and as they're flashing blue when he misses them, and they're green when they're illuminated. And Baggsy now, the anti-lag on, a new feature for 2023, sets some big flames up, trying to set fire to the hay bales, I believe. That was a target for the weekend. But
you can really see how the weight as the car swings round when you're doing that, don't you? As I'm going to say the camber?
The camber, the camber of the hill there.
I was like, the hill goes down, therefore the weight goes down the hill, therefore it makes the donut a little bit harder.
A little bit, very hard, especially in this car. As you can see, this is a scene from outside the house as Baggsy opens the door. I think he takes a look down the rear tyre to say, are we still moving, or have we completely lost the tyres? And you can see, as Becky just explained, the weight of this vehicle, trying to pull it back down the hill towards the start line.
You know what I was trying to say.
I knew what you were trying to say, Becky.
I was just looking at it, I was like, geez, that doesn't look easy.
Doesn't look easy, no. Well, this car should be easy to drive because it's super, super light, this BMW 2 Series. So George Barkley will head into the drift arena as we see Peter Vincek in another brand new car, Becky. This is stunning.
It is absolutely stunning. I mean, obviously, Peter, you'd have seen him here back in 2019. This is the first time he's been back in 4 years, so he's very excited to be here, and he's bringing a brand new build, an A90 Supra. Again, that trusty 2JZ in there as well. It's really interesting to see him in a different chassis.
He certainly is, yeah. He's piloted the Nissan 200SX or Silvia S15 for many, many years. The two-time Drift Masters European champion, debuting a new car here this weekend at Goodwood, and said he'll be using this at the final in Poland that myself and Becky will be at. And he said he's been getting to grips with this car, a lot of test, a lot of tune, and a lot of working out, figuring out the kinks. He said to me, it's not quite where I want it to be, but we're slowly getting there, and it looks to me, Becky, like it's working perfectly well.
Absolutely. I mean, I think it's always, as you're coming past the Flint wall, like you're just nearing yourself, just
holding your breath.
Edging that bumper, just nice and neat. And there's always just a hair, just a fraction between getting it absolutely perfect and getting it absolutely wrong.
Yeah, well, these aren't small cars either. Peter Vincek's A90 Supra and Baggsy's GTR, very long cars indeed. So I wouldn't be surprised if one of them gets wedged between the wall and the hay bale before the end of the weekend. George Barkley makes a hash of the parking, so I'm not sure if Becky's going to score him down there, but he's going to do a celebratory burnout for everybody.
Thank you very much. It's lovely. It's lovely to see a nice burnout from you, but I'm going to say not the best on the scoring, so I'm going to put in. I'm going to put in a 250.
250. I think you're right there, Becky.
Do you know what I mean? He got the ones on the wall, so we're just going to put a 250 in there for him.
Well, it looks like the final driver of our batch, Becky, ready to go up the hill, and it is the crazy Irishman, of course, Kevin Quinn, in this impeccable Nissan Silvia S15.
Loves the limiter.
Absolutely. This morning in the session, we watched him go up the hill. I think he was on the rev limiter the whole way up the hill as Kevin Quinn comes past commentary booth on full tilt, arm out the window, and Kevin Quinn having a good weekend so far.
So Peter Vincek, so he's getting his centres. It looked
a little bit sketchy there, Becky.
A little bit shallow there.
Yeah, he didn't look like he got that perfectly timed, but he is making the barrels go. Look at the precision around the barrels as Vincek looks to park the car, parks it in. Okay. Lovely job there from Peter Vincek, the Polish champion. Oh, sorry, Axel Hildebrand in the triple rotor C6 carbon Corvette. Makes his way up the hill.
I'm going to put my score in for Peter now. I'm going to give him a 750. Room for improvement, I think.
Room for improvement. Well, we'll see what he's like tomorrow in the dry as Axel Hildebrand.
As you say, you can hear such a different note, you know, when it's turbocharged,
yes.
Three-rotor. Does he call this the
Rotorvet?
Rotorvet.
The Rotorvet, yeah, which raised a few eyebrows down the paddock. There was a lot of American men in the paddock that were expecting to see a V8 underneath the bonnet and were a little upset when they see that Japanese rotary underneath the bonnet.
It just made me laugh, you know, like people are such purists.
They certainly are. And rightly so, but that's the good thing about drifting. We have completely unlimited choices of engines and what we can do, and Axel Hildebrand made Becky wince an eye there as he come past commentary booth.
I did, I blinked a bit fast there as he came through Molecombe. It was a little bit of an understeer moment, but he managed to carry it round. Lovely.
Well, it looks like Kevin Quinn's getting all the sensors lit up at the moment. Absolutely screams the rev limiter once again, illuminates all the barrels, and he's going to go for a very slow technical park, Becky, but he doesn't get it right.
He doesn't get it right. Kevin.
And nearly knocks him over. He goes back again. Putting on a show is Kevin Quinn. Loves the burnout.
He's just doing rings now, isn't he?
Certainly is.
Whenever I see him like sat on the rev limiter there, I just think of his mechanic Joe Doyle, and I'm like, oh, sorry, Joe. I'm really sorry.
Well, the scoreboard's illuminated. What are we going to give Kevin Quinn?
Give him...
I think he's halfway there, Becky. I think he's going to go halfway through.
Yes, I think I'm going to give him a 500 there. Room for improvement.
Room for improvement, certainly.
Okay.
So the final car, I do believe, is this new Hyundai. This has been developed as a drift car, and goes off the circuit. Now, I was talking to the driver of this car from South Korea, I do believe.
Yes.
And he said to me the car weighs 2.5 tonnes. Now, Becky, normally in a drift car we try and remove all of the weight to make these as grippy and as fast as we possibly can and make them more handleable, because obviously we're oversteering these a lot.
Yeah.
So, very difficult to drive a car that is very, very heavy.
Okay, we're back up with Axel here. I didn't quite see how his wall run went, so I'm going to have to keep that in mind.
Well, it looks like he's knocked the front bumper off ever so slightly there, Becky, and it takes the barrels out as well, as Axel Hildebrand makes a hash of the parking as well. He's having a good weekend, but it looks like the inside of the car is completely steamed up.
Yeah, I think he's having a bit of an issue there, and that's the thing with these cars. Like, as soon as you get any sort of moisture, even if your suit gets wet and you sit in the seat, and then it just the whole interior, you can't see a thing. So I'm gonna give him a little 250.
Give him a 250. Yeah, a good shout there. It looks like he made a little bit of a hash. Room for improvement. This is only the practice run for the weekend as well. We will be improving. These guys will certainly be improving throughout the course of the weekend as we see the fully electric Hyundai make his way up now into the drift arena. Now, this will be a task, Becky, to try and run the rear bumper of this car along a wall and donut it around those barrels, taking into consideration, as I mentioned earlier, the weight of this vehicle.
Absolutely. I mean, I was just thinking how heavy James's Eurofighter was. I think it's about 1,249.
1,200 kilos. And may we say quickly as well, good luck to James Dean this weekend, who's competing, representing Ireland in America at the Formula Drift Championship.
Absolutely. He will be missed. I think this is the first Goodwood he's missed since about 2015. So, you know what, good luck to him out there, and we will have him back next year. But we're watching the donuts, and now we're back with Mad Mike.
Yeah, looks like we're going to get some highlights now from the top of the hill as Mad Mike Widett fires in that Maserati X7. Look at this, the precision from the Kiwi drifter. And we go back to the final part. Now, this is going to be challenging, trying to get this very, very... And look at this. This is where the weight comes into play now. It doesn't want to be able to pull itself up the hill, and he's going to really struggle to make it happen. Goes very close to the hay bales.
Okay, that's
Steps off the sensors, though, Becky. Gets some green.
He's done what he needed to do.
Now, can he park it? That is the big question. He's going to go for an opposite flick in on the handbrake. Oh, and he takes him out with the front bumper, not the rear one. Well, there we go. It just goes to show you, not as easy as it looks.
Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to give him happy to be here points.
Happy to be here. 250. Well, there we go. So that went wrong.
I'll give him his due. It's a heavy car.
It
had to go.
is.
He had to go. He'll have another go tomorrow. So
he certainly will. Yeah, with more practice over the weekend, and maybe this car in the dry with that weight could be a power advantage when he gets to the top of the hill. Who knows?
This is the thing about drifting. Everybody thinks, you don't need much grip. Well, actually, the name of the game is grip.
It certainly is.
Especially when you're in the dry. I mean, you want to. A lot of people. Run their tyre pressures so low, almost I think 6 psi in there, because they want to have the contact patch of the tyre to have as much contact with the road, because you need to have as much grip as possible. But everybody thinks that drifting's all about, you don't want any grip here and there, but actually the name of the game.
It's the complete opposite. Yeah, we had a conversation with somebody not long ago, and he said to me, how can you explain it to me in layman's terms? How can you tell me how much grip a drifter runs? And I said the easiest way to put it down is that these are basically drag cars that go sideways, because they run an incredible amount of grip with super sticky tyres, but yet they're driving them sideways. So figure that one out.
Do you know what, Ian, this is why you're a commentator. You can just succinctly put things into sentences that I'm like, yeah, you've got that. Yeah, good job.
Nailed it.
Right, so we've had our Drift Corner cars, we've had our scores in, I think, yeah, today was the practice run.
Today certainly was a practice run, yeah, and as we say, throughout the course of the weekend, a few more sessions of drift karting to come, and hopefully the weather conditions will improve, and these guys, well, their scores from Becky will improve, and she'll be way more impressed by the time we get to Sunday evening.
No, I feel like I'm difficult to please.
Difficult to please. No comment there.
So, no, it's absolutely brilliant. And guys, we will be with Driftcana tomorrow at 5:30, and then we will also be on Sunday at 5:15. Myself and Ian will be doing some judging.
Yeah, we'll be putting these guys through their paces as they put these vehicles through their paces up the hill here at Goodwood 2023, and we can see beautiful scenes of these cars. Even in the rain, Becky, they still look good going sideways.
It is very true. Look, you can see, I just love the way they just get to the edge of the track and just nicely controlled. Just they make it look, you know what?
Figure skating.
You just took my mind straight out of my mouth.
Figure skating.
I was about to say, drifting's a little bit like figure skating.
Well, there we go.
Right. Anyway, I've had enough of my lines being taken from me.
Ian Waddington, Becky Evans, terrific work on the mic. I love listening to that. I loved watching them do their thing out there. They'll be back across the weekend. Let's send it to Ed, who remains at the top of the hill.
Well, I've got everyone here. Baggsy, let's start with you. Perfect weather for drifting.
So you would imagine, but, you know, we're just doing the best we can to get up the hill and keep the cars in one piece. If it's dry, I feel like I speak for all of us, we could definitely put on a better show. I wouldn't say any of us would probably say that was our best run up the hill, but I think we all celebrated when we made it up. We tried to get into the Driftcana up here, but that was our first go at it. And I feel like as the weekend progresses, or the days progress at a festival, that it's going to get better and better. But that was a case of do or die, and I think we all made it. So we're all good, right?
Mike, let's come to you. That's you watched a bit of the few of the replays there. Anyone you thought was particularly good?
Well, we all stayed on the track and we didn't damage the grass, so that's a big bonus. Last time I drove this track wet, I had the Duke of Richmond in my passenger seat in the RX-8, so I was so nervous, like, just not to touch the grass, but yeah, made it to the top.
Yeah, excellent. Axel, what do you think of the new course up here? Because it does look pretty small and technical.
Yeah, hitting it in the wet the first time blind wasn't maybe the best. Definitely in the wrong gear. But yeah, I think it'll be much, much better the rest of the weekend, hopefully. So hopefully that was the only wet one, and we'll get better from here.
Peter, you look very tidy. It all looked very controlled out there.
Oh, really? It doesn't feel like from the inside, to be honest. But it was, it was quite a mess from the inside. I didn't see anything. Yeah, I didn't know what to do. But, you know, it happens that I dumped the clutch and I was in the correct spot. So fingers crossed, we'll be all right.
Excellent. Well, cracking effort from all of you. All smiles. Everyone stayed on the track. So well done.
Well, that was terrific. I really enjoyed that. I feel like I've had a shot of adrenaline in the arm after the Driftcana.
Well, always something to learn. I've learned never to park your car near the drift drivers when they're trying to park their cars. But as we just heard there from Axel Hildebrand, he could see precious little. And for all the drivers going up the hill, steaming of the windscreen is a massive, massive problem. Now, change of gear, change of speed. The drift drivers are thinking about what they're going to do tomorrow. But Toyota Gazoo Racing, this is the hydrogen concept car from GR Yaris with a little bit of a twist of difference, and like so many manufacturers, Toyota looking long and hard, and there will be a hydrogen class for hydrogen cars at Le Mans in the years ahead, so they're all having a look, all having a thinking, but it's about what they're going to put onto their road cars. Conditions absolutely foul, but even withstanding that, look at the pace we're getting, because this Yaris so nimble. Look, the poise as it turns into Moulcombe out, no fuss at all.
Kazuki Nakajima behind the wheel of this entry. Spray being kicked up as he takes this. The Yaris has had a couple of outings so far this weekend. And co-pilot to Rowan Atkinson earlier in the weekend. The driver who's got a terrific motorsport career under his belt.
Yeah, a lot of love, a lot of passion for the sport from Rowan Atkinson. This is showing the technology from the road-going Mirai as Toyota pushes on into the world of hydrogen. And it's the element of the future, but also here at Goodwood, of course, we're looking at the past, and the next car up the hill behind this will be a Jaguar XJS from the mid-1980s. But in between them, another Toyota car made for the radical off-road races that we have all around the globe now, ever more popular. Red Bull, a huge sponsor in all of these extreme sports, and the DKR Hilux T1 is the nomenclature, but it's just a crazy, crazy vehicle. And this one doesn't even notice the puddles, it sits so high. Mathieu Baumel pushing on with a real gutso.
Yeah, not hanging around compared to everyone else that we've seen in the last couple of minutes. That's excellent stuff. Behind him, on the hill, Bernd Mailander. And he'd usually be sent out in these type of conditions.
Yeah,
so he'll be at home.
He's exactly Bernd Mailander for a long time, several decades now, the safety car driver at Formula One events. And some years he gets a lot more action than others, it must be said. But driving something with a lot of power. It's a 6.8 litre Mercedes, a 300 SEL from the turn of the 60s into the 70s. Car that actually finished second overall at the Spa 24 Hours in 1981. And then another vehicle. Sitting high, sitting not particularly pretty, but it's a Land Rover that competed on the Paris Dakar long ago. Great to see that out there.
And we move on to Jari Matti-Ladler, and he is making his way off the line. And this has been a terrific machine. It has been a sea of Yaris in this category all the way through, but now this is what we're getting. One of the best kicking it out through there and attacking the race track as we want to see, climbing the hill and giving us a lot of action right in front of the house as well. Oh, that was magnificent.
It looked casual. Anybody normal would have been absolutely in sheer panic, but almost total lack of grip. But he found what little there was, spinning it around. This is part of the celebration of 50 years of the World Rally Championship. Pitching it into the puddle, I bet, on the inside of Moulcombe Corner. The water streaming out of the wheel arches there. And Jari Matti-Ladler, well, we know the Prince go well on the ice, on the snow, but they're not too shabby in the rain either.
That was something else. The rally equivalent of a Cruyff turn there. That was magnificent in front of the house and showing all of his prestigious skill behind the wheel and then some as he completes our most entertaining run for the last couple of hours. Great way to celebrate 50 years of the WRC.
Yeah, that Yaris from 2023, dipping the nose where he needed to get extra traction, kicking the tail around. But extreme vehicles really is, at this stage of the day, the ideal element to have here. The Audi RSQ e-tron E2 car from 2023, made clearly not for racing, but more for getting on the rough and ready. And another languorous spin into a very small escape road, if you will, an access road, neat, tidy, and again, being driven superbly.
I hope you're enjoying this. If you are enduring the rain down there behind the bales, we are delighted to still have you with us, and we're about to send a Quattro up the hill once again. This Audi from the heyday, and we're zipping all the way through the eras here, Bruce.
Yes, the early 1980s, and Audi Quattros just redefined rallying, then they moved through the body shapes. This is the 200 Quattro, so a booted version, but still that 2.1 litre 5-cylinder engine, turbocharged with that inimitable note, and it really was a test of time. It sounded quite soft and gentle, but looking at the speed of the cars and four-wheel drive, they took it by the throat, took it by the scruff of the neck, and really made it work. In these conditions, I don't think you even need to tell Stig Blomqvist it's wet. Doesn't need to know.
Doesn't need to know. Armed with all the skill in the world and taking it fairly easy through Moulcombe Corner, but great to see him back behind the wheel of his car from the 80s, 1987, as he makes his way to the top, and that is superb. I'm glad we've finally found cars for the appropriate conditions after we saw a couple of the very historic single-seaters taking it very easy.
Yeah, indeed so, and this is what we would probably call the original Stig.
Yes.
Blomqvist, and again, perfectly driven in what are still very wet conditions.
Off the line we go in the raised Toyota, making our way through. God, there's a big puddle there as well, but no, Matter abounds it. Elvin Evans in the GR Yaris, and throwing it around at will here.
Yeah, second generation of the Evans family. This, of course, Father Gwyndaf so successful, but Elvin's taken it to a new level, and just the sheer level of dynamism you get from the contemporary World Rally Championship challengers. You can see how the cars dip and tuck and turn in so incredibly neatly. So while a lot of people look back with starry eyes thinking about Group B rallying from the 1980s, the cars right now are definitely getting back to a very dynamic phase, and Elvin is having such a successful couple of years.
Darting around, and great to see vehicles at full capacity on the hill climb in these conditions. We've timed it perfectly with WRC entries, and great that we're seeing an entry here from 2022, and introduced to comply with the new Rally 1 regulations.
Yeah, technology always keeps on changing, and to keep championships sweet at the top, to get as many manufacturers in, often a change of rules can do that. But what I'm noticing is just the sheer depth of the puddles in the bottom part of the course. Even in front of Goodwood House, there is water running across the drive, puddling on the downhill side. But then again, four-wheel drive, as long as it's delivered very, very precisely. Steve Rocking has so many years of experience of this Subaru, and also of very, very wet conditions, and of Goodwood, so he should be doing a really nice, clean run. And I would suggest, even though I'm inside a commentary booth, the race is starting to ease, but it's still super wet under the tyres.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. There's a lot of water to clear. Iconic car, iconic name, iconic livery, and well worth standing by for this. The 2003 version that we're looking at, and oh man, that takes me back to playing Colin McRae Rally on the PlayStation.
Yeah, and one of the things you put the the Subaru Impreza 555 rally cars, they covered a long span of time, and if you put them side by side, you suddenly notice the subtle differences, the body tweaks and changes. And of course, Subaru had already dipped its toe in the water, but the Impreza was the car that really, really took them to the top of the pile. And again, I hate to overuse the word iconic livery. There are so many liveries that stand the test of time, but running through the forest, over the ice, in the gravel, dark blue with the bright acid yellow logos, it really, really stood out.
Yeah, it did. And we've seen so many great designs up the hill, but this really belongs in the Hall of Fame as the car originally raced by Solberg, tearing the turf apart, and why not? Well, it's great to see that doing what it does best, any surface, and it works, and it worked for a long, long time. You have to remember the Petter Solberg taking his title in the World Rally Championship in one of these as well.
You could just see a little caution coming in, having had the run wide over the grass down in front of Goodwood House, getting to Moulcombe, where there's sort of rather less space to play with. So tucking the Subaru in up past the fifth wall, certainly not as flamboyant as the drift car drivers, but, well, who possibly could be here in what a truly foul condition. Now let's take a look at the replay. First part of the spin, the front end's not quite turning where it wants, the tail end hits the grass. When I say the grass, I mean the grass underneath the puddle, and then unfortunately trying to get the car spun the other way across the grass. And again, it shows, Alex, the camber across the drive. We've heard the drift drivers and the commentators mentioning that, and that is just simply trying to accelerate on a track that's leaning to the right.
It is, but if you want to, why not take it out all the way onto the grass? We're not going to complain, not in the commentary box. And the Hyundai is out there as well, competing on and making its way through.
Well, this is a TCR class car, so it goes in the tin top combination of cars, and Hyundai making such a massive push, and the i30N was the car that really set them going. Norbert Michelista, driver from Hungary, has had plenty of success. We also had the Elantra NTCR body shape that followed on. It was the smaller i30N that set them going in the TCR world, and they were gathering victories for fun, the European Championship and the other various series. And again, a global formula to keep touring car racing of a sort around the world.
Yeah, great solution found. Terrific looking car, and a terrific looking solution to keeping the various versions of touring cars going. And this is the i30N, the N that you've heard. You might have seen the launch yesterday. That is named for the Nordschleife, named for the Nürburgring, where they do a lot of testing of their high-performance vehicles.
And more than that, of course, though the TCR class cars were made for short sprint races, a lot of them have been used at the Nürburgring in the long-distance races, which are 4, 6, and even 24 hours, and certainly a great car. And they're a car that really impressed just because of the flamboyant wings as much as anything. Right, Fiat in rallying, Alitalia, the national airline of Italy, combined very famously with huge success in the 1970s, and Monica Macaluso from the Macaluso family that has such an array of Italian rally cars. Great to see her pressing on here, and that's a rough, bluff shape from the late 1970s. 1976, again, it just was a car that Marco Allen was the name that leaps out, but Walter Rall and Timo Salen also put them out there, and certainly the 131 was just a boxy saloon, but you know, you can make a boxy saloon look successful, look sexy by going rallying. And think of this Monte Carlo rally and those great events. They, to me, I still remember as a child being shown some footage from Marlborough, and they sponsored a lot of rally cars, and looking down at the footwell with the drivers doing left foot braking, go out the Col de Turini in their rally cars. Sandro Munari stands out for me in that world, driving a Lancia Stratos, but it was all the same to me. It was cars going sideways on whatever surface, and rallying, you know, really whetted my youthful appetite.
Pair of third places in the European Rally Championship, and that car was then purchased and competed all the way to 1983. And you're absolutely right about that point, about you can really put anything in competition colours and then suddenly it looks the real deal.
Yeah, and it just suggests so much about the strength of the car as well, because it's not just speed and balance you require from a rally car, you need endurance as well. And the Lancia Delta S Integrale is still one of my favourite cars of all time. The Delta HF Integrale, to give its full and accurate name. Marcus Willis has been driving that through the course of the weekend. Entry number 164, so it's a car from 1992, owned by Max Girardo, who's assembling a very, very nice collection of cars. Now, this is a car that really entertains you, I know, the S1 Hoonitron Audi. And this is a car Tom Christensen's been driving up the hill earlier today. It was Ken Block's final car for his Gymkhana series.
Yeah, super stuff. And he switched from Ford to Audi for this, and we're going to see it in full dynamic action here. And unbelievable, really. I mean, to do this on the streets of Las Vegas with 1,400 brake horsepower is absolutely superb. You might not hear much in terms of noise, and Tom Christensen, though, is making sure that we see plenty in terms of action.
Well, I tell you what, look at him going through Moulcombe, much smoother than his first run. Knowing Tom, that was the first time he'd sat in the car. This is the second time. The conditions are far worse, and yet his line was far, far smoother. The front end didn't wash away, which is a big problem. Again, the power delivery here, so much torque. 2,000, I'm not joking here, 2,231 pounds-foot of torque. So plenty of oomph, and we do miss Ken Block so much. What a star all around the world. That Gymkhana series, classic.
Yeah.
Lunacy.
And he was at the forefront of it for so long and really put it on the map with his dynamic abilities behind the wheel.
So that's from the Ultimate Rally Cars collection. In fact, maybe more prosaic, but Ford's involvement in the World Rally Championship across many, many decades has had cars in many, many forms, and the Ford Focus RS was always a car that really stood out. James Martin, the celebrity chef, his show on Saturday morning turned a lot of people on to cooking, and meanwhile he was gathering a collection of rally cars. He's such an aficionado, competed a lot here at the top of the hill on the hill climb course, and this was a car, again, just something he remembered from his childhood, just his late childhood, and tucked one under his arm, and really enjoying his time up the hill.
Yeah, it's great if you have the option to purchase things from your childhood. It's even better when it's a Colin McRae Ford run by in the World Rally Championship as well.
As ever, I got a little carried away in my enthusiasm. James would have been delighted if this was from his childhood. He's had more candles on his cake than that might dictate, however, but the car looks great, crisp, and again, that engine notes are also really crucial in this. Whatever age of fan, if that was the period they were watching rallying, racing or whatever, they will have remembered those notes from the various points all around the planet.
Yeah, the team at that point piloted by Carlos Sainz Sr. and Colin McRae, and we are finishing off with another one of the ProDrive run Subaru Imprezas with the striking livery that we were talking about to you a couple of moments ago.
So it's almost a wrap on a real array of cars. Yeah, that last Subaru doing the popping and banging for which it was so well known. This is car number 165. It's from 1996 and prepared by ProDrive, who've had so much success. I mean, not just with Subaru, but with so many other manufacturers in racing, rallying, and all things beyond. But certainly they earned, I would suggest, a tidy wedge of money, but so much respect for their excellence with this program alone.
And that's going to complete the run. And a fine example up the hill to conclude things. 2-litre engine, turbocharged, flat 4, and the Group A Impreza that was driven to victory on the Acropolis and Catalina Valleys in 1996 will conclude a celebratory run And we really did go round the houses there with the different years, with the different editions. But plenty to show you, plenty to reward those of you who are remaining. If you're not under grandstand cover, I hope you enjoyed that. And I'm delighted to say it looks like the rain has abated a little bit. I'm seeing umbrellas coming down outside the commentary box window.
Yes, I've been trying to convince Ed Foster that he might be in the heavy rain at the top of the hill. It's arid down here. It's like the south of France.
As we check you back through, we started with the hydrogen. We finished with a rally all-time classic, and we saw plenty in between as well. Really enjoyed that from the Yaris there. I wonder if we're going to see the wonderful dancing, the flick. That was my favourite moment of the entire run. Easy as you like.
Easy, graceful, but just the speed of that turn into the twitch. And 99 times out of 100, 99 out of 100 of us would have stuffed it straight into the straw bales, and that's being kind.
I was going to say exactly that. I would have rearranged the bales if I tried anything like that. And that is why we are so fortunate to have some of the best drivers, multi-discipline here. We saw an entry from 2022, and you get the idea of the journey these cars have been on.
And also, quite simply, celebrating 50 years of the World Rally Championship, just how many different manufacturers came and went, hit the high notes, hit the low notes, body shapes changed, and yet the great prevailed, and Subaru definitely fitted that description. And great to have new manufacturers coming in and really putting a push on their motorsport programs. Hyundai spreading themselves right across the sport. TCR has been a huge success for them.
And we threw it back to a car that got plenty of use as well. Great colours, and the Fiat journeying up the hill and journeying in style. A car that was used again and again and again, and originally competed in the European Rally Championship. And then the drifting that started the hour concluded Tom Christensen running up the hill and having his second run behind the wheel of the car in front of you.
Great stuff. Thank you very much to Alex and Bruce. And we are still sheltering out here from the rain, which is coming down more and more heavily as the afternoon progresses here in the beautiful Drivers Club as well, where the great, the good, the infamous names of motorsport are so often found. We're going to forget the hill climb for just a moment, of course, and we're going to head over to the rally stage. And that is where you will see a fair more spills and thrills, and indeed a lot of mud, certainly in conditions like this. We've got Rally Shootout 1 coming up very soon with your commentary team.
About to get into crunch time now. First car has already headed out for the shootout. So for those who want it, it's time to set your fastest flying lap that you can around this 1.9 mile, 27 turn rally course. We've already had Dave Watkins in the Ford Escort RS 1600 head off for a time, and I believe we'll get the Citroen DS making his way through now. It's just waiting on the line to go, and revs up the engine and off he runs.
I doubt very much if the Citroen will be as quick as Alan Watkins. However, he will be doing his best with a car not suited to the conditions. But fair play to the Dutchman, to Harry Martens, for having a go. James Lepley will certainly be having a go, because he's been very, very entertaining today indeed in that Mark II Escort. What a wonderful car that is. He's next on the line to go. The first to go, Dave Watkins, was with the Mark I Escort, the RS 1600. This is an RS 1800. Probably a BDA, Xavier.
Yeah, and don't forget, we have the varying categories of rallying. You've got Legends of Group B, contemporary rally cars, the dawn of modern rallying, and then, of course, the birth of modern rallying. Now, you have 3 or 4 Escorts here, all running BDAs. There's going to be Pride stakes for the fastest BDA. We've 3 6R4s. Everybody wants to be the quickest 6R4, even though they mightn't do fastest shootout time. So competition all the way through the runners here. They're going to run for about half an hour. So we go back to Dave Watkins in the ex-Gunnar Palm Mark I Escort. And as we've seen from Dave all day, he has been spectacular, has been smooth, and certainly entertaining and value for money.
That's the voice of Zab McCartan alongside Tony Jardine and myself, Harry Benjamin, here for this Goodwood shootout on Friday up at the Forest Rally stage. Celebrating over 50 years of rally, and to do that, well, we have many an era of rally car represented, as Zab was mentioning there. So we've had the Ford Escort RS 1600 out, then we had the Citroen DS23IE, the Ford Escort Mark II has gone out as well, and this is the Rothmans liveried Ford Escort Mark II of the RS 1800. That's Alan Watkins, who sets off to try and best all the times he can, but up front then the other Ford Escort, the RS 1600, over the flying Finn jump, lands back down on all four wheels. The daylight starting to decrease and fade as we get into the late afternoon here on Friday. It's been quite dim all day really, with the cloud cover and the rain that we've had all day long so far, but all the Citroen clouds, both the right-hand banking then comes onto the left-hand banking, the right side and the left side both take a battering, but Harry Martins is able to carry it through. A few scuffs on either side of that Citroen DS23IE, which you look on the face of it, not your conventional rally car, but it certainly achieved some things in its time, and this is just another look at what happened to it.
Yeah, a massive understeer as he clouted the bank, which sent him into the left-hand side. He clouted the bank on the other side and gets away with it.
You were saying earlier on about it, gets a chance of drivers, put on some new tyres. David Brown has just left the start line. 2 brand new Pirellis on the rear of the car. So, you know, it might be very leisurely here and very gentleman-esque, but David Brown is wanting to set best two-wheel drive Ford Escort. I can promise you that. 2 brand new tyres in the back of the car.
Okay, well, he's in that ex-Russell Brooks car from 1977, championship winning car, very, very successful indeed. And other drivers who've been in that car that you'll see coming through, Hanni Mikkola in the Swedish Rally in 1980. And there's Harry Martins, Harry the hero, Harry Houdini getting out of jail there as he clouted the bank on the outside of Delta. And he had a hop over one side, threw him to the other side, and the stout Citroen took all the punishment. And here's James Lepley, and he just glances the bank in exactly the same place as he tries to straighten it out before he gets to the flying Finn, and that was neatly done. Very effective indeed. He's not looking for the longest jump here, he's looking for the fastest time. And this is the Watkins car. This is the second car of the Watkins.
Alan Watkins.
Which was a car that was a Malcolm Wilson car, and losing time there dramatically as he slides into that bank, same bank that is sucking them all in. That's the Gartrack G3. And what can they do? It's a rear-wheel drive car. It was before they went off and did the RS 1700T. And behind that is 2 Metro 6R4s, 3-litre V6. Can they get the power down with the four-wheel drive and the V6 in these very, very slippy and slimy conditions where trying to get traction at all is at a premium?
Van Miller's off the start line. Once again, 2 brand new tyres on the rear, and we have John Saunders Metro 6R4 on the start line. That's going to be followed by Martin Overington in his 6R4, with Stuart Larby in the Computer Vision 6R4, as we watch Alan Watkins make his way up towards the finish line. Clock running, 3:27.28.
Yeah, well, crosses the line then, Alan Watkins, 3:33. That is enough, I think, to just slot him in to the times. Alan Watkins actually on the timing screen goes fastest in that Ford Escort Mark II RS 1800, ahead of James Lepley in his Ford Escort Mark II. Then comes David Watkins in the Ford Escort RS 1600. Then Harry Martins, who had a few issues on his lap in that Citroen DS23IE. We await the rest to come through. We saw the Toyota Celica of Ben Mellors, the RA40 headed out on some fresh rubber as well on the rear. So you know they've turned up the dial to 11. You can feel that sense for the shootout. They're absolutely going for it. New tyres, anything new they can put on, they're absolutely going for it, as David Brown now emphasises in his Ford Escort Mark II RS 1800. The time to beat currently Just under 4 minutes for the time being to beat that time. What does David Brown achieve when he crosses the line? David Brown,
2:19.64.
he goes fastest for David Brown in that Ford Escort Mark II, ahead of Alan Watkins, James Lepley in the other Ford Escort. It's Ford, the top four at the moment, with the Citroën currently 5th and last of the current runners that have set their lap times.
John Saunders on the start line in the Unipart sponsored car previously driven by Harry Toivonen. Was the only left-hand drive 604 made, although some made their way into Rallycross and were converted. As we run back to Ben Mellors now in the Toyota Celica RA40. Ben also out on new tyres, and he could well just clip David Brown to fastest time in the rear-wheel drive so far.
Yeah, it's amazing really that this car, although it's got that slight frontal damage from earlier on this morning, it hasn't been used since this time last year on the rally stage, as Ben Mellors was telling me earlier, and it's still sounding good, looking good. What was its time? How has Ben Mellors done? Such an experienced driver.
Yeah, so that puts him into 4th at the moment, behind the Ford Escort of James Lepley and in front of this the other Ford Escort RS 1600 of Dave Watkins.
Right, 1986 MG Metro 604 Martin Overington on the grid now. Now this car is run by Ram Sport. It's been rebuilt by them over 3 years. And it's not a Peter Lloyd car. It is a proper car that was originally used by John Price and run in the Duckham's colours. And it was won the Tarmac Championships. And in fact, Stephen Price drove that quite a lot. Had a massive accident in the on the Manx Rally in that car, and it was rebuilt. It was even driven in the Birmingham Grand Prix by Tim Harvey, him of BTCC fame. And it was been a hire car, and that car was driven by Colin McRae. This is the G3 Guard track. This is Neil Kirkham, and always goes well.
On the and we'll be going back to the rally. At the moment we're looking at the Aston Martin Valkyrie back on the circuit as we look forward to another run of the supercars up the hill.
Well, I'm still along you as Bruce Jones, but to my right, someone with far more knowledge, Henry Catchpole, who can fill in the gaps because the supercar market is moving thick and fast and forward.
Indeed it is, and
hopefully.
We've got the Valkyrie going up the hill at the moment, which with 1,000 brake horsepower from its wonderful naturally aspirated V12 is actually quite a handful in this wet weather. I drove it in nice dry conditions, thankfully, when I drove it earlier this year, but it is a fabulous thing.
This one I noticed is the Spider, but for some unknown reason they put the roof on for this run. Obviously hugely heavy rain this afternoon. It is getting a little brighter, but the hill is far from grippy, I think we could say.
Yes, Darren Turner cleaning in order to get his hair wet up the hill. This is the McLaren 750S, so the continuation of the 720S. I'm hearing quite a lot of changes being made to this car, actually. It's sort of stylistically very much continuing a theme, but a fabulous car. It's incredibly quick, the 720S was, so even more power in this. I can imagine how fast it's going to feel.
With McLaren, because they have so many different models coming thick and fast, you think, what can they do to improve it? But they seem to make things lighter, more nimble, and this one, I think the design tweaks actually have really moved it on a fair bit.
They have, and it's still got this very recognisable eye sockets around the headlights, which are a very distinctive feature for this car. And yeah, they do just keep moving on, but they retain certain things like hydraulic power assisted steering, which really make them very engaging to drive.
What was the first McLaren road car that you got to drive? Because presumably it was a while ago and they've moved on away since then.
The first McLaren road car that I got to drive was actually an F1.
Stop now. Which of course links you directly to the Gordon Murray Automotive team.
Yes, indeed, which the T50 with Dario Franchitti behind the wheel in that fabulous central driving position, like, as you say, the McLaren F1, the two passengers just back either side, which some say is actually the best place to be in terms of actually hearing the fabulous V12 in this, as it was in the F1, because you get all the induction noise coming through that roof scoop down there.
It's neat, it's tidy. We're not hearing the engine note as high as we did when it was in the dry at the Goodwood circuit, but certainly Dario Franchitti, very, very accustomed to this car. His name is on the list. I think they're turning the prototype over to him at some point. He insisted, and you cannot resist a Dario.
No, lucky man indeed. And this car, obviously, one of those cars we're seeing cars coming back with manual gear shifts as well. And yes, very much looking forward to trying that car hopefully later this year.
This is not the Batmobile going up the hill, but something even quicker, and it's the Bugatti Bolide, and it is an extraordinary car of extreme figures.
Indeed it is. It is. We've obviously seen this sort of extreme version of the Chiron track only, and I love the way that this has been really sort of pared back. Obviously, sort of all the aero on it, and that is, in fact, it's not painted black. It is bare, naked carbon fibre on that. Andy Wallace at the wheel of this, and it's a huge engine in the back of that. If you ever see one outside the car, it is just enormous.
Just the passage of time has just been extraordinary in the performance of the cars. Now Ferrari with their FXX performance class, this is one of the cars in that batch. Explain what FXX is.
FXX is the sort of track-only programs, the extreme iterations of their road cars, and it's led to an awful lot of other cars that we've seen manufacturers sort of follow suit. This 599 in particular, that engine, that V12, is arguably the greatest sounding of the modern era. It is just incredible.
So if you're here tomorrow, make sure you stand by the flint walls or hear the reverberations of that V12 off. But we're going from blue and yellow to just yellow. Change of Ferrari, but small, nimble, and well, yellow fly.
Yes, indeed. This is the SF90. So we've got some hybrid technology in this one now. And in fact, we've just seen the 296 following up behind it. So this is really the sort of the new vanguard for Ferrari in terms of this sort of hybrid era for their road cars, for their mid-engine road cars.
Completing his run at the top of the hill, and we're looking further down to the same manufacturer. I'm not sure we saw this on the earlier run.
So this is the car that's very much a special edition that's based, in fact, on a 488 GTE race car. So these are some of these special commissions that Ferrari has been doing in recent years. As you can see, it's got cameras for the wing mirrors. So say based on a race car. It's lucky enough to drive a 458 GTE car, and they are just fabulous things. Takes it to a whole another level and going very well up the hill as well.
And as we see the green Porsche leaving the line, just tell us about the commissions that Ferrari are doing and how that's developed in recent years.
Just for a moment on the Porsche, because this is the GT3 RS, so we're looking at 800 kilos of downforce from this. It's absolutely wild, this new RS. Still a naturally aspirated flat six in the back of it, which obviously sounds fantastic, and it's very much the thing that is still pretty much the same kind of engine that was in the previous generation of RS, but all the extra lap time that they found, and they have found an awful lot of lap time around the Nürburgring with this car, comes from the chassis and that downforce, which has got a DRS function on it as well. So it's got an active rear wing on that, which you can see going up and down if you look closely enough, and it's incredibly aggressive. It's almost impossible to sort of understand that this is a road car. It looks as though it has turned the wrong way at the end of the pit lane and somehow found itself with a number plate on.
The one thing you don't want is to get yourself stuck behind one that's got DRS as well. Then you get yourself a road-going DRS train, and where would we be then, apart from the middle of a Sunday afternoon? We're back with McLaren. We're back at the first turn.
Yes, it's the genesis, really, of the modern McLaren automotive with the MP4 12C, and just taking a bit of grass on the inside of the corner there. And this is in McLaren's heritage fleet, this car. And it's obviously one of the early cars where you used to swipe underneath the doors in order to open them. And I remember driving these just incredibly quick with their very clever suspension systems on them, and lack of anti-roll bars in them, but rode incredibly well, these, and really sort of, I think, did move the game on. You can see the air brake going up to the back there on the way into the corner, just helping stabilise that rear end under braking.
And like so many of these cars, the manufacturers, driven by their fleet of retained drivers. Michael O'Brien races in the real world, but also great to see that out being driven beautifully up the hill. Now we've gone from sort of gold to blue and to an extreme vehicle.
Yes, just look at the rear wing on that, and that's active as well. And I had a look under the rear deck of this down in the paddock, and I recommend you do go and seek it out because it is absolutely beautiful. All the engineering, you lift that rear deck up and you can see all the Öhlins dampers, etc. on it, and it's just wonderful to behold.
And what's the full name of the car? Every car has a dramatic name.
This is the Koenigsegg Jesko. I think I'm pronouncing that correctly.
Because what I know about Koenigsegg is great-looking cars and loads of power. What I know about Maserati, they have cars that always sound exquisite. And this is this not the 344? No, it's not the 344, Gilly.
No, this is the Gran Turismo Trofeo. And as you say, sort of the Maserati. This is a fabulous. They've released this new Gran Turismo recently, and there's the Folgore version of it, which is fully electric, but this is still got an internal combustion engine in it. And yeah, Maserati doing some really good stuff at the moment. We've seen the new Nettuno engine, which we mentioned earlier, with the MC20, which is their new V16, very complicated with pre-ignition. Oh, I got the Rimac just gone through Malcolm there, very sideways indeed.
Getting a big ooh from the commentary box and everyone behind.
Got it at the third attempt, so big save.
Yeah, that is a mighty save.
Now, Pininfarina styling house in Italy, principally in the 50s, the 60s and beyond, but this is a very special car, the Battista Edizione Nino Farina. By the time I've said the name, it would have got to the top of the hill. Indeed,
another one of the vanguard of electric supercars, and in fact sort of related to the Rimac, which has just gone up the hill in spectacular fashion. So yes, huge amount of horsepower in this, obviously. And yes, this special edition version looks absolutely wonderful in its livery.
Oh, these cars still look, that looks particularly wide car to be getting past the flint wall, but again, the quality of the drivers on board these cars, you wouldn't want to let anybody in these cars, even on a dry surface as narrow, on a hill as narrow as this, but on a wet surface, to show them in the sort of dynamic way that all the fans like. You've got to have a pro driver.
You have, really, yes, absolutely. And going up the hill now, we've got the Lamborghini Huracan Evo Spider. Again, wonderful, naturally aspirated V10 in the back of this dual clutch gearbox in it.
Yeah, I was just actually checking down the list. That's Sandy Mitchell, a top GT driver. So again, just reiterating the point about the calibre of the drivers they've got under the hood, behind the wheel. Absolutely,
yes. This car, the Huracan, really has its sort of work all the way back in the Gallardo, but it's improved over the years, and just fabulous to drive these cars now.
When you sit in a car like this, do you sit in it and know instinctively, almost with your eyes closed, this is a Lamborghini?
Yes, you do. Yeah, things from like the actual the paddles in those. So they've got a particular style of paddles that are very sort of sharp and angular, and you can close your eyes and pull that paddle and know that you were in a Lamborghini.
I'm very, very pleased to hear that. I like the fact that manufacturers can still make things so distinctive. I know if you sit in a Porsche 911, you're sitting in a Porsche 911, but I like all the marks to have their sort of intrinsic values.
Absolutely, it's vital, really, isn't it? I think.
Certainly think so. Gosh, it's actually. I think I might get the sun cream on. The rain seems to have stopped, but after a day that's been very, very wet, I'd say that was a remarkably good run. We've still got the first glance cars to come up as well, but really good. In fact, we've got a trio of cars going up the hill. I think those are the course closing vehicles.
They will be. We ripped through that run. That is the first run that's finished early in the last 2 days. I can't believe how quickly they were sending them up the hill. It's almost like everyone would like a cold pint and somewhere warm. All right, that means thank you very much, Henry, for talking us through the bulk of that. Bruce expertly guiding us through as well, and we can rejoin the rally.
All those ruts are getting deeper and deeper, and the car is going from side to side. The suspension is working harder and harder, and that means it's all kicking back through the steering as well, which George was experiencing then.
Roger Duckworth leaving the line in his WRC that he's had since 2004. When he bought it from ProDrive, you've seen it here previously. Watch Mike Rimmer now in the Group A Legacy. Mike, who has been a regular here as well. Also in his collection, a BMW M3 E30, as campaigned by ProDrive in the British and European Championship. You can just see under the trees now where the rain is making its way through, and the damp and wet reflected off the headlights, and where some of the drivers are trying to stay out of the ruts that are now appearing in that section up towards the stage finish.
Some would say that this is ideal rally weather. This is like classic RSE rally weather, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
We've got the rain.
Well, good to say
mud.
that from the nice sheltered commentary box, isn't it, Tony Jardine? But everybody out there with the umbrellas up and the waterproofs on, they'll be loving it as well. It's fantastic, and you just hear the sounds. You can smell it as well if you're here with us. We were talking about George Lepley in the Mitsubishi. He went 3rd fastest. Mike Rimmer in the Subaru Legacy went 9th fastest, but still no one really able to trouble that Ford Escort RS 1600, the Mark II, 1800 I should say, Mark II. David Brown at the top at the moment.
Gary Lecoudou, who's won plenty of tarmac rallies. He's also good at the loose. So it's the Toyota Celica GT4, the ST185, and that bonnet always moves up and down a little bit. A very quick car, very quick driver. But again, he's struggling a bit through the ruts at the end and just having to back out of the throttle a little bit until he can get through that and back onto the tarmac under the finish line.
You look at four-wheel drive and the Advance, 1995 four-wheel drive, 2002 four-wheel drive. That time of David Brown in the Andrews Heat for Hire Escort, it's actually looking more and more remarkable. It really is impressive.
Off the line next is the number 6. That's the Ford Fiesta R5 of Gavin Edwards, which takes to the track as we saw some lovely shots. We were describing the wet weather that is coming down in its droves and getting out the waterproof coverings as well. And if you brought a teddy bear, well, that's going to be covered too. Goodwood providing all the needs possible to have as dry as possible experience here up at the Forest Rally stage, where we are in the shootout, the Friday shootout. We'll have a shootout every single day at around about 3:30 in the afternoon. This is where they are going to push to the absolute max and get the best lap time they possibly can out of these rally cars. A huge, wide range of rally cars on offer here, covering all the generations, all the genres, and all the regulation changes as we celebrate over 50 years of the World Rally Championship and look back at how rallying has developed, well, since the 50s all the way through to the modern day era.
And in fact, the Formula 2 cars which you're seeing there of Graham Middleton, he has Yvonne Meta alongside him, who was a very successful, accomplished co-driver alongside her husband, Cheika Meta, won the East African Safari Run, all sorts of championships and rallies in her time. She alongside Graham Middleton, and that was front-wheel drive 2-litre Formula 2, which we had in the British Rally Championship, and Alistair McRae driven that particular car as the Subaru goes across the line. And you can see that great shot of it just going across the horizon. This is a much later Subaru. Big rear wing over that rear windscreen.
So in that Subaru, Roger Duckworth in the Impreza WRC went fastest. So we have a new leader at the top with Roger Duckworth ahead of David Brown in the Ford Escort Mark II RS 1800, Ronaldo van der Geest in the MG Metro 6R4. Then comes the Mitsubishi Gallant of George Lepley and Alan Watkins in the RS 1800, the top 5. James Lepley in the Escort Mark II. Ben Mellors' Toyota Celica 7th ahead of Dave Watkins RS 1600. Simon Larby in the other MG Metro 6R4 9th ahead of Rimmer in the Subaru Legacy, which rounds out the top 10.
And if you're in the Forest, Elliot Payne is in to do his run. If you've been there earlier today, you'd have seen Elliot flying through here at tremendous speed. And this is Richard Barrow in the Group N Subaru Impreza. And of course, Richard has been very competitive, very consistent throughout the day, but as you can see from the leaderboard on screen, it's still down to Roger Duckworth, 328.1. David Brown in the Ford Escort, 1.5 seconds further back, but we're waiting pictures now of Elliot Payne, hopefully. And Elliot has been very quick through the course of today, and the rain is really coming down now. And
It certainly is, isn't it? And heaviest we might well have seen all day. Fastest lap time, though, in the hands of the Subaru Impreza WRC car with a 3:28.1, managing to get a 1.5-second gap at the time. But we have the young guns still to come, who are trying for all their might to rag these cars around this tight, twisty, technical, challenging forest rally stage that we are able to enjoy here on the grounds of the Goodwood estate as part of the Goodwood Festival of Speed, celebrating 30 years, and we're celebrating over 50 years of the WRC. It's Gavin Edwards across the line in his Fiesta R5. It's a 350 dead, enough for P14 at the moment.
He was struggling a little bit there and going quite slowly. So whether he had an issue, but it's certainly for these later runners, for the hotshots of the British Rally Championship, those that are going for the honour of the fastest time. There's Elliott, big jump there, as we just catch him coming across the flying fin. The leader of the BTRDA Championship at the moment, the man who's just won the Nicky Grist stages, which is one heck of a rally in mid-Wales across all the classic forest stages. This was the man who won. How much grip can he get through there? How can he get that power down and over those ruts and across that finish line? Can he get that top slot away from Roger Duckworth?
The 3:44.7. I think the conditions are going away.
Yeah, they are absolutely now. It is so bad, it is so slippy. We've had such a deluge that even the four-wheel drive and all the supercar status of the R5s is not able to cut through and get that time. It's somewhere in the region of 15, 16 seconds slower, and getting worse as you look at that mud now going down the stage, and the water is effectively just sitting on the top. That's the other side of the leap of the flying fin, and you can just see the measuring distance boards on the other side there, and then the thick forest and the thick trees on each side. There you are, classic forest stage, classic rally conditions, but not ideal for setting fast times.
No, but I believe that brings to an end the shootout there, and seeing everybody who wants to make their way out into these tough conditions. Red flag being shown at the start-finish line. So the fastest, then the Subaru Impreza WRC S6 car, Roger Duckworth ahead of Simon Larby in the MG Metro 6R4. Oh no, it's David Brown actually, who's second in the Ford Escort Mark II. Then Ronaldo van Geest in the MG Metro 6R4, George Lepley, Alan Watkins, the top 5. The Mark II, the Celica, the Escort RS 1600, the MG Metro 6R4 again, and Mike Rimmer rounding out the top 10 in the Subaru Legacy. And then we have the likes of Martin Overington in the other MG Metro in 13th. Of course, Gavin Edwards in 15th. Actually, we missed Elliott Payne, 12th in that Ford Fiesta Rally R5 car. The conditions just really going away from the drivers later out in that session, not able to get the maximum out of their cars. Graham Middleton and the Hyundai Coupe, 18th.
Well, there we are. We're just seeing the supercars heading back down the hill and making sure that the area is being tidied up before we get into the final run here this evening. And if you're still here, I do hope you're enjoying what is still being taken on board. We got the first glance cars coming out, and some lovely road bikes too that will also be coming out during this session. Modified, modern, adapted machinery, and some very new cars from various different manufacturers. Some of them we have never seen before, which is quite fun. So that's what we're going to be looking at in this final run that's going to be coming up the hill pretty shortly, with the rain still coming, but having eased off a little bit. So hopefully we'll get a decent run up the hill, just as we're seeing the supercars, these stunning supercars, making their way down to the bottom. They can park away in that supercar paddock. It's a lovely place to walk around. I know one of the car parks there sees a lot of you coming in that way past the supercar paddock, but if you've parked elsewhere, it really is worth a look to see these machines up close. They are all pretty stunning, and it's been fun to watch them coming up the hill just now. So just that one more session to go, but there's always plenty of things to enjoy here at Goodwood, to look around at and to meet up with people, maybe one or two famous people as well. There's tremendous support from all forms of not just motorsport, but the whole motoring industry here this weekend. So we've just got Alice. We're looking forward to this final little run, and it has been a bit of a challenging day for many people because of the rain, but it's just part of this weekend, and we know it's going to be pretty windy as well, but it is great to see so many supporters still here.
It does. I mean, they're doing a great job in staying out in the rain, so big thank you to everybody that has stayed out, and also to the marshals and the rest of the staff around Goodwood as well, who will be doing everything they can to make sure everything runs smoothly and keeping everybody safe at the same time. So thank you to the Orange Army and all the rest of the staff for doing a fantastic job as usual.
We've got Henry Catchpole, who's going to help us through this first glance cars, because he's a motoring journalist of great talent and knows what he's looking at all the time. This Festival of Speed has become a real piece for manufacturers to do launches, hasn't it? I mean, you're always going to launches, obviously, as part of your work, but we do see a bigger bunch of fresh new cars here than many other places.
We really do, and I've sort of noticed that over the last sort of few years it's got bigger and bigger. We had the obviously Moving Motor Show on the Thursday, and it's now, you know, my inbox is sort of becoming full with manufacturers unveiling new cars here all the time, and I think sort of it's taken on the role that a lot of the motor shows that we've seen sort of sadly go by the wayside. Sort of Geneva no more, though we hear it might be coming back, but this is because you get to see the cars, you can get up close to them, everybody's here, and then you see a lot of them going up the hill afterwards, even if it's in sort of disguised form. Just makes a big difference, I think.
Do you think, in a way, because of the modern technology and everything, actually having a video of your brand new car immediately going somewhere that's, you know, become reasonably well known in the motoring business, that maybe that's part of doing the launch here?
Absolutely, I'm sure that's the case. There's just so much more opportunity in many ways, because obviously a manufacturer might do their own video somewhere that people don't know, but to be able to see it in the context of somewhere that they know is fantastic.
And they can get some famous drivers to join in too, can't they?
Exactly, yes, yeah.
So it's all good stuff. So we're going to see that first batch coming up pretty soon, first at glance as it's called, because that is an opportunity to see cars that we haven't seen very often, and yeah, that's going to be an entertaining little aspect just to finish off the day, and just waiting for these last supercars to make it down to that area of the paddock. That area that they've got to go to obviously means they go right down to the start line, so it just takes a few minutes to make sure it's nice and clear in this section. Of course, tomorrow we're going to have even more to look forward to. There's going to be more of the same, but with some of the more of the big names coming along. We'll be seeing Sebastian Vettel getting out there in his Formula One cars, and we're also going to be looking at the whole series. So let's have a look at the schedule tomorrow. It starts at 8:30 in the morning. We'll be starting with the Le Mans NASCAR and sports races, and then we'll get the supercar run underway just after 9 o'clock. The first glance, which we'll be looking at now, but you may well see different cars tomorrow in that as well, and the road bikes at just before 10. The Ken Block moment, that's taking place at 10:20. And then the Porsche 75 and their celebration moment, where we really just take a moment to thoroughly enjoy their history. Qualifying shootout, that's going to be fun to see how fast they're going up the hill, and then get into the Lotus McLaren Grand Prix greats, the MotoGP and the Jeff Beck cars as well. Going into the afternoon then, back to the Porsches, the Goodwood cars, the Le Mans NASCAR sports races, Lotus, McLaren, and I believe Lando Norris is going to be out in a McLaren tomorrow. We'll wait and see if that happens, but we are expecting him to be here. We've got the supercar run, the first glance, the drift corner, and that, of course, at 5:30 is going to be the competition in the drift corner. That's going to be great fun. I'm sure you enjoyed it earlier. We've got more of it again tomorrow. And then the Goodwood 75 towards the end of the day as well. So plenty to look forward to, and there's always so much to soak up here at Goodwood. And once again, we're celebrating the V8 legacy of Maserati that will start the show again for the first glance. And the V8 history for Maserati has been huge. It's been a massive part of their special cars for over many, many years. This one still has a V8 in it, a 3.8-litre twin-turbo. But as we've learned from Maserati, it's time to move on from that. And Henry, you were saying earlier, although the V8 still matters to so many people, the V6s that they're coming up with now are going to prove to be very special.
Absolutely. We've seen in the MT20 this new Nettuno V6 engine, turbocharged, of course, with its pre-ignition. It's a wonderful sort of bit of technology in that engine, and it's able to be remarkably docile at lower revs and then really sort of kick like a mule right up the top end, and really sort of changes the character of that car. And I think we're going to see more of that engine in future Maseratis as well, which is we're seeing a lot more V6s across the range, actually. So in Ferrari,
lightness
and McLaren.
I suppose lightness is a part of that, because they're having to add electrical power, which does add weight to a machine. So in some ways you've got to actually, if you reduce the size of the block of the engine, you are saving a little bit of weight in that way, aren't you?
Absolutely. It's the sort of the downsizing that we hear so much about, but it's producing some really fascinating engines in these cars. So yes, all is not lost, although it is still lovely to see and hear the V8s whilst they last.
Well, the lights are glowing as we people getting.
The brollies are going.
Yes, that's right. We're seeing a lot of umbrellas today. They haven't all lasted the distance, though, have they? So there we go. So we've got this the Porsche heading out. This is the 911 Dakar, which is a customer car now. Four-wheel drive, nearly 500 horsepower, based on the Carrera 4, and adapted suitably enough. It's a lovely-looking machine, isn't it?
It really is fantastic. It's a bit of me that I'm not going to. I'm a rally boy at heart, and so seeing this car is fantastic. And I like the idea of just being able to take it anywhere. They did the launch out in Morocco, so yes, it's a car. It's also got a fantastic livery on it, reminiscent of the Rothmans liveries of old, now renamed or rebranded Rough Roads livery.
Porsche Cayenne. This has been on the scene for a while now. But new models?
Yes, this is the new Porsche Cayenne, and incredibly capable. One of those cars when you drive a Cayenne and you sort of find it doing things that you just think this should not do this. Something that's sort of this big and ostensibly sort of high up, but the incredibly capable SUVs and still worthy of the Porsche badge.
Yeah, so it still feels like a sports car to drive, even though it's a big machine in many ways.
Certainly, it's certainly got enough elements of the sports car in it to, say, justify the badge. We've got James Taylor from Evo magazine inside that car there as well. He's doing a bit of racing this year. A colleague, indeed, yes.
I know,
absolutely.
I've met James, yes, and he comes to the Goodwood events quite a lot, doesn't he? So, and thoroughly enjoys being a part of it all. Now, the Grenadier we're looking at now. So, this is the Quartermaster Grenadier that we're seeing for the first time this weekend. The double cab pickup. With the longer chassis, and part of Ineos continuing to sort of develop what they're producing now.
Absolutely, we're obviously seeing the Ineos name all over the place these days. The having a successful Tour de France. I won't spoil it for anybody that hasn't seen today's stage yet, but yes, it's great to see that going up the hill for the first time. We've got the Genesis UE60 going up now.
Yeah, so that's good, because Genesis is the a version of Hyundai, isn't it? But it's very much their sort of
it's the
range,
the more premium brand in there, and it's really differentiated. It's interesting actually. If you sit inside sort of the Kia, the Hyundai, and the Genesis, and seeing how they've differentiated all three of those. But it's a remarkably capable car. This obviously electric car. I know Gethin Jones has been driving this up during the weekend. Sometimes also been my co-driver in a Mark II Escort rally car. So there we go.
Right, that's nice to hear. Well, it's a lovely car to see. Well, bit of a wobble there through the wet patch. Alice, it's not raining as much as it was, but it's still quite slippery out there, isn't it?
Yeah, I think you need to go and hop in the side there, Henry, and just give him the heads up from here in the commentary box. The views we're getting are how slippy, and then look at this, what a track day car. I keep saying I need to get myself in a Caterham, and seeing them go up the hill makes me want to go in one even.
This is an electric Caterham, so this is I raced Caterhams myself, but but this is an electric one, and this is something pretty important going forwards, isn't it?
Absolutely. So Caterham, if you go onto their stand, they've obviously got their new electric car, but this one it's fascinating. You go down and have a look at this, you can see the battery where you would normally find a 4-cylinder engine in a Caterham like this. They've kept the weight down, which is impressive. So it's still just under 700 kilos, obviously still absolutely nothing to it, and then you look at the motor in the back, and it's a really impressive bit of a kit actually. Nice to see them sort of adapting to the future, so it looks like traditional Caterham, and still remarkably good fun. Sort of talking to the driver that's taking it up, Simon, he said still feels like a Caterham. It's still got that weight distribution in there, obviously from the placement of the batteries in the car.
Oh, that's really good, because I know their 420 Cup weighs about 560, so actually that's very impressive that they've managed to keep the weight down, and good that it sounds that you're saying that it still feels like a Caterham. Yeah,
it's absolutely obviously crucial to them. I was lucky enough to drive their base version earlier this year, and there is something about the purity of a Caterham which is just wonderful.
There's another Caterham here which isn't coming out, and we've got the Kia coming out now, but just wanted to quickly mention, if you were over there's a completely new looking Caterham in the Caterham venue, isn't there?
There is, designed by Anthony Gianelli, and it's a really, really great thing to go and have a look at. It's a really beautiful design, I think. 3-seater, in fact. 1 seat in the back, 2 in the front.
I didn't realise that. Yeah. I did have a quick look, and of course they came up with a sports car, the 21, some years ago, a full sports car. Didn't quite work out, but this is a full-on sports car with a roof, isn't it?
It is, yes. Yeah, it looks like a really well-resolved design, and I had a quick sit in it earlier, and you've got a really nice sort of that hip-to-heel ratio. Gives it a very sort of sporty feel to sit inside. So yeah, quite a departure, but hopefully it will reach production at some point.
So we've got the MG4 X-Power here. MG are doing a lot of work on electric vehicles at the moment, aren't they?
They really are, and they're having really quite the renaissance at the moment. Lots of very positive reviews around the new MGs out there, and it's somebody that was brought up around much older MGs. It's nice to see the Morris Garages badge back out there and doing so well.
Yeah, but Ed Foster's enjoying seeing the MGs up at the top. He raced as an MGB and took a great victory at Goodwood last year, so that was lovely to see. So when Ed gets to talk to an MG driver, he's always going to be happy. You'll enjoy that later, Ed. We'll come back to you. So up to the top of the hill, we've got a few different MGs that are here this weekend that you can have a look at and soak up as well as they move on into this new generation of electric action, electric power. So we've got a few more cars coming out. The Toyota coming out next, and we've seen these Toyotas, the Supra GTs, and we've also got a Supra GT4 Evo here. This is a car that's the GT4 100 edition, so a modified version really of what we've seen so far.
Absolutely, and Toyota are really doing it for the enthusiast. At the moment, we've got the GR86, we've also got the GR Yaris as well, and Supra, and it's just wonderful seeing that they are keeping things like the manual gearbox alive and rear-wheel drive sports cars, which, it's fantastic to see them doing so much, as I say, for the driving enthusiast.
And then just taking a look at the Alpine here coming up the hill. So this is new, isn't it? This is the 290 Vita.
Yes, and Alpine obviously going to have a very much an electric future. We've seen the A110s going up as well, which have internal combustion engine, but this is a really cool looking little hot hatch basically, so it foreshadows what we will see in the future from Alpine.
This will go on sale next year, so you're seeing a very early version of this. Good fun to see.
It looks very futuristic, doesn't it? It certainly does.
Yeah, but with also that heritage of the Renault 5 to a certain extent. So it's a nice mix. It's got a little bit of the look of the Renault 5, but as you say, it is very futuristic too, with that electric power. They've done a great job with this. Yeah,
they certainly have. And like in the colour scheme, got some good colours. Almost a little bit similar. They got the Le Mans A110 R Le Mans edition, and they've stuck some of the white onto this as well, so I'm quite liking that.
And their central driving position in that car as well, you can just about see inside that, which is quite fun.
Great stuff. Well, that's nice to know. Abby Pulling's coming up. I think she's already come up on the other Alpine, which we did see earlier. This is the new electric Lotus. This is the Electra R. So this is massively powerful, isn't it? I mean, they've gone for big power with this machine.
They really have, and it's an interesting car as well because it's a big car. It's been designed very much globally, so this is not just coming out of Norfolk. It's really taking on a lot of Geely's expertise all the way, all over the world. So yes, interesting car.
And then the Polestar 3 we're looking at here, another very important machine, because they've gone on into this slightly bigger scale now, haven't they? Slightly taller, slightly bigger vehicle.
Yes, we're seeing the expansion of the Polestar range. Obviously started out with the Polestar 2, which was enormously impressive and and had that sort of interest in it with its Google architecture inside, and also the Öhlins dampers and things. And we're seeing things now, obviously, with the Polestar 3. We're seeing the Polestar 5 as well coming up. And yeah, it's really interesting to see where they're going and leading the vanguard of electric cars, I think.
The first deliveries of this expected in the second quarter of 2024. And you're able to actually see, I walked down to the Polestar stand earlier, and an incredible stand they've got there. So anyone that is here tomorrow, make sure you pop over to Polestar stand in the Electric Avenue, where you can see this incredible car up close, packed with 380 kilowatt, 510 brake horsepower, so it shifts.
Absolutely, something that looks very much like a family vehicle, and 670 pounds-foot of torque.
Right, so now we're having some fun by seeing the bikes go out, and although this one looks old, it isn't. It's actually a 2016 bike, so this is the Royal Enfield Sosa Metalworks from Royal Enfield UK, custom bike, made to the look of much older bikes, but unlike some of the riders earlier, James is joining us now, James Hayden, at least it's got brakes on it.
Yeah, it has indeed. Yeah, it uses the Royal Enfield 650, and they've just styled it in this classic style, as you say. I mean, it's super cool, as long as you're kind of cruising down the boulevard, but compared to some of the stuff we saw earlier with no brakes, you are going to be very happy indeed on that. So, yeah, really nice thing. We've also just seen the 250 Langen just gone past. Now, here's the BMW M1000RR, the latest superbike, and this is what's just won in the Isle of Man TT. You know, we see it winning in British superbikes, and really is a very, very clever piece of kit. You know, top of the range superbike, as they all are now. And you know, this one, the M1000RR, got carbon wheels. That's all carbon, so ultra lightweight. I was on the launch of it, you know, out in Portugal when it first came, and it is an absolute weapon. You know, 210 brake horsepower, and it just feels, you know, sublime. Really clever electronic, semi-adjustable suspension. It really is a nice thing to ride. Obviously, not ideal in these conditions, but it's a great piece of kit. Great piece of kit.
Oh, it's lovely to see. I wonder, is that all the bikes we're going to see? We haven't seen very many, have we? Because we've got the
Renault R5 Turbo is definitely not a bike, that is for sure.
No, that's right. It's definitely all four wheels heading up the hill now. Another electric-powered machine with all the memories of the mid-engined turbo from the 1980s. Yeah. But a rather different noise.
Yeah, loving that look though. It's just such a cool look, isn't it? There was a Kingston BMW gone up now, but I think maybe a lot of the bikes, because of the weather, are just sort of calling it a day.
Would you be on the bike going up the hill?
You've done it many times, haven't you?
I have indeed. I think it depends what you're riding. You know, I think it depends on the value of it. It depends. For example, does it have brakes and wet tyres? Would be a big.
Be nice.
You know, I know some of the guys are saying, they've only got slick front tyres, for example. I know one of the guys. His bike's come from America, and he says they've only got a slick front, so obviously he's not going to be doing it. So there's a lot of that come into play, but. There's that Kingston Customs in front of that. But that looks so cool, doesn't it?
It does. I love the light system.
I absolutely love that.
Yeah, they've done that really, really well.
That's that Kingston Customs R18 BMW just in front. We didn't really see it off the start. It's got this very sort of classic Art Deco swoop to it. Just in front of that. But, yeah, very cool. I hope they make something equivalent of that.
And James, looking forward to tomorrow. Of course, we're going to see even more superstars from the world of MotoGP here, aren't we?
Yeah, we are indeed. They'll be coming in, and looking forward to that. Obviously, the weather was slightly unfortunate for the motorbikes because they're not as easy to play with in these conditions as some of the cars are, unfortunately. So hopefully, anyway, it's looking good. Looking good for tomorrow. And we had a great day anyway. No incidents really. Lots of great action, and certainly we saw a few guys. Even that Lewis Rolo on the Aprilia, he was certainly giving it some. We've seen some great action in the cars and the bikes. So really looking forward to it tomorrow.
Yeah, well, thanks so much for joining in and keeping us covered on all the two-wheel action that's going on, and there'll be plenty of that tomorrow, as you say. We have enjoyed it today. It's provided, even though because of the rain, it has just damped it down a little bit more than we would have liked, but it's still been wonderful to see so much action on the hill, but also as you've been able to walk around to see some of the vehicles, whether they've got 4 wheels or 2 wheels, things that you dream of, things that you've seen many, many years ago, picking up memories from the past, and for some of you, creating all new memories. I know plenty of kids here this weekend. Most of them probably might have disappeared by now, but as the day's got a bit longer. But it's been lovely to see the families all enjoying it. And Alice, it's been an entertaining day, and of course we've still got 2 serious days to go.
We've got 2 exciting days to go. We've obviously got the timed qualifying tomorrow and then the timed shootout, the final on Sunday. But a big shout out and thank you to everyone who has braved the rain today.
We're looking back at the highlights of this last run, the first glance. In fact, one of the first glances was seeing the umbrella, wasn't it?
Yeah, didn't hold up.
I'm sure a few people have been through that today, but it was lovely seeing this mixture of cars. The BMW heading up, we didn't see that when it was going on. The Genesis GV60, a couple of the Genesis cars, and the electric Caterham 7. So a car, of course, that originally came from Lotus, designed by Colin Chapman, was taken over by the Caterham company in the early 1970s. Now they're going electric. So many of these cars, electric or hybrid, of course, because they are cars for the future.
Yeah, 20% of the cars here you'll see this weekend are either powered by electricity, synthetic fuels or hydrogen, which is great to see. And another electric car there in the new Polestar 3.
That's right, and the Lotus we saw just before that too. So electric power is becoming more and more common, and used in different ways, being adapted very cleverly. And then the bikes, that was fun to see. Just only really saw a couple of bikes, but it was fun to see them. So lovely. The highlights of that final run are done, and we've had a very good day here at Goodwood.
Touch me, might get arrested. She's sitting in my new shit. We still getting messy.
So end of second day here at the Festival of Speed, but it's day 3 coming up tomorrow, and it all starts at 8:30 in the morning with the first cars that will be heading out, representing Le Mans, NASCAR and the sports races, and then it'll be going after 9 o'clock into the next batch. The first glance and road bikes that we've just seen, they'll be on just before 10 o'clock, and then we'll be getting into the Ken Block moment. It's to celebrate Ken Block, and also be celebrating the Porsches as well.
Yeah, really looking forward to that celebration. We've then got the qualifying shootout at 11:45, where hopefully improved weather to see them. And then batch 4, the Lotus, McLaren, GP Greats, MotoGP and the Jeff Beck cars at 12:35. And we'll also hopefully see a Formula 1 star in that batch as well. And then to the afternoon, 1:30, we have some more Porsche 75. Another variety of Porsches coming up the hill. Then batch 3, Goodwood 75 at 2:05, and moving on to Le Mans, NASCAR and sports races at 2:55.
Yeah, and it all continues throughout the day, and you can choose where you go. And of course, don't forget, you can always go up to the rally stage during the course of the day. The rally stage opens at 9 o'clock in the morning and closes at 6 p.m. in the evening. So you're either watching the batch going up and down the hill, or you're moving to other parts here at Goodwood to soak up all of the atmosphere. So I do hope you can enjoy it again when you're either watching or here with us at Goodwood. For the moment, let's go back up to the top of the hill and to Ed Foster.
What a fantastic day it's been up here, despite the weather. We've had some incredible performances with the drift cars, and what a shootout we had. To have a rally car winning the shootout today on times is fairly fantastic, but it does give you a clue as to what the weather was like. I can't wait to get stuck in yet again tomorrow, because we're going to do it all over again. I'll see you then.
Thank you very much indeed to Ed. We will see him tomorrow on top of the hill. Well, David and I have enjoyed a wet, wild, pretty windy day. We've just turned an umbrella inside out, getting into our position here. But it's quite the position, isn't it? We're in front of the Ferrari Le Mans winning car, taking in the very last of all that Goodwood has to offer, even at 7 p.m. at night.
This thing's attracting huge attention. As you can see, it's still dirty from its Le Mans win. Fairy tale win, centenary Le Mans. 50 years since Ferrari raced there in the top tier, and they came back and took the top step. Great story for them, and great to have this at the Festival of Speed.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And we'll be having a Le Mans moment with Ferrari on the balcony tomorrow. Sebastian Vettel moment on the balcony as well. An F1 great, 4-time world champion, and an extraordinary legacy both on and off the track as well. What else have we got to look forward to, David?
Well, we've got all the cars coming out again. We'll have the shootout. We'll get really heightened tension tomorrow. Maybe it gets drier. We'll see some real indicative times, maybe see the form of that, the top 10, top 20. And there, you know, we've got lots more cars, lots more first class, lots more supercars, which I always like to say.
Yeah, the supercars are going to be exciting, aren't they? We are going to go and get dry. Well done to all who have braved the conditions today here at Goodwood Festival of Speed. It has been brilliant to bring you all the action, and we will see you again tomorrow. We'll be on air at 8:20 a.m, so do join us then. For now, though, a very warm goodbye.